This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In a canyon nestled in the wilderness, a dozen humanoid mechas, using the dry canyon as cover, sought an opportunity to break through amidst the intense laser cannon fire. The mechas of this unit were approximately 30 meters tall, and the canyon provided just enough cover. The gray mechas, heavily armed, were firing relentlessly. The white ones, auxiliary mechas, appeared to be lightly armed, constantly restocking ammunition and repairing their teammates. Surrounding them were the wreckage of dozens of their comrades, ablaze with flames. The flames illuminated the crimson of their team emblems painted on their shoulders. The heat seemed to be palpable even from within the cockpit, but none of that mattered now. Soon, it would all be over. This galaxy was on the brink of collapse. But some still persevered in the fight. Their only task now was to revive it. Duh. The sound of strafing continued. Countless massive black shadows charged the defensive line formed by the steel bodies. Before them lay our own machines, falling one after another. Even the steel bodies were being shattered with the force of a rotten tree. Sakia, grab it quickly. Go! An anxious voice urged from the communication. The face of the female pilot, known as Sakia, was obscured by her visor, but even without looking at her expression, one could tell the situation was extremely dangerous. Captain Jeff, you're not leaving? A square box was thrust into the hands of the machine Sakia was operating. Hurry! The captain shouted. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Captain Jeff wore a similar, masked helmet to Sakia's, though a more ornate one. Jeff. Listen, Sakia. From now on, you will represent me and reunite with the remaining heroes. The man known as Jeff simply turned his back to Sakia's mech and continued firing at the surrounding black giants. How could that be? I'm just an ordinary soldier. And you? Sakia seemed to be hesitating. Sakia, I just want you to survive. Jeff ejected the shell from the cannon and began reloading. Besides, sooner or later, you realize you're no ordinary person. Jeff. Alright. Don't let all our efforts go to waste. Farewell, Sakia. With that, Jeff piloted his mech and kicked Sakia's mech. That direction, against the mountain wall, was the enemy's weakest. All the team members, led by Jeff, signaled Sakia to hurry. I don't care. Sakia gritted her teeth and fought. The robot she piloted suddenly accelerated, knocking aside several oncoming enemies and sprinting towards the encirclement, trailing a comet's tail. The hatch behind the robot opened, emitting a burst of light, blasting a bloody path through the encirclement. The surrounding shadows behind them seemed to notice the soaring robot, but their attention was quickly drawn back to the barrage of bullets. You are our last hope. Sakia. Don't worry about the enemies, leave it to us. To protect their homeland from the enemies from the distant abyss, the Galaxy Federation organized this operation. Assemble the galaxy's highest technological prowess, establish armed mecha units on every planet, and each planetary government selects a group of elites from their own planet to face the endless influx of mysterious, monstrous enemies. The families. However, behind this endless stream of enemies lies a truly terrifying force. This force will devour the entire galaxy. To defy this unjust fate, the Interstellar Federation launches its largest ever operation. Operation Flashpoint has begun. In the universe, beams of light from all 7 planets in this galaxy connect to the 3rd planet. And a crack has opened in the darkness of space, revealing something about to emerge. Hurry, that thing is about to come out. Is anyone else still waiting to get their boxes and get to their positions? In the command post-like area, the commander fretted anxiously. A prominent scar graced the right side of his cheek, and sweat streamed across it. There's one more. This seemed to be the response from the frontline communicator. But the squad is currently surrounded by a large enemy force. Breaking out is likely difficult. The troops are already insufficient, and supporting them is nearly impossible. The commander knew this clearly. Damn it! Tell them to deliver the box at all costs. This is the last hope for this galaxy. The large screen in the command center displayed the combat units still in contact. The connections to the trap squads mentioned by the communicator were being disconnected one by one. The commander slowly lowered his hand from the intercom. In shelters on every planet in the galaxy, refugees embraced each other. They knew a battle was unfolding outside that would determine the fate of the galaxy. The refugees watched intently as the televisions in the shelter broadcast the situation in the command room. Whatever the outcome, the people of this galaxy have an obligation to witness the final moment. Whatever the outcome, we choose hope. Command? Can you hear me? A young woman's voice boomed from the silent command center's communication channel. The commander's eyes widened in surprise. He looked up at the screen and saw that one member of the trap team had not yet lost contact. I'm Sakia, a member of Team Talon. I'm carrying the box and will arrive at the Singularity in 3 minutes. Cheers erupted from the command center and the shelter. The commander took a deep breath, knowing the fateful moment was approaching. Well done, Team Sakia. Operation Flashpoint is now entering its final phase. The Singularity Sakia was heading for was a towering structure. Like a gigantic crater, it loomed large on the horizon. This is the massive crossbow built by the humans of this galaxy to unleash a bolt of vengeance upon the unjust god. It seems the surviving forces of the galaxy have gathered here to ensure the success of the final mission. The final box has arrived. A guard led Sakia to the assembly point. 7 elite warriors, who were to deliver the box, were already waiting inside. These 7 were heroes handpicked by the planetary governments and renowned throughout the Interstellar Federation. Although they were all inside their machines, the open-channel visual communication allowed them to see Sakia's image. Sakia's helmet was the style of an ordinary soldier. And now Sakia, just another ordinary soldier, stood before them. I never seen this guy before. Could it be that Jeff? One of the soldiers asked about the hero, who was supposed to deliver the box. The captain and the others are gone. Sakia's answer made everyone sigh in regret. But there was no time for grieving now. The heroes were all gloomy. Since this female soldier named Sakia had been entrusted with the box, she was now one of the executors. Jeff certainly wouldn't entrust such an important item to someone unreliable. Then, Sakia, let's begin. The heroes removed the coverings from their mechas. They left their machines, not by opening the cockpits and exiting. Rather, as if they were untransforming, their mechas gradually faded, their bodies enveloped in light, and slowly falling to the ground. Sakia's mechas were no match for theirs. In her mind, this was a skill only heroes could master. She had no choice but to obediently descend from the machine via the ropes. They demonstrated how to open the boxes in front of Sakia, and she followed their instructions. The 8 boxes contained several energy bodies of various colors. They were sealed within by a special solid force field, allowing them to be retrieved. What are these? Sakia asked. The very origin of this universe. Are weapons that can fight against those who come to devour us. A female hero answered Sakia. She instructed Sakia, like the other heroes, to place the energy bodies into the device before them. The battle entered its final phase, signaling the imminent appearance of the enemy from the darkness of the abyss. Energy is increasing in the surrounding space. The observer at the command post sent a video from a video camera in space. A dark, nebula-like object was spreading outward from the space rift. This rift was far larger than the third planet nearby. Suddenly, a brilliant light blazed from the third planet. A beam of light shot straight into the rift, instantly piercing through the dark nebula and its body. On the ground, Sakia and the others were bathed in this light. Sakia was blinded by the brilliance. Did it work? Sakia asked uneasily. It worked, but our mission isn't over yet, a hero replied. Sorry, soldier, for dragging you into our mission, now you must come with us. In space, the rift vanished, along with the nameless enemy. And with it, the gigantic black monsters that were engaged in combat with the various troops. They suddenly stopped moving, then collapsed as if exhausted. Their bodies began to disintegrate, turning to ash and dissipating into space. Across the galaxy, cheers of victory echoed from every corner. Operation Flashpoint, a success. But what the civilians didn't know was that their galaxy's heroes would never return. In the Singularity, the 7 heroes, along with Sakia, who was present, had vanished. Farewell, heroes. Our era is saved. Though it's cruel, the future is entrusted to you. And to our descendants. The commander was the only one in the command center who didn't leap for joy. He was the leader of these heroes, and one of the leaders of Operation Flashpoint. He knew best what they needed next, and he knew gloomily that this was a long-term plan. A plan from 0 to infinity. Chapter 2. The glaring light in my vision gradually faded, becoming warmer. Strange. Am I still asleep? The scene of being engulfed by the bright light seemed to replay in my mind. The sunlight was a bit blinding. I opened my eyes, but the curtains were not completely drawn. The girl sat up and slowly got out of her slightly messy single bed. She walked to the window opposite the bed and suddenly opened the curtains. The unique light of the morning sun poured from her face to her toes. She felt an indescribable sense of weakness. It seemed she hadn't woken up yet. But washing her face should be enough. She adjusted her appearance in front of the dressing mirror. She was about 1.6 meters tall, with a unique beauty that resembled a mixed-race person. Her long indigo hair fell below her shoulders, which the girl expertly combed and braided from shoulder length down into a thick braid. She also carefully adjusted her drooping bangs, parting one side and making the other slightly fluffy and neat. To the sound of dripping water, the girl briskly washed her face and brushed her teeth. Today was her first day at her new school, but she hadn't slept well. Away from her parents, studying in another city, she wanted to make a good impression on her classmates and teachers. Maintaining a good image in public was her style. The rented apartment wasn't large, but it wasn't far from the school. Her parents regularly sent her living expenses, and the amount was substantial, as her family was relatively well off. Although the small apartment was new, with some cardboard boxes piled in the corners, it looked Spartan, but it was clear the girl planned to decorate it well. Having bought bread and yogurt for breakfast the previous day, the girl quickly dressed, grabbed her yogurt, and headed out the door, chewing on her bread. The elevator in the complex was excellent, and it wasn't overcrowded. Normally, it should have taken only 15 minutes to walk to school. The girl reminisced all the way, and even when she woke up in the morning, she couldn't forget that bizarre dream. She felt a dull headache. The overwhelming reality made her feel as if she were in another world. She even remembered the feel of the cockpit. But she was clearly just an ordinary high school student, not some dreamy, Genevieve type. She hadn't expected to dream of a mecha in battle. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, wondering if she just drifted off. In her memory, she was a generous, well-educated girl with excellent grades. She came from a military family. In her previous class, she'd been a role model. The previous class? That's right, the previous class. She couldn't recall anything about it for a moment. It was so strange. It happened just before the holiday break. She stood there, dazed, sipping her yogurt, almost forgetting the green light had come on at the crosswalk across the street. Only at the urging of the people behind her did she hurriedly cross the street. What the hell? Something's not right with me today. She awkwardly finished the last sip of her yogurt and tossed the empty container into a passing trash can. She pulled out her phone to check the time. It was almost time for class, so she quickened her pace. She walked quickly into the school gate, where the words New Chuanchio City No. 20 Middle School were prominently displayed. Class, this is Qin Yun, who transferred to our class this semester. Everyone, please get along well. The female homeroom teacher was standing at the podium, introducing the girls to the students below. Hello everyone, my name is Qin Yun. Thank you for your guidance. Qin Yun tried her best to make her voice full and energetic, and bowed slightly to the class. As expected, everyone welcomed her warmly. After all, who wouldn't want a girl who is both beautiful and graceful? One of the girls in the class raised her hand and invited her to the empty seat next to her, though she seemed a little hesitant when she did. Hello, Qin Yun. My name is Li Jiai. I don't have a desk mate. So, the girl introduced herself, appearing a bit shy. Upon closer inspection, she was petite and cute, and compared to Qin Yun's generous and capable demeanor, her aura was much weaker. Hello, we be desk mates from now on. Qin Yun smiled politely at her. She actually felt a sense of relief. Her new campus life had begun smoothly. Life went smoothly, and over the course of a few days, Qin Yun and Li Jiai had become familiar with each other. During science classes, Li Jiai demonstrated strong computational skills, so much so that even Qin Yun, who sometimes excelled in academics, had to ask her for help. However, during physical education, Li Jiai's abilities were completely utterly useless, leaving Qin Yun envious of her physical prowess. It seemed this new friend complemented her quite well, Qin Yun thought. At first, Qin Yun thought Li Jiai was a bit timid and shy, but once the topic of computers, IT, and ACGE, adult video game, began to spread, she couldn't stop. Whenever this happened, Qin Yun could only smile awkwardly. This might be why she hadn't had a desk mate since school started. Qin Yun could only smile helplessly afterwards. After a while, Qin Yun heard classmates whispering in the hallway about whether she was the daughter of some powerful family. She simply smiled and ignored the question. Her family. While not wealthy, at least they were okay. Since her family was military, they were naturally well off. But when she thought about it, Qin Yun didn't feel anything was really happening. Although her parents had called her the past few days, ever since that strange dream, Qin Yun had been feeling easily distracted. Never mind, the most urgent thing was to get some rest. Back home, Qin Yun turned on the TV and collapsed on the sofa. At home, Qin Yun didn't bother to maintain her appearance. She slumped on the sofa in her baggy t-shirt and underwear, watching a soap opera. At the beginning of her new life, she had made a friend, Li Jiai, but to be honest, she had a bit of a spark. While she had her cute side, it was best to find time to talk to her. She stood up and grabbed a can of Coke, her thoughts returning to the day's events. Qin Yun, I'm telling you, the latest episode of Mobile Mask is out. During break, Qin Yun and Li Jiai walked together to the cafeteria for lunch. Li Jiai, as usual, opened up and chatted away. Besides her love of robot anime, Li Jiai was also particularly adept at IT. Seeing her frantic energy when she talked about these things, Qin Yun wondered if she might actually be a genius. Li Jiai, it seemed, had only one friend. Qin Yun was naturally sociable and righteous, a shining figure in the eyes of her classmates. Naturally, many people around her, including many boys, wanted to approach her. However, out of consideration for Li Jiai's feelings, she didn't respond too much to the others when Li Jiai was pestering her. Of course, this also made Qin Yun a little embarrassed. She even began to hear classmates who disliked Li Jiai gossiping behind her back, saying that because no one paid attention to her the previous semester, she had specifically found a brilliant transfer student to side with her this time. Never mind, she wasn't interested in what happened to Li Jiai the previous semester. Sometimes, when she's too persistent, she should give her a heads up. She gave Li Jiai a heads up the next day at school. Having made this decision, Qin Yun immersed herself completely in the plot. The trivialities of daily life were generally like this, and for Qin Yun, she should be able to handle them easily. However, the extraordinary was quietly approaching. Thousands of kilometers offshore from Qin Yun City, 15,000 meters above sea level, something strange was quietly happening. Chapter 3. High in the sky, several fighter jet formations were patrolling. Their wings bore the insignia of various nations, but their tails bore a common design, a twin snakes intertwined in a spiral, surrounded by an olive branch. These fighter jets were the most advanced of today's models, the F-35 stealth fighter. This formation consisted of approximately 20 of these aircraft, a sizable force in today's military operations. Reporting to Svarg, Sanskrit for heaven, headquarters, Alpha Squadron has detected no anomalies. The radar was empty. Pilots, following orders, circled the airspace, seemingly on guard. Fog is starting to gather. Beta Squad has also achieved nothing. Over. Another formation also reported. All units, maintain alert. According to the director's calculations, the target should be appearing nearby soon. A female commander was directing the operation from a command post. Fog? High in the sky. There are no clouds in the stratosphere. Isn't this the biggest anomaly? The female commander sensed something was amiss. Just as she was about to warn him, something suddenly changed on the communication line. Roger. Hey! Before the words had finished coming out, a pilot's cry was heard, and then the line went dead. Something's happening. The pilots went into emergency combat mode, but having never seen an enemy like this before, they didn't even know how to proceed. A massive black shadow emerged from the suddenly spreading fog, seemingly scanning the fighter formations patrolling the airspace with what it could only call eyes. The communications were a mess. Even well-trained pilots would inevitably panic when faced with something beyond their common sense. They hastily launched their attack. The monster's body gradually emerged from the mist. It was enormous, its outstretched palm almost the size of a fighter jet. However, a simple slap seemed unlikely to hit the latest supersonic fighter. It seemed to think for a moment, then suddenly fired a strange beam from its eye-like position, instantly exploding the targeted fighter. It seems they may not be able to hold out. A steady male voice boomed from behind her. Cheyenne, you go prepare the next step. I take over here. Director? Why are you here? Turning around, the frown on the female commander known as Cheyenne seemed to relax slightly. It seemed the arrival of the middle-aged man known as the director would improve the situation. I have a deeper understanding of what we're facing than anyone here, right? The director's hair was a little gray, and there was a prominent scar on the right side of his cheek. He stood erect in a black uniform, evidently a commander with a strong military background. Unlike many officers, he seemed quite amiable. Understood. Cheyenne saluted the director. The director nodded. If we don't succeed, we have to wake her. The director's instructions before leaving echoed in her mind. She already knew the mission by heart. She walked to the garage and started a red sports car. She and the director both knew that if the weapons of this era proved inadequate against the enemy, a backup plan would be necessary, and this had already been planned. Early that morning, Li Jiai waited for Qin Yun at the gate of her residential complex, so they could go to school together. Her home happened to be nearby. Li Jiai's enthusiasm was a good thing, but today Qin Yun planned to have a serious talk with her new friend, giving her some pointers on socializing. Just a 15-minute walk away, and the peaceful routine of Qin Yun and Li Jiayi was about to be shattered. A shrill siren shattered the otherwise ordinary morning. A random government announcement blared through the loudspeakers on every street corner. Evacuation warnings were also ringing on the phones of the people around them. Please evacuate to the underground shopping mall. I repeat, this is not a drill. Huh? Li Jiayi and the pedestrians around her were clearly in a state of panic. This was a peaceful time. Could war or a terrorist attack have suddenly broken out? Qin Yun was also at a loss, but Li Jiayi reacted surprisingly quickly, pulling Qin Yun along and starting to run. Qin Yun, let's go! Citizens of Chuanqiu City are taught various evacuation drills in elementary school, and there are designated evacuation sites. Li Jiayi was naturally familiar with these. Passers-by also quickly reacted and began fleeing towards the shelters. It felt as if the citizens were already familiar with this scene today. Qin Yun, however, who had just arrived, looked bewildered. As the crowd surged, several squadrons of fighter jets and attack helicopters flew overhead. In the suburbs of Chuanqiu City, anti-aircraft guns and tank formations were deployed, their muzzles pointed skyward. Qin Yun was surprised. It looked like a war scene, yet she had never heard her father mention it. Just then, she and Li Jiayi saw a dark shadow appear in the distant sky, growing larger and larger. Several points of light, trailing trails, approached the shadow. Then, a violent explosion erupted above it. It's a missile, Li Jiayi exclaimed, witnessing these weapons for the first time outside of television. But the shadow continued to descend. Even under constant attack from military weapons, it seemed to have sustained no significant damage. As it drew closer to the ground, those fleeing on the ground could clearly see its gaunt, twisted, blasphemous humanoid form. This monster, so unimaginable, frightened many of the fleeing occupants. Qin Yun was among the stunned crowd. She pinched her face, wondering if she hadn't woken up yet. What a surreal situation. The monster began to hover in a large letter X, likely a letter or letter, above New Spring and Autumn City. It silently watched the ant-like humans on the ground. The humans, in turn, watched this sudden appearance, completely unsure of its intentions. Alas, how could the human mind possibly comprehend the thoughts of this blasphemous being? A beam of light shot from the monster's head, sweeping across the city. Suddenly, a violent explosion sent people flying. Qin Yun was also thrown into the air, her mind blank, surrounded by a scorching atmosphere. Everything around her seemed to be burning, the relentless flames and intense heat engulfing innocent people. Instantly, the image from the dream overlapped vividly with the scene before her. Li Jiayi grabbed her tightly, then held her in her arms and plummeted to the ground. The weightlessness and the impact of the landing caused Qin Yun to faint. Chapter 4. Her mind slowly recovered from its blank state, though it was still buzzing. Gradually, her hands and feet seemed to regain some feeling. After finally recovering from the dizziness, Qin Yun forced her eyes open. She felt something warm drip onto her face, but the darkness made it difficult to see anything. She realized she was buried under the rubble. Before she could think anything more, the rubble surrounding her suddenly shifted. A group of heavily armed soldiers appeared before her. Director Ziyuan, we found our target, one of the soldiers reported to someone out of Qin Yun's sight. The appearance matches the profile. In the light, Qin Yun saw Li Jiayi lying on top of her. She had used her body to absorb the impact on Qin Yun's body. Her face was covered in blood, and her legs, pressed into the reinforced concrete, were soaked in blood. It turned out that the warm liquid she had felt earlier was Li Jiayi's blood. Qin Yun wanted to shout for help to the soldier in front of her, but her throat felt clogged and she couldn't make a sound. Excessive tension made her entire body tense, and she couldn't speak, only gasping for breath. Shake. Qin Yun, right? The female commander seemed to be confirming the person's name. When she heard her name, Qin Yun nodded. My name is Ziyuan. Nice to meet you. I'm glad you're still alive. A uniformed woman approached from behind the soldier and reached out to pull the dusty Qin Yun to her feet. If you want to live, come with us, the uniformed woman said to Qin Yun. Qin Yun's eyes widened in confusion, and she tried to pick up the seriously injured and dying Li Jiayi, using gestures to signal the soldier in front of her to save her. Well, you haven't understood the situation yet. That's all. The uniformed woman was none other than the commander known as Cheyenne. With a wave of her hand, several soldiers came forward and used tools to pry away the rubble that had fallen on Li Jiayi. They then carried her onto a stretcher. Qin Yun still looked bewildered, but since the people before her had rescued her friend, she instinctively followed them. Although her body ached, she was perfectly mobile. Qin Yun found the several blocks affected by the monster's raid littered with corpses. Soldiers and doctors were rushing to assist the wounded, but few survived. Li Jiai was loaded into an ambulance, while she was ordered into the commander's red sports car. She had expected to be taken to the same hospital as Li Jiai, but the ambulance carrying Li Jiai was traveling on a different route than her own. "Where are you taking me?" Qin Yun finally felt the tightness in her chest ease, and she asked with difficulty. "You find out when you get there." The female commander indicated that now was not the time for explanation. The surrounding artillery fire intensified. The floating monster began to stand upright, its feet touching the ground. The ground shook violently, and the shockwave shattered the glass of buildings. Spreading out from the monster, the buildings in the city gradually collapsed. It began to emit more tiny rays, dancing wildly in the air and on the ground. "Hold on tight." Ziyuan slammed on the accelerator, the engine roaring, and began to sprint through the flying debris and rubble. Qin Yun felt like she was about to be thrown out of the car. She frantically fastened her seatbelt. Ziyuan, a female driver, surprisingly possessed remarkable driving skills. The sports car emerged from the gap between the collapsed building and the monster's beams and drove into an underground passage. Ziyuan drove Qin Yun through a secret passage and into a massive freight elevator, which continued to descend, carrying the car. It took an unknown amount of time before the door reopened. After exiting the garage, the two of them walked down a long escalator. Qin Yun was stunned by the view before her. This looked like a technologically advanced base. The steep escalator slowly descended, and the side of the base, floor by floor, left Qin Yun stunned. But the fact that they were alone in such a vast space made her hair stand on end. "Where is this?" the usually graceful and dignified Qin Yun asked timidly. "Svarg headquarters," Ziyuan replied calmly. The two of them fell silent again. There were even conveyor belts on the floor. Ziyuan and Qin Yun quickly passed through a series of automatic doors and arrived at a large room. The only light in the room was near the hallway. They walked a little further. Suddenly, several overhead lights flickered on, and a man appeared before them. "Director, I brought her here." Ziyuan saluted him. "Thank you for your hard work, Ziyuan." The director nodded and walked towards Qin Yun. "Qin Yun, you're here. Thank you for your hard work on the journey." Unexpectedly, the man spoke her name right away. Qin Yun was surprised, then looked again, stunned. "Dad?" Although the man in front of her was wearing a military cap, and the lighting was dim, she recognized his face quickly as she got closer. "I know you have many questions, but I tell you later. Ian, the situation is urgent." The director patted Qin Yun's shoulder and paused. "There's something you absolutely must help everyone with." The director snapped his fingers, and all the lights in the room came on. The room was surprisingly an oversized hangar. A massive white robot with red trimmings was visible from the chest up, strapped to a frame by stabilizers. It looked to be over 30 meters tall. Qin Yun piloted it and repelled the enemy. Qin Yun felt her worldview shattered. She knew her father was a soldier, but suddenly she was told he was the director of some secret agency, or even a mysterious organization with giant robots. Just one night later, it felt like she had traveled through time. She felt a headache starting to build. "Qin Yun, Ian Bai, you must be trying to understand the situation right now. But this is urgent. Let's repel the enemy first." Ziyuan tried to encourage her. "The friend who protected you is dying. There are still many like him. We need you to stop that monster." "Why does it have to be me? Don't you have a trained pilot?" Qin Yun was bewildered. "Because only your DNA can activate this thing." His father's answer was a bit unreasonable, but it was impossible to refute. "I never heard of this before." How much had his father hidden from her? Qin Yun took a deep breath as his father stared at her. Perhaps coming from a military family meant that Qin Yun didn't resort to forced reassurance, like some teenage boys, relying on words, like "you can't run away." She instinctively paled. This was an order, not just from her father, but from her own heart. Let me face the thing that had turned her life upside down. "Okay, Dad. I survive, and wait for your explanation." Chapter 5. Qin Yun jumped into the cockpit and found a perfectly ergonomically designed backrest and footrests adapted to her height. She leaned against the backrest, and the cushions beneath it perfectly supported her hips, making her feel like one with it. Safety buckles at the waist and shoulders ensured the pilot remained in place, no matter how he tumbled. She stepped into the footrests, and arm control levers popped out from the side. Unlike the joysticks on conventional vehicles, they resembled an armrest. Reaching in, her fingers seemed to touch a hemisphere. The moment her hand touched the hemisphere, something seemed to trigger. Authentication successful, Pilot Sakia. Please enter the neural connection system. The aircraft's control system gradually activated, and the cockpit's omnidirectional screen also turned on. Is this all right? Qin asked, securing herself. Put on the neural connector on your head, Ziyuan continued in the communication. Put your head firmly against the headrest. The startup voice message seemed to have mentioned this earlier. Qin did as she was told. Something like a hairpin pinched her head from behind the pillow, startling her. This feeling was so familiar. Neural connection initiated, the system announced. The scene before Qin suddenly changed, as if her entire senses had expanded significantly. Neural synchronization successful. The staff in the control room reported. Synchronization rate stable. The director nodded. This was the expected result. Qin suddenly felt like she was being fastened to the launch pad. She tried to shift her gaze, but found that she was not looking at the cockpit in front of her, but at the launch silo and hangar. Her eyes paled. Her eyes were now the eyes of the machine. The reason she felt bound to the launch pad was because she had become one with it. The Star Cluster Federation Tyrone Mobile Regiment reminds soldiers, there are countless tactics, but survival is paramount. Irregular execution will bring tears to the instructor's eyes. Shakia, I wish you a triumphant return. A system notification chimed in. What a mess. Speaking of which, this is the second time the name Shakia has appeared. Was she the previous pilot of this mech? Just as Qin was wondering, she suddenly felt dizzy. Images assaulted her mind. A massive, humanoid shadow surrounded her. Many of her companion mechs were around her. Before her, our mechs kept falling, even their steel frames being shattered like rotten wood. Shakia, grab it. Go! An anxious voice urged from the communication. Then Shakia, let's begin. Blinded by the light, the space around her became blank and empty. After several sharp gasps, Qin regained consciousness. This was the strange dream that had troubled him earlier. I don't know why I still remember it so clearly. Could it have anything to do with my current situation? My mind was a little confused, but reality didn't give Qin any time to recover. Trum, attack! With Xian's command, the launch elevator catapulted the machine toward the ground at an extremely high speed. Qin had expected the immense G-forces to cause discomfort, but the reaction wasn't as severe as he imagined. Perhaps it was the protective suit, the ergonomic cockpit support that held him securely in place, and the fact that he was already in sync with the machine. Seconds later, an exit opened up on the streets of New Spring and Autumn City, and Trum was ejected from the ground. The machine's frame shook violently. If it hadn't been secured, it would have soared into the air. Reached a fixed position, able to visually observe the hungry ghosts, Preta. The staff in the command room were reporting the process in an orderly manner. That was a bit intense. Qin looked up and saw the humanoid monster, standing blankly a few blocks away. The surrounding artillery fire continuously pelted it, but it didn't seem to have much of an effect. A closer look revealed that the monster possessed an extremely abnormal resilience, and even the damage caused by gunpowder weapons was minimal, even faster than its self-repair speed. The machine detached, and the frame began to fold and retract. Qin, retract the frame. Prepare to operate the machine to move. Try. Ziyuan prepared to offer step-by-step instructions over the comms, but it seemed unnecessary. Trum took steady steps forward. Qin didn't pay much attention to anything, simply walking like normal, sending out the thought of walking, and then taking a few steps. Haha, it seems you can't compare to her in this regard. The director smiled at Ziyuan beside him. Hey, why was it so hard for you to train me back then? Ziyuan said with a wry smile. After all, this thing was originally hers, right? It was as easy as controlling one's own body. Ziyuan was right, this thing was much easier than driving. Rather than driving this thing, it felt more like transforming into a steel giant. And once Qin got on board, the fear she had felt was gradually overwhelmed by excitement. Asshole. You ruined my daily life. Qin decided to give this guy, Preta or something, a proper hello before approaching. Seeing that the military's artillery fire didn't seem to have much effect on it, she hoped this machine had some effective weapons. Just as she was thinking this, something like a weapons list appeared in her field of vision. It seems her body still remembers how to operate it. Ziyuan realized that any subsequent instructions were unnecessary. She had originally planned to teach Qin how to disarm the weapon's safety, and so on. At least, when she had planned to let her fly this machine, the various procedures were very complicated. No wonder back then, they had to bypass the machine's own authentication system and force external control. Thank you for your hard work back then. The director looked at Ziyuan. Don't worry, finding her to pilot it was the best thing. The helicopter unit's monster, known as Preda, waved its hand to ward it off. It was more agile than expected. The aircraft, unable to dodge, was struck by the giant hand and sent flying, crashing into the surrounding buildings, disintegrating into a ball of fire. Suddenly, a series of high-energy beams pierced the monster. Qin Yun activated Trum's weapon system. The monster stumbled and fell to one knee. This beam had a similar power to the one the monster had fired previously. The attack was effective, the communicator reported. The director smiled and nodded. As expected, Trum's weapons were far more effective than the gunpowder-powered and chemical weapons currently used on Earth. Strange, I think I know how to use these. Qin Yun realized he had a natural talent for this, aiming, locking, and firing in one go. And the power of this weapon should be enough to win. Ranged weapons included tracking shockwaves and photon missiles, while melee weapons included high-energy particle daggers. It seemed there weren't as many weapons as expected, but their power was still quite satisfying. Qin Yun didn't stand still and fire. She instinctively began to move at high speed. Other ground and airborne forces, receiving word of Trum's attack, began to support Qin Yun. As Trum began to sprint toward the monster, she simultaneously locked onto her photon missiles. Photon missiles erupted from the launcher behind Trum. These photon missiles were unlike current human missiles, which were rocket-propelled warheads. They resembled small particles of light, trailing dazzling trails, silently and deadly, flying at their enemies from various angles. Preda was half the height of Trum, and its large, lanky frame made it a prime target for the photon missiles. If it had previously been able to ignore the bombardment of gunpowder weapons, the power of the photon missiles would be enough to devastate it. The flames and mushroom clouds of the chain explosions engulfed the monster. The military officers and soldiers observing the battle were all dumbfounded. This single machine's combat power was equal to that of an entire division. No, even equal to their entire army. Were these strange weapons truly from Earth? Being able to suppress the monster in one fell swoop and end the battle would be the best. But this monster seemed to still have the strength to fight back. A purple glow emerged from the lingering smoke. Qin Yun, be careful. Ziyuan's warning pierced Qin Yun's eardrums. Even without being warned, Qin Yun could see it clearly. The purple beam streaked across the city again, leaving a dramatic burn mark on the streets. Chapter 6. The smoke and dust cleared, but Qin Yun's mecha was nowhere to be seen before the monster. Listening carefully, a roar could be heard from the sky. That one. A soldier providing support pointed upwards, and his comrades beside him took a closer look. A dark figure appeared in the sky above. It was Trum. Qin Yun had soared into the air at the critical moment. Qin Yun only remembered that she was about to catch the gushing energy beam with her face, and her mind instinctively tried to dodge it. She suddenly leaped up, unexpectedly leaping hundreds of meters. She even dug a large hole at the point of her jump. Although this was the result of the jet behind her, Trum's power still impressed Qin Yun. I think I overexerted. Because Qin Yun controlled the mecha as if it were her own body, the explosive force she experienced in an emergency was also reflected in the mecha. It seemed she would have to learn to control her strength better next time. The monster seemed to have noticed its target in the sky. It raised its head, as if preparing its next attack. But Qin Yun was already in the driver's seat, so how could he let it get its way? Qin Yun was still falling, but the hungry ghost could already see the energy gathering in its eyes. Will it be too late? Ziyuan scratched her nose anxiously. In the Spark command room, everyone was sweating at the sight of this scene, except the director, who remained calm. Supporting fire. Delay its movement. The army commander reacted, buying Qin Yun time. Thousands of cannons fired simultaneously, targeting the monster's head. Even though gunpowder kinetic energy weapons couldn't effectively damage it, the immense impact was enough to knock it off balance. Its massive body began to tilt under the barrage, and energy beams emanated from its head simultaneously. The military's reinforcements were a success. The beam grazed Qin Yun's body, and shot into the sky. The military unleashed a fierce barrage on the monster known as the Hungry Ghost. Qin Yun, still in midair and falling, also launched her next attack. Two hilts sprang from Trum's waist, their standard high-energy particle daggers. Crossing her hands, she drew the daggers and raised them high. Transforming into a body of steel, Qin Yun struck the monster's crown with a fierce blow, using the immense momentum of her fall. Ha! The flashing blade of the high-energy particle dagger pierced the monster's body. A green liquid spurted from the monster's wound. This was an effect the previous artillery attack had failed to achieve. It wasn't over yet. The immense impact pushed the particle daggers to continue tearing through the hungry ghost body. Even the strongest regenerative ability has its limits. Inflict enough damage at once, and we defeat it. The monster was cleaved in two, head and torso, collapsing between the tall buildings, gushing a torrent of dark green blood. Amidst the monster's remains lay Trum, his figure splattered with blood. To call it a fragment was a bit premature. The two halves of the monster were still twisting and turning. Qin raised her right hand again, and the energy cannon in her palm unleashed a barrage of homing lasers, completely blasting the hungry ghost before her into ash. Even Qin was surprised by her own decisive finishing blow. The underground command room erupted in cheers. After all, this victory marked the first time Svarg had officially faced the enemy they had been preparing for since their founding. The extent of their preparations remained unknown until today. "It's over," the director breathed a sigh of relief in the command room. "Just as planned. Amazing. Qin is a completely different person in combat." Ziyuan ruffled her hair. Witnessing Qin battle, she felt as though all her previous training in piloting the Trum had been for nothing. As a candidate pilot for the Trum, she hadn't been able to achieve the same human-machine rapport that Qin had. "Ziyuan, don't overthink it." The director turned and left the command room, patting Ziyuan's shoulder with a smile as he left. In the city, Qin stood motionless between the buildings. She needed a break. Ha. Qin felt as if green blood had been blown all over her face and body, and she gasped for breath with nervousness. Though nervous, Qin found she didn't feel the fear and nausea of her first battle as she had imagined. Logically, the current situation was far more disgusting than stepping on a cockroach in the bathroom. Moreover, she could subconsciously and fluently use these weapons, making the most appropriate choice for the most appropriate situation. What had happened to me? Was this the reason my father had chosen to send me to fight? Qin, enveloped in her steel armor, felt bewildered. The smoke of battle began to dissipate, and sunlight shone softly on Trum's armor. Next, it was time to talk to my father. A few days later, in the New Spring and Autumn City Hospital, Qin walked down the corridor, carrying a small bag. She seemed to be visiting someone. "Qin. You're here." As soon as Qin entered the ward, she heard a familiar voice. It belonged, of course, to Li Jie. "Oh, you must be Qin. I heard your daughter tell me about you." A middle-aged man was also sitting in the ward. Judging from his tone, he must be Li Jie's father. "Thank you for taking care of my daughter. You're her only friend in class now." "Ah. Hello, uncle. You're so kind. If you're talking about taking care of me, it's your daughter who saved me. I'm here to thank you." Qin politely shook hands with Li Jie's father. Qin placed the bag on the small table in Li Jie's hospital room. "This is the animated DVD you told me about last time. It's a limited edition." "Ah." Li Jie happily turned away from the window. She tried to stand up to grab the bag, but immediately sat back down. "Oh, so excited." She tapped her head self-deprecatingly, then lowered her hand and began to move, pushing her wheelchair towards Qin. "I no longer have legs." Li Jie scratched her forehead awkwardly. Before visiting Li Jie, the Svarg operator had informed Qin of her current condition. She had lost the area below her thigh while trying to save Qin. Qin didn't know what to say. Perhaps sometimes words are powerless. "You're so silly." Qin simply closed her eyes, gently lowered herself, and hugged Li Jie. "I don't understand you at all. You're suddenly so enthusiastic towards someone you only just met, then you keep asking me to listen to all sorts of incomprehensible things. And then you even foolishly saved me. Maybe I'd be fine if you didn't?" Listening to Qin's ramblings, Li Jie let out an embarrassed smile. "I might be silly. But haven't you always stuck to your own style, Qin? That open-minded, capable demeanor is something I've never been able to achieve." Li Jie expressed her admiration for Qin. But now, Qin knew she wasn't what Li Jie imagined. It was just that Li Jie didn't need to know her true self. Li Jie's previously somewhat troubling friendship now seemed precious to Qin. After all, after that day, not just them, but the entire human world had to learn to say goodbye to their once perhaps happy, yet sometimes sad, daily lives. Especially for Qin, this kind of daily life never existed in the first place. No one knew what the future would hold. The streets were still undergoing post-battle reconstruction and cleanup, and school had been closed for some time. Perhaps subconsciously, Qin viewed Li Jie as the tenuous thread connecting her to everyday life. "Okay, if you want to learn, I teach you." "Really?" "Yes." "Right now?" Li Jiayi's erratic personality put Qin Yun at a loss. Stop, stop, stop. Let's talk about it after you're discharged. It's a deal. Yes. The sun set. After visiting Li Jiayi, Qin Yun boarded a red sports car. It was clearly Ziyuan behind the wheel. Let's go home, Qin Yun, or I should call you Shakia. Chapter 7. Several weeks have passed since the attack by the mysterious monster-hungry ghost. The cleanup and reconstruction work in New Spring and Autumn City has been remarkably swift. Even high school classes have resumed. Qin Yun, would you like to have lunch together? A classmate invited Qin Yun. Oh, sure. Qin Yun seemed distracted. She stammered, as if startled awake. You seem preoccupied lately. But that's true of everyone. The classmate wasn't wrong. The attack a few weeks ago changed the world. Social media, among other things, was abuzz. The internet was abuzz with rumors of aliens and mysterious Earth creatures. In this day and age, everything spreads rapidly online. Heads of state convened emergency meetings, and for a time, the world was in turmoil. Many of my classmates, including me, had lost loved ones and friends in the attack. So, when classes resumed, the atmosphere was deeply subdued. Qin Yun, are your parents okay? At the dinner table, Qin Yun forced a smile and nodded in response to her classmate's concern. That's good. I will never see my mother again. The female classmate's words left everyone even more silent. Qin Yun simply stuffed her noodles silently. It was normal for a monster like that, like a natural disaster, to cause such a situation. The important thing was how to defend against the next attack. The army's attack didn't seem to have caused any damage to the monster. How did they manage to kill it in the end? A male student in the group tried to break the awkward silence. Don't you know? A video has leaked online, claiming the military has a secret weapon. Another bespectacled boy sitting across from Qin Yun took up the conversation. It looks like it was filmed on a cell phone by someone on the mountain, who didn't have time to evacuate. A giant robot appears, instantly dispatching the monster. Qin Yun glanced up at them. Really? So that monster isn't that scary after all? The girl sitting next to Qin Yun beamed. Qin Yun bit off a few noodles and said, that's only if we run fast enough. Qin Yun, you need to be more optimistic. The bespectacled boy smiled. Last time it was too sudden. I'm sure the government will be well prepared. Besides, there's no telling if this will happen again. That was the truth. Qin Yun's father, the director, had told her that from now on, the government would hand over full responsibility for preventing and repelling monsters to the SFARD Bureau. Naturally, the task of repelling them would fall to Qin Yun, piloting the Trum. As for whether there would be a next time, it wasn't a question of optimism or not, but rather a question of adequate preparation. Qin Yun's thoughts went back to a few weeks ago. After she defeated the hungry ghost, Ziyuan led her to the director's office. The office was spacious, with a large floor-to-ceiling window behind the desk. The director was waiting by the large window. Old man, are you ready to explain to me? Qin Yun asked directly without hesitation. Well, if I explain it now, I'd be responsible to you. The director gestured for Qin Yun and Ziyuan to sit down. Listen carefully, Qin Yun. Actually, I'm not your father. Qin Yun stared at the director in silence, the situation becoming awkward for a moment. Ahem. I thought you'd be more surprised. I'm listening. And then what? Qin Yun wasn't unsurprised, but everything that happened today was so groundbreaking that nothing seemed strange to her anymore. She felt she no longer had the energy to be surprised. Furthermore, while piloting the Trum, a series of unbelievable phenomena had occurred to her, and she was curious about what was going on, especially the strange memories that had flooded into her mind. The director took some time to explain everything. To prevent Qin Yun from feeling overwhelmed, he first told her what she should know. Your real name is Sakia. I assume you heard it before when you boarded the Trum. The director brought Qin Yun a cup of tea. Perhaps we should call her Sakia now. I heard it so many times that I thought it was the name of the machine's owner. Yes, the machine's owner is you. It needs your DNA to be fully activated. The director patted Sakia's shoulder. Then how did this thing end up in your hands? And I became an ordinary high school student. It was to protect you, and to prepare for today's attack. The director sighed. You lost your memory for some reason, and we're letting you be protected as a high school student. This machine is a long explanation. Shine glanced at the director. Let's show it to Shakia. Oh! The director gestured with his hand, and a holographic display rose from the desk. Above it was a translucent cube, encasing a glowing energy object. This is the root cube. It's the inspiration for the founding of our SFARD Bureau, and the target we must protect, the director began to explain. Sakia slowly put down her teacup, realizing that this seemed to be the key point. Your machine Trum also draws on its energy as a power source. Therefore, Trum's weapon system can use the power of the root to inflict substantial damage on that monster. I see. The director also mentioned that the monster codenamed Hungry Ghost that descended upon New Spring and Autumn City was specifically intended to seize the power of the root cube. In other words, as long as this object existed, further attacks would follow. New Spring and Autumn City was a battlefield city built on the grounds of the Svard base with government approval. This was why the citizens of New Spring and Autumn City had been conducting regular evacuation drills since they moved in. This place was originally intended to be a battlefield against monsters coming to seize the cube. What a rotten idea. Aren't the people here pathetic? Sakia frowned. It didn't sound like a good idea. The director explained that this was the first attack. For decades, governments had been skeptical of the Svard Bureau. Lacking evidence of a monster attack, they offered their assistance with skepticism, considering the magical energy of the root cube. As a result, the defense forces, weaponry, and equipment were not adequately prepared. This attack would fully understand the legitimacy and necessity of the Svard Bureau, and this would likely lead to greater unity among the nations. Tell me about me and my machine. Sakia had a vague understanding of the root cube. This is also related to the root power. The director walked behind his desk and pressed a few keys on the laser keyboard. The screen continued to change images. According to the director, Sakia and Trum were flung from the distant past into the present due to some reason within the root cube. And in the turbulence of time and space, Trum and Sakia were thrown into different times and places. The damaged Trum was discovered and recovered from the primeval forest by the newly formed Svard Bureau. They attempted to repair and test it using current technology. That was 20 years ago. As for Sakia, her brain was impacted during the time travel, and she lost her memory. She was secretly recovered by Svard Bureau operators. That was a week ago. Many of the combat actions after she boarded Trum were skills Sakia already possessed. Perhaps her mind had lost its memory, but her body still remembered. A week ago? What about all my memories of family and friends? Sakia felt a little irritated. She wondered who she was. That was fabricated for you by the Svard Bureau. The director could see the anger in Sakia's eyes. We reshaped your memories and personality to protect you. You need to survive in this era and fit in. After discussing it, we decided that fabricating your memories and sending you to school was the safest approach. You don't even know how old I am, and you just threw me into high school? Sakia sighed. Even now, I don't know my age. It's good that I look like a high school student, the director said with a smile. We can't keep you locked up in the freezer forever, can we? Shine added. Don't worry, you probably remember more of the past. Damn. So many misfortunes, I really am. Sakia chopped down her tea in frustration. She had always considered herself a polite, dignified, and well-educated lady. She hadn't expected all this to be fake. After piloting the Trum, or rather, after transforming from Qin Yun into Sakia, she hadn't expected herself to swear. Perhaps the Sakia of the past and the Qin Yun of the present had completely different personalities. For a moment, her mind was a blur. Even though she suddenly knew she was a different person, her memories of Sakia were still hazy. Perhaps that dream was a clue. To live as Sakia or as Qin Yun, it was a difficult choice. Chapter 8. Listening to the random chatter of the classmates around me, I finished my meal. I'm going home first. Qin Yun stood up, preparing to leave. If it were the Qin Yun of the past, or rather the preconceived Qin Yun, she might have tried hard to blend in with everyone, but now that she knew her true identity, she had no interest in chatting with these kids. Watching Qin Yun's departing figure, the boy with glasses seemed a little disappointed. Hey, it's so rare that you managed to get Qin Yun to dinner today, but I didn't expect her to leave first. You must be dumbfounded. The other boy beside him laughed. I'm telling you, you're still too young. It's too early for you to even think about hooking up with her. The remaining girl rolled her eyes at them. That's enough, you two, the girl said to the two boys who had started arguing. After class started, Li Jiai didn't show up, and Qin Yun was acting strangely. The two boys stopped and stood up, somewhat disappointed. Then, let's go back too. They also realized that after all, everyone would be scarred by that incident. Although, regarding Qin Yun, they had completely misunderstood. Qin Yun, or Sakia, her school life was a sham. Perhaps one more battle with that monster would mean she couldn't return. At least that's what she thought for now. Since that was the case, Her relationship with her classmates would be fine. Li Jiai. It was because she owed her so much. Qin Yun didn't really listen carefully in class, but she understood all this stuff. That's why she had no doubts about her former status as an excellent student. Now that she thought about it, it was probably because Shakia had learned all these things before. So Shakia must have been a top student. So, she couldn't be a high school student anymore. This director was really casual. It seemed the director was still holding back on the matter of Sakia. Qin Yun planned to ask him about it the next time she went to Svarg. Her memory recovery wasn't something she rushed, at least for now, having been attacked by a monster. After hearing the director and Ziyuan's accounts, she had no choice but to believe it. Qin Yun, sorry, it seems you have to leave school early today. During lunch break, the teacher found Qin Yun lying in the classroom. Someone's looking for you at the school gate. It seems urgent. They seem to be from the military. It was clear the teacher wasn't entirely sure. But Qin Yun immediately realized who was coming. She looked down from the window next to the classroom and saw a red sports car parked at the school gate. Qin Yun packed her things and left the classroom. The two boys who had invited Qin Yun to dinner in the cafeteria saw this. Hey buddy, something really happened at Qin Yun's home, didn't it? Look, after the teacher said a few words to her, she packed up and left, the boy with glasses said with some concern. I think next time you invite someone, you should probably comfort her first. His friend, the sturdy-looking boy, spoke thoughtfully. Qin Yun approached the sports car at the school gate, and Ziyuan opened the window. What's the big deal? I'm still in class. You really are getting into character. Hoo-hoo. Ziyuan smiled at Qin Yun. Isn't this what you guys came up with? By the way, we have a mission, Shakia. The attack came so quickly? Qin Yun, now she could call her Shakia, she was surprised and opened the car door and got into the back seat. Our mission isn't just about fighting. Cheyenne gestured for her to calm down. The sports car left the school gate and sped off. Speaking of which, Shakia, are you interested in trying it? Cheyenne suddenly asked as they sped along the ring road. What? Driving, Cheyenne replied. How about getting a driver's license sometime? Wow. Shakia was a little curious at the sudden question. You can try it sometime. In your car? You better start with a training car. What a joke. I can handle Trum, so a car is nothing. Shakia said confidently. That's not necessarily true. Entering the gate and exiting the highway, Cheyenne expertly turned onto a street and drove towards a classical building. Cheyenne parked the car in the parking lot outside the building and led Shakia inside. Why did you bring me to the library? Shakia recognized the place. It was a library in a certain district of New Chuanqiu City. It's just closer here. Cheyenne pressed the elevator button. Shakia looked at her in confusion. In the elevator, Cheyenne punched a series of numbers on the floor dial like a password. Shakia had never seen anyone press the elevator button like that, and at first she thought it was a prank. Suddenly, the elevator began to descend. The panel was dark, with no negative floors. Interesting. Shakia said nothing, just watched silently. The elevator descended a short distance and opened, revealing a passageway with the Svarg Bureau logo on the wall. At the end of the passageway was another elevator. The two of them took this elevator directly to Svarg's underground training grounds. It was bustling with activity. The technical team had already arrived, and even Trum had been transported here. Hey, your base is really well connected. Shakia glanced around, finding it quite interesting. It turned out that the technical department had called Shakia here today to further test and analyze the Trum's functions. They also wanted to have Shakia undergo regular combat training. Here's your training schedule. Cheyenne handed it to Shakia. No, what about school? Shakia looked troubled. Besides, school was already a bit busy, so wouldn't her evenings be occupied by this? Don't worry, training is only once a week. Today was just a special case. Cheyenne urged Shakia to use this opportunity to familiarize herself with the Svarg Bureau as much as possible. After all, from now on, this would be her primary base. Shakia, take your position. Thinking about completing the mission quickly and returning to rest, Shakia piloted the Trum to the training grounds. First walking, then running. Testing these basic controls, the technical staff were very excited. Because this was the first test where Trum had fully booted up using its own operating system. In other words, in the 20 years since Trum's discovery, all attempts to boot up and test the machine had been forced through external forces, like a puppet on strings. Only after Sakia arrived did Trum seem to come alive, its power and strength truly revealed. Okay. Now hop on one foot. Sakia did. Next, Try somersaults. Sakia did. Although the goal was to maximize its flexibility, even a body of steel would tire from performing difficult maneuvers. One could almost foresee the torment Sakia would endure today. Sakia, I pick you up after this. Good luck. Cheyenne said with a wry smile, preparing to leave. Hey! You actually left me. Be on your own, Sakia. Chapter 9. The test is over. I didn't expect the technical department to be so demanding. If it weren't for the director's call, I'm afraid they have asked me to dance Swan Lake. The thought of dancing with Trum was so beautiful. Shakia was exhausted. She slowly walked out of the practice field. Cheyenne, who was waiting outside, handed her a can of iced Coke. She quickly opened it and drank. Ha! Alive! Looks like you've been through quite a bit, Cheyenne said with a smile. Please don't mention it. Why do you look so predictable? It's okay. I've been through a lot too. Cheyenne spread her hands and said with a helpless smile. As Trum's backup pilot, she must have been through a lot. She took Shakia to the dressing room. Cheyenne told her that she could use the facilities anytime from now on. Shakia's fingerprints and face were already logged into the security system. After showering in the locker room bathroom and changing into her regular school clothes, Shakia felt as if she had returned to her identity as Qin Yun. Ziyuan drove Qin Yun through a shortcut, starting from the training grounds garage and weaving directly into the underground base, passing through a series of numbered tunnels. The final exit to the surface was, surprisingly, the underground parking garage at the shopping mall near Qin Yun's apartment. It was already dark, but Ziyuan still dutifully drove Qin Yun downstairs. Huh? I feel so sick all over. Qin Yun, after being driven home by Ziyuan, quickly threw herself on the bed. She had been tormented by the technical department all afternoon and felt much more exhausted than attending classes at school. She was so exhausted, she didn't even bother turning on the TV. Instead, she simply lay in bed, opened her phone, and streamed some videos from a video website. Soon, she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, the sunlight glared at her face. Qin Yun jumped up with a start and grabbed her phone. Oh no! I'm basically doomed to be late today. I was so tired after coming home last night that I forgot to set the alarm. Never mind, Qin Yun's personality was given to her by others. Ever since boarding the Trum, she hasn't taken some things as seriously as before. So what? Everyone has to worry about the unexpected, right? Finding an excuse to deal with it is fine. Just take your time and go to school. Thinking this way, she felt a little relieved. She went downstairs and bought 2 steamed buns, which she ate with soy milk as she walked. In the classroom, everyone should have been in class, but Qin Yun, a latecomer, entered and found that many others hadn't arrived on time. The teacher seemed distracted in his lecture, and when he called out to Qin Yun, who was late, he simply nodded. Qin Yun felt the atmosphere was strange. Come to think of it, she hadn't encountered the student on duty at the school gate this morning. Qin Yun. You're here. Looking up, she saw Li Jiai. She had arrived, wheeling a wheelchair. You've been discharged. Long time no see, Qin Yun whispered to Li Jiai. Why aren't so many people here today? The city government has made an exception, allowing all citizens to mourn or visit their family members who were killed or injured in the last attack. The notice was issued yesterday. Today marks the 1-month anniversary of the attack. So that's how it was. Qin Yun was in the middle of a drill yesterday, so she had no idea about this. Unknowingly, a month had already passed since the last actual combat. And judging by the sparse attendance, it was clear that the casualties from the attack still represented a significant portion of the population. Recalling the story the director had told her, Qin Yun felt bad for the citizens. They were practically sacrificial lambs. If only governments had trusted this FARD bureau a little more, things wouldn't be like this. Well, humans are always suspicious. Qin Yun glanced at Li Jiai again and secretly resolved that if the monster reappeared, she would kill it before it got close to the city. Thankfully, Li Jiai had arrived. It had been a month since she last saw her. She told her she didn't know she had a day off. So, Qin Yun was going to treat everyone to lunch. Hey, is this okay? Li Jiai scratched her head shyly. Because no one in my family is injured or in trouble, except me. It's only natural for me to be at school today. Li Jiai's train of thought was truly bizarre, leaving Qin Yun speechless. As a friend, it's only natural. You're welcome. Qin Yun didn't seem to care much about the reason. The two of them whispering in class was already quite obvious, but today the teacher seemed to be making a special exception, simply sighing at the two people chatting animatedly before continuing on. At noon, Qin Yun pushed Li Jiai's wheelchair to the cafeteria. Compared to the usual crowds, the cafeteria seemed deserted today. But that was just as well. Normally, Li Jiayi would have had someone buy her lunch and eaten it in the classroom. If possible, Qin Yun was willing to take care of Li Jiayi at school, considering she lost her leg because of her. This was a form of compensation, perhaps? Qin Yun asked Li Jiayi to find a seat while she brought her lunch. As she was about to leave after getting her lunch, she noticed two more people at Li Jiayi's table. Hi. It was the duo I had dinner with yesterday. The guy with glasses who was greeting me was Zhou Longsheng, and the dark, muscular guy with him was Bruce Chen, a mixed-race kid. Everyone usually called them Longsheng and Bruce. Can we sit here? Longsheng smiled awkwardly, his voice gloomy and unsure. Bruce was still nudging him with his elbow. He glanced at Li Jiayi. She seemed completely indifferent. So, he didn't care either. You two weren't here during class, so why are you here now? Qin Yun sat down next to Li Jiayi, right in front of Longsheng. We finished our work this morning, and we're thinking of coming to school this afternoon. Longsheng smiled sheepishly. Oh, so much for studying? Qin Yun began to eat absent-mindedly. Come to school to see if Qin Yun is here? Li Jiayi interrupted with a sly grin. Longsheng shuddered and nearly dropped his chopsticks. Bruce quickly averted his gaze. You. How dare you defame someone out of thin air? Longsheng's flustered tone couldn't mask his embarrassment. He. Li Jiayi observed the flustered duo in front of her with interest, chewing slowly. Jiayi, don't joke around. Qin Yun seemed unresponsive, simply reminding Li Jiayi calmly. Yesterday when we were having dinner, the atmosphere was rather melancholic. It's normal for classmates to worry about each other, right? Qin Yun looked at the duo and gave a generous, dignified smile. Oh, that's right. We're a little worried about our classmates, that's why. Longsheng and Bruce, waking up from their dream, chimed in. They secretly admired Qin Yun, who had the presence of mind to give them a way out even in such a situation. Such high emotional intelligence, worthy of the class goddess. Thank you, everyone. We all be fine. Yeah. Longsheng replied loudly. Perhaps none of the three, except Qin Yun, had grasped the meaning of Qin Yun's words. These words weren't just words of encouragement. They were meant more for Qin Yun herself. Their lives, in a sense, were in their own hands. Qin Yun was aware of Longsheng's subtle intentions. These adolescent boyish tricks felt completely exposed to her. It was quite amusing to tease him. Thinking about it this way, how old was she? Qin Yun sighed self-deprecatingly. Cherishing the present day, that was something Qin Yun, Sakya had to learn now. The next monster attack was sure to come, and she couldn't let her guard down. Chapter 10. Li Jiayi's return to school marked the return of the identity Qin Yun. Although she knew her connection to the mecha, and that she was a person named Sakya, Qin Yun was still confused about what to do next. Lately, her life had been quite regular, attending school on time, spending weekends at the training ground practicing tactics and various weapons. Qin Yun was a distinguished student, both academically and morally excellent, graceful and elegant, the envy of her classmates. Meanwhile, Sakya was Trum's pilot, shouldering a mission, and according to the director, had traveled from the distant past to the present. These two seemingly unrelated characters had now become one. In class, Qin Yun kept twirling her pen, seemingly distracted. Qin Yun, this question should be easy for you. Now, please answer it. Qin Yun hadn't noticed the teacher's attention had been directed at her. Oh. Glancing around, Qin Yun slowly stood up. Everyone looked at her, and it seemed many had noticed Qin Yun's distraction. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yun glanced at the problem on the blackboard. I see. After just one glance at this high school physics problem, the answer seemed to come to her mind naturally. Even if she was distracted, she felt as if she had already memorized the high school problem. Qin Yun sat down to the applause of her classmates. Qin Yun felt no joy at all, because she understood that this knowledge came from Shakia's mind. Who was Shakia before? To be honest, to this day, she still hasn't fully accepted that Shakia is herself. My amnesia is too exaggerated. Qin Yun, you were clearly distracted in class today, weren't you? After school, Li Jiayi was pushed by Qin Yun towards the school gate. On the way, Li Jiayi talked about what happened today. That's right. But you're amazing. Even with your distraction, you still managed to answer the questions smoothly. If I could be like you, getting into a prestigious university would be a piece of cake, Li Jiayi said enviously. No way, I can't even match your talent. To be honest, Qin Yun was also impressed when she saw Li Jiayi demonstrate her ability to hack into the school network, but she quickly stopped her. Given her reckless personality, she would probably be punished if the school found out. Hee. Li Jiayi scratched her head embarrassedly. Suddenly, she saw a familiar car at the school gate. Hi Qin Yun, I'm here to pick you up. It was Ziyuan. Is she your friend? I think I saw her when she took me to the hospital. Li Jiayi asked Qin Yun. Yes, it's me. Li Jiayi, are you okay? Ziyuan greeted Li Jiayi with a smile. Yeah. Li Jiayi replied with a smile. What are you doing here? It's only Thursday. Qin Yun began to have a bad feeling. Something's going on here. We have work to do. Ziyuan's words made Qin Yun's heart tighten. If you have anything to do, don't worry about me. My dad will be here to pick me up soon. Li Jiayi, noticing that the two seemed to have important matters, urged Qin Yun to leave first. Well, I'm sorry for today. Up until now, Qin Yun had been taking Li Jiayi to the school gate while she waited for her father's car to pick her up. It looked like she wouldn't be able to make it today. The sports car sped along the highway. It seems we're going somewhere a little different today. You figured it out, Shakia, Ziyuan said with a smile. The school has already requested leave for you. This time, we're going on a long journey. Qin Yun, now she should be called Shakia. She knew the direction of this road. It was the road to the military airfield. Director, we're here, Ziyuan reported to the director over the phone. The car stopped in front of a giant transport plane at the airport. Seeing the sports car stop, a row of waiting soldiers came forward to salute. Besides those wearing Svarg armbands, some wore UN uniforms. Wow, there's even a giant plane. Shakia followed Ziyuan out of the car, taking in the grand spectacle. It must be something big. I brought the Trum pilot with me. Let's go. Ziyuan stepped forward and saluted the officer, who greeted her at the warship. Understood. Being taken aboard a giant transport plane right after school was truly extraordinary. This transport plane was used to transport Trum, and was several times larger than an ordinary military transport plane. After Shakia boarded the plane, Cheyenne escorted her to a lounge. The lounge wasn't spacious, and a few soldiers were resting there. Where are we going? Shakia asked Cheyenne after she had finished changing. Seeing the tense expressions of the soldiers around her, she realized the seriousness of the situation. Perhaps another monster attack. Overseas. Cheyenne's answer made Shakia sigh. New Spring and Autumn City is an inland city, and reaching the sea would take at least 3 or 4 hours. It looked like this trip was indeed a long one. It was already dark outside. The transport plane was currently flying somewhere unknown. Cheyenne urged Shakia to take a nap during the flight, as they didn't know what kind of enemy they face, so conserving their energy was crucial. Even so, the noise from the plane made it impossible for Shakia to sleep. The soldiers in the lounge had already left for duty, leaving Shakia alone on her cot. She planned to go find Cheyenne. Leaving the lounge, she saw Cheyenne sitting in a chair in the airborne control room. Shakia called out to her several times, but she didn't respond. She walked over to the front, and saw that Cheyenne had already prepared an eye mask and earplugs, and was already fast asleep. You're the pilot of the Trum, right? Why are you here if you're not going to take a nap? A middle-aged officer-looking man walked in. I can't sleep. The noise is too loud. This was a problem. Forget sleeping. Even conversing on the plane was difficult. The transport plane's jet engine was overpowered for transporting a mecha like the Trum. Shakia communicated with the officer, practically speaking and gesturing. I see. I see. You came in a hurry, so it's natural you're unprepared. The officer pulled a new pair of earplugs and an eye mask from a drawer and handed them to Shakia. With these things, Shakia finally felt a sense of peace in her bed. As expected of military equipment, the soundproofing was excellent. Even the roar of a jet engine sounded like a car passing by downstairs. At sea, a fleet stood in full formation. A closer look revealed the flags of various countries flying across the fleet, suggesting an international joint operation. This fleet even included an aircraft carrier. It looked like this operation wasn't going to be easy. Captain, what's the situation at the target location? According to the sonar, the spatial coefficients are a bit disturbed, but there's no further activity. It looks like we still have time, Chief. The flagship's commander was speaking to Chief Svarg on the bridge, using the intercom. Tell all forces to remain vigilant. Trum and the pilot are on their way. That massive robot you're so proud of? The captain smiled. Don't underestimate the strength of our combined fleet of the world's top powers. This is unlike the scrappy troops you deployed during the attack on New Spring and Autumn City. I hope so. The chief replied calmly. The captain was right. Back then, when dealing with the hungry ghosts that appeared in New Spring and Autumn City, the forces Svarg could mobilize were very limited. But now, that the world has become aware of these monsters. They're taking them seriously. If the combined naval fleet can defeat the monster without Trum's help, that would be the best outcome. Let time reveal the answer. Chapter 11. The combined fleet was on high alert on the high seas, yet the surface was remarkably calm. The calmer it was, the more nervous the fleet's officers and soldiers grew. The destructive power and defensive capabilities unleashed by that monster's initial appearance were terrifying. All the officers and soldiers participating in the operation had watched internal footage of the previous attack, so they were well prepared this time. Even if the commander spoke eloquently in front of the director, it remained uncertain whether they could effectively kill the target this time. Fog. The fleet commander narrowed his eyes as he watched the sea surface encroaching with thick fog. He had seen combat recordings of monsters appearing at high altitude. When the pilots noticed the fog, the monsters quickly emerged from it. All ships, prepare for battle, he ordered decisively. Fighters, take off. The sonar repeatedly scanned the seabed of the designated target. Commander, the target area's spatial index is rapidly increasing. As he predicted, the observer immediately shouted, breaking through the critical point. A huge wave suddenly appeared on the sea. This was understandable, as a massive object had suddenly appeared in the sea. Sakia and Trum were en route. Would she be able to reach the battlefield in time? Then, a series of violent explosions echoed from the seabed. The sea surface suddenly became turbulent. Even the ships of the combined fleet, far from the explosion zone, began to pitch violently. But the officers and soldiers remained calm, for it was the depth charges pre-placed underwater that had taken effect. The monster's appearance would trigger the mines to explode. The first wave of attacks is working. Observers are monitoring the target's rapid ascent. The Air Force is in position. Okay. Spread out. All fleets, aim missiles and torpedoes at the target area. As expected of the commander of the combined fleet of the world's most powerful nation, his military proficiency and tactical planning were truly top-notch. A monster suddenly emerged from the sea. Through the high-powered telescope, it was a grayish-white creature resembling a starfish. It was indescribable, like a twisted creature from hell. Target has surfaced. 10 kilometers away. Fire! The latest cruisers and submarines from the world's major powers unleashed their full firepower in a coordinated attack unprecedented in history. In a sense, this was the ultimate manifestation of humanity's current combat power on Earth. Countless anti-ship missiles roared out. These missiles, capable of striking hundreds of kilometers, struck targets within a radius of only about 10 kilometers in an instant. Explosions spread across the distant monster. High above the sea, the transport plane received the signal that the battle had begun. Sakia was already in the cockpit, ready for action. Has it begun? This time, we're facing the UN forces. Let's see what they can do. Cheyenne sat outside the open cockpit. Cheyenne, I heard these monsters are all after the root cube beneath Svarg. Why are they going to sea this time? Sakia didn't seem to be concerned about the military's success against the monsters. Well, these monsters don't seem to choose where they appear. The question seemed to stump Cheyenne, and she tried to brush it off with an awkward laugh. I thought you knew everything. I'm not the director, that's all I know. Cheyenne smiled wryly. Not to mention Shakia, even a veteran operator like her didn't fully grasp this whole situation. But she believed things would become clearer over time. Having just joined, Cheyenne asked the director for more information about her organization, and the director readily provided it. However, Cheyenne found herself even more confused. She found herself unable to understand the information the director provided. Well, when that day comes, your generation will slowly understand, the director said. Is there such a thing? Shakia listened to Cheyenne's description and wondered when she could take a look at the information herself. Perhaps it could be related to Shakia? Attention all units, reaching the target sea area. An announcement rang out from the transport plane. Alright, get ready to go. Cheyenne patted the cockpit and stood up. Shakia also prepared to establish a neural connection. The sortie order is cancelled. I repeat, the sortie order for Trum is cancelled. Huh? The announcement stunned both Cheyenne and Shakia. Not only them, but the other crew members, who were already prepared, also expressed confusion. Although it may be a bit abrupt, this is the request of the Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, the announcement continued. This aircraft is now preparing to follow the fleet to the port city. To rendezvous at the military base in Daegang. What the hell? Cheyenne and Shakia exchanged glances. Looks like we only know when we get there. Shakia sighed and emerged from the cockpit. At the military base in Daegang City, the transport aircraft's airfield was next to the naval port. Perhaps this was the first time so many warships from various countries had docked here simultaneously, akin to a fleet review. The naval port was bustling with activity at night. "Hello, I'm Commander Mike Ansel of the Combined Fleet." "Hello, sir. I'm Fujiwara Cheyenne of the Svarg Bureau." In the naval port, troops from the Svarg Bureau and the UN Navy met on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Shakia followed Cheyenne. After hearing Cheyenne's self-introduction to the commander, she realized she was a foreigner. To Qin Yun, of course. However, her fluent local dialect didn't make Qin Yun think much of it. After all, since the Svarg Bureau brought together talent from around the world, this was probably normal. It was said that the monster had been destroyed by the Combined Fleet. This also shocked Cheyenne greatly. While this was a good thing, Cheyenne was deeply concerned about whether the opposing commander would be careless. "Don't worry, your director also learned the news, and he said the same thing. I understand what you're saying. This is humanity's first encounter with this thing after all." Commander Mike took a drag on his cigar and spoke slowly. "I can guarantee that even if it returns, we smash it to pieces once again." "Alright, I want to see your combat footage," Cheyenne said, making the first move. "Not a problem. Then we also take a look at your mobile weapon." It seems that for a commander from the world's leading military power, he's surprisingly devoted to weapons. Fortunately, the director had instructed them before departure that if the military was curious about the mecha, they could come and see it. That way, they have a plan for how to deal with Cheyenne. As for Shakia, she was placed on standby inside the transport plane. Indeed, it would be best if the attacking monsters were eliminated by military forces. At least she had less trouble. Perhaps today's trip was in vain, but it wasn't a loss. With this thought, Shakia disembarked from the transport plane, asked a soldier at the base for instant coffee, and began brewing it. Suddenly, a number of soldiers entered the hangar, striding toward Shakia. "What are you doing?" Shakia's hand, holding the coffee, paused midair, brows raised as she glared at them. "Could that be the robot in here?" "We got permission to take a look," the leading soldier asked excitedly. "So, they were here to visit." Excuse me, are you the pilot?" The soldiers gathered around eagerly, chattering at once. Actually, there was no need to ask, as Shakia was still in her pilot's uniform. The soldiers surrounded Shakia, asking her all sorts of questions, creating a lively atmosphere. It seemed the only option was to show these curious soldiers around. Chapter 12. Excited soldiers rushed into the hangar and surrounded Shakia. They asked curious questions. "How did you become its pilot? The training must have been tough." A soldier asked with a hearty laugh. "Well, it's actually not that bad. Hee hee." The interview suddenly turned personal with Shakia, and she was a little caught off guard. Before Shakia could finish, another soldier approached. "What's the horsepower of this robot?" "Well, I'm not sure." Such a question would surely be easily answered by the technical staff. One after another, curious faces approached Shakia, and she could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. "Well, it's a good thing everyone's so enthusiastic. Anyway, let's go inside and take a look." Cheyenne must have brought her this large group of people. Shakia sighed, exchanging a glance with the transport pilot beside her. Now the task of receiving this influx of soldiers fell on her and the crew. After sending a group of officers and soldiers to Sakia for a viewing, Xiwan naturally received the combat footage she had acquired through her trade. She also sent a copy to the director. The small terminal used within Swagger was incredibly convenient. It looked like a cell phone, but its data processing capabilities were incredibly powerful. "Have you all finished watching it?" After they finished watching the footage together, the director sent another message. "I finished watching it," Xiwan replied. "Xiwan, stay alert. There's something amiss with this thing." "I understand." Cheyenne understood. Because, under the missile bombardment, the object had at first glance been blasted into fragments, but none of those fragments had risen to the surface. It was truly bizarre. After receiving the soldiers, it was already late in the morning. Shakia, who had been in class the day before and had only slept an hour or two on the plane, was already exhausted and could barely stand. After the soldiers left, she practically fell asleep on the bed in the plane lounge. The previously bustling military port gradually fell silent. After a good rest, Cheyenne and Shakia were about to embark on their return journey. This would naturally be the best outcome. But reality didn't allow for that. Shakia was awakened by the continuous sound of alarms, her head still groggy. Daybreak had already arrived, and she didn't seem to have gotten enough sleep. She pulled out her phone to check the time. It was 9 a.m. Before she could even get up and take in the situation, the lounge door flung open. As expected, it was Cheyenne. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked like she'd just gotten out of bed in a hurry, barely managing to tidy herself up. "Shakia, prepare for attack." "What's going on?" Shakia asked sleepily. "Cleaning up the army." Cheyenne pulled Shakia up from her bed. Luckily, Shakia had slept in her skimpy flight suit last night. Just in case, Shakia had been on the safe side. As they passed the transport plane window, Cheyenne pointed in the direction of the port. "Look over there." Following Cheyenne's finger, Shakia saw thick smoke billowing from the port, and the naval base was in chaos. The UN fleet, caught by surprise, was thrown into disarray. Without warning, several Aegis cruisers were severed in half and dragged into the sea. Flashback to 10 minutes ago. The commander of the combined fleet was leisurely enjoying breakfast aboard the flagship when a sudden explosion nearly knocked him and the officers around him to the ground. His military instincts told him they were under attack. He quickly shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Before his lieutenant could contact other departments, a scene unfolded before their eyes that would be unforgettable. Several gigantic tentacles extended from the sea where the ships were anchored, entangling several distant ships. The armor and hulls twisted with immense force, emitting a terrifying, piercing sound. Fuel leaks, contacting electrical circuits, instantly erupted into a raging fire that raged through the hull. The crew, with screams of terror from the depths of their souls, poured out from the ship's cabins. Some attempted to lower lifeboats, but before they could, the ship broke in two and was violently dragged under by the tentacles. The soldiers and crew who fell into the sea never saw them resurface. The commotion sent the entire naval port into an uproar. The commander hurriedly ordered a first-level combat readiness. Alarms blared, and the warships quickly launched, firing their clothes and weapon systems at the tentacles still dancing on the surface. However, tentacles also emerged from beneath other warships. Firepower within the naval port also began targeting the tentacles in the sea, but soon more tentacles emerged from the shore. These tentacles even reached the warehouses storing weapons, vehicles, and ammunition. Within minutes, the naval port was nearly destroyed. In just a moment. What the hell is this monster? The enemy was on the seabed, evading sonar detection. The ocean might be this monster's home turf. The commander made a difficult decision. Abandon ship and land. The commander of the United Nations Combined Fleet, having fled shambling to the command center on land, found Cheyenne, her hair still a little disheveled but fully dressed, and her Svarg Bureau operators. "Svarg Bureau, you guys. What are you doing? What about the promise to blast the monster to pieces?" Cheyenne's face was expressionless, her eyes, slightly baggy from lack of sleep, staring intently at the fleet commander. "That's what we were going to do." The commander seemed about to say something, but Cheyenne spoke first. "How arrogant. With these junks?" Cheyenne pointed out the window at the warship, which was toppling over and being dragged into the water. "We called for backup. The nearby troops will be here soon. Report to the commander. Tentacles are not only in the naval port, but also in the city. The damage is spreading." In the command room, the communicator accessed the city's surveillance footage. "Please give instructions." The cold sweat dripping down the fleet commander's cheeks betrayed his panic. "How is this possible? Why are there suddenly so many? Are they all monsters? Are they new ones? Commander, send Trum to attack." The director's communication suddenly interrupted. "It's you. Cheyenne, go assist Sakia. Leave this here to me." The director was as trustworthy as ever. "Yes." Cheyenne hurried out of the command room, brushing past the fleet commander. The director now had a private meeting with the commander. "Commander, the next matter requires our mutual cooperation. We have no intention of stealing or concealing the outstanding achievements of the combined fleet. I'm sure you understand that." "I get it. Our army will cooperate with you." The fleet commander sighed, wiping his forehead repeatedly with a handkerchief. "You're welcome. We're cooperating with you." The director skillfully saved the commander's face. Chapter 13. A swarm of tentacles, seemingly from a shadowy source, suddenly ravaged the city of Hyangang. People, who were just about to go about their daily lives as usual, were frozen in silence before this nightmarish scene. With the previous attack on New Spring and Autumn City in mind, a sudden sense of gloom seemed to overwhelm the people. Run! The farther the better. What should have been a peaceful, ordinary morning had turned into a hell of panic and flight. However, the tentacles this time seemed to lack significant lethality. Perhaps because they emerged from the sea, areas far from the coastline seemed out of their range. Citizens who had fled to the mountains watched in shock as the tentacles emerged from the sea and settled on the coast. "Commander, the tentacles in the city seem to be retreating. This This is a good thing. The commander of the UN fleet was also puzzled. Sakia, take position, observing the target now. Behind the hills on the coast, Sakia, piloting the Trum, half submerged in the shallow water, peered out to observe the city. The telescope on the Trum's monitor was incredibly powerful, and Sakia found it incredibly easy to use. It was like she had it inside her eye. Also, the Navy's sonar doesn't seem to be picking up anything special. What are these tentacles? Giant tentacles were rampant along the coast, yet the Navy hadn't detected their approach. Surely, tentacles this large couldn't have grown out of thin air. Cheyenne began her tactical instructions in the command room at the naval base. Sakia, be careful beneath the surface. Watch for any suspicious activity. Cheyenne, the tentacles on the surface seem to be retreating. Are they retreating? If the tentacles retreated quickly, leaving only the ruins of the naval port and the coastal city behind, what's the situation at sea? Can you track the enemy? The commander, standing with Cheyenne, hurriedly asked. No target. Still no large object in the sea. This result made both the commander and Cheyenne gasp. Sakia, did you hear that? I heard. This thing's a little strange this time. The troops were paralyzed, and the tentacle monsters that had attacked the port suddenly vanished. Faced with this strange situation, Sakia carefully dived into the shallows, trying to find any clues. Trum's eyes allowed for a clear underwater observation. Underwater visual search hasn't revealed any large objects either. Sakia reported, pondering. She had always felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Are the flora and fauna on the seafloor truly so lush? Shakia stepped cautiously forward, step by step, on the seafloor. Something was amiss. Shakia noticed that the flora and fauna where she had previously landed were now merging like mercury, avoiding her feet. Yes, both the flora and fauna were merging, then dispersing. Xiuan, I don't think those creatures have left. Shakia's report came over the communicator, but was quickly drowned out by the noise. What did you say? Shakia? Commander. A large object has suddenly appeared in the sea. The sudden reaction from the underwater sonar sent the communicator into a state of panic. Damn it! What the hell is this monster? The commander of the combined fleet clenched his cap in his hands. What was happening was beyond common sense. A sudden, massive wave erupted in the sea, and the monster, previously thought to have been destroyed by the fleet's missiles, rose from the shallows. It had regained its starfish-like form, and countless tentacles extended from its body, wrapping around Shakia and lifting her into the air. Enemy form identified, codenamed Water Eater. It's not very mobile on land, so we can exploit this weakness. The director's voice interrupted. Commander, it's up to us to deal with this thing. Cheyenne glanced at the fleet commander, who was wiping his sweat. Yes, I'd love to finish it off on land too. Shakia drew her dagger, severing the tentacles that had entangled her, and successfully freed herself. Standing firmly in the shallows, she regrouped. But those citizens haven't evacuated yet. Isn't this putting me in a difficult position? Shakia hesitated to come ashore because she didn't want to cause heavy casualties. Because this wasn't New Spring and Autumn City, there weren't any safe havens. Unprepared for such an attack, the entire city, from top to bottom, was in a state of panic. Tell the remaining active troops to evacuate the citizens immediately. By then time. The commander was still a soldier after all, and he wondered what the remaining active troops could do. Shakia tried her best to attract the Water Eater's attention and engaged it in a battle in the sea. The close-range bombardment of photon missiles shattered part of the monster's body, allowing Shakia to finish it off with her ion dagger. Unexpectedly, the remaining part of the monster that had fallen into the sea transformed into tentacles again, tightly binding Shakia's hands and feet. What a powerful force! Sparks began to fly from Trum's hands and feet. Sakia herself felt the pain of her limbs being twisted off. So this neural link system can also transmit damage. It seems this thing isn't as safe as imagined. Given this situation, she couldn't be too reckless. Sakia decisively switched from advancing to retreating. She severed the tentacles and quickly distanced herself from the attacker. The shattered part of her body slowly merged back into the Water Eater. Cheyenne, did you see that? Sakia gasped. This thing will split. The Water Eater's tentacle shot out at Sakia, and she quickly dove into the sea to escape. That's right. Not only that, but its fragments can mimic the flora and fauna of the seabed, mimicking as they advance. Underwater, Sakia confirmed her suspicions. The fragments from before were still mimicking, moving towards the main body. Is that why we didn't find it? The commander and Cheyenne exchanged a glance. Also, any explosive attack will cause it to split. This thing is different from the hungry ghost we encountered before. Sakia struggled with her foe in the water, repeatedly slashing its tentacles and slicing its body with her dagger, but these things were like fluid, unable to cause any substantial damage. The powerful beam cannons and photon missiles were ineffective, and close combat alone was indeed very difficult. Compared to the tough and sturdy creatures like the hungry ghost, this one was like a stream, embodying the principle of using softness to overcome hardness. How do we defeat it? Sakia couldn't help but feel anxious. Movement in the sea wasn't very agile, and 2 daggers alone wouldn't be enough to harm this creature. The monster's tentacles had already left numerous scars on Sakia, and cracks had appeared on the Trum's fuselage. The monster's tentacles, capable of easily damaging Trum's armor, seemed to be more than simple physical attacks. They seemed to have something like a high-energy particle blade at their tips. Hold on, Shakia. 5 minutes left. In 5 minutes, all citizens will be evacuated. Then lure it ashore. 5 minutes. Cheyenne reminded her. Hold on. At least Shakia had a good idea. So dealing with this seafood for 5 minutes wouldn't be a problem. Just as she was thinking this, the monster suddenly dove into the water, its tentacles extending from its body enveloping Shakia and charging deep into the ocean. It seemed Shakia had underestimated its mobility in the sea. Even without its camouflage, this creature's speed in the sea was astonishing. Perhaps sensing Shakia and her companion's tactics, the monster was ready for a quick victory. Severely restricted in the sea, Shakia began to panic. She slashed frantically at the tentacles that had engulfed her. Unfortunately, those tentacles would grow back even after being cut off. And so, she was dragged towards the deep sea at breakneck speed by the water-eating ghost. Chapter 14. Without warning, the monster lunged at Shakia, dragging her from the shallow waters toward the continental shelf. No matter how Shakia struggled, she couldn't break free from its grip. As a last resort, she could only fire a photon torpedo, blasting the water-eater to smithereens and freeing herself. But that would just allow it to escape again, and there was no telling when it would reappear and attack again. According to the director, these monsters were heading for the root cube beneath New Spring and Autumn City. If it entered through the sewers or something, everyone would be doomed. What to do? She was clearly in a dilemma. If she didn't act quickly, Shakia would be the first to die. She couldn't care less. She decided to unleash all her firepower, blasting the monster to pieces first. But the expected explosion didn't come. It turned out that Trum's missile bay was tightly entangled by the tentacles, and couldn't be opened. Shakia couldn't help but panic. Strictly speaking, she was still Qin Yuan. Her memories of being Shakia hadn't yet returned, and her current combat skills were limited to the few that her body could remember. In other words, Shakia was currently capable in favorable situations. However, if she were to find herself in a disadvantageous situation, she would struggle to turn the tide. Ziyuan! Help me! She cried. Is external help the only hope now? Hurry, cut the tentacles with your knife. Ziyuan nervously gripped the microphone. No! It's too tight. I can't move. Ziyuan, get the transport plane to catch up. Use the external weapons. The director's voice brought hope to the two. Yes. Scramble the transport plane. Chase the enemy. Cheyenne quickly gave the order. Director, I never heard of external weapons. After giving the order, Cheyenne asked the director curiously. The director's face flickered across the video link. Sparg's technical department always loves to stir things up, you know. Sparg's transport plane scrambled. According to the director, it was carrying a freezing bomb, still in the experimental stage. It hadn't been unloaded during the previous test, but it was unexpectedly put to use today. Thankfully, the monster's speed in the sea was much slower than that of an airplane. The transport plane quickly flew over the monster. A small launch port extended from the front of the plane, and several missiles, resembling ordinary missiles, were launched. A series of explosions immediately erupted from the monster in the shallow water. Hit the target. Thank goodness this thing didn't dive too deep with Shakia in its clutches, or we wouldn't have been able to hit it. Cheyenne worried for Shakia. The monster's movement slowed, its body gradually covered in ice. Sakia knew the director's new weapon had worked. She quickly struggled against the tentacles, which were beginning to loosen, and finally freed herself. Huh? I thought I was going to die. Sakia, don't let up just yet. Drag this thing to shore. The citizens have been evacuated. The director's resolute tone reassured Sakia. 5 minutes had already passed while she struggled. Yes. But a thing this big. Can you drag it? You have to trust Trum's power. Indeed, this creature was much lighter than the hungry ghost from last time. Perhaps because it was similar to a mollusk, it seemed to float in the water. After trying to drag it a bit, Sakya discovered that it was much lighter than it looked. Especially, it could even float on the surface. Trum, at full power, was actually able to fly in midair. With this, Sakya placed the water ghost half in the sea and half in the air, flying back towards the coastline dozens of kilometers away. With a loud bang, Sakya dropped the monster back near the harbor. Since it was already in ruins, it was a suitable battlefield, and the military had approved it. The air support the commander had called and had already arrived over the city. A group of the most advanced fighter jets flew over Trum's head. Sunlight shone on the ruins, but the freezing effect was fading as the temperature rose. The water ghost had regained some mobility, and began to cling to a small hill, struggling to escape to the sea. Cheyenne! What should I do now? Should I open fire? Shakia looked at the trembling, wriggling monster before her, a little anxious. If she opened fire rashly, it might split into countless clones and escape, which would be troublesome. Go ahead, Shakia. On land, this thing is just a chicken. The director's firm voice echoed in Shakia's ears. At this moment, the director was more in control of the situation than Cheyenne. Then it was better to obey than to be respectful. After being pinned down and beaten by this not-so-powerful creature for a long time, Shakia was filled with anger. Trum's photon missiles and tracking beams unleashed full force. The Air Force, having received the order to open fire, also launched missiles in succession. The water-eating monster was blasted into icy fragments as it squirmed. The small hill it rested on was flattened as well. This time, its fragments didn't move flexibly. Having suffered the previous setbacks, Shakia didn't let her guard down even after firing all her weapons. She carefully examined the monster's remains. Look! Under the scorching summer sun, the fragments twisted, thinned, and brittle. Like dried squid fillets, they rapidly dehydrated and withered. It's over. Huh? The fleet commander sighed in relief, wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. It seems so. Cheyenne sighed. Her gaze shifted from Shakia on the monitor to the director beside her. The director nodded and smiled at her. Shakia, breathing heavily, knelt on one knee. She was exhausted today. Through Trum's eyes, she watched as the surrounding soldiers began to gather, watching the monster's body wither and thin, finally becoming a cracked dust that drifted away in the wind. This was good, saving the trouble of cleaning up the battlefield. Thus, the combined fleet and the Spark Bureau's mission were complete. At their farewell, the fleet commander seemed less arrogant than before. He politely treated the Spark Bureau operators, including Cheyenne and Sakya, to a naval meal. Finally, Sakya and her companions, saluted by the Navy soldiers, boarded a transport plane for their return journey. The next steps would be for the director to arrange with the United Nations. It seemed that after this commotion, more countries around the world would increase their city defense levels. This time, the Spark Bureau finally made a public appearance. It seemed the director's previously mystical approach would have to change. A few days later, Sakya, as expected, saw the mainstream media's version of events in her home news report. The United Nations Joint Fleet, along with the United Nations Emergency Security Agency SFARG, had successfully repelled the monsters that emerged from the sea. A helpless smile played on Sakya's face. Since this incident, major cities in major countries around the world have begun enacting urban security and defense laws to prepare for emergencies. Back in New Spring and Autumn City, Sakya's academy life continued. Here, she was Qin Yun. Monsters are attacking again. What are they? Aliens or underground creatures? Humanity is suffering divine retribution for its environmental destruction. And so on. Online and in various media outlets, the topic of monsters became increasingly heated, overwhelming. Excitement mingled with panic. Modern people, idle yet suffocated by the pressures of survival, naturally had all sorts of opinions when faced with such events. Many groups even brought the topic up to the topic of animal protection and human self-criticism. Qin Yun, what do you think about those monsters? I didn't expect new species to appear. At school, students were naturally discussing these topics. Li Jiayi asked her. I don't know. But I don't think they're animals. Li Jiayi saw a complicated look in Qin Yun's eyes. And so it was. When Qin Yun faced those monsters, she felt a chilling, indescribable malice piercing her soul. In short, this was not how one should feel when facing a living creature. Perhaps this feeling came from Shakia's memories. Qin Yun's intuition told her that Shakia must know the details of those monsters. Haha, that's a rare answer. Huh? As if you faced them directly. Qin Yun was startled. But Li Jiayi didn't turn around. Don't be ridiculous. Li Jiayi sat in her wheelchair, gazing out the window of the school corridor. She and Qin Yun had a mundane, everyday conversation. But within this mundane reality, human history had already embarked on a path of confrontation with the hostility emanating from the primordial abyss of the universe, with no turning back. But seeing Li Jiayi and the others, Shakia felt that she at least had a reason to fight. Shakia herself didn't know how much longer she could continue living on campus under the alias Qin Yun, protected by the Svarg Bureau. Chapter 15. Unlike the drastic shifts in public opinion and the situation, students at school continued to live their lives. Longsheng and Bruce were a playful pair, always restless. Qin Yun wasn't annoyed or disliked them, but she felt her mindset was rather old-fashioned, unable to respond effectively to Longsheng's overflowing, simmering affection, the kind only found in adolescent boys. Qin Yun, the Guardian's new film is out this week. Let's go see it together tonight. I bought tickets. It's Friday anyway. That day, during a break, Longsheng stopped Qin Yun at the corner, outside the classroom, as she was pushing Li Jiayi to the cafeteria. Qin Yun watched Longsheng, who spoke through a cold sweat, and smiled bitterly. Of course, she noticed Bruce peeking around the corner. She could clearly see him cheering his good friend on. This was the spirit of youth, after all. I wonder what Shakia would think of them if her memories still existed? Qin Yun glanced at the tickets Longsheng held out to her, then exchanged a glance with Li Jiayi. Li Jiayi, however, gave him a look of, "It's up to you whether you go or not." "Never mind, since it's just about going to the movies and having some fun, why not? I've been a little tired lately. Seeing a movie isn't a bad idea. Just let Ziyuan know first." "Okay, that's settled." Qin Yun took the tickets Longsheng handed her. Longsheng was surprised by Qin Yun's straightforward agreement, and was stunned for a few seconds. "Congratulations." Li Jiayi winked at him. After saying goodbye to Longsheng, Qin Yun could hear Bruce's voice behind him, loudly encouraging him as he walked down the stairs. "Are all boys like this?" Li Jiayi seemed to have little experience interacting with boys. "Yeah. They were good friends, after all." This statement was likely based on Shakia's vague memories. After all, Qin Yun's own brief recollections contained no information about interactions with the opposite sex. However, judging by her unwavering response to the boys' advances, Shakia must have been a seasoned person. There were no setbacks when asking Ziyuan for instructions. "That's great. I had thought Svarg would have to put in some effort." Ziyuan told Shakia to live her life with confidence. As long as she wasn't on a mission, she was free. After school that afternoon, Qin Yun waited at the school gate, as Longsheng had requested. "Then, Li Jiayi, you should go home today." "Well, Qin Yun, have fun." As she said goodbye to Li Jiayi, she turned around and saw Longsheng and Bruce. "Hey, let's go." Longsheng seemed to have even spritzed his hair with hairspray, looking a bit better than his usual bespectacled look. While he wasn't as reserved as he had been at noon, he still had his usual frail demeanor. "I be leaving now. You two have fun." Bruce patted Longsheng generously, and then walked off. The pedestrian street was about a 20-minute walk from the school, and since they'd been sitting all day, Qin Yun suggested walking. It was a good opportunity to see what Longsheng had to say along the way. "Hey, thank you for accepting my invitation today." Longsheng was still relatively proactive in opening up the conversation. "You looked reserved at noon. Could it be Bruce's advice?" Qin Yun replied. Yes, so I haven't prepared anything yet." That's fine. I just been needing a break lately." Qin Yun walked beside Longsheng, flicking her hair. "Anyway, just stick with your usual ways. Don't be so reserved." Longsheng smiled sheepishly at Qin Yun's reminder. He also noticed that what set Qin Yun apart from the other girls in his class, and even in his grade, was a mature charm, a relaxed, older sister-like air. Her mannerisms were unlike those of those little girls, who lived in their own fantasies. When interacting with a boy like him, who wasn't good at chatting with people, let alone with the opposite sex, she would proactively try to accommodate his feelings. "Thank you, you're really considerate," Longsheng praised. As they walked, Qin Yun realized through their conversation that Longsheng was actually quite a person. Perhaps, like Li Jiayi, he wasn't very good at socializing, which was why he seemed so hesitant. Furthermore, his good friend Bruce's approach was completely different from his, so some of the tactics he taught him seemed strange to him. Longsheng had always been quite interested in current affairs. He had been following the 2 incidents of destruction caused by unidentified creatures this year. "Oh, I really don't know what our world will become like next. I think there will be even more of those monsters. Isn't that something the leaders of all nations should be considering?" "Yes, but I just have a feeling that our species has embarked on a path of no return." Qin Yun had thought this too, though she had initially thought she was the only one. and her current job was to stop the march of destruction on this path of no return. Furthermore, the director probably held even more secrets. Because when dealing with the water ghosts, the director seemed to have discerned the enemy's weaknesses. You're thinking a lot. Qin Yun's words sounded like a hidden meaning to Long Sheng. Don't insult me. Maybe I just read too many science fiction stories. Not really. I think you're thinking more deeply than others. This is truly a crisis for all of humanity. We all stand to lose a lot. How far can I go? Qin Yun rested her finger on her chin, her expression growing serious. When the topic came up, Long Sheng noticed that Qin Yun's demeanor changed. From the usually dignified and calm persona everyone saw, she became a bit melancholic. Sorry, I think I gotten off my chest. Let's go eat first. Long Sheng decided to end the conversation. It would be troublesome if he upset the woman he admired. Before they knew, they had arrived at the steakhouse on the pedestrian street. The dinner was delicious. Long Sheng must have researched Qin Yun's tastes long ago. He hadn't expected this silly boy to be so attentive. Qin Yun didn't know much about the Guardians movie series, but that was understandable. Qin Yun's memories were all recent. What was this movie about? Qin Yun asked Long Sheng while they were eating. It's about a superhero protecting humanity battling a dark force from the universe. How was it? Did you like it? Long Sheng handed Qin Yun a piece of meat. Qin Yun hadn't seen it, so it wasn't a question of whether she liked it or not. Since someone recommended it, it didn't hurt to give it a try. It's okay if you haven't seen it. Let me give you a brief overview. It's okay. Just eat your food first. Be careful not to choke. Qin Yun interrupted Long Sheng, who was about to speak, still stuffed with food. Okay. Realizing he almost lost his composure, Long Sheng blushed. This restaurant's food is pretty good. I might bring Li Jiai, Ziyuan, and the others there next time. At least now, in this era, Qin Yun has another person who's a little closer to her besides Li Jiai. Speaking of which, Qin Yun, you usually seem quite rushed. You leave school so quickly after school. And sometimes you even ask for leave. I often see a woman in red driving to pick you up. Is she your sister? Long Sheng's question was a difficult one to answer. Qin Yun was stunned by the sudden question, and the food stopped at her lips. Chapter 16. In the cinema, a wonderful show was playing on the screen, and Qin Yun felt as if she were in another world. Perhaps the last time she enjoyed such entertainment was something only Shakia could remember. It was quite worth it to go out with Long Sheng today. Although she had only just arrived in this era, at least the director had managed to build a solid foundation of common sense into her fabricated memories. Or perhaps it was because Shakia had also seen movies, but in any case, she could naturally join in the fun, which was truly a blessing. During dinner, Long Sheng asked about Cheyenne. After a moment's thought, Qin Yun simply told him that she was an assistant at her father's workplace, responsible for taking care of her daily life when he was busy. After all, that was indeed the case. My father is a soldier, so he's rarely home. Long Sheng was naturally delighted by his goddess's honesty. Yes, that's right. I was saying, that woman had a very military vibe. Alright, Long Sheng, you shouldn't ask any more questions. I can't tell you even if you press me. Qin Yun sipped her tea, thinking to herself. Thankfully, Long Sheng tactfully changed the subject, or perhaps, he didn't find the answer inappropriate. Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yun was entitled to enjoy her own entertainment, but Ziyuan wasn't on vacation. At Svarg headquarters, Ziyuan was in the conference room, reviewing the previous battle analysis report for the director and his team. This time, the director was accompanied by several more people. They sat around a large square conference table. This meeting was a little different from the previous ones. These extra people are a team sent by the United Nations. Since their last joint attack on the soft-bodied monster with the International Combined Fleet, Swager has finally gained the support of the major powers, which is a good thing. However, on the other hand, the major powers have also discovered that this shadowy organization has too many secrets. For various reasons, sending an oversight team is understandable. For the director, he has always been striving for the support of the major powers, and this time is a good start. Director Qin, we understand the basics. The UN investigator, a bald middle-aged man with round glasses, nodded and looked at the director. Few internal operators call the director by his last name. At Swager, most operators, including Qin Yun, simply address him by his title. Of course, when UN personnel come to a meeting, they naturally use formal titles. Although I'm not very familiar with the Schwager organization, I can see that you certainly made significant contributions to maintaining world peace. The international community should be providing you with even more support going forward. Information on these monsters will be distributed to other UN research institutes, allowing the world to come together to combat the crisis. Another investigator, a black female official with an elaborate hairstyle, added. That would be fantastic. The director replied with a smile. Does anyone have any questions? If not, this meeting ends here. Sorry, I have a small question. An investigator in military uniform raised his hand. He looked like a military representative. I'm a colleague of the fleet commander who worked with your agency last time. I'm also an officer, so I'm particularly interested in operational matters. I heard that Director Chin provided a lot of proactive guidance when directing operations. The officer looked curious. I'd like to know what Mr. Chin has up his sleeve. As military representatives, we also want to obtain more information on monsters. This would be better for our own protection. Xiuan was a little surprised. This was something she had wanted to ask the director, but hadn't been able to bring up. Sometimes, it felt like the director already knew about these monsters. Where did he get all this information? Let's see how the director answers. The investigators present and Xiuan all looked at the director, who sat at the head of the conference table. Colonel, you're too kind. It's not that I have any special ideas. It's that we at Schwager have always strived to be fully prepared, simulating various scenarios. We simply knew these monsters would appear, that's all. Xiuan herself didn't believe this statement was true. Then, Director Chin, please share more information with the UN forces in the future. The colonel who asked the question seemed to have heard something, so he didn't ask any further questions. Knowing the director, Xian knew he would explain all this to everyone at the appropriate time. The meeting disbanded, but the director privately stopped Xian as she was about to leave. Xian, don't worry. I'm not hiding anything from you. The director saw Xian's doubts. Director, is what you just said to that officer true? It's definitely true, but it's not the complete information. This was interesting. Are you wondering why I seem so familiar with those monsters? Xian didn't deny it. Ever since she met the director and joined the organization he founded, things beyond common sense have been happening around her. While Xian was more curious about the director's foresight than about his tactical command, she was also more curious about the director himself. It's okay, director, if it's inconvenient. Xian didn't think she was the type to ask the director questions. But the director waved her closer. Xian, it's okay. Now that those monsters have appeared, there's something I should let you know. Huh? The director was still so unpredictable. Over on Qin Yun's side, the movie had already ended. Longsheng, a true fan of the series, seemed to be enjoying it thoroughly. Wow, this finale is so cool. The series ending really didn't disappoint. Seeing Longsheng's excitement, Qin Yun felt like it was time to catch up on some dramas or movies. How was it, Qin Yun? Was today's movie any good? Longsheng asked. Because she hadn't followed the previous episodes, Qin Yun had a vague understanding of the plot. Although Longsheng had given her a general overview before watching. I'm certainly not as deeply moved by the plot as you are, but in terms of production, it's a truly worthy conclusion that fans have been waiting for. Such an answer didn't embarrass Longsheng, and it honestly expressed his feelings. This statement perfectly suited Qin Yun's personality. Haha, sorry. I was a little too excited. I asked you to join me in the fun. Longsheng realized his earlier abruptness and scratched his head. It's just my bad habit, don't mind. It's okay, I don't mind. Qin Yun wasn't bothered by such frankness. Adding to the seemingly significant age gap between the two, Qin Yun approached Longsheng somewhat from the perspective of an older sister caring for her younger brother. No matter how dignified and perfect Qin Yun's personality had been previously, her only real friend was Li Jiai. Now, Longsheng was the second person to approach her. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? If the director's words were true, then she had come to this world because of a mission. To fight that monster alongside Trum. If I became more involved with the people around me, would I be unable to focus freely during battle due to my increased concerns? Although Qin Yun was chatting and laughing with Longsheng on the street, this inner doubt tugged at her. However, right now, this feeling was truly good, and she decided to put Shakia and the battle aside for now. After all, if the director had intended to make me a tool in the fight from the beginning, he wouldn't have given me the identity of Qin Yun. Chapter 17. Excellent, Shakia, you mastered it quickly. Try again. In the underground base of the defense organization Schwager, Shakia was undergoing a new training exercise. This was part of the daily routine of a Trum pilot. It was said that a friend of the director had introduced a martial arts master to Shakia's training. The master was a white-haired old man named Sir Silang. It seemed that the director was quite knowledgeable. I remember that before the training session began, the director specifically called Shakia into his office and introduced her to the master. For a pilot who was a human-machine fusion, their own combat capabilities were also a factor that could not be ignored. When they first met the white-haired old man, Shakia and Cheyenne were somewhat skeptical of his abilities. But after witnessing him perform a miraculous martial art, they were immediately convinced that this old man lived up to his reputation. The old man, with a single punch, smashed the large rock on which the hamster lay, leaving the hamster unscathed. Sakia had been training with this teacher for a week now. "All right, master." "Heh." The wooden stake was spun again. "But, master, I still can't make my hands glow." "It's okay, take your time. There's no rush." Sakia was sweating profusely in the training room. If it weren't for the sports scarf holding her hair up, the sweat would have blinded her. Before her was a wooden stake used for martial arts practice, and she was turning her hands over it with apparent skill. "Okay, that's all for today. Remember to stretch to relieve any fatigue." After finishing their training for the day, Mr. Sure took his leave. Shakia's weekends were basically filled with training. Luckily, Ryusei hadn't asked her to go to the movies last time, otherwise she would have refused. "Oh, you're done, right? I take you home." It was Cheyenne. Every weekend, she was responsible for driving Shakia back and forth between home and base. Figuring that training was almost over, she went to the training room to finish her work. Today, she watched Shakia practice for a while longer from the doorway. "Cheyenne, you're here. Wait a minute, I do some cool-down exercises." With that, Shakia opened her sports bottle, took a few sips, and began some stretching. Cheyenne watched Shakia train, witnessing her incredibly fast learning and progress. As Trum's backup driver, she also received similar training, but she learned much more slowly herself. "You're progressing so quickly." Cheyenne couldn't help but sigh. "It's not that I'm a fast learner." "Oh." Shakia paused, then continued. "It feels like someone named Shakia once knew all of this." Of course, I'm speaking from Qin Yun's perspective. Really? These current training sessions seem to simply help the body recall past experiences. Yes, according to the director, Shakia was thrown into this era, and the time warp caused a brain shock, leading to memory loss. However, for her, the time between her time and the present has only been a few months. Even if she's lost her memory, her body will still retain some of the skills she once knew. Shiyuan sighed a little disappointedly. After all, Shakia was a natural talent, as expected of Trum's true master. "No, I'm far inferior to Miss Cheyenne." Sakia stood up. Cheyenne recalled the things the director had said to her earlier, when he called her in private. If that were true, this woman named Sakia would be a modern-day super warrior. As for the specifics of this, I explain later. Cheyenne herself was a soldier, an exceptional pilot. Because Swager had recovered the Trum, but no one could fly it, he secretly selected test pilots from around the world to test it. Because the Trum was packed with cutting-edge technology unseen in this era, the only way to make it move was to force it to use a modern operating system. Cheyenne had done it. She passed the rigorous selection process and successfully made the Trum move. Of course, it only moved. It was a world apart from Sakia, becoming a part of the body. Robots were forced to program their movements and then piloted like fighter jets. While many robots in film and television are piloted this way, the actual performance was still lacking in agility. As a vehicle, it barely passed muster. If Sakia hadn't been found, Cheyenne would have had to pilot the Trum, and its combat effectiveness would have been greatly reduced. Conventional weapons would probably be less effective against such a reckless monster. Now that Sakia has returned, restoring her condition and even her memory is the most important task. In just over 10 minutes, Cheyenne's car, carrying Sakia via the underground expressway, reached her neighborhood. It was already evening. "Miss Cheyenne, how about dinner together?" I didn't expect Shakia to offer. "I make a simple meal myself. Miss Cheyenne always picks me up. If you don't mind." I wanted to express my gratitude. "It's okay, it's my job." "It's a rare weekend. Don't you have a day off, Miss Cheyenne?" "Not really." On second thought, Cheyenne didn't have any other work tonight. Well, it's rare that Shakia is so thoughtful, and getting to know each other better would be a good thing. "Excuse me then." Cheyenne parked the car and followed Shakia upstairs. Shakia opened the door, and Cheyenne followed in. This was the residence the director had arranged for Shakia, and this was Cheyenne's first time there. A neatly decorated one-bedroom apartment. The dining room was right at the entrance, and the kitchenette was next to the door. Opposite the kitchen was the bathroom. Next to the combined dining and living room was Shakia's bedroom. "Did you decorate this yourself?" Cheyenne walked in, glancing around. It's a nice atmosphere, huh? Half of it. Actually, I moved in with just my belongings. There was still some meat and vegetables in the fridge. Shakia started cooking, then put on her apron and began preparing dinner. She told Cheyenne to sit on the sofa and watch TV while she waited. No beer? Cheyenne asked. No, I'm not used to that stuff. Shakia poked her head out of the kitchen and said, I only have mint water. Never mind, I go get some. I saw a grocery store downstairs. If you want to relax, beer is essential. At least that's how Cheyenne feels about it. Dinner was quickly ready. 2 stir-fried meats, a vegetable dish, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. It seemed Shakia was quite adept at cooking. Did she learn this after arriving in this era? Try it? Shakia looked at Cheyenne expectantly. Cheyenne could tell this was the first time Shakia had let anyone taste her food. She was actually a little curious about the cooking skills of this person from a distant past. Okay. The dish itself was a familiar one. What would it taste like? He took a bite. The perfect cooking temperature and the carefully prepared ingredients gave the meat a delicious texture. It didn't have the mysterious, ancient flavor I expected though. But that was to be expected. After all, Shakia's seasonings were all commercially available. They were no different from what ordinary people used. It's delicious. I learned it online. Not bad, isn't it? I assumed the director had asked Shakia to memorize these recipes when he was resetting her memories. But then again, memory resets aren't supposed to be this detailed. Cheyenne hadn't relaxed like this in a long time. She usually lived in the underground base's dormitories and ate from the cafeteria. Next time, if she had the chance, she might as well let Shakia try some of her own cooking. Though she wasn't entirely confident. Chapter 18. After dinner, Cheyenne was about to leave. After all, she was the current head steward of the bureau, needed for matters both large and small. She was grateful to Shakia for allowing her to take some time out for dinner. Miss Cheyenne, you're still in such a hurry. Be careful on the road. Shakia said goodbye to Cheyenne as she got into the car. Thank you. You should get some rest early too. Burp, okay. Tonight, at Cheyenne's recommendation, Shakia tried some beer. Surprisingly, Shakia didn't find it unpalatable at all. In fact, she felt a tinge of nostalgia. Perhaps Shakia herself was unexpectedly older? Then drink more. Maybe your memory will return? Cheyenne joked. Stop joking, Cheyenne. I still have to go to school. The sight of Shakia heading to school, reeking of alcohol, was simply beautiful. Tranquility is always fleeting. Xiuan was well aware of this. Perhaps Shakia, now transformed into Qin Yuan, hadn't completely escaped her daily life, but the same couldn't be said for the Swagger operators. From the moment they became Swagger operators, they abandoned their ordinary identities. For if those monsters destroyed cities and homes, what was the point of daily life? Back in the underground base's dormitory, Xiuan finished the day with a shower. Ever since she met the director and learned the ancient secrets, she had made up her mind. Soon after, Xiuan received a notice from the director. Xiuan, who lived in the Swagger dormitory, quickly got out of bed and rushed to the meeting room. She paled. Everyone, it's time to get back to work. This was the intelligence we received this morning. Like the first monster to appear within human sight, this one attacked from the air. It used a form of cloaking, approaching silently. Unfortunately, a landing passenger plane was accidentally hit by this invisible creature, resulting in no survivors. Many people used their cell phones to film the strange movements in the clouds and posted them online. The authorities quickly learned of the unusual crash and the video, which quickly reached the director. After command determined this creature was a new familiar, the military immediately began reconnaissance. It was unknown where this creature came from, and even military radar couldn't detect its location. Only when military aircraft made close reconnaissance could they vaguely detect subtle light distortions and the holes left by its passage through the clouds. Thermal imaging was completely useless. Although the fighter jets that approached didn't encounter any counterattacks, the military, having learned from previous experiences, was hesitant to act rashly. What this creature looks like, or how it will attack, is currently unknown. The only certainty is that the traces it leaves behind indicate it's approaching New Spring and Autumn City. How are we supposed to fight this? An invisible target that can't be seen, can't be detected by radar. Cheyenne felt a little dizzy. Indeed, current human technology isn't capable of dealing with this kind of invisibility. The director glanced at everyone present, including the UN monitors. Don't forget we have Trum. The UN envoys were silent for a moment. Is it only Trum's observation equipment that can detect its location? How can the other troops share this information? Are they only able to use physical markers? Cheyenne looked at the director. Don't worry, we force it to reveal itself. Then we can launch a general attack. We haven't yet fully analyzed Trum's observation capabilities, so please forgive us. The director's words didn't completely reassure the special envoys. Reveal? How? Give it the right energy shock, and it will reveal itself. That's all I can say for now. The director's ambiguous answer didn't seem to dispel the other party's confusion. Such vague explanations don't make for a battle plan. The UN representative sighed. Well, just tell us what to do. Thank you for understanding. Compared to previous operations, this could be described as crude. In short, Trum would observe and fire the first shot as a marker. If all went well, the enemy would reveal themselves, and then the military would unleash artillery fire, and call it a day. As usual, Cheyenne went to school to pick up Shakia. What this? After Cheyenne handed the battle plan to the summoned Shakia looked hesitant. You want me to use long-range precision shooting to mark it? I'm not confident in my marksmanship. That's okay. You be responsible for marking it this time. Just shoot anywhere on its body. After all, we have very little intelligence on the enemy this time, so we conduct a test attack first. Cheyenne explained. Isn't that a little too easy? Assuming everything goes well. This time, Trum will use the cutting-edge electromagnetic cannon developed by the United Nations. The warhead carried by this weapon boasts the power of a battleship's main gun. Because the enemy's details are unknown, the UN's policy is to detect and destroy them first. It seems the director doesn't have much information about this monster, and he didn't follow a plan as he did before. Instead, he repeatedly, unusually, reminded everyone to proceed with caution. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, it's best to protect yourself. Cheyenne's warning made Shakia feel even more uneasy. Hey, you're being a bit exaggerated today. You're making me feel a little. Ahem, is that so? The alarm sounded in New Spring and Autumn City. All citizens entered the shelter. Although this time the battlefield wasn't in the city, but in the suburbs, it was still necessary to evacuate the citizens just in case. We received a report from the reconnaissance team. The target is approaching the city from high altitude at 200 kilometers per hour. We expect to reach the interception point in half an hour. The communicator worked furiously. Excellent. The UN forces have arrived. This time, a rare occurrence, the director personally took command. Cheyenne, Shakia, how are the on-site preparations going? Logistics troops deployed. The electromagnetic cannon is charging. Cheyenne was in the on-site command room, responsible for coordinating Shakia and the troops. Charging is expected to be complete in 5 minutes. Okay, how are the UN forces? Ready. The commander in charge of coordinating the UN forces was also on site with Cheyenne. Hopefully, the ambush will be effective. There are many ways to detect targets. We don't know whether the enemy this time will use optical or thermal detection, so the ambushing forces are spread out as much as possible around the terrain. Missile launchers, attack helicopters, and main battle tanks are all ambushed in the mountains. Once the signal arrives, they can unleash their ammunition on the target. It would be best if we could intercept the target in the suburbs. Shakia, attack. Trum activated, and Shakia's view switched to the mech's perspective. Following the ground crew's instructions, she picked up the electromagnetic cannon and crouched on the designated hilltop. Entering search mode. Sakia could feel her palms sweating as she gripped the trigger. Come on! Chapter 19. The reconnaissance team lost track of the target after a few minutes. It seemed to have vanished from the clouds. Report. Target lost, intercepting forces, please take note. A transmission came from a formation of armed helicopters accompanying the likely target area. Sakia, do you read that? Cheyenne warned over the comms. I know. I'm afraid to even breathe right now. Sakia was completely focused. Trum's search system was operating at full power. Any anomaly within a 300-kilometer radius would be detected. This assumes the target can be detected. Although the current maximum detection range of the military's phased array radar is 350 to 500 kilometers, this is only theoretical. Furthermore, fighter-sized objects are typically detected within 100 to 200 kilometers, while stealth fighters must be within 80 kilometers. Furthermore, according to current reports, this enemy's invisibility renders all current optical, electromagnetic, and other detection methods ineffective. Because the Trum detection system is a form of advanced technology, it can detect its presence through a different method. If Sakia couldn't break its cloak, the fire control radars of these conventional weapons wouldn't be able to target it. Weapons capable of visual attack were clearly underpowered, posing a significant headache. We also be keeping an eye on the surrounding situation. Don't stress yourself out. Cheyenne sighed. Indeed, putting the lives of thousands of men on Sakia's shoulders would be somewhat unfair. The possibility of the target disappearing mid-route was also a factor. During the battle between the army and the Shivaji, observation points had already been established along the target's projected route. These observation points were equipped with various optical and meteorological observation equipment. Even if the target were completely invisible to both visual and radar signals, its massive body moving through the air would still disrupt the airflow, and this turbulence could be detected. This way, even the slightest sign of its presence could be captured. Sakia, transformed into Trum, hid among the hills. Between two hills lay a handheld sniper railgun. Attached to the underside of the railgun were several cables, each over 1,000 meters long. The other end of the cables connected to an armored vehicle providing power. Why haven't they arrived yet? Sakia began to feel thirsty. She switched back to the view inside the cabin and began sipping water from the drinking straw in the cockpit. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and Sakia nearly choked. The observation station 400 kilometers southeast has reported a response. Cheyenne and the operators in the command vehicle also sprang into action. The railgun is undergoing final charge. The soldiers outside also began to run. All weapons along the target route are ready. Ready to fire. Okay, Colonel. With your support, we will surely win. After contacting the military, Cheyenne began to deal with Sakia's situation. Well, did you see anything? Not yet. Sakia's gaze was fixed on the southeast. Her finger began to curl around the trigger. Don't worry, Sakia. Keep your finger off the trigger. Wait until the enemy is within range. Trum's detection capabilities far exceeded the range of conventional military weapons of this era. While humans possess powerful beyond visual range strike weapons like missiles, using them in densely populated areas would have serious consequences. Ah, here it comes. Something showing up on the radar. After a moment's wait, a faint signal appeared on Trum's radar. It was so faint it didn't look like a giant monster, but simply a small car. Such a small reaction. Anyway, I locked onto it. Cheyenne next. Okay, wait until it's within 200 kilometers. Its exact size is unknown, so don't be careless. Why don't you let me snipe first? Shakia's reaction was instinctive. Everyone wants to eliminate the danger before it gets too close. Don't panic. Your railgun only has an effective range of about 250 kilometers. The military's cluster rockets have a similar effective range. Cheyenne explained. Wait until it's within 200 kilometers before opening fire. Then the troops deployed nearby will unleash all their firepower on it. It seemed they needed to lure the enemy deeper. It was true. Shakia wasn't really confident in her sniping skills, especially in actual combat, against such a small target. Even one with minimal radar response. It's up to you to find the right time for it to reveal its true form. Cheyenne said it with ease, and Shakia sighed inwardly. But she didn't have time to reply. She stared intently at the scope. The projection that appeared before her eyes was from Trum's enemy detection system. It must be said, this advanced technology was incredibly convenient. It even has rangefinders. Watching the numbers in her eyes shrink, Shakia really wanted to put her finger on the trigger this time. 290 kilometers. The only sound echoing in the air was Shakia's voice reporting the range. Thousands of soldiers, even Cheyenne, subconsciously held their breath, gazing into the distant sky. 250 kilometers. The faint reaction in Shakia's eyes began to clear up. 230 kilometers. The electromagnetic cannon was ready to fire. Shakia tried her best to keep the crosshairs on the tiny reaction point. 220, 210. It felt as if her heart was about to stop. Shakia simply gripped the trigger. 200. Shakia was about to pull the trigger when a massive energy reaction erupted from the other side. High energy reaction on the target. The female communicator practically screamed. What? Cheyenne was also startled. On the horizon, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Ha! Shakia accurately pulled the trigger just as the target entered the 200-kilometer range, firing the projectile. But at the same time, the other side also fired a dazzling beam of energy. The two sides were almost facing each other. It seemed that the enemy also knew that Shakia was aiming at them. Shakia knew that the enemy was also shooting at her, but she had no room to dodge. If you dodge, the shot will miss. Sakia. A high-energy beam swept across the hilltop where Sakia was ambushing, practically slicing it away. A massive explosion, and a cloud of dust erupted. The soldiers, ambushed within a 200-kilometer radius, watched as Sakia's projectile grazed a sudden beam of light from the void and accurately struck a mass of empty space. Immediately, ripples seemed to ripple through the air. It was a truly bizarre sight. For a moment, the soldiers gaped, their mouths agape, unable to speak. It was as if the sky were a mirror, shattered by Sakia's shell. Cracks appeared in the void, then grew larger and larger. Finally, the void shattered. A gigantic, glass-like object appeared before everyone. It resembled a glass ball, but also something like an egg. It was opaque, with a mirror-like surface. What lay within was impossible to guess. Furthermore, it was nearly 10 stories tall, suspended hundreds of meters in the air. It was eerie and terrifying. And 200 kilometers away on the mountain, Sakia was buried in the smoke and dust of the landslide, and her life or death was unknown. Chapter 20. As Sakia pulled the trigger, the electromagnetic cannon's powerful projectile slammed into its target. It was like a shot striking the void, revealing a gigantic, glass-like object before everyone's eyes. This was the attacking enemy, this nameless clan. At the same time, a high-energy beam emanated from its center, also directed in the direction of Sakia, the sniper. The beam shattered the hilltop where Sakia was standing. Many soldiers froze in their tracks at this bizarre spectacle. But the commanders had no time to remain stunned. As the monster materialized, its signal registered on radar. The military's weapons were ready for use. Fire! Cheyenne led the charge. According to the predetermined battle plan, cruise missiles were launched from warships, and armed helicopters, tanks, and fighter jets deployed in the battle zone surrounded the monster and launched a saturation attack. After the monster materialized, the military unleashed its full firepower on it. The bombardment lasted for 10 minutes, during which the monster offered no resistance or evasion. Under the saturating attack, the massive glass sphere slowly cracked, leaking a black, asphalt-like liquid. As it cracked and leaked, the massive sphere, split into several pieces, fell to the ground, stirring up a tremendous cloud of dust and a roar. This strange enemy fell under the army's saturating artillery fire. The previous exchange of fire between it and Trum should not be underestimated. If it were to reach New Spring and Autumn City, this single fire could potentially strike the Spard base deep underground, even from the surface. Is it over? Cheyenne and the military leaders around her didn't dare let their guard down just yet. After all, the lessons learned from the previous sea battle were there. The military needed to observe the situation on the scene for a while. But right now, there was one crucial task: rescuing Sakia. 2 days had passed since the last ambush. In the mountainous area of the battlefield, a portion of the military was stationed to guard the monster's remains, clean up the battlefield, and collect samples. Sakia opened her eyes, and saw a blurry white before her. Blinking, trying to see more clearly, she realized she was looking at a fluorescent light. She was lying in a large, somewhat awkwardly sized hospital room with no windows. She tried to turn her head, but the slightest movement caused a sharp pain in her neck. This wasn't good. She only remembered that, in order to seize the opportunity of victory, she had exchanged a single round of fire with that invisible creature. After a flash of white light, she knew nothing more. Now I'm lying in the hospital ward, on N4 drip. That means the battle is won, right? Sakia was a little scared, wondering if she'd become paralyzed or something. If only she had known better, she wouldn't have been so reckless. Abandoning her sniper position and moving might have avoided injury. But the outcome of the battle is uncertain. Carefully moving her arms, legs, and neck, enduring the pain, she finally confirmed that she wasn't paralyzed or had any broken bones. But sprains and bruises were inevitable. Never mind, she just lied there like this. At least she didn't suffer too many internal injuries, which was a relief. Sakia relaxed, lying motionless in bed. I seemed to understand what Li Jiayi was feeling at the time. This feeling, like being tied to a bed, unable to move, was a bit eerie when I thought about it. And besides, this was a huge ward, and there was no one around. I kind of wish someone was there to peel an apple for me. I wonder if there are any nurses or something like that here. I should call them over. Sakia could only utter a few muffled moans. Oh, she couldn't even speak. How miserable. Footsteps sounded outside the door. It looked like the nurse on duty approached. Someone opened the door. Sure enough, a medical worker in white entered and changed her for. Sakia tried hard to raise her head and blink at the nurse. But her neck hurt so much that she could only move slightly. But that should be enough. Ah! The nurse, who had changed the for, noticed Sakia staring at her. She cried out in surprise. Come back, I want to ask you something. Sakia tried to say, but her throat wasn't quite working. She watched the nurse hurried out of the ward, as if to report her awakening. Before she could even close the door to the nurse's room, she heard the footsteps gradually fading away. She sighed inwardly, fatigue taking over again, and Shakia drifted off into a deep sleep again. In New Spring and Autumn City, people had returned to their daily lives, but this time, something was different. "I didn't expect you were still here," the girl said, accompanied by the sound of a wheelchair. "You too, that's what I wanted to ask." It was Longsheng, pushing Li Jiai down the school corridor. "TSK, with my good brother here, I'm not going anywhere." Bruce, Longsheng's good friend, also followed behind him. "It's been a while since I seen Qin Yun. Has she left too?" Li Jiai asked thoughtfully. The three of them stared at the corridor before them. The once bustling school was now deserted. Facing two catastrophic attacks on the city, the citizens were in a state of panic. The influx of numerous troops into the city added to the tensions of daily life. The school's student population had been reduced by at least half, and only a few shops remained open in the city's commercial streets. It was said that the second attack was successfully stopped by the military in the suburbs. Although there wasn't a direct invasion, the monster's radiation still affected several buildings. Although the citizens had already taken shelter, there were no casualties. Ordinary citizens couldn't bear to live in constant fear. "That's understandable," Li Jiai sighed. "Even an earthquake would be enough to cause many people to move out of a city, let alone this place being attacked twice by unidentified monsters. Yeah, a lot of people are transferring to other cities this semester, and classes are being merged across grades. And some teachers have left," Bruce said, rubbing his temple. "Life is more important." "Well, if Qin Yun is gone, that's fine too." Longsheng's expression had been quite dejected, but suddenly he seemed to understand something. "As long as she's safe." Li Jiai finished the sentence. My family has property in this city. I don't want to escape so easily," Bruce gritted his teeth. Although his words were firm, they still felt a little weak. I understand. Longsheng smiled wryly. He knew Bruce's family owned a construction company in the city, and was active in many buildings. "As for our family, I don't know. It depends on my parents." Longsheng pushed Li Jiai into the empty classroom. Although it was almost time for class, few people were still in the classroom. The teacher sat at the podium, absent-mindedly playing with her phone. "TSK, the school should just be closed. What's the point of having classes like this?" Several students in the classroom murmured. But Li Jiai and the other two still heard. That made sense. Under normal circumstances, running away would be the normal reaction. "Well, maybe one day, we won't see each other again. If that doesn't work out, you should leave this city as soon as possible." Bruce knew it well. He was a sentimental boy, but when faced with a life-or-death situation, he preferred his best friend to survive first. Not just the three of them, but the entire city itself, was beginning to feel the daily grind slipping away. While there was still a place to escape, would there be another in the future? Chapter 21. When she opened her eyes again, Shakia had no idea how much time had passed. "Well, it looks like she's stable. You can come in." The moment she opened her eyes, Shakia found herself surrounded by several people. They were Ziyuan, the director, and Mr. Sailang, her martial arts instructor. There was also a bald doctor. At first, Shakia felt only someone pressing and rubbing her head. It must have been the doctor examining her and changing her dressings. She felt a slight itch, so she opened her eyes. Ahem. So lively. Why are they all here? Shakia's voice was a little weak, but at least she could speak better than last time. "They've been visiting you every day since they learned you regained consciousness," the doctor said with a smile. "This is the New Spring and Autumn City Municipal Hospital. There's a special ward for Svarg." Ziyuan spoke first. "You're recovering well, Shakia." According to the doctor, 3 days had passed since she first woke up. When the nurse rushed over to call the doctor, she found her asleep again. "It's good you can talk now. After all, you were unconscious for so long." Master Sure stroked his beard and patted Shakia's head. "How long was I unconscious?" Shakia tried to sit up. This time, her body didn't hurt anymore. Although her head was still bandaged, the doctor said it was just a minor injury. "About a week. Actually, you recovered pretty quickly. Back then." Xiuan was about to continue when the director next to her quietly nudged her foot. Realizing something, Xiuan paused. "Yeah, I remember my whole body ached when I woke up last time. Now I'm completely fine." Shakia didn't seem to care about what Xiuan said. She stretched her neck and shoulders, shook her wrists, and looked relaxed. "Our medical skills here are world-class," the director said with a smile. Svarg's doctors all work with top institutions around the world. Shakia wanted to try walking, and the doctor agreed. It looked like Shakia was indeed recovering well. My legs are still a little weak. The doctor brought Shakia a cane, and with the help of it, she was able to move around without any problems. Oh, by the way, what was the result of the operation? What's the situation outside? Shakia asked everyone. Of course, the operation was a success. But the details would have to wait for Shine and her group to explain. Although the number of people in the city had decreased, existing functions continued. In short, this battle didn't really affect the lives of the citizens. Soon, those who were supposed to go to work and school returned to school. I've been in the hospital for several weeks now. Staying there all the time can be tiring. Shakia still has some injuries, but she's been asking to return to school as soon as possible. Keeping a cheerful mood is also good for recovery. She kind of misses her friends at school. She even kind of misses being Qin Yun. One day, Longsheng and Li Jiayi saw Qin Yun in the classroom on their way to class. But Qin Yun had a bandage on her head and plasters on her body. Long time no see. Seeing her friends' surprised expressions, Qin Yun gave them an embarrassed smile and greeted them. Qin Yun, why are you like this? Are you okay? Li Jiayi asked with concern. I told you, Qin Yun didn't leave the city. She was just injured and needed to recuperate. Bruce patted Longsheng's shoulder. It's okay. I'm here now. Qin Yun looked at the friends who had gathered around her. She pulled some snacks from her backpack and shared them with everyone. This was her reunion gift. Everyone, please help yourself. I'm fine. This injury is nothing compared to Jiayi's. Qin Yun, how can this be so embarrassing? We should have treated you to a meal after you were injured. Longsheng scratched his head, but Qin Yun pressed the snacks into his hands. You've been recovering these past few days, and have been eating well. If I can't finish it all by myself, I should share it with everyone. It seemed that, as everyone expected, Qin Yun hadn't been here for about a week. It was indeed because she had been injured while evacuating. Since her friends had reached their own conclusion, there was no need for Qin Yun to explain further. The school bell interrupted their conversation. Class is about to start. Everyone, put away your snacks. Qin Yun was the first to stuff the snacks into her desk. A middle-aged male teacher with a Mediterranean hairstyle, someone Qin Yun had never seen before, sauntered into the classroom and casually placed the textbooks on the table. Hello everyone, I'm a teacher from another school filling in. No wonder, less than a third of the classroom seats were occupied. Because of the monster attack, many students, their families, and even the teachers had chosen to leave the city. Well, I'm sure you all have seen what happened. Anyway, all schools in the city are closed this afternoon. The Education Bureau is holding a faculty meeting to discuss reducing the number of grades in each school. Oh. The students in the audience responded weakly. Logically, they should be overjoyed to hear that school was on vacation. Qin Yun, who had originally wanted to return to her daily routine for a change of pace, felt a wave of frustration. She sighed and silently flipped through her textbook, but she couldn't concentrate at all. Although she hadn't been Qin Yun for long, she enjoyed this peaceful daily life immensely. Perhaps, for the original Shakia, she instinctively longed for such days. It was a deep-seated desire. Perhaps, after regaining all her memories, she might be able to truly accept this life of struggle. But for now, she was still just Qin Yun, and Shakia hadn't fully returned. The deserted cafeteria also made everyone feel uneasy during lunch. That's all we have? Qin Yun looked at the seemingly playful lunch. The few bowls of food, each containing only 2 dishes and a soup, surprised Qin Yun, who had just returned to campus. The cafeteria, once bustling with activity and a rich menu, was now only occupied by a few middle-aged women serving students. The once crowded, long lines for food had vanished, leaving only a few scattered students approaching their plates and quickly removing them. There are fewer students than before. Longsheng noticed Qin Yun's surprise and patted her shoulder, saying helplessly, "It's been going on for a while," Li Jiayi added, having already taken her meal in her wheelchair and sat down at the table. "Those of us who don't leave the city will have to get used to it." Bruce also sat down wearily and began to eat. Yes, how could ordinary citizens withstand these constant attacks? Rather than living in fear, it's better to flee. According to the director, this city is home to one of the root cubes, and that's why the monsters are heading here. To put it bluntly, this city is the battlefield for fighting these monsters. Their families. Don't worry, my dad and the others have heard some inside information. The country will take action, and the international community will also provide us with some support. Bruce had something stuck in his mouth, but he was still eager to share the news. After all, these monsters might flee to other countries, right? Remember the time the International Joint Fleet fought abroad? Qin Yun remembered that this was the battle against the tentacle monster in the coastal city. Now that the world knows about those monsters, corresponding measures will surely be implemented. Of course, from Qin Yun's point of view, these civilians shouldn't have been involved in the first place. With fewer people, he would be more effective in the battle. Well, although the food in the cafeteria isn't as nutritious as the one I had during my hospital stay, I just eat with my friends. It looks like everyone is going to have a tough time. Chapter 22. Now, Shakia had to calm down and reflect on the gradual fading of the daily life represented by Qin Yun. If the disappearance of this illusory daily life was natural, then at least she should remember the mission carried by the ancient warrior Shakia. But now, everything felt empty, leaving Shakia feeling lost. Spending time with Longsheng, Li Jiai, and the others was truly refreshing. As a student leader with both academic excellence and character, a dignified and steady woman, everyone's confidant. At school, everyone worked together for their future careers and lives, made friends, and met lovers. Then graduated, entered university, and began to enter society. This was how Qin Yun's daily school life should have been. Perhaps, it should have been like this for everyone else too. But now, under the constant threat of the mysterious monster, everything has become illusory. I wonder how long Qin Yun's persona can last. And this daily life was just a facade created by Director Qin to conceal Shakia's identity. Qin Yun is a mask, and the true identity of Shakia and her experiences remain unclear due to amnesia. Thinking about it, who is this person piloting a weapon and battling a giant monster? Neither Qin Yun nor the real Shakia, but simply a person wandering through this era. Shakia looked rather tired today. Though she hoped to find a place of peace and security within the academy, the deserted campus gloom dashed her hopes. During today's martial arts training, Shakia lay on the training room floor, sweating profusely, her eyes closed and panting. What's wrong, Shakia? You look extra tired today. Is it because school's been too busy? The white-bearded Sailang, Shakia's martial arts instructor, noticed that she wasn't in good shape today and ended the training early. Well, if it's busy there, that's fine. Shakia sighed. Schools all over the city are on vacation now. Due to a severe student shortage, they're discussing merging campuses and other issues. Here. The master brought Shakia an energy drink. Thank you. I've been feeling quite tired lately. Sitting up and taking a small sip, Shakia still couldn't shake the doubts and confusion in her mind. The master walked over to her and sat down. I'm guessing it's not physical fatigue. Your breathing techniques seem normal. Shakia turned to look at the white-bearded old man, surprise in her eyes. It seems you're right. The old man had more life experience, so it wasn't difficult for him to see through Shakia's thoughts. If it's convenient, could you please talk to me? Shakia's thoughts were a bit muddled, and she needed a moment to form her words. But she hadn't mentioned this to anyone before, and Master sure seemed trustworthy. In the corridor, outside the training room, Ziyuan arrived to pick up Shakia as scheduled. But this time, she saw through the small window outside that the training seemed to have ended early. Shakia and Master sure sat cross-legged on the floor, seemingly discussing something. She didn't want to interrupt them, so she leaned against the doorway and listened for a while. The mass exodus of citizens from New Spring and Autumn City had become nationwide news. Even citizens from surrounding provinces and cities had begun migrating to more distant provinces and cities, with New Spring and Autumn City as their center. This is understandable, as no one wants to live on a ticking time bomb. For ordinary people, simply wanting to live peaceful lives, living in constant fear, on guard against monsters lurking out of nowhere, is simply too difficult. Even though New Spring and Autumn City is what Director Qin of Swager calls a defensive city, this hasn't been made public. This puts immense psychological pressure on ordinary people. Of course, a large portion of the citizens remain in the area, unable to leave for various reasons. Sooner or later, they will learn what's happening on this planet. Among them, Shakia's school friends, Longsheng, Li Jiai, Bruce, and their families, are among those who remain in New Spring and Autumn City. At least they offer Shakia some comfort. Shakia, having forgotten her mission due to amnesia, is now fighting largely because of these friends. In the mountains on the edge of New Spring and Autumn City, the remains of the invisible monster Shakia shot down with her desperate sniper attack have been collected and observed by the military. Researchers in hazmat suits moved about the cordoned-off area. During the day, it was quite bustling. This thing's actually like an egg. A researcher conducting on-site research mused to a colleague. Yeah, look, this giant shell left behind after death is actually refracting light from the outside, giving it a stealth function. The colleague pointed to the shards of the monster's spherical shell that had shattered when it was killed. The outside of the shell allowed light to pass through, revealing the scenery behind it, but the inside was just a white, eggshell-like color. It was incredibly strange, and seemed incomprehensible. Let's analyze it carefully to see what material it is. Maybe it can be used as material for military equipment. That's right. Let's go collect some samples. Two military researchers stepped into the debris-strewn area guarded by soldiers. Hey, have you noticed any changes since the last time we were here? The leader seemed to have noticed something. The colleagues following behind were puzzled. What changes? Before, there was a lot of black, tar-like liquid in the debris. It had no smell. Our people didn't dare collect samples because they didn't know the details. The following figures seemed to remember something. Oh, you mean that? I think I have some impression of it. What's the matter? The leader began to pace around the debris, seemingly searching for a place to take a sample. That fluid seems to be gone now. Oh, it seems so. Maybe it's evaporated completely after all these days. I'm worried it's toxic and could cause harm if it gets into the air. The leading scientist began collecting samples from the debris. He placed a cutter against the shattered shell, sending sparks flying. Don't worry, this blockade area has air monitoring equipment. The toxic gas would have been detected long ago. His colleagues reassured him. After all these days, the soldiers here are still fine. Ha ha, okay, I was overthinking it. It looks like that black fluid is this guy's egg white. Just evaporate it. The two researchers confidently continued their work, unaware they missed something crucial. It was indeed an egg. I wondered what the military could gain from recovering and studying the corpses of these monsters. If, as they claimed, they could gain something to improve their military, that would at least improve their chances of victory against these monsters. School was still on vacation, and Longsheng mustered up the courage to go visit Qin Yun. From their last movie date, he'd gotten a good idea of Qin Yun's favorite foods. This time, he dressed up in a stylish sports outfit and bought her favorite chicken cutlet burger. Since no one answered his phone, Longsheng went to Qin Yun's door again and knocked. But Qin Yun didn't seem to be home either, leaving Longsheng somewhat disappointed. He sighed self-deprecatingly and rested for a moment on the stairs of Qin Yun's apartment. It wasn't that Qin Yun was ignoring him. She was indeed not home at the moment. She was dealing with some difficult matters. Chapter 23. After waiting for a long time and confirming that Qin Yun wasn't home, Longsheng had no choice but to leave his food with the old man at the reception desk on the first floor of the apartment building, waiting for Shakia to pass it on to her when she returned. On the way back, Longsheng didn't want to go home too early. It was only a little after 3 p.m. The nearby pedestrian street, where he often went, was the busiest place at the moment. Even though many residents had fled, it was still the same as usual. Seeing this scene, Longsheng felt a slight sense of relief. If I had gone out with Bruce today, it would have been quite lively. It was nice to wander around like this once in a while. Longsheng planned to go to the bookstore to see what good books were available recently and buy some games. I finally got out, so I shouldn't let myself down. Thinking of this, Longsheng's steps began to pick up a little more pace. Is that store closed? Longsheng bought some books on digital products and then headed to his usual game store. But this time, something was a little strange. After circling the street several times, I still couldn't find the storefront. Strange. Longsheng found the alleys in this area particularly hard to navigate today. Although the population of New Spring Autumn City has decreased recently, Longsheng had just been to that game store last weekend. It couldn't be closed so soon. Rubbing his chin, Longsheng decided to search again. If he couldn't find it, he would go home. Thinking with this, Longsheng opened the can of Coke he had bought at the convenience store, downed the remaining sip, and set off again. After all, this was a back alley, so there was no need to be picky about where to throw away the trash. Longsheng casually tossed the can into the corner. The empty can tumbled with a clanging sound as it rolled toward a deserted alleyway, where the game store should have been. Suddenly it vanished. You're kidding me. Longsheng saw the scene with all his heart. He had seen a garbage dump in that direction and instinctively tossed his empty can there. Then, as if rolling into some obstruction, the can suddenly vanished. A wild hypothesis struck Longsheng. He grabbed a discarded mop stick nearby, reached forward, and slowly approached the spot where the can had vanished. Sure enough, one end of the stick sank into the scene before him. He stirred it with a bamboo stick again, finding that the object, like a shadow, was disturbed by the stick. And when he pulled the stick out, it showed no damage. Is it some kind of 3D image? Longsheng was always interested in science fiction, and he's seen this kind of thing in movies before him. Thinking this way, he decided to try it with his own hand. Longsheng swallowed. It was his own body, after all, and this required considerable courage. What if something happened? He couldn't imagine it. As his thoughts wandered, he realized he had unknowingly reached out. Huh? His hand didn't feel anything strange. It looked like this was some kind of deception. Gathering his courage, he walked right in. There was no other dimension or surprising sight. Instead, it was the same alleyway he had been in. However, at the end of this alley lay the game store Longsheng was looking for. Several men in black, all dressed in the same uniform, stood outside the game store. This situation seemed a bit strange, so Longsheng decided to observe secretly. He crept closer, hiding behind a trash can. There seemed to be several people lying on the ground, surrounded by the men in black, chatting. Did something happen? Longsheng wondered. But then, he saw someone who startled him. Among the men in black, only one was wearing ordinary clothes. Unmistakably, it was Qin Yun. Although her clothes didn't look like the style she wore at school, her hairstyle hadn't changed, making her instantly recognizable. Recalling that Qin Yun often received a car pickup after school from a woman in a strange uniform, and that woman's uniform was somewhat similar to those of the men in black, Qin Yun. Who are you? Longsheng's mind was now filled with questions. The men in black chatted for a while, then seemed to lift the body lying on the ground into a body bag and prepare to transport it away. Seeing that the men in black and Qin Yun were almost done, Longsheng quickly slipped out the same way he come, hoping to avoid being spotted. Longsheng ran to the corner, panting heavily. Don't get spotted, he thought. After waiting at the intersection for a while, no one emerged from the alley. It looked like the group had gone the other way. Not wanting to cause any further complications, Longsheng chose to return home immediately. He was certain the woman was Qin Yun. She had spoken during the earlier conversation, and her voice was easily recognizable. Of course, Longsheng couldn't immediately tell what Qin Yun and the others were doing. He also didn't know what Qin Yun's identity was in with the men in black. But this time, it was indeed Qin Yun. Shakia and the Swagger operators were called in to investigate a bizarre incident. Shakia hadn't been feeling well lately, so she put her training on hold for the past few days, and her martial arts master had suggested she take a few days off. But her rare vacation was ruined by a phone call from Ziyuan early in the morning. A strange murder had occurred in a store on the commercial street. If it's a murder, why should we just leave it to the police? Shakia asked, puzzled. If the police could handle it, they wouldn't have called us in. Anyway, I suspect this incident is related to a new enemy. Since Ziyuan said so, Shakia had no choice but to go. Sighing, Shakia checked the time, 9 a.m. With an hour left until the agreed 10 o'clock appointment, it wouldn't be too late to shower before leaving. After all, the incident wasn't too far from her home. Shakia found a shared bike downstairs in the residential complex, and rode towards the scene. Upon arriving, a male operator in a Swagger uniform was already waiting for her. Shakia could call him Operator J. He introduced himself. What's wrong? Shakia hopped off the shared bike and asked the operator. Miss Shakia, please follow me. The operator waved, gesturing for Shakia to follow him. Turning into an alley, Shakia found it deserted. Why are we in this empty alley? There's nothing here. Before she finished her words, Shakia saw the operator ahead of her suddenly enter a void. Please proceed, Miss Shakia. Continuing to walk, half believing, Shakia felt a flash before her eyes, as if she had passed through a curtain, and suddenly a shop appeared before her. Several police officers and operators stood at the shop entrance. This is an optical holographic screen. It blocks the view of those outside, making it easier for us to handle the incident, explained Operator J, who had brought Shakia. Oh! Schwager has this kind of advanced technology. Shakia poked her head out again, and sure enough, she could no longer see her body on the other side of the holographic screen. I brought her here. The male operator greeted the others waiting. He led Shakia to the front of the group. Then I leave it to you. We police officers can't handle this kind of situation. I'm sorry. On behalf of our police station, I thank you. One of the officers, seemingly a high-ranking official, shook Shakia's hand. He briefly described the case. Then he allowed Shakia and her companions to enter the shop to investigate. Okay, leave it to us then. We notify the police of the results, Shakia said to the officer. Well, thank you for your hard work. The officer gave the operators, and Shakia a copy of the scene report and left. The case was simple. This game store had been attacked by an unlucky creature, and 2 employees inside had been found dead. Parts of the bodies had been removed, and they died instantly. That's right, not by hacking or biting off, but by a very smooth removal. Like erasing a painting with an eraser. This was definitely not an ordinary crime. Shakia and the operators were given permission to thoroughly search the store. Things were getting weird. Chapter 24. Swager's 5 basic operators entered the store along with Shakia. The police had already marked the shop. There were 3 dead at the scene, 2 of whom were store employees. Old K, what do you think? Operator J, who had led Shakia, sighed as he surveyed the devastated scene. He didn't know where to begin. J, let's clean up the scene first. Miss Shakia, let's first review the clues provided by the police. The older operator, known as K, gestured to Shakia. Okay. The police had previously provided a video recording of the incident inside the store. The operators present watched it with Shakia using their devices. The video showed a strange man entering the store, with a somewhat strange gait, and then standing still, behaving strangely. 2 store employees greeted him, but he didn't respond. A customer also came to watch. The 2 shop assistants, perplexed, stepped forward to pat the monster's body. However, as soon as they made contact, their hands were sucked in, unable to move. Soon, the 2 shop assistants seemed to be being devoured by the monster, sinking deeper and deeper, screaming in agony. Frantic customers tried to pull the shop assistants out, but by then, half of their bodies were already trapped in the monster's body. The quiet shop suddenly became a hell. The customers' fierce pull finally pulled the 2 shop assistants out, but the part of their bodies that had been sucked in was lost forever. They died instantly. The terrified customer tried to flee, but the monster stopped him, seemingly making only a slight collision with his body. The part of the customer that had been touched immediately vanished. The strange figure lingered in the deserted shop for a few seconds before slowly walking out with strange steps. The chilling scene left everyone stunned. What the hell is going on? Shakia felt like they were in big trouble. Miss Shakia, let's clean up the scene first, the young male operator who had led Shakia to the scene warned. Removing the mutilated bodies was handled by a dedicated operator. Shakia was responsible for taking photos of the scene and recording spatial detection data, which she would then present to Cheyenne. Huh? Shakia sighed, secretly thankful she didn't have to move these disgusting corpses. She used the instrument the operator had given her to survey the shop. This scene seemed like something out of a sci-fi movie. She had never expected to actually find herself there. But it seemed she didn't have the right to say that. After all, she had fought shady monsters from behind the giant robot before. Perhaps from that moment on, it would be better to abandon the common sense inherent in Qin Yun's persona. After all, that was just an identity the director had created for himself, having lost his memory. I already operated this instrument as instructed. Shakia returned the stopwatch-like device in her hand to a female operator. Okay, Miss Shakia, thank you for your hard work. The operator put the instrument away. Shakia followed the operators out. At the store entrance, the operators responsible for body recovery had also finished preparing. The body bags on the ground contained the remains of the store clerk and the customer. So what's next? Shakia was still a bit shaken. What kind of monster was that strange creature? We can go back now. Next, let's notify the police to clean up the mess, the older-looking operator in charge replied. Speaking of which, I don't know your names yet? And you're all wearing sunglasses. Shakia had been busy following them around since she arrived, and it felt a bit rude to ask for their names now. It's okay. We basic operators don't know each other's names before, so we all call each other by code names. The operator in charge shook Shakia's hand. But we all know you, Miss Shakia, said the young operator J who had led Shakia in. Call me Operator H, said the female operator in charge of the equipment. Operator F. Operator C. The 2 operators with buzz cuts who were sorting the bodies replied. Just call me Operator K, the operator in charge smiled. This was Sakia's first time interacting with a basic operator from the Swager agency. Usually, she interacted more with Cheyenne, the director, and the technical staff. Please take care of me. We may work together again in the future. The operator's vehicle stopped at a secret entrance in the alley. They loaded the body into the vehicle, then entered the underground passageway of New Spring and Autumn City, and sped towards the Swager base. However, as Sakia was leaving, she thought she heard the sound of a trash can banging in the alley. Could it be a rat? Never mind, it was probably just my nervousness. Sakia was now more interested in the results of Swager's analysis of the data. A few days later, when Longsheng visited the game store again, he found it closed. He also saw news reports on TV and online about a murder in the store. The media was also reminding citizens that with the recent outflow of population, public security incidents have become more frequent, and they should pay attention to their personal and property safety. It seems the security situation in this city has also deteriorated. Bruce took a sip of his Coke and complained to Longsheng, who was sitting across from him. The two of them went shopping together. It was a rare school break, and Bruce was bored at home, so he called his friend out for some relaxation. But he seemed to think Longsheng had been a little absent-minded lately. "Hey, Longsheng, what's wrong with you lately?" Longsheng seemed to react only now. "Oh, Bruce, you called me?" Hee. Bruce looked at Longsheng in confusion. "Look, you've been feeling like you lost your soul these past few days. What happened?" "No, nothing. I just think since the security situation has started to deteriorate, we should just stop hanging out." Longsheng also wanted to talk to Bruce about this, but he had no idea what happened in the alley last time, not even how to describe it. Could the murder in the shop be connected to Qin Yuan and the others? Who were those men in black, wearing sunglasses, who were around Qin Yuan at the time? Could they have been the ones who killed him? But looking at them didn't seem likely. They were carrying transparent bags containing items from the crime scene, making them look like they were investigating a case. Then they must be someone connected to the police. Qin Yuan seems to come from a military family, so it's not impossible that she has a connection to the police. Could Qin Yuan have some hidden identity? No, my mind was too confused. Longsheng found himself unable to stop thinking about this. "Hey, why don't we go home early today?" Bruce saw that Longsheng wasn't in a good mood and didn't want to force his good brother. "Do you need me to take you home?" Faced with his friend's concern, Longsheng finally smiled. "Oh no, I'm not a kid anymore. Look at you." Since that was the case, Bruce didn't force Longsheng. He knew when to limit his concern for others. Bruce also decided to go to the gym later, so he took Longsheng to the subway station first. "Be safe." The two encouraged each other as they parted. Chapter 25. After the Schwager team of operators and Sakia investigated the mysterious incident, they recovered the victim's body and sent it to the laboratory in Schwager's underground headquarters for analysis. That day, the team of operators was outside the laboratory, watching the forensic examination of the body through a barrier window. The other operators had already disbanded, leaving only the older operator K and Sakia awaiting the test results. Old K. Why did I have to stay?" Sakia was still half asleep, her foot tapping impatiently. "Hey, as the ceiling of Schwager's combat power, you're the head of a separate department." Operator K smiled at Sakia. "The other operators can get the test reports from me, you have to go get them yourself." "Oh. Okay." Sakia wished her department would have more companions someday. "I go get a can of coffee." It looked like the test would have to wait a while. Sakia told old K to call her back when he was done, and she went to rest somewhere else. Based on the forensic examination results, the victim's body had been very neatly cut apart. It wasn't cut or torn. It was as if the part had never existed, had been devoured. There wasn't even much blood left. It was simply the sudden disappearance of limbs and body parts, the loss of the life support, that caused the victim's immediate death. Also, the remains of the missing body parts contained something resembling a sticky gelatinous substance, sealing the wound. The forensic doctors looked at each other in bewilderment, completely confused as to what it was. Only a small sample was taken and stored. This couldn't be human. "K, where's Shakia?" It was Cheyenne. She had also arrived at the lab, but didn't see Shakia. "Oh, she went to the hallway to buy coffee. There's a vending machine over there." Cheyenne was also concerned about the lab work. According to the director's suspicion, this incident must have been caused by those monsters. The families. "Have new families arrived? Miss Cheyenne, have you seen those strange wounds?" Operator K mentioned the strange gelatinous substance. "Absolutely not. I suspect it's the work of the families." This alone was enough to alert Cheyenne. "Is that so?" "So, the thing that attacked this store is a new monster?" "I mean, a family?" K's expression grew serious. "I'm afraid so." Cheyenne felt that this incident needed to be taken seriously. After all, this was the first time a human-sized family had appeared, and dealing with them would be a challenge. "Hey, this is really frustrating," Operator K said with a wry smile. As the two chatted, something unexpected happened in the lab. The gelatin covering the wound on one of the bodies suddenly burst out, piercing one of the forensic pathologists, It also flew towards Cheyenne and Operator K outside the isolation window. Thankfully, the glass blocked the way, and the gelatin splattered black on the glass. Cheyenne was so frightened that she almost fell, but K caught her in time. The other forensic pathologist in the lab quickly reacted and sounded the alarm. Sakia, who was drinking coffee in the hallway, was also startled by the sudden alarm. She quickly turned and ran towards the lab. At the same time, the operators of Team K, who were waiting in the adjacent lounge, also rushed towards the lab, following Shakia. Miss Shakia, what happened? Operator J asked, but Shakia gave him a blank expression. Rushing into the lab, they found the victim's body, and the Pierce medical examiner transformed into zombie-like creatures. Strange gelatinous objects had become part of their bodies, causing them to stand up unsteadily and attack the other medical examiner. They were just like zombies. Cheyenne, what is this? Seeing Cheyenne arrive, Shakia immediately understood what was going on. Yes, this gelatinous object is the familiar, Cheyenne exclaimed. Containment breach. Activate combat mode. At Cheyenne's command, the operators drew their weapons. Quick! Save that medical examiner. Shakia watched the living doctor repeatedly throw various devices at the zombies attacking him, trying to stop them. But this won't last long. Operators J and K exchanged a glance. He ordered the other operators to stand by outside, ready to cover Cheyenne and Shakia's evacuation. While the zombies inside the lab were focused on the medical examiner, the two of them secretly opened the isolation door. J and K. Shakia watched the two enter the isolation lab, feeling worried. Miss Shakia, don't worry. We, the basic operators, are responsible for handling these matters. Operator H nodded to Shakia. Among us, J and K are the experts in this area. After J and K entered the room, the three zombies seemed to have spotted new prey and began to turn. Thankfully, they weren't very agile, so J and K pulled out their pistols and began firing. As expected, the pistol bullets had little effect on the three zombies, especially the gelatinous parts. However, J and K's move was a distraction. The surviving forensic doctor took the opportunity to rush to the exit, where he was protected by other operators. J, do you remember what I taught you? K, you're kidding. I'm even more proficient in it than you are. J and K seemed quite comfortable with the technique. They pressed some unknown trigger on their pistols, and the gun suddenly began to transform in their hands. The gun in K's hand began to stretch, glowing patterns appearing on it, as if it had transformed from an ordinary pistol into some kind of high-tech weapon. Gah! One of the zombies was closer to J, and it was about to pounce on its prey. But J's pistol suddenly extended a sharp blade, its surface gleaming with light. With a gentle swing, the gelatin on the zombies' bodies was cut, vaporized by the high-energy particles from the sword. Not bad. But this is more efficient. K also pulled the trigger of his weapon. The strange energy gun in his hand fired two beams, chasing their targets and directly vaporizing the remaining two zombies. Amazing. Sakia saw it clearly. It looked exactly like the weapons system on her own plane, the Trum. Isn't this? Sakia blushed. Cheyenne must know where these things came from. She looked at Cheyenne. This is reverse engineered after analyzing the weapons system on the Trum. Cheyenne confirmed Sakia's idea. No wonder these operators seemed so confident in the face of this situation. At this moment, security forces arrived at the scene, cordoning off the laboratory area and carrying out the cleanup. The surviving forensic doctor was also protected by the security forces. Shakia and Cheyenne followed the operators out of the scene. I didn't expect you had such a weapon, Shakia said to Operator K with some surprise. No big deal, thanks to you. K patted Shakia's shoulder. Chapter 26. Swager's security team was clearing the lab. Sakia followed Cheyenne and the operators to a nearby hall. Until safety was fully confirmed, personnel were temporarily unable to leave the lab hall until security inspected them. Everyone chatted in the hall while they waited. I didn't expect the weapon on Trum could actually be reverse engineered. Sakia stared at the weapon in Operator K's hand. It had now transformed back into a normal pistol. Don't underestimate humans these days. Cheyenne patted Sakia on the shoulder. This thing is called the ACRWS. Operator K fiddled with the unusual pistol and glanced at Sakia. What a ridiculous name. Ancient Civilization Restoration Weapon System. K's response made Sakia frown. It's too long to remember. Sakia's assessment seemed to echo the operator's sentiments, and upon hearing this, the other operators nodded. I usually call it a combination gun, because it packs so many functions into one. Operator J smiled. I like it. Shakia agreed. Cheyenne, would you like me one too? Shakia seemed quite pleased with the weapon. Okay, I asked the director for one. Cheyenne sullenly thought, things like today's will only become more frequent. Sooner or later, Shakia will face more dangerous missions than she currently faces. It's time to improve her combat effectiveness. Security personnel wearing chemical protective gear inspected everyone. Everyone lined up in the hall and passed through the equipment one by one. Speaking of which, the enemy was able to infiltrate this time. Operator J, standing in front of Shakia, turned to the people behind him and said, "It seems we were right to equip the operators with these high-tech weapons. Who knows what we might encounter next?" Operator K nodded to Shakia and Cheyenne. Everyone had passed the inspection and could leave the scene. It seemed that the gelatinous substance was not a virus or a chemical substance. At least that was reassuring. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let's disband for now. Cheyenne saluted the operators. Okay, Commander Cheyenne. K, on behalf of the operators, returned the salute. The operators disbanded, and Shakia planned to go home and rest. As usual, Cheyenne escorted her back. By the way, before we go, give me your ID card. I help you apply for a combination rifle. Cheyenne took Shakia to register the weapon system. The next step was to wait for approval. After driving Shakia to the entrance of the residential complex, Cheyenne reminded her that they didn't know where the enemy was roaming. She urged her to be careful and contact her if anything seemed unusual. I feel like this is a bit overwhelming. As they reached the entrance to the residential complex, Cheyenne's instructions made Shakia nervous. That's right. After all, we don't know where the familiar is hiding. Our operation this time will be different from previous ones. Cheyenne sighed. If the enemy continued to hide this time, and they really attacked, they wouldn't even have time to evacuate, and the city would be doomed. I think. How about we corral it first? Shakia noticed the rare seriousness on Cheyenne's face this time, and she had to think of a solution. We have one chance, but only if that guy reveals himself. Cheyenne nodded. All operators at headquarters are on standby now, ensuring every block is under surveillance. All that's left is waiting. Okay, when it shows up, I destroy it until nothing remains. Seeing Shakia's fighting spirit, Cheyenne felt relieved. After confirming Shakia's safe return, Cheyenne drove away. The only thing left to do now was to find any trace of the enemy. Cheyenne was gloomy. The sacrifice of innocent citizens was inevitable. The only thing she and the operators could do was to minimize the casualties. It had been several days since Shakia returned home, and during those days, sporadic casualties had appeared in the city. This was expected. Cheyenne had also asked Shakia to participate in the roundup. Sometimes they would operate with Operator K's team, and sometimes they would operate alone. Sakia was also issued her combination rifle, along with a set of operator uniforms and sunglasses. This would prevent her from being put in a passive position when she had to act alone. The operator uniforms were made of special materials, practically equivalent to a set of tactical armor. The operator sunglasses were also tactical eyepieces, bulletproof, and corrosion-resistant. All of this was approved by the director. The director also intended to have Sakia familiarize herself with the duties of a frontline operator, perhaps helping her regain her memory. Sakia's regular combat training was more than enough for the job. Furthermore, during her combat testing, it was discovered that she still retained some of her former warrior instincts, making her a skilled operator. School was closed, but this break belonged to Qin Yuan. Shakia couldn't rest. After calming down, Shakia also hoped to participate in combat, to restore her combat effectiveness and memory as much as possible. Although she had been feeling tired and exhausted recently, simply lying at home wouldn't help. For nearly a week, the operators at Swager had compiled data on the attacks. They discovered that the attacks occurred daily, and only once. There were already more than 5 casualties, and their bodies were quickly recovered at the scene by the police and operators, who had been informed of the situation. Once a day. It feels like a regular meal. Shakia grumbled upon receiving the analysis from headquarters. At this moment, Shakia was operating in the downtown area of New Spring and Autumn City, wearing her operator uniform. She was in the underground parking lot of an office building, marking the scene where an enemy had appeared the day before. Although the scene had already been cleaned up by other operators to avoid unnecessary panic, there had actually been eyewitness reports before Shakia met with Kay and the others to investigate the murder case in the store. However, there had been no casualties at the time, and these reports of suspected targets were only collected after the operators' diligent investigation. The reporters described sightings of slime-like creatures near sewage pipes and sewers. The witnesses had mostly ignored the incidents, believing they had misjudged them. With the on-site markings Shakia had collected during her visit to the city, she had essentially determined the creature's route. Thank you for your hard work, Shakia. We can almost confirm this creature's movements in the city with a purpose. A response came quickly from Ziyuan. Shakia walked from the parking lot to the pedestrian street, contacting headquarters in the alley between the buildings. What's the route? Shakia was quite curious. Is it heading for the root cube at Swager headquarters? According to her former father, Director Chin, these monsters, known as families, had only one goal. This time, this creature emerged from a suburban underground water source, entered the sewers, and traveled upstream to the city. As the UN explained, data and icons appeared on Shakia's phone. The first sighting was here, and then it. The icon on the phone caught Shakia's attention. The map markings on the communication board indicated that the sewer entrance, where the monster was sighted, led to a river, which in turn fed into a large water network. This water network converged into a large lake, not far from the battlefield where the life-or-death sniper battle against the invisible familiar soaring in the sky had taken place. It could be said that the location where the familiar was annihilated and fell was near that lake. But before Sakia could dwell on it, Cheyenne continued her explanation. They seem to be able to sense the energy of the root cube. They are instinctively taking the shortest route to the underground base. In other words, the straight line distance. That was easy to understand. Sakia motioned Cheyenne to continue. But we saw that it had taken some detours. It seemed to be conducting some sort of. Cheyenne paused here. Chapter 27. Predation. Sakia and Cheyenne uttered the word in unison. It was a case of telepathy. According to the Swager authorities' investigation of the families, they would normally move in a straight line, rushing towards the root cube at the shortest possible distance. But this creature had clearly been circling for a long time. This didn't make sense, considering previous data. According to its route, there are casualties every day. And they're mostly in narrow alleys at night. Cheyenne was in the data room, flipping through the latest operator reports on the computer. Deeply, no one wanted innocent victims, but this situation was too special. After this creature's appearance, it left no trace. There were no detectable traces in the air or on the ground. The equipment Sakia received from Cheyenne could detect various residues, including odor, infrared, and radiation. She had originally assumed that the monster, a mass of gelatin, would leave something on the ground, but after a long day of searching the scene, she found nothing. The exact composition of the monster's gelatin had been destroyed following the last corpse resurrection incident. Operator K seemed a little uneasy about this. To track the monster, aside from some street surveillance footage for reference, the only way to track it was by following its predatory tracks. After all, this creature was incredibly cunning, seemingly intent on avoiding detection. So most of the dead were homeless people, thugs, and the like. Shakia rested her chin on her hand and surveyed the alleyway. Speaking of which, it's the same at this scene. No traces of the monster were found. Is it truly a physical entity? As Sakia surveyed her surroundings, her tactical goggles scanned the alleyway, revealing no traces of tracking. That's hard to say. But last time, I clearly saw the gelatin controlling the corpse smeared onto the glass of the isolation room. Cheyenne also felt that this guy was no ordinary threat and needed to be handled with caution. Perhaps the shop's location in a relatively secluded alley had been the cause of the attack. Ever since the incident of the corpse being reanimated and controlled by the familiar's gelatin, the Swager authorities were afraid to transport the body back. They agreed with the police to seal the body nearby and deal with it after the familiar was defeated. Okay, tell me the results of your route analysis. Sakia was both excited and nervous. According to the computer's calculations, the area where this guy would appear next time was roughly determined. Cheyenne sent the results to Sakia's phone. It's an upscale residential area about 3 kilometers away from where Sakia is currently located. The range is 1 kilometer in radius. Okay, I go check it out tonight. It would be best if we can eliminate it directly. Sakia patted the combination rifle hanging from her waist. First, ensure your own safety. I better send Kay and the others to help you block the area. Cheyenne preferred a safe approach. Thank you. That's perfect, as long as it doesn't affect their mission. Sakia felt a little embarrassed, as the operators were currently responsible for different areas of the city, laying out a large network. Sending them over would delay the search there. It's okay. We can try to close the net tonight. Cheyenne understood Shakia's concerns. She told Shakia it was time to close the net. So, Shakia's mission for the day was over, and she was free to move freely. Huh? Shakia rubbed her temple. It was time to leave. In the alley, she took off her operator's uniform and put it in her backpack. After all, walking around the street in this uniform and sunglasses would be too conspicuous. Shakia took off her operator's tactical jacket, revealing her usual shirt underneath. The street scene outside remained as ordinary as ever. The quiet sunlight shone on the streets between the tall buildings and on the people coming and going. No one realized that a monster attack had occurred in this busy city. Shakia, carrying a backpack, walked onto the street, blending naturally into the crowd. It was only 11 a.m., plenty of time before the evening operation. It had been a while since she last went shopping, so it would be nice to relax. Shakia, who was planning to go out for dinner, passed by the subway station when she saw Bruce escorting Longsheng in. She initially considered going up to say hello, but firstly, it was too far, about 100 meters. Secondly, she had her own work to do, and with a rare break, she wanted some quiet time. Forget it, she'd just enjoy a relaxing afternoon, and then find a place for a beauty massage or something. Who knows what's in store for her this evening? I can't do this without shaking off my fatigue. Alas, I still have to find some time to relax. Thinking this way, Shakia hummed a tune as she entered a restaurant on the pedestrian street. A comfortable afternoon passed by. Late in the afternoon, after a good night's sleep, Shakia was back on the move. She walked out of the mall's beauty salon and passed by the gym on the same floor when she ran into Bruce, who was coming out of the gym. Oh, Qin Yun, what a coincidence. Why are you here too? Bruce was clutching a sports bag and had a towel draped around his neck. He exuded the fresh scent of shower gel after a shower. It seemed like he always showered at the gym afterward. In front of her school friends, Shakia had to use Qin Yun's identity to greet Bruce. Hi. It's you. Working out? Bruce had always prided himself on his physique, and it seemed he kept up the good work. He struck a few poses with pride. That's right. We must never slack off in our physical cultivation. How about you, Qin Yun? I went on a mission. Got a beauty treatment. He almost said he was on a mission, but luckily he quickly changed his mind. The two of them walked out of the mall together. On the way, Bruce talked about Longsheng. He told Shakia that Longsheng had seemed preoccupied and listless these past few days. He seemed to have come looking for you a few days ago, but you weren't there. What happened between you two? Bruce asked. He speculated that Longsheng was so down because he couldn't contact his goddess. Nothing. I had some family matters the past few days, so I just got back today. Shakia didn't like lying, but this didn't seem like a lie. Tracking that monster with the operator team these past few days has been exhausting. Sorry, I contact him later. Don't worry about it. Shakia appreciated Bruce's kindness to his good friend. But rather than dwelling on the boy's troubles, Shakia simply wanted to quickly eliminate that monster. Otherwise, these young people wouldn't have time for romance. Things haven't been peaceful lately. It's best if we don't hang out together anymore. After Shakia said this, she noticed Bruce looking at her in surprise. Why? Rongxing said the same thing before he left. She had no idea what Bruce was thinking, but Shakia didn't want to let him speculate. Did you know how many people have died at night lately? The news says there's a strange killer stalking the city. Standing at the subway entrance, Shakia said to Bruce. That's probably what Longsheng was talking about. Bruce, didn't you watch the news? Is that so? I guess I was overthinking it. Bruce scratched his cheek, seeming to want to say something but then stopped. Well, everyone should be careful, especially you. It's better for girls to go home early at night. Although Bruce seemed boisterous around Longsheng, he was quite gentlemanly around women. I usually saw him joking with Longsheng, but this was the first time I seen this side of him. So the two of them walked into the subway station. They boarded the same train. Qin Yun, which station are you going to? Bruce asked politely. Shakia gave the station name without hesitation. What Bruce did next surprised Shakia. She hadn't expected Bruce's destination to be the same area Shakia was planning to monitor. It turned out Bruce lived in that upscale neighborhood. This was a problem. Bruce was always asking questions, so it would be difficult to move forward with him. Then I give you a ride. Things are a bit turbulent these days, Bruce asked, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor. I'm not going home, I'm going to see a friend. Sakia found herself at a loss for how to refuse him. Bruce didn't seem to mind her embarrassment. He offered to take her to where she was meeting her friend. Well, all right then. Bruce knew his character well. He was truly simple and full of justice. Sakia appreciated his earnestness. Then, once we arrived at the scene, we should head directly to where we meet Operator K and wait. Chapter 28. The subway was heading towards Bruce's house. It wasn't too far, and the station should have arrived in about 10 minutes. But the train made an emergency stop midway. Perhaps some unlucky drunk was causing a disturbance at the station. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the train started moving again. What annoyed Bruce was that the station near his house had announced an incident, and that the train wouldn't be stopping. There was nothing he could do but get off at the previous stop and walk over. What's going on? Shakia texted operators J and K to ask, but received no reply. Bruce's neighborhood was still a bit of a walk away. Shakia decided to meet operator K and the others at a convenience store near Bruce's house. I understand. I take you there. Bruce agreed. Of course, he just assumed his classmate was just meeting a female friend. Thank you. This will make it easier for you to get home. Thank you for your hard work. As expected of an upscale neighborhood, there weren't many pedestrians. Instead, there were rows of commercial areas surrounding the neighborhood, the usual street vendors and cheap individual businesses. The only downside was that, due to the repeated attacks on New Spring and Autumn City, the local businesses had chosen to leave and move far away. So the area looked deserted. The sky was already dark, which made Sakia feel a little uneasy. It looks a bit desolate, doesn't it? Bruce knew what Sakia was feeling. Yes. Yes. Sakia looked around. It feels a little too quiet. To be honest, I'm not comfortable living here. It's pretty inconvenient. Sometimes I have to walk a long way just to eat, and ordering takeout takes ages. Bruce seemed to have been putting up with this for a long time. So, the apartment the director found for Shakia near the old town is more convenient. There's a supermarket downstairs, so it's easy to buy everything. You can even put oil in the pot while cooking and then go buy groceries. Of course, for safety reasons, don't try this, kids. It seems a little empty today. Bruce led Shakia towards the convenience store near the community. Surprisingly, they didn't see anyone along the way. It was supposed to be dark at 6:30 p.m., so housewives should be out shopping anyway. Why am I feeling a little uneasy? Shakia felt a chill run down her spine. After about 10 minutes of walking, the convenience store she was heading to was right in front of her. But why is this convenience store so deserted today? Usually, convenience stores at this time of year should be packed. But now, there's not even a single person standing outside smoking. Is this a characteristic of upscale neighborhoods? Looking closely, there wasn't even a clerk at the register. Sensing something was amiss, Bruce asked Shakia to wait outside while he went in to investigate. Is anyone there? Bruce entered the store. The automatic doors operated normally. But when he actually went inside, he saw no one. Is anyone there? Customers. Bruce walked around the store and called out, his voice rising. But still, no one responded. Bruce noticed the warehouse door was ajar. Are you in there? Bruce noticed the lights were off. He fumbled for a switch, but couldn't find it, so he pushed the door open. In the light from outside, Bruce finally spotted a figure, seemingly crouched in a corner, sorting something. Excuse me. Bruce greeted the person, but there was no response. Thinking they might be hard of hearing, he knocked again and called out again. Why are K and the others so slow to respond? Standing outside, Saki appeared inwardly. This upscale neighborhood was deserted. She had already sent the location she was waiting for to K and J. After a moment, she vaguely saw some dark figures moving beneath the distant streetlight. Was it a pedestrian? Or perhaps an operator coming to join them? Sakia was puzzled, and she unconsciously took a step forward, wanting to get a closer look. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang inside the convenience store, like the sound of shelves being pushed over. Bruce. Sakia realized something was wrong and quickly turned around. Inside the convenience store, Bruce would never forget the face of the man before him. That man, or rather something, slowly stood up and turned around. Every hole in his face was dripping with a sticky black liquid, which was now pouring onto the other person beneath him. Strangely, the liquid didn't reach the ground. There was nothing there, no blood, no smell. This reminded Bruce of zombies from movies and games. He reacted instantly and leaped out of the warehouse door, knocking over a row of shelves. The guys inside stumbled out in pursuit. Bruce grabbed the store mop and beat back the approaching zombies, then sprinted frantically towards the door. Shakia ran toward the convenience store entrance, only to see Bruce charging towards her. Bruce, panicked, nearly collided with Shakia, but luckily, Shakia spun around and dodged. What's wrong? Shakia's heart sank at Bruce's unusual panic. Run! There are zombies here. What? Zombies? Before Shakia could recover, Bruce grabbed her and ran, but he quickly stopped. Because he saw more and more wriggling figures approaching the two of them from under the nearby streetlights, Shakia turned to look at the convenience store. Two such zombies had emerged. Seeing the liquid gel on the zombies, a characteristic only seen on the corpses killed by the clan last time and then revived. Bruce, don't touch that liquid. Although Shakia hadn't seen any zombie movies, she had seen the stuff that could corrode people in the lab. But Bruce was quick to learn. With his long staff in hand, he knocked down several zombies that were about to attack him, nervously searching for a way out. I know. Generally speaking, contact with that stuff will infect you, right? Bruce's answer was probably correct. Be careful. Shakia also did a roundhouse kick, knocking over a guy who was approaching Bruce from behind. Hey. I didn't realize our class goddess was such a good fighter. Bruce turned back and nodded sheepishly at Shakia. You're not bad. It looks like all those muscles are worth building. I assumed Bruce was just a fitness enthusiast who seemed to know a bit of martial arts. The two of them stood back to back, watching the zombies closing in. Suddenly, Bruce hurled a plastic trash can from outside the convenience store at the zombies, then grabbed Shakia and ran in the opposite direction. The move worked quite well. The zombies, startled by the noise, were distracted, allowing Bruce to seize the opportunity to break through the encirclement. Let's go! I know this area. Bruce grabbed Shakia and sprinted across 2 streets, dodging the zombies roaming the streets. When did these guys show up? Bruce nervously squeezed Shakia's wrist, squeezing it until it hurt. Bruce reached the gate of his residential complex, threw himself over it, used the key card to unlock the iron gate, and rushed in with Shakia. Fortunately, the residential complex seemed unaffected. The security guard at the compound security office watched the 2 men rush over in such panic, a bit puzzled. But when he saw a group of figures stumbling in the distance, he quickly fled. I assumed I was acting alone, tracking the familiar and waiting for an opportunity to kill them, but I didn't expect to suddenly encounter so many zombie-like creatures. It seemed that the familiar wasn't stupid either. What should I do? I had planned to reunite with the operators and wait and see, but I didn't expect to be outmaneuvered. Bruce planned to take Shakia to his home for a while. His home was a single-family house. Shakia followed Bruce, walking behind him. Just as Shakia was trying to figure out how to explain things to Bruce, messages from J and K appeared on her phone. It turned out that a large number of zombies had also appeared in the area they were patrolling. It seemed that the number of victims this time had exceeded expectations, and they were also trapped in a certain area, so their response was delayed. The police had already cordoned off the area where the zombies had appeared. It would take them some time to reunite. Shakia? How's the situation over there? Cheyenne's phone rang just in time, and Shakia breathed a sigh of relief and quickly answered it. Oh, this is terrible. I'm with my classmates. And we're surrounded. Shakia felt her backpack. It contained her equipment. If necessary, she could fight her way out. Can you authorize the use of weapons? We can't leave those zombies alone. And I have civilians here. Cheyenne's answer left Shakia feeling overwhelmed. According to the operator's intelligence, these zombies seemed different from the previously reanimated, mutilated corpses. Their bodies were intact, merely controlled by the black liquid. Just now, an operator killed one. The person regained consciousness before dying, wailing and wailing, which frightened the operator to death. In other words, there's no guarantee they're still alive. If they can defeat the king controlling them, perhaps they can save these civilians. In this situation, since they can't use weapons or completely eliminate these zombies, is their only option to keep running, hoping to stumble upon a kin that they can't guarantee will emerge and then take care of. It looks like tonight's going to be a big mess. Sakia touched her backpack and looked at Bruce, who was leading the way with a stick. Maybe it's time to ask a friend for help. Chapter 29. I thought I could reach Bruce's house safely, close the doors and windows, and wait for help. Unexpectedly, there was a commotion outside, and curious residents rushed out to see what was going on. Go home! Go home! Bruce shouted at the residents, who were opening their doors and windows or leaving their homes, but it was no use. Their curiosity drove them closer to the gate and looked out. Many people walked towards Bruce and Shakia, heading for the gate. The two of them couldn't stop them. The zombies outside were locked outside the iron gate, and could only pound on it in vain. A man with gold-rimmed glasses approached curiously to observe, and was startled by a hand reaching out through the iron gate bars. Fortunately, he didn't get caught. Hey, what's going on? Is it Halloween today? The man patted the hands of the zombies waving in the air. Who are you trying to scare? It seemed that the man had emboldened everyone, and several men also came forward to watch. Hey, you're looking for death. Come back. Bruce stepped forward, trying to pull back the bystander with gold-rimmed glasses. He rushed forward, trying to pull him back. Hey, let go. You little brat. But the man didn't seem to appreciate it. Everyone calm down. We're telling the truth. It's dangerous. Go home. Sakia also joined in, trying to dissuade the curious residents. But these residents were incredibly arrogant and ignored Sakia and Bruce's advice. Suddenly, the people outside the iron gate began to vomit, a black liquid pouring from their mouths and eyes. The liquid seemed less viscous than before. Then the black liquid began seeping through the gates of the residential complex. Wow, that's disgusting. An elderly woman in the crowd began to scream, and the crowd instinctively began to retreat. It was then that the old man realized something was wrong. But the black water quickly surrounded the man standing at the gate and Bruce, who was struggling with him. Danger! Shakia grabbed Bruce's clothes and desperately pulled him back. While the old man was surrounded by the black water, many hand-like things emerged from the black water and began to climb over the old man. Ugh! Ah! The old man screamed, but soon, hands formed from the black water covered his face, silencing him. The black water quickly poured into his body through his mouth and nose. The crowd erupted in screams of fear, and they began to retreat. Don't be stunned. Run home. Shakia shouted to the crowd, dragging Bruce back with her. Unfortunately, the crowd was too large. Not only did the man being engulfed by the black water, but more black water began to flow toward the crowd, accelerating. Several people who were close to him were engulfed by the black water. The massive amount of black water took control of a few zombies, seemingly increasing their power. Gummy tentacles began to extend from their bodies, uprooting the neighborhood's streetlights and waving them at the crowd. More black water continued to seep in. Bruce saw a little girl nearby about to be swallowed by the black water. He rushed forward, pushing the girl into her parents' arms, but his own feet were grabbed by hands emerging from the black water. Bruce. You? Shakia was caught in the fleeing crowd, wanting to save someone but unable to move. Suddenly, Bruce felt a solid blow on his back, sending him flying. It was a street lamp that had been swept up by the tentacles and landed on Bruce, a blessing in disguise, freeing him from the black water's grip. Hurry! Shakia finally managed to squeeze through the crowd, reaching Bruce, who lay prone on the ground. She lifted him onto her back and fled. Bruce's back was badly wounded, bleeding profusely. The broken lamppost had ripped through his clothes and flesh, and the impact with the iron pole must have also ruptured his bones. But there was no time to worry about that now. Shakia carried Bruce and fled with the crowd. Bruce was limping and struggling to gain speed. Bruce, which direction is your house? Hurry and get to Bruce's house. We should be able to hide for a while. Bruce weakly raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Front. Building 7. Bruce gave the direction and address of his home. Bear with it, Sakia said, lifting Bruce onto her back. Huh? She then began breathing a few times in a strange manner, then suddenly picked up her pace. You? Bruce hadn't expected this girl, who looked about 5 feet 10 inches tall and not particularly strong, to be able to carry him, a sturdy 6 feet 8 inches boy, and run with her, her pace accelerating. From a jog to a run, the tentacle monster behind them rolled up trash cans, chairs, and other items and hurled them at the fleeing crowd, seemingly trying to block their escape route. Fortunately, Shakia carried Bruce on her back, allowing them to escape first. Bruce also fished the house key from his pocket and handed it to Shakia on the way. Luckily, Bruce didn't have to go upstairs, so Shakia quickly opened the door with him on her back. She was so frightened by her speed, carrying a grown boy on her back. Bruce was gently placed on the sofa by Shakia. Okay, do you have a first aid kit? Are your parents home? Shakia saw Bruce's serious injuries and knew he needed immediate attention. She began rummaging through Bruce's living room. Bruce noticed the girl in front of him barely breathed. She had run for hundreds of meters carrying nearly 160 pounds, maybe. She didn't need his protection after all. The first aid kit is in the second to last drawer in the corner cabinet on the second floor. The pain was unbearable, so Bruce decided to bandage the wound first before worrying about anything else. Okay, don't move. Bruce's house was truly enormous, perhaps 3 stories high. But Bruce seemed to be the only one living in such a large house, which must have been rather lonely. Sakia had indeed barely breathed. While carrying Bruce on her back, she had employed a breathing technique taught to her by her martial arts teacher, Master Shur. This breathing technique was said to be a secret technique passed down from her master's master. The master had told her that it could enhance one's physical strength, allowing one to harness a certain energy from within. In the past, when she'd been exhausted from training, she used this breathing technique to quickly stabilize her breathing and restore her strength. However, this was the first time such high-intensity use had been used. In fact, not only Bruce, but even Shakia herself was surprised that a strong man carrying Bruce's weight could run so fast, and now she felt no pain or extreme fatigue at all. And it was said that Mr. Sure himself had only mastered a relatively superficial level. It seemed that it would be best to practice more in the future. This time, it had such a huge impact. Finding the medical kit, Shakia began bandaging Bruce. Shakia asked about Bruce's parents. Well, my parents, they're usually very busy. As you can see, I'm the one who looks after the house most of the time. After disinfecting and applying the medicine, Bruce gradually felt better and opened up. So, this was how Bruce had spent his entire high school years. His parents were financially well off, but they were also very busy. But Bruce understood his parents very well. He said that his parents were busy working for the great cause of humanity's future. Fortunately, Bruce's parents had always been there for him, at least until middle school, so Bruce, with pride and perseverance, had always unwaveringly protected and cared for his family. For the future of humanity. Shakia smiled wryly, and shook her head. You could say she was also fighting for the future. Bruce's family was very strict as a child, so he didn't have many friends. Lan Sheng was his only playmate. So while Bruce seemed to be constantly teasing Lan Sheng, he actually cared more about him than anyone else. So when he learned that Lan Sheng seemed to have feelings for Shakia, he resolved to help his good brother win her over. Lan Sheng had been weak since childhood and easily bullied, and Bruce often had to stand up for him. It was this pride in his family, his sense of justice, and his hidden loneliness that perhaps gave Bruce such a strong desire to protect his friends and those around him. Shakia said nothing, simply quietly bandaging Bruce's wound. Xin Yun. You're a good girl. Beautiful, smart, and a good fighter. Bruce noticed Shakia's bandage technique was quite deft. And you know first aid. What boy wouldn't admire a girl like that? Bruce sighed. So I. Chapter 30. Bruce's face flushed slightly. Shakia's hands reached over him, bandaging him. It seemed adolescent boys were all so sensitive. But before Bruce could finish, Shakia had already finished bandaging him, tightening the bandage firmly. Xin Yun, be gentle. Ouch, it hurts. Bruce's words were interrupted by the pain. Okay, at least you can hold on for a few more hours, otherwise, you lose too much blood and die at any moment. Shakia had a rough idea of what Bruce was trying to say. Unfortunately, Shakia felt nothing at all. As for why, she herself didn't know. It wasn't that Shakia was aloof. Logically, both Bruce and Lan Sheng were considered pretty good guys, at least in the eyes of middle school girls. So what was her past like? What was certain was that her living environment was definitely completely different from this group of people now. Rather than playing with middle schoolers, Sakia felt she got along better with Cheyenne and Operator K. Maybe Sakia was more sophisticated than she imagined? She pulled her phone from her backpack, revealing messages from Operators K and Cheyenne. They had already pinpointed her current location via her phone, but the nearby operators were still a bit troubled, so they had to wait a while before retrieving Sakia. Sakia had no choice but to wait and hide at Bruce's house for a while. It seemed she had to do something. The key was that Bruce was also injured, so it was best not to get involved in a fight right now. Sakia checked the doors and windows on the first floor, locking all the windows and the main door. She then turned off all the lights in the house. She wasn't sure if the guys would react to the lights, but it was just a precaution. There's a price to pay for being a hero. Don't move now. Shakia told Bruce to lie flat on the sofa. She stood up, went to the window, and lifted a corner of the curtain to check the situation outside. In the complex, there were already quite a few zombies infected by the black water. They were gathering at the doorsteps of residents, some even trying to break through the windows. Those on the upper floors were fine, but some on the lower floors had already been breached. Outside, the sounds of residents fighting with the zombies and screams continued. It looked like the outer iron gate had also been breached. A large number of figures were pouring in from the main gate. A number of zombies were also approaching Bruce's mansion. Bruce, you have to hide upstairs. They're coming. Shakia turned off the lights on the ground floor, lifted Bruce up again, and, carrying her backpack, headed upstairs to the bedroom. Damn it! I can't protect you like this. Xin Yun, you run first. Bruce's face was filled with despair. Stop being a hero. Who can you protect like this? It's good enough if you don't drag me down. Besides, where can we escape now? There was no way to deal with this guy. Shakia helped Bruce to his bed in his bedroom. Then she put down her backpack and pulled out her operator's gear and jacket. If you want to protect others, at least you need everything, Shakia said to Bruce as she dressed. Shakia connected her wireless headphones to her phone and logged into the operator terminal. Then she clipped the holster and magazine pouch for her combination rifle onto her legs and donned her tactical goggles. Leave it to the professionals. Qin Yun. What are you wearing? I hadn't expected the classmate Qin Yun, who I always thought was so dignified and elegant, to actually pull all this stuff out of her backpack. What are you up to? What's with that gun? How did you get on the subway? I heard Qin Yun came from a military family, but carrying equipment on her back was a bit outrageous. Is Qin Yun a military enthusiast? It was natural for Bruce to have so many questions after changing clothes in front of him. But the situation was critical now, so he couldn't care less. Sakia had no intention of answering these questions. As for how the compound gun got on the subway, that was just how advanced Schwager's technology was. When folded up, the compound gun was about the size of a glass's case, and it wasn't made of metal either. The sound of shattering glass could be heard downstairs. It seemed some of the windows on the first floor had been broken. The zombies were coming in. Listen, stay put. I take care of those guys. Bruce seemed about to say something, but Sakia ignored him. Qin Yun. Shakia was about to open the door when Bruce called out again. What's wrong? My wooden sword for martial arts practice. Take it if you need it. Bruce pulled a wooden sword from under the bed and tossed it to Shakia. Thanks. According to Cheyenne's intelligence, it's too early to rashly use lethal force against these corrupted citizens. A sturdy wooden stick might be a good idea. And, who are you, Qin Yun? I could understand Bruce's doubts, but there was clearly no way to answer them properly right now. Let's talk about this once we managed to hold on. All we had to do now was hold on until the operators arrived to support us. Before that, we must defend this house at all costs. Sakia crouched down and exited the second-floor bedroom. She continued to lower herself and walk down the second-floor hallway. Though she claimed to be a professional in front of Bruce, she only received basic training from Operator K. But Sakia's unknown past was playing a role. She understood that she was accustomed to combat. Though the lights were off, leaving the entire mansion in darkness, Sakia's tactical goggles had night vision. She could clearly hear the movements of the men on the first floor. Their footsteps were slow and infrequent, seemingly just wandering around. If she could hide in peace on the second floor until the operators arrived for support, it would be much easier. Thinking with this, Sakia tried to connect to the operator's combat channel. Hey! You're finally online, Sakia. It was Operator J's voice. We were all worried about you. I'm glad you're okay. I'm safe here for now. What's going on over there? Shakia kept an eye on the first floor while she spoke. Hey. It's a long story. I'm trapped in a warehouse a block away from you. There are zombies everywhere outside, but we can't open fire rashly. It turned out that several operators from Team K were scattered and trapped. The sudden zombie outbreak in the neighborhood caught everyone off guard. Thankfully, Schwager had contacted the police, who were isolating the area and providing support to the operators. The operators from Team K were currently reuniting, and once they did, they would be able to come and rescue Shakia. Jay, I have a wounded man here who needs urgent medical attention. I only given him emergency treatment. Shakia wasn't sure how long Bruce could hold out. Anyway, you guys should get here as soon as possible. I hold on for a bit. Although reinforcements were on the way, they still had to proceed cautiously. Especially since they couldn't confidently take down these zombies yet. It was a headache. Shakia hid on the second-floor stairs, shielding herself with the low wall beside them, and peered downstairs. It was bad. While I was talking to Jay, someone seemed to be trying to climb the stairs to the second floor. Let's see if they react to anything. Let's test the sound first. Shakia found an empty plastic soda bottle in the hallway, and threw it downstairs near the window. Clang! The soda bottle hit the ground, making a loud noise in the empty room. The zombies didn't react at all. It was still trying to climb the stairs, 1 foot already on the steps. Damn! It seemed the noise had no effect on it, which was both good and bad news. At least making noise wouldn't matter when avoiding these guys. So what about smell? What smell was stronger? Oh right, the bathroom. Shakia groped her way to the second-floor bathroom and found a pair of stinky socks Bruce hadn't washed yet. Shakia quickly scooped up the smelly socks with a clothespin, covered her nose, and threw them behind the zombie trying to climb the stairs. The creature seemed to react slightly to the smell. As the socks hit the ground, the zombie paused noticeably. "Hurry! Go eat the stinky socks!" Shakia shouted inwardly, watching the zombie turn its attention to the smelly socks with some excitement. The creature was a middle-aged man, and from a distance, she could see black liquid oozing from every hole in his face. Shakia felt nauseous. Could she recover from this? Honestly, if Shine hadn't authorized the use of lethal force, she'd have instinctively shot him in the head if he lunged at her. Shakia had tried to hold her breath while picking up the smelly socks, but now she finally managed to gasp. Suddenly, the creature turned back around. And this time, it seemed to have determined its target, accelerating towards the second floor. Ah! It seemed to have locked onto Shakia. It climbed the winding staircase with its hands and feet. Couldn't even the smell distract it? Shakia gripped her wooden sword tightly. It seemed she had no choice but to fight. She had to hold the staircase now. She stabbed the zombie that was about to climb up into the chest. Chapter 31. The man, his face covered in black liquid, was stabbed in the chest by a wooden sword and fell backward down the stairs. The loud noise of his fall seemed to startle Bruce inside the room. "Is everything okay out there?" he called worriedly through the door. "Huh, it's okay. Just lie back and relax." Shakia just needed to focus on guarding this staircase and not worry about anything else for now. Just now, she took a few deep breaths, and this zombie reacted so dramatically. It seems they used their breath to lock onto their target. Suddenly, Shakia noticed a few drops of black liquid splashing from the man's face onto her hand. She quickly shook them off, but even those few drops seemed to have life, clinging to her hand and moving everywhere, even through the sleeves. They were seeping into her clothes. Ugh! Shakia almost cried out, but she held it back. In her desperation, every cell in her body trembled as she entered combat mode. Who? She had developed the habit of subconsciously employing the breathing technique she learned from her martial arts teacher, Master Shur, whenever she entered combat mode. A surge of power surged from deep within her body once again. Though it was a subconscious action, the area where the black water droplets made contact with her skin suddenly emitted flashes of golden electricity. Puff! Snap! The black water had actually evaporated. It seemed to be the effect of this breathing technique. Oh, I've seen similar flashes appear in Master Shur's hands when he demonstrated this move before. It's just that Sakia's success rate hadn't been high when she practiced on her own before. It seemed the crisis had suddenly unleashed her potential, allowing her to use it. If so, that would be wonderful. Right now, Shakia's mind was solely focused on surviving this disaster, taking whatever favorable circumstances presented themselves. Her limbs, tense from shock, began to relax, and she gradually recovered. Inspired by the evaporation of the black water, Shakia took the initiative. She breathed in and out several times, attempting to channel the power surging from her body into her hands. Then, a faint golden glow began to emanate from them. It worked. Now, this miraculous power seemed to be flowing according to her will. Let's keep trying. Shakia began to exert force, directing it with her consciousness toward the wooden sword. The surface of the sword itself seemed to slowly begin to glow with that golden light. Why infuse the wooden sword with energy? Because hitting these creatures dripping with black water with bare hands is too disgusting. Shakia rushed down the stairs and stabbed the wooden sword into the zombie that was struggling to get up. Although the energy on the wooden sword was not strong, when it came into contact with a person infected by the black water, they felt as if they were being scorched by intense heat and let out muffled cries. As if from an otherworldly evil spirit, though the person struggled, Shakia used all her strength to pin him to the ground with the wooden sword, preventing him from getting up. The black water flowing from the victim's face suddenly stopped flowing, and quickly began to churn and bubble, as if boiling. It's working, Shakia exulted. Although the effect didn't seem to be immediate, it was clear that this energy was what the black water feared. As the black water continued to boil and evaporate, the infected person gradually returned to their original state. The person finally stopped struggling and fell to the ground, likely unconscious. A stream of black water, as if escaping from the person's body, gushed out of his mouth and quickly shot out the window, allowing him to escape. Who? Sakia checked the fallen victim's pulse with her hand. Good, still breathing. It seemed she now knew how to deal with these infected people. Sakia stood up and looked at another person in the first-floor corridor, attracted by her constant breathing. Who? Sakia deliberately used breathing techniques in front of it. As expected, the infected person quickened his pace and rushed forward, but what awaited him was a wooden sword infused with mysterious energy. He took a big step forward and stabbed the person in the chest. Sakia's hand seemed to be holding an electric baton. The zombie immediately let out a strange cry and shrank back violently upon contact. As she engaged in the battle while practicing breathing techniques, the glow of Sakia's wooden sword grew from faint to faintly visible to the naked eye. The power of these strikes was vastly increased compared to the initial blows. The creature she had previously dealt with was merely slowly burned and scorched, but this time, a single blow to the victim's body drove the black water that had been corroding his body out of him. This pool of black water tried to escape through the window as before, but it was too big a target to escape. Sakia rushed forward, slashing downward with her sword. You. As she charged, she didn't forget to practice the breathing techniques again. The glow of the wooden sword intensified even more. Puff! Crack! With one blow, the pool of black water evaporated completely. The victim also fell to the ground, motionless. I didn't expect that in such a critical moment I would. Relieved, Sakia sat down against the wall. Suddenly, divine intervention in such a critical moment, her luck was truly incredible. She had to thank her martial arts master first. After repelling the intruders from the house, Sakia dared to relax a bit. She suddenly felt fatigued. Perhaps it was from continuously using this breathing technique, or was it simply because she had suddenly relaxed, but it was too early to rejoice. From the broken first-floor window, Sakia saw that the house was surrounded by more and more invaders. A rough count revealed over 30 of them. Now she had to find a way to hold out. Jay, how long will it take you to get here? Sakia felt that even if she had a way to repel these intruders, with so many of them, she might collapse first. We had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Kay and the others had reunited. The Bureau had dispatched a helicopter to pick us up. We're breaking out and would be here soon. Please hold out for another 10 minutes. It seemed the Bureau had realized the seriousness of the situation and had dispatched a helicopter to rescue the trapped operators. Got it. I can definitely hold out for 10 minutes. Thanks. After hanging up the call, Sakia moved some furniture from Bruce's house to seal the 2 first-floor windows that had just been broken. This would at least buy a little time. Unfortunately, Bruce's house was too big. No sooner had she finished sealing the windows than she heard the sound of breaking glass in several other places. Looks like we have to do everything in our power to put out the fire. With a frustrated groan, Sakia, holding her wooden sword, performed several consecutive breathing techniques and strode towards the source of the sound. Come on, I make you pay for what you've done today. The wooden sword in Sakia's hand regained its brilliance. Chapter 32. In the hallway of Bruce's home, tireless zombies descended upon Shakia, who needed to protect Bruce in the second-floor bedroom. Luckily, Shakia now possessed a method to protect herself from the zombies' black water. From the martial arts master the director had hired, Shakia had learned a miraculous martial art. This martial art is based on a unique breathing technique that enhances physical strength and generates a unique energy that, when channeled, produces healing effects. This energy can also be destructive, depending on how one uses it. Previously, Shakia hadn't successfully activated this ability. Fortunately, her master had told her it couldn't be rushed, and that it took her years of practice to unleash it. The master had only mentioned that, because Shakia was connected to the root cube, the effects of this martial art on the residual energy of the root cube within Shakia would be a matter of great interest to both him and the director. Hey! Sakia slashed at the charging attackers with a wooden sword imbued with this energy. Wherever the sword touched, a crackling, burning sound emanated. Even if the wooden sword struck the enemy, it would be no less painful for the black water than being struck by a real sword. The black water had been driven out of several more victims. Just keep going, saving as many as possible. As long as they could hold out until the helicopters arrived, that was enough. After dealing with the 7 or 8 enemies that had entered the corridor, Sakia prepared for battle, but after a while, there was no movement. Were those guys afraid now that they had seen how powerful I was? In the hallway, where they had broken through the window, there were no more enemies outside. Sakia returned to the hall and peered out the window, only to find that the zombies outside were standing still. It looked like they bought some time. Sakia was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she sensed something was amiss. Those zombies weren't standing still. Instead, they were oozing black water onto the ground. Including the black water Sakia had driven out of the house earlier, it seemed to be gathering in one place. The black water gathered, becoming thicker and thicker, but those previously affected collapsed to the ground. At least they could be saved. The black water grew larger and larger, forming a large pool and beginning to flow toward the door. Sakia suddenly sensed something was wrong. She glanced at the door, and saw that the black water was already seeping in. Damn it! She couldn't let the black water advance any further, or Bruce would be in danger. Gathering her energy once more and channeling it into her wooden sword, Sakia attempted to stop the black slurry at the door. The black water, now thicker, becoming the gluey consistency I've seen before, pouring relentlessly into the hall through the crack in the door. Sakia plunged the wooden sword into it. Its increased viscosity seemed to have significantly reduced its efficiency. It was like inserting a red-hot iron rod into water, like inserting it into paste. Sakia was startled when, suddenly, several hands emerged from the black paste on the ground and gripped her feet tightly. Ah! Sakia quickly used her breathing technique again, channeling energy into her legs. But even so, these hands seemed to be able to withstand a certain degree of burning. They could neither penetrate the energy to erode Sakia, nor could they be quickly driven away by her. Fortunately, she had this energy protecting her, otherwise Sakia would be dead now. Sakia could only thrash her body, trying to free herself from the black slurry's grip, and now it was clear that the black slurry was trying to break down the door and drag Sakia outside. Ah! Sakia was dragged so hard that she fell flat on her face, and the wooden sword in her hand fell out of her hand. With a loud bang, the door of Bruce's house burst open. The black water outside had gathered, forming a human-shaped shadow. Yes, this was the image we saw in the surveillance footage of the shop murder at the beginning. The black slurry's hands violently dragged Sakia outside. Ah! Sakia frantically scraped at the ground with her hands, but she couldn't resist the drag. She finally managed to cling to the doorframe, but the opponent's strength was too great, and Sakia felt her hands were about to be torn off. She was about to be pulled out. She wasn't sure she could completely cover herself with that energy. If she was pulled directly into that mass, she would be in grave danger. It was over. Although she used breathing techniques to strengthen her body, it was no use. Her hands were slowly slipping from the doorframe. Jin Yun. Suddenly, Bruce shouted. He had burst out of the bedroom out of nowhere and grabbed Sakia, who was losing her grip. Just as Shakia's hands were about to fall away, Bruce grabbed one of hers with both hands, holding on to the doorframe with his feet. And so, the two sides were in a stalemate again. Ah! The sudden, violent tug caused a sharp pain in the wound on Bruce's back. He couldn't help but cry out, "You?" Now that one hand was free, Bruce's efforts couldn't be in vain. Sakia reacted quickly, pulling a multi-gun from her waistband. Flicking the trigger, the gun's barrel quickly glowed with a stream of energy. A massive beam of light erupted from the muzzle, piercing the shadow. It really worked. It seemed the blow had indeed inflicted damage. Sakia felt the grip on her legs loosen slightly, but she didn't let go. "Damn it! Haven't you had enough yet?" Sakia fired several more shots, piercing the shadows several times. Black goo splattered. It didn't look like it had sustained fatal damage, but it was enough to take a toll on it. Sakia's feet were released, and the black water, as if trying to repair the damage, quickly retracted. Huh. Ha. Sakia finally broke free, and fell to the ground with Bruce. Ugh, ah. But Bruce's condition wasn't optimistic. The blow had torn his wound, and blood had soaked through the bandage Sakia had applied. Thankfully, Sakia could currently use her magical breathing technique to mobilize energy and provide him with some healing. After emergency treatment, Bruce immediately fell into a coma, but at least the worsening of his injuries had been halted. The injured black mud monster didn't seem to want to fight any longer. It collected all the remaining and splattered gel and slurry nearby, quickly gathered together, and moved towards the drain. Don't even think about escaping. With Bruce unharmed, Sakia could focus fully on the enemy. She pressed the trigger on the compound gun again, and the small device transformed from a pistol into a rifle. Sakia raised the compound gun and fired repeatedly at the black mud monster. The black mud monster twisted its body to avoid the blows, but was still hit repeatedly. Go to hell. I can't let it escape. Sakia was determined to destroy it right here, but no matter how hard the compound rifle struck it, it seemed to be growing larger. Looking closely, I saw black mud flowing from several nearby sewer openings onto the enemy, repairing its damage. Under Sakia's hail of bullets, it continued to wriggle towards the sewer and slip inside. Chapter 33. Sakia kept firing, but the black flock still escaped into the sewers. Hold on. Sakia fired several times, her energy bullets scattering the alien mass of black fluid, but the remnants gathered again and fled in scattered waves. She had originally intended to pulverize it, as letting it escape might have unforeseen consequences. Even after being repeatedly shot at, with numerous holes in its body, it didn't seem to have sustained fatal damage and remained able to move. Finally, it slipped into the sewers, dragging its remaining remains with it. It escaped. Hoo-woo. Watching the enemy flee out of sight, Sakia leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. This was truly exhausting. She didn't know if it was the excitement or the constant use of the breathing techniques her master had taught her. Thankfully, Bruce was safe, and everyone nearby had been rescued. After such a thrilling experience, it was a relief to be a bit tired. There were no large-scale casualties. At first, Sakia thought she might die here. Thankfully, Sakia acted swiftly and decisively, otherwise who knows what else this guy would have done. Puff, puff, puff. In the distance, the sound of helicopter propellers could be heard. It looked like reinforcements were arriving. At least, Sakia had repelled the families, and everyone was safe for now. The helicopter was now visible. I'm here. See the flash? Sakia pulled a flashlight from the toolkit that came with her operator uniform, lit it, and waved it toward the helicopter. Oh! We see you. How's it going over there? Operator J contacted Shakia over the comms. Fortunately, the landing zone is safe for now. We just have some injured people who need to be treated. Please hurry. Roger that. The helicopter gradually approached, and the searchlight beneath its nose began to shine toward Shakia's location. Shakia placed a flashlight in front of Bruce's mansion, letting it guide the helicopter's landing. She returned to the gate to check on Bruce. Shin Yun, you. The loud sound of the propellers made Bruce open his eyes dazedly. He watched Shakia approach him. Behind her, a futuristic-looking helicopter slowly descended. Perhaps due to his injuries and weakness, Bruce's vision was still blurry. He felt Shakia helping him up. He saw a faint golden glow emanating from her palm. When this light touched him, a warm current flowed through his body. Bruce felt a bit of his strength return. Hurry, the wounded are here. Okay, Miss Shakia, I'm getting the stretcher. Shakia, that's what the person on the helicopter called Shin Yun. Bruce's body still felt heavy, but his mind wasn't foggy. Shakia? Bruce muttered. Noticing Bruce was still awake, Shakia turned and glanced at him, then made a hushed gesture. Operators J, K, and the rest of the team came running over with a stretcher, and Shakia helped Bruce onto it. Operator J looked at Bruce and said, Miss Shakia, this man is a civilian, right? Can we use our in-house hospital? This is my friend. Sakia's answer was firm. She meant to treat Bruce quickly, no matter where. It seemed impossible to manage so many things right now. Fortunately, there was only one injured person. No problem. Use my name to request access to the city hospital's emergency room. I find a way to treat him first. The experienced operator K was still straightforward. Sakia remembered that this was the hospital where she'd been recuperating. K, you're truly reliable. Sakia gave operator K a thumbs up. Shin Yun. Who are you? And who are these people? Bruce asked, swallowing the pain. He watched himself being saved, but his heart was filled with questions. Once you're healed, I explain everything to you. Sakia and the other operators lifted Bruce onto the helicopter. The helicopter quickly began moving toward the hospital. As for the next steps, it wouldn't be too late to get Bruce to the hospital first. If this had gone smoothly, it would have been the best. Unfortunately, the familiar were only repelled by Sakia, not killed. It should have taken less than 5 minutes to reach the helipad on the rooftop of the city hospital. Operator K was in the process of contacting the hospital when suddenly, the communicators of all the operators, including Sakia, began blaring. Almost simultaneously, the citywide evacuation sirens blared. Everyone in the helicopter could hear the sirens blaring below. What's going on? Everyone opened the terminal and saw an emergency message from Cheyenne and Trum's attack order. I'm glad everyone's here. This is an emergency. Return to headquarters immediately. Cheyenne then explained the situation. A massive energy reaction was discovered underground in the eastern suburbs of New Spring Autumn, and it's still growing. It's like something is coalescing, Sakia paled. That thing was still alive, and it was about to take its turn. Look! What's that over there? The helicopter's propellers were making a rather loud noise. Bruce, lying on the stretcher, tugged at Sakia's clothes, motioning her to look in a certain direction. The aerial view was breathtaking. A black pillar emerged from between the buildings, seemingly growing taller. That was the direction of East City. There was a tall tower in the eastern district of New Spring Autumn City, a very ominous feature. Damn! I didn't expect the families to grow so massive this time. There was no time to notify the citizens to evacuate. Sakia. It seems. Operator K's large hand gently rested on Sakia's shoulder. He knew this woman was bound for the front lines again. In this situation, the only hope was Sakia, piloting the Trum. Shakia nodded, glancing at the operators of Team K. Shin Yun. That direction is the area where Longsheng and the others are. Bruce's already weak voice was insignificant over the roar of the helicopter engines. What did you say? Shakia faintly heard the name Longsheng. Them? Oh, Shakia remembered. Li Jiai had mentioned that her home seemed to be near a certain tower. Longsheng and Li Jiai and the others are over there. Shakia leaned over Bruce's lips, and Bruce spoke weakly again. It seemed the situation was even worse than Shakia had imagined. Is it a nightmare tonight? Cheyenne, this is Kay. We have a wounded civilian here, en route to the hospital. Please allow me. After consulting with the operators, Kay decided to prioritize the injured person's safety. I expected Cheyenne to think before answering, but she responded so swiftly. Permission granted. However, after you arrive at the hospital, have Sakia use the nearby convenient passage to return to base and prepare for the attack. Understood. We then take care of the wounded first. Chapter 34. The transport operators and Bruce's helicopter arrived at the city hospital's rooftop helipad a few minutes later. Even though Bruce couldn't directly use the medical facilities in the basement of Swager's headquarters, Operator K, using his name, helped Bruce use the special ward at the city hospital, which had a partnership with Swager, allowing him to receive medical support far superior to that of ordinary hospitals. Shin Yun. I'm sorry. I leave Longsheng and the others to you. Before being wheeled into the emergency room, Bruce tugged at Sakia's sleeve and instructed her. He might not know exactly what these people were capable of, but he knew they were definitely handling the battle against that monster. And his familiar classmate, Shin Yun, was one of them. And her name, Shin Yun, seemed to be a pseudonym. I definitely ask her about her when I get the chance, but definitely not now. She must have more important things to do right now, right? Hey, don't add to my workload without my permission. Shakia looked helplessly at the worried Bruce. This boy was just too serious and too kind to others. Just rest for a while. Right now, just think about when you recover. Hearing Shakia's words, Bruce smiled wryly and nodded. Now that East City is facing a sudden attack, even if the residents evacuate immediately, there will be massive congestion. Furthermore, the monster emerged from underground, and the underground shelters in East City might have been destroyed and unusable. The time difference here is difficult to predict. If the citizens, including Longsheng, are to be evacuated, the military is the only one left. In the air, nearby military helicopters have been deployed, hopefully buying a little time. Shakia must now rush to the base for the attack. Leave the hospital to Old K and the others for now. New Spring and Autumn City's East District was the first of the old city districts to be developed. It was the first to receive new-style housing, making it the preferred location for residents of the old city to relocate decades ago. Of course, more than a decade later, it's already considered the old city. Most civilians live in these semi-new residential areas in East District. People like Li Jiai and Longsheng grew up in East District. East District has a high population density, convenient living, and a full range of amenities. While not as luxurious as Bruce's North District, it has a strong sense of community. Even Shakia, who lives in the Western District, sometimes visits East District for fun. Yet, such a place was now facing destruction. In Dongcheng District, residents were fleeing in all directions, but the streets weren't filled with the usual orderly evacuation. Instead, pedestrians jammed outside, seemingly unsure of where to go. Longsheng had been sleeping at home, his parents still not home from get-off work. Awakened by the commotion outside, he spotted a massive black liquid a few blocks away, steadily accumulating into a mountain. He also noticed a surge of people on the street, suggesting an emergency. He called his parents, who were already directing evacuees at their workplace, and urged him to flee as well. Having said that, Longsheng hurried downstairs to the street, only to find people milling about. Military armored vehicles and ground troops had arrived belatedly, seemingly speaking to the public. Isn't the shelter nearby? This is. Longsheng squeezed through the throng, finally reaching the front and asking the soldiers who were there to guide him. What did you say? According to the soldiers, the gates of the Dongcheng District underground shelter had malfunctioned due to the impact from underground. Even if repairs were made immediately, they wouldn't be enough to meet the needs of the people caught in the surprise attack. Besides, no underground facilities were safe at the moment, and the Dongcheng District subway lines were damaged, making escape via the subway impossible. The soldiers urged the people to follow their guidance and evacuate to shelters in other districts. People needed to line up for the dispatched buses, but with so many people evacuating, it would take a while. But if they didn't do this now, where else could they hide? Looking at the disgusting black fluid column in the distance, which was only growing taller and taller, Longsheng suppressed his newly acquired irritability and joined the queue. Longsheng. A familiar voice rang out. Longsheng turned around and saw it was Li Jiai. Oh right. Li Jiai also seemed to live in Dongcheng district. Longsheng had sometimes seen her and her family on the road after school. Li Jiai's father had pushed her out in a wheelchair to seek shelter. I remembered that Li Jiai had once told Longsheng, Bruce, and Qin Yun that she had always lived with her father, a single-parent family. Thankfully, Li Jiai's father seemed to have a good job, so Li Jiai's life was relatively comfortable. It was just that Dongcheng district was so convenient, so her father had decided to live there. After all, they were men, so it was understandable. Citizens were now lining up at the military-designated boarding points. Even with over a dozen designated points, transporting tens of thousands of people would still take considerable effort. The military was well aware of this, and they didn't rush into a large-scale attack on the familiar. They simply launched an exploratory attack to determine its effectiveness. Although the attack didn't seem to have any effect on the black fluid, the enemy wasn't particularly agitated, merely growing in size. That was perfect time to evacuate the civilians. At least that's how the military judged it. Sakia also seized this opportunity to reach Swager's hangar. Ding, ding, ding. Sakia's hurried footsteps echoed in the empty hangar hall. She had quickly changed into her pilot's uniform and arrived in front of Trum. Cheyenne, what's the situation outside? Fearing she might be too late, Sakia opened Trum's cockpit and took its unique driver's seat. This time, she showed a rare hint of anxiety. Although she had acted indifferently in front of Bruce, Shakia was still terrified at the thought of Longsheng and Li Jiai's lives resting on her shoulders. Fortunately, that thing seems to be merely growing in size, and hasn't yet made any aggressive moves. That's good. I hope we're in time. Shakia activated her neural link system, her senses now amplified once again, like a body of steel. But the bad news is that the underground pipelines and subway system in Dongcheng district have been severely damaged, and there have been widespread water and power outages. Cheyenne's words did little to reassure Shakia. This situation would be a truly desperate one for the civilians. Although the military should have launched a rescue operation, it would undoubtedly take a long time. The evacuation of the civilians has been significantly delayed. There seems to be a problem with the underground shelter there. Cheyenne reconfirmed this in the communication. TSK. What should we do? Cheyenne, do you have a plan? Shakia's worst fears had come true. Now, even if she launched an attack, she couldn't fight with confidence. Delay that guy, then destroy him with your weapons. That's not even a plan. Even if she hadn't said it, Shakia would have done it anyway. The problem was, what if she didn't hold him back? Unfortunately, we have very little intelligence on him right now, so we don't have a concrete plan. Ground forces, try to hold him back for half an hour. At least after you engage him, you might get some information. Okay. I try. By the way, Cheyenne. Before launching the attack, Shakia seemed to remember something and called out to Cheyenne. What? Remember to tell Master about my previous fight against the familiar. I believe the information about that ability will be crucial in this battle. As Sakia arrived at the base and prepared to attack, she briefly described the events that had occurred. Sakia's training under Mr. Sher had yielded results, and that energy had saved her from danger this time. Okay, I contact him right away. You attack first. Yes, please. With the launch port open, Sakia piloted the Trum into action once again within the city limits of New Spring and Autumn City. Unlike the first time, this time, many citizens would witness the battle firsthand. Chapter 35. The black fluid seemed to continue growing. From the moment Longsheng woke up from his bed, realizing something was amiss, to the moment he lined up outside to escape, it had gradually transformed from a small hill into a towering pillar. It was even beginning to sprout branches, as if transforming into a tree. The moon and the night sky seemed to be engulfed by these eerie branches. Watching this ever-changing phenomenon, and then looking back at the long line of people waiting to board the evacuation bus, Longsheng's heart began to pound. Not only Longsheng, but all the civilians present fought back their panic. Until Li Jiai greeted Longsheng from a distance. Longsheng looked back and saw that Li Jiai and her father were in line far behind him. Perhaps because they were caring for their daughter in a wheelchair, they couldn't move quickly. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a few people were ahead of Longsheng. Seeing the panic on Li Jiai and her father's faces, Longsheng made a difficult but correct decision. Li Jiai, come this way. Longsheng waved Li Jiai and her father over to him. Li Jiai had difficulty walking, So he asked her to get in the car first, which would increase her chances of escape. This is so embarrassing. Li Jiayi's father looked embarrassed. Some of the people in the queue behind Longsheng also began to protest. Hey, you little brat. Stop delaying our escape. What are you doing? Someone suddenly cut in line. The people behind him suddenly started accusing Longsheng. It's okay, uncle, you guys go ahead. Longsheng smiled at Li Jiayi and her father. He told Li Jiayi and her family that for him, it was just a matter of waiting in line for a few more minutes, but for them, it would reduce many risks. If you ask why, it's because this is his friend. Although he didn't share the same inner throes for Qin Yuan, Li Jiayi and Bruce had become close friends since Longsheng met them at school. Stop it, everyone back there. I trade seats with him. I won't waste your time. Longsheng shouted at the people in line behind him, not even sure where he got the courage. Then, those in the queue grudgingly shut up. Longsheng, you. Li Jiayi was grateful for Longsheng's gesture, but for a moment, she didn't know what else to say. Thank you. Your name is Longsheng, right? Jiayi, and I will never forget your kindness. It's okay. I just wait another 5 minutes. Longsheng took the initiative to move to the back of the line under everyone's gaze. Longsheng. Li Jiayi had never imagined that Longsheng, who usually looked so fragile, could act so bravely in such a life-or-death situation. Li Jiayi and her father quickly boarded the same bus, and the soldiers helped lift Li Jiayi's wheelchair aboard. Watching Li Jiayi and her family depart, Longsheng remained at the boarding area, but a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. To be honest, while the military had resorted to such a last resort to evacuate the people, their speed wasn't too slow. In just 10 minutes, 20 buses had already departed. On average, a bus runs every half a minute, each carrying over 50 people. With over 20 boarding points, approximately 2,000 people can be evacuated in a minute. While it's not as good as the subway, it's the most efficient evacuation method right now. In the distance, several searchlights beamed down, along with the sound of helicopters. Attention, citizens here. We dispatched troop transport helicopters to pick you up. Don't panic. Line up for boarding. The soldier, receiving the order, shouted through a loudspeaker. Oh! The helicopters are here. To alleviate the pressure of vehicle evacuation, the military mobilized 15 Chinook transport helicopters to rotate between transporting people. Longsheng cheered along with the people waiting behind. It seemed that the large deployment of troops to New Spring and Autumn City was a sound decision, and it proved useful at a critical moment. Conservatively, we estimate that everyone can be evacuated within half an hour. This was the soldiers' response. The evacuation had already lasted about 10 minutes, meaning that about half the residents were still alive. Here, helicopters have landed and are loading citizens. While this type of helicopter doesn't have the same carrying capacity as a bus, it's comparable to some small and medium-sized passenger cars, easily transporting around 30 people at a time. The helicopters fly in groups of 3. While they can only carry around 100 people at a time, which doesn't seem like a lot, it does provide another evacuation option. Longsheng felt fortunate to be assigned to the helicopter transport group. This was his first time riding a helicopter, and it was the famous Chinook. The first helicopter had already taken off, and Longsheng and his team were set to board the third. Wow! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, that pillar in the distance. No, a tree would be a better term now. The tree began to move. The citizens watched in horror as the black, unspeakable figure in the distance began to twist and turn, and the ground trembled in response. Suddenly, the ground in the distance began to crack, speeding out dust, dirt, and rocks. It rushed in a certain direction. And that direction was the path the first plane had taken off and was traveling. This torrent of sand and dust surged from the ground at breakneck speed, catching up with the helicopter. Then, a stream of black liquid, or something, erupted from the ground and instantly pierced the helicopter. The helicopter, carrying about 30 people, vanished in the flames of the explosion. Wow! Watching the helicopter being intercepted in such a horrific manner by this monster, screams of fear erupted from the crowd. The tense citizens were beginning to break down. Even without knowing where to flee, they began to flee indiscriminately. The army was beginning to lose control of the situation. Longsheng sat frozen in fear. Though he wasn't sure, he felt a strong sense of a will that would not allow its prey to escape its grasp. Another tremor, and Longsheng instinctively glanced around. Ah! What's this? Like the rest of the crowd, Longsheng was stunned. Before them, in a distant neighborhood, a massive black shadow rose from the ground, slowly surpassing the residential buildings in the distance. In the moonlight, everyone could see clearly what appeared to be a towering robot. The crowd gradually calmed down, and some exclaimed in surprise. The robot began to approach the tree. Rongxing suddenly realized that he had seen this thing before in a revealing video. Yes, this was the thing that had killed the monster during the first attack. The giant robot that was supposedly captured from a distance by a citizen who hadn't managed to escape with his phone was said to be a secret military weapon. Shakia, be careful. Cheyenne and the entire command center staff also watched the movements on the ground. Dark white. Shakia moved forward cautiously. So far, she hadn't seen any signs of the thing actively attacking. With the night vision equipment on the Trum, Shakia could see everything clearly, even in the darkness. 5 kilometers away, no abnormalities at this time, she reported as she approached. Be careful not to approach too quickly. You know where the civilians are taking shelter, right? Draw the clan's attention in the opposite direction. Cheyenne's command was methodical, and Shakia always felt at ease at such times. Previous encounters with this thing taught her that if it wasn't dealt with quickly, things would be very troublesome. But at this stage, Shakia didn't dare to attack or do anything else. Her priority now was to divert the enemy from attacking the civilians. Chapter 36. Distance 4,000, no anomalies. Sakia continued to approach cautiously. The tree continued to grow, its height steadily increasing. The object's height continues to increase, 60 meters, 70 meters. The communicator in the command room was constantly reporting on the observations. Military attack helicopters circled around the families. Because a helicopter transporting refugees had been shot down, they had kept their distance. What is that? Many people watched the giant robot slowly approach the tree, and for a moment, many forgot to flee. Leave it to the military. Continue evacuating. The military personnel organizing the evacuation quickly used a loudspeaker to restore order. A second helicopter prepared to take off, and the buses continued to move at a rapid pace. There was another movement from the big tree. Just like before, dust erupted from the ground again, seemingly aiming to shoot down the second transport helicopter again. The people on the second helicopter had been hoping for a lucky break, but this moment had left them all stunned. And compared to the first, the second helicopter hadn't flown much higher yet. It seemed the creature with its twisting, pulsing liquid tentacles had already grasped the human's movements. Thankfully, a beam of light struck the path of the rising dust, blasting the liquid tentacles from the ground up into the sky. Sakia fired. Trum extended his hand, and the tracking ray cannon in his palm blocked the attack on the people. Wow! So powerful! Longsheng exclaimed in surprise. Not only Longsheng, but the soldiers cheered too. The second transport helicopter took off without incident and evacuated safely. Cheyenne, the enemy seems determined to attack the civilians, so I opened fire first. Shakia hadn't planned to attack so quickly, but protecting the civilians took priority over observing the enemy. Roger that. I leave the on-site assessment to you. Any new intelligence gained during the battle is a gain. But don't rush. I know, the director needs time too. After attacking, Shakia didn't approach the enemy any further, but stood cautiously observing. Cheyenne hadn't received any new intelligence from the director regarding the familiar they were facing this time. This was unlike the usual situation of fully prepared battles. To be honest, Cheyenne was nervous. However, when she contacted the director, he told her that he had a reliable ally who would provide intelligence on the enemy soon. In the meantime, he told her to attack and delay the enemy for a while, buying the director a few minutes. Hey, Chief, you're really... I don't want anything to happen to Shakia. Cheyenne stared intently at the large screen in the command center, swallowing hard. The current mission is to lure the enemy out and protect the civilians. That being said, however, this time, the familiar is a tree-like creature. Its direction seems unpredictable from the outside. Only when its tentacles move underground can its movements be detected from the surface. This was thanks to Shakia's direct confrontation with that creature. But what Cheyenne had previously been told was only information about the Blackwater state. What else could this creature do after it grew so large? Through long-range observation, Sakia discovered that the tree was already filled with the bodies of many victims. Both concrete and living things were swept away. Cheyenne also witnessed this through Trum's camera. Damn! The death toll this time has far exceeded expectations. Cheyenne sighed. The East City district suffered near-destructive damage, and the extent of the destruction seemed to be increasing. This creature's fixation on the evacuated civilians might be due to predatory reasons. So, Sakia's current task was to prevent its tentacles from reaching the civilian population. Even if the military's conventional weapons struggled to effectively strike, at least Trum's weapons were effective. Civilians were racing to evacuate, but the families seemed unwilling to let the meat fly off their lips. 1, 2, 3. This time, 3 more tentacles extended from the tree's roots, heading straight for the civilian evacuation point. Seeing this, Shakia raised both hands simultaneously, firing tracking lasers from her palms, while the photon missile bay on her back opened, attacking with all 3 prongs. Shakia blew away the 3 tentacles that extended simultaneously. The other party seemed to have finally noticed the obstruction, and the entire tree began to twist. Is it turning? Shakia didn't dare approach rashly until the director returned. Regardless of whether it was turning or not, the canopy had sprouted even more branch-like tentacles than before, wriggling and waving in the air like sea anemones. This gave Shakia a chill. Suddenly, those branch-like tentacles suddenly extended, shooting towards Sakia at breakneck speed. Sakia fired hastily, but almost as her photon missiles and beam cannons struck the tree trunk, the tentacles clung to Trum. That's right, those tentacles, oozing with black mucus, clung to the mecha the moment they touched it. The tentacles continuously contracted, dragging Trum toward the tree. Sakia, break free, Cheyenne shouted. But the tentacle strength was incredibly strong. Sakia's entire front, from limbs to torso, was entangled, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't tear it apart. Trum's legs had already scratched 2 deep scratches on the ground. The full-strength jets on her back only managed to temporarily stabilize the situation, but jets can overload. Soon, they overheated and ceased operation. No, it's not overheating. To be more precise, Trum's overall power output has decreased. The people in the command post were closely monitoring Trum's condition and reporting this to Sakia. These tentacles were absorbing the energy of Sakia's plane. What? Just by clinging to the surface, they can absorb energy. Cheyenne was stunned. Could Sakia hold on until the director's intelligence arrived? Sakia remembered that the energy generated by that breathing technique had also worked on the black water, vaporizing it as if it were electrocuted. But now, inside the machine, she could only rely on her existing equipment to fight. No, where does that thing get so much strength? She tried to draw her knife to cut the tentacle, but her hand was stuck. The rockets from the military helicopters and the artillery fire from the ground troops nearby were also trying to disrupt the thing. Although the constant explosions splashed black liquid and slurry, it seemed the tentacles were connected to the tree, constantly replenishing these substances. Sakia watched as the treetops began to shift position as it absorbed her energy, as if about to produce a fruit, a spherical object growing. But don't forget that Trum's hands were already beam cannons, and with their flexible arms, that made things easier. Sakia grabbed the liquid tentacle clinging to her shoulder with both hands and unleashed a laser blast. The tentacle exploded. Give it to me, stop! Freeing her hands, Sakia drew her high-vibration particle dagger from her waist and swung it, severing the tentacle clinging to her body. Now that the enemy had officially launched their attack, Sakia was no longer willing to be polite. The tentacles had already drawn her within a kilometer of the tree. At this distance, she might as well unleash all her arsenal and rip this unsightly thing in half. Chapter 37. Sakia was dragged near the big tree. It seemed that even with its shape shifting, this thing still had the ability to devour. However, based on previous experience, it eroded inorganic matter much more slowly. Even so, it couldn't be allowed to cling to Trum's armor. After severing the tentacles pulling at her, Sakia decided to unleash a full-scale attack from close range. This disgusting monster must be eliminated once and for all. Trum crouched slightly, raised his hands forward, and began to gather energy in his palms. The photon missile bay on his back opened, and in less than a second, Sakia used her sight to mark the missile fire control system's lock. Having previously faced this thing head-on, Sakia knew its danger, and wasn't sure what tricks it would perform next. If possible, Sakia would have gathered the magical energy generated by her breathing technique and blasted it with a powerful blow. Cheyenne, I'm going to finish this quickly. Before this strange, disgusting thing could do anything else, the weapon systems on Shakia's back and hands locked and charged. Shakia, wait. Cheyenne wanted to say something, but she had no reason to stop Shakia. A quick victory would save a lot of trouble. Besides, with no information on the enemy now, simply defending might only make the situation worse. Leave the situation to Shakia, that's what Cheyenne had said herself. Trum unleashed a full barrage of fire, blasting the ominous tree. Such a good appetite. I let you eat your fill. Sakia had witnessed this thing devouring and corroding humans, and the ominous aura it exuded filled her with a chilling feeling. After a violent explosion, the tree formed of condensed fluid finally began to falter. While it was unknown what the fruit growing from its crown would yield, it was certainly not good. Did it succeed? In the command post, everyone held their breath and watched. A large hole had been blasted through its trunk, surrounded by smaller holes that allowed for glimpses across the other side. Sakia's attack had inflicted tons of damage on the thing. The troops and the few remaining refugees cheered. Sakia was about to breathe a sigh of relief when, before her eyes, the trunk, with its massive hole, could no longer support the crown above it, and it began to falter. Even if this thing could somehow obtain a supply of this black liquid from somewhere, judging by the previous encounters with it in the laboratory and the residential area, Trum's weapon system's effectiveness against it was undeniable. The treetops gradually fell back, which should have prevented the situation from escalating further. Right? Suddenly, 4 or 5 thick tentacles shot out from the canopy. The tentacles penetrated deeply into the ground in all directions, piercing through numerous buildings along the way and reducing them to rubble. The tentacles supported the canopy, preventing the fruit above from being impacted. The landmark building in New Spring and Autumn City's East District, the radio and television tower, was ripped apart by the tentacles. The broken section of the tower was swept away, crashing towards the evacuees. By the time Sakia realized what was happening, it was too late. She quickly fired at the fallen tower, attempting to shatter it and prevent tragedy. But even so, hesitating too close to the ground, the scattered debris and steel still pelted the evacuation area, collapsing more nearby buildings. On the ground, the people waiting to evacuate could only watch helplessly as the dark shadow of the building bore down on them. Even if they ran for it. Longsheng felt his vision go black before he could even react. The surroundings were completely obscured by rubble and loud noises. Everything seemed to fade into darkness. Not good. Sakia hadn't anticipated the damage the TV tower would inflict. Before Cheyenne could give further instructions, she had already piloted Trum to the evacuation point, buried beneath the rubble. Sakia. The people there. The command room, just about ready to celebrate the enemy's annihilation, was now enveloped in an eerie silence. Only Cheyenne reacted, hastily communicating with Sakia. But all she heard was Sakia's gasps. Sakia's head buzzed as she watched this scene, and a cold sweat broke out. She felt as if the blood in her body had frozen, her strength draining from her body. A wave of helplessness and sadness washed over her. The objects around her began to spin, and her vision gradually blurred. How could this happen? This is all the result of my own actions. Cheyenne didn't need to say anything more. Sakia was already anxiously examining the scene. She frantically dug through the rubble with her Trum hand. She wondered how many survivors were still in the area. After the loud bang, Longsheng's mind went blank. After an unspecified moment, he suddenly realized he was still breathing, despite the darkness. The air seemed to be thick with dust, choking him and causing him to cough. He was certain he was still alive. Longsheng seemed to hear some kind of sound, like construction, the sound of large machinery digging something. There was also some trembling. Suddenly, with this tremor, the rubble before Longsheng collapsed, revealing an exit not far in front of him. Then, with a light, Longsheng could see clearly that he was lucky. Several thick steel bars had been crossed and strung together, leaving him a space to hide. Some of the people who had been standing near him had been crushed to death by the rubble. He saw a hand reaching out from the rubble right next to him. With a startled reaction, he gathered all his strength and frantically crawled out. Outside, it was Shakia, desperately digging through the rubble. Cheyenne. From Shakia's transmissions, Cheyenne seemed to have never seen her so panicked before. It was the first time she heard Shakia speak, almost in tears. No, nothing anywhere. Shakia continued. Her voice gradually became choked. What? Cheyenne swallowed and asked. The atmosphere in the command room grew solemn. Many staff members removed their headphones and lowered their heads. Nothing, no survivors. Shakia gritted her teeth, trying her best to remain calm, but tears still fell. No one in the command room spoke, but everyone heard Shakia's transmission. For a moment, the command room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only Sakia's choked sobs echoed in everyone's ears. Cheyenne's hand, holding the microphone to her lips, slowly dropped. Even if it meant saving just one more person, Sakia wanted to atone for her mistake. Thanks to Trum's body, the rubble was cleared quickly. Soon, a large pile of debris, mixed with the steel bars of the TV tower and the remains of the collapsed buildings, was dug up. But Sakia saw nothing but bodies below. Civilians and soldiers alike. And crushed buses, helicopters, and so on. Woo. It was such a despairing scene. For the first time, Sakia wailed in front of everyone. Since fighting on Trum's back, this was the first time she had felt such powerlessness and despair. Chapter 38. Shakia's heart was filled with despair and sorrow, and for a moment, she had given up hope. Perhaps due to the shockwaves from the previous bombing of the enemy, rain began to fall. On such a sad night, the rain was a chilling chill. Inside the command post, and among the deployed troops outside, everyone fell silent for a moment. Thankfully, it seemed that Providence had no intention of forcing Shakia into the abyss. A few hundred meters from Shakia, a man desperately struggled to survive in the rubble. Longsheng's hands were bleeding from digging. Although the collapsed exit was not far away, and there seemed to be lights outside, the ground was covered with debris. The frail Longsheng had never seen such a scene, and in his panic, by the time he realized it, his palms were already cut. The sounds of digging outside seemed to fade, and Longsheng felt a little panicked. But after surviving a disaster, there will be good fortune in the future. Longsheng ignored the blood on his hands, and picked up a nearby steel bar, chipping away at the debris blocking his way. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, finally, his efforts paid off. Longsheng, crouching in the narrow passage, carved an opening large enough for him to crawl out. Sakia wanted to continue digging, and the searchlight on the Trum swept across the rubble. But Cheyenne stopped her. Stop digging. Cheyenne's shout startled everyone in the command post. The battle isn't over yet. We send in the engineering team. Your reckless digging will only lead to more unpredictable consequences. Cheyenne was right. Being buried under the rubble didn't mean everyone was dead. On the contrary, if Sakia continued digging, it might alter the structure of the rubble, burying those who could have been saved even deeper. Ouch. Shakia froze in place. Shakia. Although I know it's hard for you to calm down right now. After scolding Shakia, Cheyenne's tone softened a bit. Leave the rescue to the engineering team. Let's take care of this guy first. This time, Shakia didn't respond immediately, fearing a repeat of this situation. But Shakia still hadn't recovered from the shock. Her head was still dizzy, and her chest was tight. Shakia, this isn't your fault. Cheyenne's comfort seemed to make Shakia feel a little better. We don't have time to waste. Look at that family member. Shakia looked back and saw that the giant tree that had been blown in half was supported by its crown by conjure tentacles, while the lower half began to stretch and wriggle toward the tree. The fruit now bearing fruit in the crown had taken on a cocoon-like appearance. The entire tree was desperately trying to supply energy to the cocoon. What on earth is going to emerge from this cocoon? The director will be back soon. Shakia, you can't fall first. Cheyenne paused, then continued. We can only try to minimize civilian casualties. And you are our last hope. Shakia sighed deeply. She paled. She was far from the level of awareness that Cheyenne and the others possessed. This awareness, with only false memories, might be difficult for her to grasp for now. Perhaps the original Shakia possessed it. But even if she took a step back, there was one point that Shakia still disagreed with. If too many innocent people had to be sacrificed for my sake, I would never allow it, no matter what. Switching back to the view from inside the cabin, Sakia wiped away her tears. She wouldn't allow this to happen again. Now, everything had to wait until this was defeated. Sakia was about to stand up when she suddenly saw something moving flash across her field of vision. Although visibility was poor in the rainy night, that wasn't a problem for Sakia inside Trum. The dynamic visual radar instantly locked onto the moving object. It was a person, a lively one. The person seemed to be waving their arms to attract her attention. Sakia took a closer look and was stunned. Longsheng? In the rain, the power outage made everything around her pitch black. Only where the Trum searchlight swept through could she clearly see the surroundings. Longsheng climbed out of the collapsed rubble. Before him appeared a huge figure, kneeling on one knee. Yes, the shadow seemed to be the giant robot, digging through the rubble. Help! Longsheng was overjoyed, shouting as he ran toward the area illuminated by the searchlight. Look here! I'm here! There's someone alive here! The rain lashed down on Longsheng's face, the sound of the rain seeming to muffle his cries. Thankfully, Trum's night vision and radar equipment had spotted him, even though he was out of sight. Cheyenne! This? A survivor! Sakia shouted excitedly. I'm right. Tell him to leave quickly. Cheyenne regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. Now her command of the evacuation was unavailable. If they left him alone, they wouldn't know where to go. This too, put Sakia in a difficult position. The families were stirring over there, and here, where was Longsheng supposed to go in the dark? She carefully focused the camera on Longsheng and asked Cheyenne for advice again. Cheyenne, he's my friend, and he has nowhere to go now. Can he take the Trum? When Sakia focused the camera on Longsheng's face again, everyone in the command post could clearly see his face. One of the female communications officers said something that surprised Cheyenne. Her voice trembled slightly. That's my son. Cheyenne quickly confirmed the situation with her. It turned out that Longxing's parents were both members of Swagger. His mother worked in communications at the command center, and his father was an engineer in the technical department. Because working at Swagger required a confidentiality agreement, Longsheng only knew that his parents worked for a large national corporation. Inbai. Then let him ride. It shouldn't affect Sakia's driving, right? Since he's Sakia's friend, and the child of a Schwager employee, then it's fine. At worst, they could just sign a confidentiality agreement. And with the Schwager organization gradually gaining momentum, it might soon become a public organization. Sakia, I approve his riding the Trum, but only if it doesn't affect your driving. I thought Shine might have to go through some complicated procedures, but I wasn't expecting such a straightforward agreement. Inbai. At least, Longsheng was still alive, which stopped Sakia on the edge of despair. I didn't expect to realize today how vulnerable I am to tears. Shakia's tears welled up again. Longsheng hadn't died because of his own mistakes. Was this a blessing from heaven? Longsheng realized his shouting and jumping had finally paid off. The giant robot had turned to face him. Longsheng. No time to explain. Just follow my instructions. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice trembled from the robot's speakers. And the voice even called out his name. There was no doubt the voice belonged to. Just as Longsheng had suspected, the cockpit hatch on the robot's chest opened, revealing a familiar face. Dazzled by the direct floodlight, Longsheng recognized her. Opening the hatch and reaching out to Longsheng was none other than Qin Yun, the very person he'd been thinking about. If you want to live, come up. Although Shakia was high up, Longsheng couldn't see her face, but her words reached him clearly through Trum's speakers. At the same time, a sling with a pedal was lowered from the side of the cockpit. Qin Yun. Is it really you? Longsheng felt like he was dreaming. Even though he had 1,000 questions in his mind, Longsheng didn't waste time foolishly. He quickly grabbed the sling and stepped on the pedal. Chapter 39. Qin Yun. Longsheng was pulled up by the retracting sling toward the cockpit. Shakia leaned over and reached out to help Longsheng. In the drizzle, their hands clasped tightly. At the edge of the cockpit, Shakia pulled the dusty Longsheng up. Thankfully, the rain wasn't heavy yet. Longsheng was covered in mud and dust, but he wasn't completely soaked. But Shakia couldn't care less now. She looked at Longsheng, tears streaming down her cheeks. At least, she had fulfilled her promise to her friend. At the very least, she had saved a friend. The cockpit closed after Longsheng entered. He. Longsheng watched the girl he loved holding his hand so affectionately, tears welling in his eyes. For a moment, he forgot the pain in his hands, and even let out an unconscious giggle. Your hand is so broken. It's all my fault. But he couldn't necessarily sense Shakia's remorse. Qin Yun. It's okay. I'm fine. Longsheng still had a lot to say to Shakia, but with the enemy at hand, there simply wasn't time. Where's Li Jiayi? She should be living here too. Don't worry. She and her father have already taken refuge. Longsheng's words brought another sigh of relief to Shakia. That's good. Shakia wiped away the tears that threatened to well up. Hearing that Li Jiayi was safe, she was so excited that she smiled awkwardly, feeling she had so many tears today. Her usual composure had vanished. Longsheng was no fool. He knew that the woman before him, familiar yet unfamiliar, was the one fighting the enemy and protecting the city. He stepped forward, gently grasping Shakia's shoulders and slowly pulling her into his arms. At such a time, any woman would need comfort. Shakia, that tree is moving. Be careful. Suddenly Ziyuan's voice echoed through the cockpit. Roger. Shakia still wouldn't let Longsheng fully embrace her. Longsheng tactfully let her go. Shakia returned to the cockpit, grasping the telepathic link hemisphere with both hands. Longsheng stepped aside and stood. Shakia? Longsheng had also heard Ziyuan's communication. Ziyuan had called Qin Yun by another name. Could this be her real name? Ever since he'd last seen her with a group of men in black, Longsheng had a mountain of questions to ask her. As Shakia activated the Trum again, the spherical cockpit suddenly transformed into a panoramic screen, and Longsheng felt as if he were floating in midair. Wow! Longsheng was seeing this scene for the first time, and was startled. Longsheng, stay in the corner and hold on to something. It might be bumpy. This time, the voice coming from inside the cockpit was Shakia's. But Shakia beside him didn't say a word. Nothing strange. I'm projecting my mind onto the machine. You're effectively inside my body. Shakia thought it best to explain. I can't see what's going on inside the cockpit right now. Just stay quiet, and don't disturb my driving. It was a truly bizarre feeling. Longsheng didn't know whether to be excited or uneasy. He was now in his goddess's presence, but now was not the time for wild thoughts. He had just narrowly escaped death, and now he was the one being protected. He couldn't affect Qingyun or let everyone else die. But for Longsheng, a sci-fi enthusiast, the experience of riding a giant robot was truly extraordinary. Trum stood up and turned to face the wriggling cocoon. A formation of military helicopters hovered nearby, conducting reconnaissance around the bifurcated fluid and cocoon, sending back numerous images. The armed helicopter formation also launched a tentative attack on the cocoon, but was frustrated to discover that the rockets and machine gun bullets were absorbed upon contact with the fluid. Yes, absorbed, just as it had absorbed buildings and living things before. It seemed only Trum's energy weapon could do anything. Shakia, authorized to conduct a test attack. Hold on until the director returns. Inbai. Shakia was less courageous than before. She simply raised her right hand and fired a test shot at the cocoon. With a sharp roar, the energy beam struck the cocoon, but the expected hole didn't occur. The energy beam was deflected by the cocoon's shimmering protective layer and shot into the sky. Huh? What the hell is this? Longsheng also witnessed this bizarre scene. Shakia's full-strength attack could have ripped this thing in half. Longsheng was aware of the power of this machine. Damn. This cocoon is clearly different from the fluid outside. Ziyuan was also starting to get nervous. What price would victory cost this time? In a temple high on a mountain outside New Spring and Autumn City, two people gazed at the distant city. One was a relatively young monk, and the other was Director Qin of Swager. I didn't expect to encounter a new familiar so soon. The director seemed to be flipping through some information. I'm also very surprised. In our opinion, the evolution of the familiar can't be this fast. The monk's expression seemed calm, but it was clear that he was also puzzled. But it doesn't matter. This book, if used in conjunction with it, can provide a strategy to defeat the enemy. Excuse me, Master Jingxi. Thank you so much for this. The monk before Director Qin seemed to have some information about the familiar. I'm so surprised. Why don't we have a complete record of this enemy in the information we compiled? Master Jingxi sighed. What do you mean? Director Qin knew that the information on the families he had was relatively complete. After all, it had been passed down through generations by the ancient organization responsible for the Flashpoint project. The families appearing this time were indeed suspicious. I looked through it and found several families, each possessing the characteristics of this enemy. The monk known as Jingxi flipped open the information in the director's hand and pointed at some of the contents. This? The director's face showed a rare look of surprise. Using the power of the root cube, combined with the life ripple method, to unleash the spirit of human-machine unity, victory is achieved. Then, Master, what do you mean? The director gazed into the distance. In the city, Trum was locked in a standoff with a faintly glowing cocoon, his beam cannon deflected by it. At this moment, from the room behind the two men, the white-bearded old man who had taught Sakia martial arts, Master Shi, emerged. But with Sakia's mere month of training, I'm afraid she won't be able to defeat him. Mr. Shi stroked his white beard and sighed. Indeed, mastering the life ripple method alone won't be enough to defeat this enemy. Only when man and machine become one can the mechanical soul technique break it. What Master Jingxi was talking about was something Mr. Shi had never heard of. Mechanical soul technique? Perhaps Master has some secret technique he hasn't passed on to his disciple? Jingxi smiled and pointed at Trum in the distance. Can you control it? Then I can. Mr. Shi closed his eyes slightly. It seemed the so-called mechanical soul technique was reserved for pilots of these super-ancient Wunin. He could forget about it. Indeed, I didn't expect an enemy with this trait to arrive so soon. And to approach us so stealthily. The director looked at Mr. Shi and sighed. Last time we dealt with that ethereal spherical clan, we didn't anticipate it would be the spawn of this thing. Master Jingxi clasped his hands together and said to the director, I share some responsibility. According to our ancient texts, clans with this trait were originally independent entities. I have a sense of foreboding. I am willing to assist in this battle. How? How will Master help? Mr. Shi actually addressed this young-looking monk as Master? Who is this Master? Chapter 40. Although Trum's weapons are far superior to those of the present day, they would be vulnerable against the enemy in this cocoon. Nothing short of the origin ripple technique can break it. Jingxi pointed at the cocoon in the distance. But even after decades of practice, I barely scratched the surface. Master Shi replied with a puzzled look. As the director mentioned, if Sakia was one of the executors back then it's possible. The executors of Project Flashpoint were all baptized by the Origin Cube's energy, chosen by them. Combined with this life ripple technique, it's far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Jinxie looked at Master Shi, opened her palm, and a golden flash of lightning leaped from it. This radiance was identical to the power Sakia had used to repel the black water. Master, I haven't yet established a connection with my cube, so I can't engage my clan. The director pondered for a moment, apparently aware of this all along. If we can seize the opportunity and lend Sakia her power, we can still alleviate this crisis. Once her memory recovers and her abilities mature, we will continue to teach her in detail. Old Qin, there's no time to lose. You return to base and command the operations, while I await the opportunity to act. Jinxie bowed to Director Qin again, with folded hands. Master Jinxie, I leave it to you. The director took the ancient tome he had received from Jinxie, and walked out of the temple gates. In the eastern district of New Spring and Autumn City, the broken, fluid tree began to merge again. But this time, it seemed more than a simple reconnection. The part rooted in the ground continuously flowed into the part that had extended its tentacles and formed a cocoon. From its initial small size, this cocoon grew ever larger, yet it was unlike any other cocoon on Earth. It looked like the black water had been compressed to a high density, forming a perfect black sphere. This made it inconspicuous at night. It was called a cocoon because, besides being a black sphere, it also had many black, thread-like objects extending from it, suspending itself in the crown. Everyone at the command post simply referred to it in the most intuitive way. No one knew what it was specifically. Sakia continued to fire at the fluid. Since it had no effect on the cocoon, it was a good thing to eliminate some of the corrosive liquid. While it was unclear what the cocoon would do with all this fluid, it certainly wasn't a good thing. Trum's attack eliminated most of the black fluid, but the remaining small amount was absorbed by the cocoon. The area where the big tree had previously been was left with the shape of the corrosive liquid. As expected, this big tree transforms every building and living thing it touches into its energy, using it to form its cocoon. Cheyenne, what should I do? The cocoon of Shakia Inbai might hatch soon. What will emerge from it? Damn. We're completely at a disadvantage. Cheyenne couldn't offer any better advice at the moment. All they could do was wait and see. The military had also been ordered to stand by, and now everyone was staring in amazement, waiting to see what would happen to the cocoon. Hey. That thing doesn't look good. Is it really okay to just leave it like this? Takamori also heard the standby order, but his uneasiness remained undimmed. I don't want to either. But Sakia had already paid the price for her impulsiveness before, and now she truly feared any rash action. Thinking of the two families she had encountered before, they essentially relied on military-facilitated opportunities, seized the enemy's gaps, and then, with the Trum's overwhelming power, unleashed a barrage of attacks. At some point, Sakia even began to think that the families were nothing more than that. Though she didn't show it explicitly, when the invisible spherical families attacked, Sakia dared to confront them head-on, demonstrating her complete lack of fear. Though Sakia was hit and hospitalized for several weeks, overall, she hadn't encountered any major difficulties. After all, since joining Swager, Sakia had excelled in tactical training, and with Master Shi's incredible skills, she had essentially been concentrating all of Swager's resources on her development. I only become stronger, and dealing with the families would only become easier in the future. This thought had crossed Sakia's mind before. After returning to the team, she had joined Operator K's team in investigating new families, acquiring new weapons and equipment. She had even directly confronted the Blackwater families at Bruce's house, and was able to repel them. Though the encounter had been a close call, the outcome was that Bruce was saved, and the invaded civilians suffered few casualties. Up until this point, the battles had gone smoothly for both Swager and Sakia. But now, this thing had made Sakia feel anxious. Perhaps it was because she had been tracking and trying to destroy it for so long, and she wanted the battle to end quickly. Ziyuan, please give me the next instructions. Shakia was now in a state where she dared not move without Ziyuan's orders. She was panicking, to be honest. Don't worry. The director is on his way. Ziyuan's expression was gloomy. Shakia was having a hard time calming down, so she could only try to comfort her. In fact, Ziyuan didn't know what to do. The director hadn't given her the enemy investigation report as he had done the previous 2 times. If you just hold them back, you can give the people more time to evacuate. Even waiting isn't meaningless. Ziyuan's words made Shakia feel a little better. Grim, gloomy. Shakia waved to the group of attack helicopters behind her, and they dispersed, keeping a distance around the cocoon for a defensive standoff. The rhythm of this battle was completely controlled by the families, which made Shakia very uneasy. The fluid had been completely absorbed by the cocoon, and streams of blue light began to appear on it, and began to pulsate. Is this cocoon finally about to hatch something? Everyone's heart suddenly tensed. Although Shakia had transformed into a body of steel, she could even feel her palms sweating. She aimed all her weapons at the trembling, glowing cocoon. It's coming. In less than 10 minutes, the cocoon absorbed the fluid, emitting an eerie blue light, and then pulsated and began to hatch. A crack appeared on the surface of the cocoon. But as everyone expected, no monster immediately emerged from it or released any poisonous gas. It simply cracked, and from within it emanated an eerie blue light. And that light quickly disappeared. In the command room, everyone looked at each other, unsure how to deal with the enemy next. The military commander seemed impatient to observe any further, and wanted to attack the crack. Wait a minute. Shine planned to wait for the director's return before proceeding with the next step, but the military personnel clearly didn't want to hear it. Rockets and artillery shells blasted into the fissure. Surprisingly, the attack seemed to be working. Shine was now unable to refute the military commander. Send your robot over to help, the military commander urged. The missiles and rockets fired by the helicopter formation were no longer absorbed or deflected as before. Instead, they entered the fissure and exploded. Chapter 41. Sakia, present at the scene, was also hesitant. Beside Sakia and beneath her, the army began advancing. Having finally seized the opportunity, the soldiers seemed eager to avenge their earlier defeat. Come back. Don't underestimate the enemy. Sakia's cries were ineffective. The soldiers were listening to their command, not to Swagger or Sakia. The cocoon's exterior was swollen by the missiles and shells that had penetrated through the cracks. The explosions within were inflating the cocoon ever more. It seemed as if it would be destroyed at any moment. At this critical moment, we still have to rely on the army, the military brass said to Cheyenne. Cheyenne could only clench her fists, unable to refute him. Suddenly, a powerful suction force emerged from the cracks, as if invisible hands were grabbing the surrounding helicopters, fighter jets, and tanks, pulling them all into the cracks. The black cocoon, which had been swollen by the explosions just moments before, slowly calmed down, feeling as if the ammunition had been merely a feast for it. It even tried to burp. Instantly, the army was severely damaged. Damn it! Unable to bear it any longer, Sakia launched a photon missile, but the effect remained the same. Invisible hands swept across the ruins, and buildings were cut off in midair. Thanks to the imaging system on board the Trum, Sakia could vaguely see the waving of tentacles like thin ribbons. Full-throat blast. With a desperate evasive move, they narrowly avoided the deadly thing. This battle was simply unwinnable. This monster is cheating. Sorry for the wait. A familiar, steady voice rang out, and everyone turned around. It was the director. Everyone's worked hard. Now, let me give Shakia some instructions. Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the director return. She briefly recounted what had happened. She noticed the director holding an old book. The director and Ziyuan exchanged glances and nodded. Shakia, I'm your father. Can you hear me? Director Qi knew there was another person sitting inside Trum, and he didn't want to make Longsheng feel awkward, so he addressed them as a father. Director. Shakia felt awkward. This old man was still so frivolous. Dad? Longsheng was also surprised. Sure enough, Qin Yun, no. Shakia's family were all remarkable people. I'm glad you're okay. The battle has officially begun. Ignore the troops. Their actions won't wipe out the enemy. As expected, the troops were repeating the same mistakes Shakia had made. Shouldn't they be stopped immediately? I need instructions. The director's voice reassured Shakia. This thing is no ordinary clan. Let's call it the Yaksha King. It possesses the abilities of multiple clans. It's not an opponent we can easily defeat with our current weapons. The director explained as he flipped through his notes. It seemed he and the monks had conducted extensive research on this new enemy. I handle the military. You follow Master Jinxi's instructions. Master Jinxi? The sudden appearance of a new name left Shakia bewildered. Wait, wasn't it you, the director, who's in charge? Shakia wanted to ask more questions, but it seemed the director had already left the communication line. Master Jinxi? That name sounds like a monk. Longsheng was puzzled. Not only Shakia and Longsheng, but even Ziyuan was confused as to what the director was up to. The director came over and said only this briefly before switching channels to negotiate with the military commander. Don't panic, my lady donor. I'm Jinxie. Just follow my instructions. A calm, firm, and magnetic male voice rang out beside Shakia. It didn't sound like the voice coming from the communication line. It was clearly someone speaking right into her ear. Sheen. Shakia. There's someone. Longxing's exclamation followed. That. The others in the command post, including Ziyuan, were stunned by the scene before them. The footage from the frontline reconnaissance helicopter's camera was truly incredible. The reason for everyone's astonishment was, of course, Longxing's words. There's someone. On Sakia, or rather, on Trum's shoulder, stood a figure. Huh? Sakia turned and spotted the unassuming figure on her shoulder. It was someone standing on Trum's shoulder, a monk, to be more precise. How could someone be there? When did they get up there? But the situation was critical, and now that we had reinforcements, it was the best option. Sakia, use your breathing technique to stir up the ripples of life. Breathing technique? That's what Sakia used to repel that black slurry, right? Does it have to be used while piloting the mecha? I see. Sakia assumed a lucky stance. Although nothing could be seen from outside the mecha, Longsheng could see clearly. Inside the cockpit, a faint golden glow began to emanate from Shakia's body. Your body seems to be glowing. Longsheng reported this phenomenon. How is it, Mr. Jinxie? But the machine still doesn't seem to be reacting. From the machine's perspective, Shakia didn't notice any changes. That's natural. Since your strength hasn't fully recovered, I can only lend you a hand and allow you to experience the secrets of the mechanical soul technique. How? Shakia was now completely bewildered. Little benefactor in the cockpit, place your hand on Shakia too. Jinxie seemed to be aware that Longsheng was also in the cockpit. Me? Longsheng tentatively placed his hand on Shakia's wrist. I will temporarily lend you my strength. Jinxie placed her hand on Trum, and her arm began to glow with a golden light. This light was unlike the faint glow Sakia had previously emitted, but a dazzling golden radiance. This golden light illuminated the battlefield, shrouded in darkness, as if it were daylight. Even the falling rain was shaken away, forming a film of rain. Master, is this your strength? Is this a level that our generation of humans cannot reach? In a temple on the outskirts of the city, Elder Shursailing marveled at the dazzling flash in the distance. He had practiced martial arts with Master Jinxie since childhood, and this was the first time he had witnessed his master's true power, the radiance of this fiery ripple of life, and according to Jinxie and the director's speculation, Sakia, linked to the root cube, might be able to rise even higher than this. Inside the command post, the flash of light caused Ziyuan and the others to subconsciously shield their eyes. Bear with me, it might be a little uncomfortable. Shakia and Longxing suddenly felt a shock. Ouch! It wasn't a particularly intense electric shock, but it was certainly unpleasant. Jinxie didn't seem to be giving them time to prepare. The sudden electric shock made Longsheng and Shakia cry out. The object within this cocoon is hiding in another dimension. Only this energy can pull it out. The director explained to everyone in the command center, observing the flash of light that illuminated the night like day. This energy seemed to resonate with Shakia, and Longxing's body also emitted a golden glow. What's going on? Shakia noticed that Trum's body was also glowing. With the power injected by Master Jinxie, Trum's body actually resonated and turned golden. Shakia, when you first use Life Ripple, the breathing method will consume your energy to a certain extent. But with practice, you will definitely reach your current level. This time, let me lend you my power to experience it for yourself. Chapter 42. Oh! Even the director at the command post couldn't help but sigh in awe at this scene. Master Jinxie temporarily boosted Trum and Sakia's power. Although it was temporary, one could almost imagine the power these ancient civilizations called executors possessed, surpassing even modern imagination. In stark contrast, the enemy they faced was also terrifying. Woo! Longsheng felt the tingling sensation that had previously made him uncomfortable gradually transform into a surge of power, an inexhaustible energy welling up from deep within his body. This feeling came and went, however. He witnessed with his own eyes the golden arc-like energy constantly generated within him, then continuously channeled into Sakia's arm, which he held. Life Ripple breathing technique is the foundation of machine-spirit fusion. And machine-spirit fusion requires those qualified to achieve human-machine fusion, the director muttered. This was the first time he had witnessed such an ability. Plus, if he's the executor recognized by the root cube. The golden energy emanating from Trum created ripples in space, like water waves, continuously spreading outward. The surrounding air seemed to ripple with it. Oh. The feeling was vastly different from when I used the breathing technique before. Although Sakia had done the same thing before, the sensation this time was completely different. Sakia, you haven't yet reached the state of stillness. But it's okay. Feel the anger within you, and let it become your strength. Jinxie encouraged Sakia to focus further. Indeed, Sakia's heart was now filled with sadness and anger at her own incompetence. If I had to compare it to that, the life wave she had accidentally created earlier was as powerful as a mere ripple from a small stone dropped into a pond. And now, with each breath Sakia took, the energy she stirred within her body was as strong and intense as the ebb and flow of the ocean tide. This is simply. Sakia already had a good sync with Trum, but now it felt as if her bodies had completely merged into one. Not only her vision, but also her touch and breathing were perfectly unified. She could even feel the movement of the air. Or rather, her steel body felt lighter than her original flesh. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Sakia, are you ready? Follow my instructions and experience the essence of the mechanical soul technique. Master Jinxie asked, and Sakia nodded firmly. Charge out, aim at the cocoon, concentrate your fist, and strike with all your might. But aren't you still standing outside? Jinxie urged Sakia to charge forward with all her might, but wouldn't Jinxie, who was standing on Trum, be thrown off? Don't hesitate. I have my own way of following you. Sakia, go ahead. The communication also carried encouragement from Ziyuan and the director. Alright. Sakia's anger and sorrow were compressed into this single blow. Only by destroying it could she avenge the deaths of the people. Only by destroying it could she atone for her mistakes. Trum slammed his foot against the ground, stirring up countless pieces of gravel behind him. The nozzle behind him blasted with all its might, leaving a dazzling comet tail as it shot towards the ominous black cocoon. This technique is called Mechanical Soul Fusion Sprint. It seemed like Jinxie was very familiar with this move, and now he wanted Sakia to experience it as well. The golden lightning wrapped around Trum's body converged on his right fist, slamming down fiercely at the cocoon. With the first blow, the massive black ball, formed from a condensed black slurry, was completely bent into an arc, deeply concave at the impact and dramatically bulging on the other side. Like a sandbag being deformed by a blow, the tiny tentacles connecting the cocoon snapped, separating from the remaining crown. The shockwaves from the impact were felt even in the underground Swagger command post. The immense mechanical soul energy pounded the cocoon, and a humanoid monster finally emerged from it. The monster flew outwards with the impact and landed heavily on the ground. It worked? Everyone in the command post, including the director, watched the battle nervously. What is this thing? The director quickly flipped through the ancient tome in his hand. Jinxie was right. The enemy they encountered this time was like several different clans fused together. What came out of it? Was this thing? What a mess. The humanoid monster that had been vomited out was about the same size as Trum, somewhat resembling the Hungry Ghost clan that had attacked them the first time, but it looked very weak. It tried to rise from the ground, but was met with a barrage of fire from Sakia. Sakia understood. To hatch this creature, the big tree must have used black water to hunt for food. However, due to the previous destruction of the black water, the big tree had been injured, resulting in the incomplete hatching of this creature, and its current state of being half dead. Destroy this thing, and the battle will be over. Sakia continuously fired beam cannons and photon missiles, gradually closing in on the struggling familiar. Go for it. Just take it down in one go. Long Sheng was also cheering Sakia on. Wait, don't get too close. Suddenly, Jinxie noticed something was amiss. When Sakia got within a certain distance, the dying familiar suddenly leaped up and stretched out its arms to grab Trum. Not only that, it grabbed Trum's shoulders, then leaped high, lunging down at him from top to bottom. Mr. Jinxie? Go! Sakia shouted, the familiar bearing down on her. Helpless, Jinxie stomped off Trum's body with a powerful kick. With the help of her spirit technique, Jinxie landed safely on the roof of a nearby tall building. The battle situation suddenly shifted. I hadn't expected this creature to strike back before its death. The weakened monster emerged from its cocoon, pressing down on the standing Trum, then unexpectedly shrunken into a massive sphere, enveloping him completely. This was truly bizarre. This sphere even emitted a blue glow, growing stronger and stronger from its black mass. A hint of anxiety crossed Jinxie's usually calm face. Based on his understanding of this kind of clan, this flash of light meant this creature was attempting to self-destruct. No, this isn't good. Long Sheng noticed that the golden glow surrounding Sakia was gradually fading. Could it be because Master Jinxie had left? No, that wasn't right. He was also having trouble breathing. In this confined space, it was the breath that was being taken away. Even the cockpit of a robot needs air exchange with the outside world, and now all the openings are completely sealed. Without breathing, Jinxie's mechanical soul technique for Sakia naturally lost its power. Sakia herself may have fainted from the sudden loss of breath. The Trum signal has disappeared. In the command post, this report made Ziyuan anxious. The families have enveloped the body, blocking the signal. This poor Monk Jinxie, is Director Qin here? Monk Jinxie accessed the command post's communications, and it seemed the director had given him access. I'm here. What's going on out there? This type of families can create an absolutely sealed space, unbreakable only from within. You need to release the root cube's restraints and expose it. Jinxie and the director must have both seen the information on this spherical families. The director ordered the vault personnel to immediately lift the containment blockade of the root cube. Let's see what Jinxie does. I see. Then, do you think Shakia can do it? Of course. Although I left Shakia's side, the spirit I infused into her still remains. Then, she seems motionless? Jinxie spoke to the director while making preparations. Because this object blocks air and hinders breathing, the ripples of life cannot be activated. Wait for my help. Chapter 43. He seemed to be gathering the air in space and stuffing it into a balloon inflated by the ripples of life. Air currents from all directions converged into this balloon. In the space where the monster enveloped Trum, Sakia felt herself floating in darkness. And countless consciousnesses were flooding into her mind. Wow! Sakia was in agony and wanted to scream, but it seemed that she was now only a consciousness, unable to utter a single word. Where was this? What were these things flooding into her consciousness? Countless chaotic images, like damaged film, appeared before her eyes, but they were indistinct. Were these from Sakia's past memories, or something else? Countless sounds, like the sound of a damaged tape playing, assaulted her eardrums. Even though she had no physical body. Is this what lies within the familiar? Such sorrow, anger, and despair. It seemed as if it was about to shatter her. This feeling of having her consciousness assaulted was strange and painful, as if she were no longer herself. Shakia felt her consciousness being swept away by the current, about to be swept into this chaotic flow. Her sense of self was about to vanish. Ugh! Help! Help! I can't breathe! Wake up, Qin Yun! The voice was like a roar. Shakia wanted to respond, but she couldn't even sense her body. What had happened after that monster enveloped the mecha? Is it over? Damn it! Shakia felt utterly sleepy at that moment. She felt she had no strength left to struggle. Back here in Swager's underground headquarters, unusual activity was detected. Inside the Origin Cube vault, as layers of security locks were released, the Origin Cube was once again exposed. Unlike its usual calm, this time the energy index suddenly surged. Director? There's an unusual energy reaction in the Origin Cube vault. Requesting action. Don't panic. This is Master Jinx's request. The director stared intently at the data displayed on the command post. He trusted Master Jinxie. Although few in the bureau knew about Jinxie, they would introduce her in detail later. The Origin Cube vanished after a burst of intense light, and then, before Sakia, this bright light appeared, illuminating the darkness. Listen, feel, think. Suddenly, a voice, distinct from the chaotic noise, emerged, and Sakia's consciousness seemed to be pulled back from the brink of dissipation. Executor, feel the rhythm from the source of all things. Sakia shuddered, feeling a tremor throughout her body, as if awakening from a nightmare. Her body was Trum's fuselage, and it seemed to be still functioning, and she was still alive. And the light floating before Trum was the root cube. Could that voice just now have come from the root cube? This space had been forcibly breached by the root cube's arrival near its executor. Following the root cube came a massive sphere of shimmering golden light. It was Jinxie who, leveraging the power of this root cube, sent air and life waves back to Trum's side. The sphere merged with Shakia's body. Shakia, breathe again. This clan will self-destruct. This was Master Jinxie's voice. Outside, a dazzling beam shot out from beneath New Spring and Autumn City, instantly piercing the blue sphere. Monk Jinxie also projected the gathered ripple balloons and his own information, following the root cube's light path, into the previously inaccessible inner dimension of the clan. The situation was critical, and Shakia had no choice but to fight. With Master Jinxie and the root cube support, how could she be defeated here by the monster codenamed Giksha King? After replenishing air and performing another round of breathing techniques, The golden light on Trum shone again, even intensifying. Guide the spirit energy to your hands and blend them. Master Jinx's message continued to guide Shakia. Breaking through the clan's cage, success or failure depends on this one move. Qin Yun. Well done. Not only Shakia, but Longsheng also came back to life. Longsheng. I'm sorry. I put you in danger. Can I ask for your help for one last time? In front of Longsheng, Shakia's body once again ignited with golden life waves. No way. Hasn't my hand always been on yours? Not only Shakia, but Longsheng's body also blazed with the radiance of life waves. This was truly a unique experience. Perhaps for Longsheng, this was his only chance in this lifetime. Trum gathered a vast amount of spirit energy in his hands. With the root cube nearby, Trum's energy was practically limitless. Sakia clasped her hands together, and a blade of light composed of immense energy appeared in her hands. Slash! At Jinxi's final command, Sakia swung the infinitely extending blade of light. Oh! The earth, shrouded in darkness, was once again illuminated by a ray of light. From the blue glowing familiar, poised to explode, a beam of light pierced through its surface and shot straight into the sky. Immediately thereafter, more beams shot up from above. It's done! The director beside Cheyenne also showed a rare expression of excitement, even pumping his fist in joy. Cheers erupted in the command post. The army had no choice but to accept the defeat. In the end, Swager's fighting power had achieved a decisive victory. The blue sphere exploded violently, and a beam of light from the explosion pierced the sky and earth. The city, deep in the night, was illuminated as bright as day. However, the director knew that this explosion would be much less destructive than the familiar's own explosion. The energy was mostly directed directly upwards, and the entire city was not greatly affected. Master Jinxi, who was near the explosion, also used ripples to form a protective shield, remaining unscathed. After the explosion, Trum emerged from the flames. Shakia had returned safely. The battle against the codenamed Yiksha King had ended with Trum's victory. We're saved. Longsheng excitedly grabbed Shakia's hand, shaking it. Shakia switched back to the cabin view and grasped Longsheng's hand. Oh! Seeing Shakia take his hand, Longsheng couldn't help but blush. Shakia's eyes moistened again. These were the tears of those who survived. The military vehicles and personnel absorbed by the monster were also spat out. Fortunately, they were rescued, something Sakia hadn't anticipated. They finally withstood the disaster brought by the seed. Atop a high-rise building in New Spring and Autumn City, two men in robes and hoods watched the battle unfolding in the distance. One of the men's voices sighed. After all, there were two executors on the scene, even if one lost their connection to the root cube. The other voice was a woman's. Well, this thing wasn't high-end anyway. The fact they were struggling to resist it only proves they haven't made any progress. The robed man seemed unfazed. I didn't expect him to be so resilient. However, he's lost even his spirit, so this is all he can do now. As for that machine, do you miss it? The robed man seemed to be talking to Jinxi. I don't need that landline phone right now. It's just a mass-produced model. Haha, that's good. I was just asking. The long-robed woman next to him, a head shorter than him, nodded. Let's go! The fun has just begun. Okay, let's go. The two long-robed men and women suddenly vanished into thin air. Jinxi, in the distance, seemed to sense something and glanced in a distant direction. His brow furrowed, wondering what this familiar feeling meant. I see. Jinxi touched his bald head with amusement, then leaped from the rooftop. Chapter 44. The fierce battle ended, and the army and Swager's logistics forces were dispatched to clean up the battlefield. The once bustling market was reduced to a pile of rubble. The park, where children frolicked, was swallowed by the cracked ground. Perhaps the only thing that seemed less devastated was the clear sky. The air after rain is always incredibly fresh, but no one came to enjoy it. The East District of New Spring and Autumn City was almost completely destroyed, forcing the military to seal it off. The reconstruction work would likely take a long time. And in the underground Swager base, there was still some finishing work to be done. Director, how is Sakia doing? Ziyuan asked. In Director Qin's office, the director, Ziyuan, Mr. Shi, and Master Jinxi were discussing something. She seems to have suffered a considerable shock both physically and mentally. After being released from the hospital, I arranged for her to recuperate at home for a while. The director took out a can of tea and handed it to Master Jinxi. Their eyes met. They nodded to each other, both knowing that Sakia had suffered this time. Ah, that child, I understand her kindness. She must be feeling deep remorse right now. Mr. Sher opened his thermos and slowly took a sip of tea. We paid a heavy price for this battle. It was also due to my lack of preparation. The director nodded. Both the director and Sakia blamed themselves too much, but I bear some responsibility as well. Master Jinxie poured tea leaves into the teapot and began brewing. Sighing, I once felt that there was still time for improvement, but in reality, danger has already arrived. I, your master, must also participate in Sakia's cultivation. Master Jinxie continued his elegant tone, his expression revealing no emotional turmoil. He remained as calm as ever, slowly sipping tea with Mr. Sher. However, what he said was far from relaxing. A moment of silence fell over the office. A few days had passed since the unexpectedly large battle with the familiar. Time returned to the end of the battle. After the aftermath of the explosion dissipated and the battlefield was deemed safe, Swager's recovery team arrived and recovered Trum. Back in the hangar, Team K's operator, Cheyenne, brought Longsheng's parents to Trum's open cockpit. Mom, Dad? Longsheng, intrigued by Swager's existence, was even more surprised that his parents actually worked there. Sakia was also surprised. So, it turned out that Longsheng's parents had met her quite a few times. Longsheng was actually their son. That's great news. Shakia emerged from the cockpit and patted Longsheng on the back. Thank you, Miss Cheyenne. Thank you for allowing Longsheng to board. Longsheng's mother hugged her son tightly. Thank you too, Miss Shakia. We're glad our son didn't interfere with your battle. Longsheng's father gratefully shook Shakia's hand. No, it was Longsheng who supported me. Shakia smiled at Longsheng's parents, though a hint of fatigue lingered in her smile. We met a few times. I never thought. Longsheng was your son. Longsheng, standing aside, felt awkward. He hadn't expected his parents and his goddess to already know each other, and that they were in the same class as Shakia. And they were colleagues. Hey, Longsheng. Your parents are sorry. We signed a confidentiality agreement, so... Longsheng's mother rubbed Longsheng's head. Because something like this has happened, we're not going to keep it a secret from you anymore. We explain everything to you with Miss Cheyenne here. Longsheng's father walked over to Longsheng and examined his son's injured hand with concern. In fact, because of the flow of life waves and origin cube power in Trum, Longsheng's injury had almost healed. It just looked dirty. Just sign a confidentiality agreement when the time comes. Well, it seemed his family could finally communicate freely. Longsheng nodded in agreement. But Longsheng was still more concerned about Sakia than about Schwager and Trum. Mom and Dad, you've known her for a long time. What's her name, anyway? I hear you all call her Shia? Oh, you're so concerned about that. Shakia walked over to Longsheng, tilting her head slightly. You can call me whatever you want. Qin Yun is a pseudonym, but Shia isn't necessarily my real name either. This? Longsheng was a little confused. Shakia gave him a helpless smile. He saw that Shakia's smiling face was filled with fatigue. Thank you for this, Longsheng. I'm a little tired. You can talk to Mom and Dad slowly. Qin Yun. Are you okay? Unlike what she had seen in the cockpit before, Shakia's face was now haggard. She had been through so much tonight. She had also used so much power in a single go, beyond her limits. Shakia was already feeling tired and frustrated, and now her hands and feet were starting to feel cold. Now her vision was gradually blurring. She felt a little breathless. Something was wrong. Ouch. Shakia walked away from Longsheng and took 2 steps before her legs suddenly gave way and she collapsed. Shakia. Shakia? Everyone present panicked, and Cheyenne shouted Shakia's name. Shakia was rushed to the infirmary by the medical team. Indeed, much had happened that day. What Shakia had experienced today, both physically and mentally, had stretched her beyond her current limits. Back to the present, the window of the municipal hospital overlooked a sunny courtyard. Bruce's injuries had been effectively treated, and by his bed sat Longsheng and his parents. Bruce's parents were both very dignified people. His father was a middle-aged man with slick-back hair and glasses, looking energetic and remarkably like an entrepreneur. However, unlike many big bosses, he wasn't overweight. Like Bruce, he exercised regularly. Bruce's mother was also a gentle, charismatic middle-aged woman, not the stern, bourgeois woman many people imagine. Should I sign this too? Bruce sat up and took the paper and pen his parents offered him. Son, we're sorry. We hid something so important from you, and put you in danger. Longsheng's parents had said the same thing. Today, Bruce's parents were here too, along with Longsheng. They had all departed from the Swager base. Bruce's parents were actually high-ranking officials at Swager. The construction of the base, And even the entire defense system of the attack city was spearheaded by the large corporation Bruce's parents worked for, with support from major powers. But for safety reasons, Bruce's parents kept this a secret from him. Oh, this is truly extraordinary. But Bruce didn't seem as surprised as Longsheng was when he heard the truth. It was as if he had already anticipated it. He knew that his parents rarely appeared before him, because they were working for a major cause for the future of humanity. He had always believed this. Signed. Bruce handed the signed confidentiality agreement to his parents. Hey, even though you're making such a big deal about it, Swagger will likely get more media coverage soon, and by then, this confidentiality agreement will be meaningless. Longsheng smiled. Yes, but it's just a formality. Bruce's mother patted her son. After visiting his friends, Longsheng had a rally to attend. Bruce and his parents continued their reunion. In the East District of New Spring and Autumn City, a memorial service for the victims of the previous disaster was about to begin. Longsheng, as one of the survivors' representatives, was on the attendance list. A bus directly to the memorial service was available at the hospital entrance, and by the time Longsheng arrived, most of the guests had already arrived. Chapter 45. The government-sponsored memorial service was held in a venue outside the devastated area of Dongcheng District. Thousands attended. The event, under the scrutiny of numerous media outlets, followed its own unique process. The survivor representatives would be called out one by one, and would stand and face the cameras. Zhou Longsheng. When his name was called, Longsheng stood and bowed to the media below the stage. However, he seemed to spot a familiar figure in the crowd. As the survivor stood and signaled, the rest of the citizens began laying flowers in groups. Among those laying flowers, Longsheng spotted a woman with dark blue hair, a white tracksuit, and a hat. Is that her? Longsheng remembered not hearing from her since she collapsed a few days ago. Even her phone calls were unavailable, and her messaging apps hadn't responded to any of her messages. The woman in the white hooded sweatshirt, sweatpants, and pulled-down hat had to be Shakia. The survivor's guest activities had just concluded, so Longsheng simply pushed through the crowd and left the venue. Wait a minute. Pushing through the bustling crowd, Longsheng noticed the woman was walking quite fast, and he finally couldn't help but call out to her. But she seemed not to hear him, and didn't slow down at all. To be honest, while Longsheng wasn't as fit as Bruce and didn't exercise regularly, he wasn't one of those overweight geeks who get out of breath after just a few steps. But even at a jog, Longsheng found he couldn't catch up with the woman, even though she didn't seem to be running deliberately. He could only manage to keep his distance, trying not to lose her. After crossing several streets and reaching a riverbank, the woman, seemingly fed up with being followed, stopped ahead. Longsheng finally caught up with her and stood in front of her, panting heavily, holding his knees. She turned and glanced at him. It was indeed Shakia. Sheen. Shakia. Wait for me. Seeing Longsheng gasping for breath, Shakia turned her head away, seemingly troubled. Sorry, I just want to be alone. The current Shakia was very different from what Longsheng had remembered before, her demeanor completely transformed. Unlike the steady, dignified, mature and elegant Qin Yuan he had seen before, she now looked haggard. Even the dark circles around her eyes were clearly visible. Qin. Shakia. Longsheng was about to say something, but for a moment, he couldn't get used to the name Shakia. Come on, I'd rather just call me Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan. What's wrong with you? Longsheng hadn't seen her for several days, and when he suddenly saw her again, she looked like this. I'm fine. I'm grateful to have saved you. Shakia spoke as if to comfort herself, her eyes gloomy and uncertain. Her voice was no longer the steady, resolute, and resonant one of before, but had become somewhat slurred, as if she were mumbling to herself. How can you say you're fine? Longsheng's heart broke at the sight of Shakia like this. Even if something's wrong, it'd be fine after a while. Shakia spoke slowly, strolling to the vending machine on the side of the riverside park. The adult world isn't so easy. I buy you some coffee, and then you can go home. Longsheng, however, darted forward, inserted his coins, and bought 2 cans of hot coffee. You saved me. I should be thanking you. Seeing Longsheng buy the coffee and hand her a can, Shakia didn't hesitate. She wordlessly took it, opened it, and began to drink. I think I need to have a serious talk with you. This isn't like you. How well do you know me? Longsheng was speechless. Indeed, his impression of Qin Yuan was more of a top student, a big sister, a goddess. It wasn't until he signed Schwager's confidentiality agreement that Longsheng finally learned a little about Shakia from the woman named Cheyenne, including her amnesia, her relationship with Trum, and so on. To put it bluntly, that was all Schwager knew about her. Moreover, Shakia, who hadn't yet regained her memories, understood herself in the same way. Qin Yun. You can't say that. Long Sheng pulled Shakia to a park bench and sat down. The late autumn breeze was still a bit chilly. Facing the river, Long Sheng wanted to have a heart-to-heart with Shakia. You only seen the side of me that I had at school. How can you say you know me? Shakia's tone was colder than ever before, but Long Sheng knew it was because this shock had brought out all the negative emotions she had been suppressing. Indeed, I didn't know what your situation was like before, Qin Yun. I didn't know you were constantly fighting those monsters. Long Sheng slowly sipped his coffee. But you're our confidant at school, someone I admire. So? Shakia's eyes were now as dead as a fish's. Long Sheng tried to encourage her. So what? How can you hide your little thoughts? In fact, Shakia wished she had a beer instead of coffee. It was a pity they didn't sell it here. The so-called Qin Yun is just a characterization that Schwager helped me instill in her, Shakia said, squeezing the can tightly. It seemed like she'd been bothered by this, but there was nothing she could do. Who am I really? Haha. I never really found being around you kids that fun. Maybe Shakia is just a boring adult. The forced smile Shakia gave Long Sheng felt a pang of sadness. She had been holding these things back for so long. Indeed, Long Sheng had never noticed them. Or rather, it was something Shakia had always avoided sharing with others. Who you really are doesn't matter. What matters is that you protect the city, protect us. Long Sheng truly couldn't empathize with Shakia's situation, because he was just an ordinary student. Yes, the real Shakia might not be a student like them. From her temperament, her conversation, and her way of thinking, Long Sheng felt the same way. This was also why Shakia had always felt that Long Sheng and the others, whether Bruce or Li Jioi, could never truly confide in her. Shakia felt guilty towards Li Jioi, because she had sacrificed her legs to save her life. And Bruce, despite his injuries, had at least fought hard to help her fight back the enemy. For Long Sheng, these were memories of Qin Yun's school days, a crucial piece of the puzzle of her tangible memories. Shakia was happy, truly happy, to have saved him. The memories of Qin Yun, the reality of her existence, came from this school life, even if it was fake. It was the only part of Shakia that felt alive. But she found she could no longer face them properly. Shakia didn't know how to express these feelings to these children. Protect? Are you kidding? Look at what I protected. Shakia's eyes welled up again. Qin Yun. Anyway, I was able to save you. I tried my best. It seemed that Shakia had been tormented by self-blame and a sense of powerlessness these past few days. She propped her forehead up with a hand not holding the coffee can, her hair tangled in a mess. Go away. Let me be alone. I don't want to leave you. You're so pitiful. Long Sheng didn't want to leave, but he was only a high school student, and he didn't know how to comfort or encourage Shakia. He reached out to touch Shakia's shoulder, but Shakia raised her hand and swatted it aside. I'm just that pitiful. What are you looking at? Hurry. This was the first time Shakia had yelled at someone. But she quickly realized her mistake and stopped. Long Sheng had spilled some coffee on his sleeve from Shakia's move. Hand. Give it to me. Long Sheng was a little startled by Shakia's behavior today, and for a moment he didn't react. Shakia pulled a tissue from her pocket, grabbed Long Sheng's hand, and wiped the spilled coffee away. I'm sorry. As Qin Yun wiped the stain from Long Sheng's face, she turned to the side, avoiding his gaze. Tears still streamed down her cheeks. I'm sorry I embarrassed you today. Shakia tossed the empty coffee can into the nearby trash can and walked away. Forget about what happened today. Don't tell anyone else. Long Sheng stood there, stunned, watching Shakia leave. His heart was filled with sorrow. But he could do nothing. Chapter 46. The autumn wind grew colder, and yellow leaves along the riverbank covered the park path. Long Sheng understood that Shakia's current situation was not something he could simply persuade. As a student, no, that's not quite right. As an ordinary high school student, he wasn't very talkative, and wasn't very good at reading people's expressions. The empty can was thrown into the trash can, and Long Sheng, with his hands in his pockets, set off on his journey home. The autumn wind felt cold on Long Sheng's face. Bruce is right. We are all too weak. He pulled his coat tighter around him. Even with the scars, New Spring Autumn City resumed its normal operations. After all, this was the headquarters of the Shivaka clan, and from this incident, it was revealed that many of its citizens actually had connections to the Shivaka clan. For example, monks like Master Jingxi. Master, I got the shoes you requested. In a mountain temple on the outskirts of New Spring and Autumn City, Jinxie was changing into casual clothes, apparently preparing to go out. Indeed, the benefactor, Ms. Ziyuan, will come to take me down the mountain later. His disciple, Mr. Shi, brought Master Jinxie a pair of shoes. They were a fashionable pair of high-top outdoor boots. Looking at Master Jinxie's outfit, one would hardly imagine he was a hermit living in seclusion in a mountain temple. Over his jacket was a black casual jacket with fleece at the collar and cuffs. Underneath, he wore a gray blended sweater with padded fabric at the shoulders and elbows, giving it a tactical feel. He wore camouflage leggings, and these outdoor boots made him look stylish and handsome. Jinxie's face, already youthful and handsome, was now topped with a red knitted hat. This person doesn't look like a monk at all. If he were to step onto the stage, everyone would think he was some celebrity. Disciple, I'm sorry to bother you here while I'm down the mountain to attend to some matters. Master, don't worry. Ahem. But down here, Master, please change your way of speaking. Mr. Shi smiled and reminded his master. Okay, I get it. It's been a while since I've been down the mountain, and I've forgotten about it. Master Jinxie paused, then changed his flowery manner. It seems he can speak normally. This way, if he goes somewhere else, no one will be surprised. The last time we traveled was many years ago. I've been away from home for too long. Mr. Shi handed a backpack to Master Jinxie. Yes, back then, my legs were still quite nimble. Not at all. You're much younger than your peers, aren't you? Jinxie once traveled the world with a young Mr. Shi Silang, training them in martial arts and cultivating their body and mind. They experienced a wide variety of local customs and learned many languages. For Mr. Shi, this was also a time filled with fond memories. Later, at Director Qin's request, the two of them settled permanently in this temple on the outskirts of New Spring and Autumn City. Because Jinxie's practice of this technique allows for a virtually ageless constitution, Mr. Shi devotedly followed his master in learning the life ripple technique. However, it seems his natural talent was lacking, so he still experienced some aging. Master, Miss Ziyuan is traveling with you this time. I presume it's because of Sakia's matter. Mr. Shi Silang sat down on a bamboo chair at the entrance to the meditation room and shared his conjecture. After all, it was noon when Jinxie received a call from Ziyuan of the Shiwagaku. Afterwards, Master Jinxie began preparing to leave. Indeed, I lent her the strength to repel the enemy, but it also put a strain on her current body. Jinxie also knew that Shakia had weakened after returning to the base. Disciple, I'm worried about Shakia's heart. Mr. Shi sat in a chair, basking in the lazy autumn sun. He recalled the things Shakia had confided in him after training. She must have felt she was responsible for the tragic massacre in Dongcheng district. Jinxie had never interacted with Shakia before, so she wasn't as familiar with her condition as Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi briefly recounted to his master the doubts Shakia had faced. I understand. Now, Jinxie knew what to say when she visited Sakia. Jinxie gazed at her disciple against the autumn sun, a gratified smile on her face. You are truly a gentle person. You have made great progress. Mr. Shi smiled back. Master, you are joking. This is all your teachings. The sun shone down on the master and disciple. Perhaps there had been many times in the past when Mr. Shi had watched his master leave like this. The sound of chanting suddenly emanated from Master Jinxie. It was his cell phone ringing. He pulled his phone from his jacket pocket and saw it was Ziyuan calling. Oh, it's Benefactor Ziyuan. Well, have you reached the parking lot at the temple entrance? Ziyuan has arrived, so let's end our chat with her disciple for now. Jinxie met up with Ziyuan at the temple gate, and she was surprised by what she was wearing. Master Jinxie, you're wearing this? I can't believe you were wearing monk's robes just a few days ago. We were pressed for time, so we didn't have time to change. Jinxie smiled faintly. Is that so? Then let's go. Jinxie got into the car, and Ziyuan started it. How's Shakia doing? Jinxie hadn't really met Shakia yet, and she wanted to take this opportunity to have a proper meeting. The director told her to rest at home. But she hasn't responded to my calls or messages these past few days. I'm a little worried. Don't worry, Ziyuan. Let's go see her. Ziyuan was driving, and Jinxie, worried she might be distracted, tried to comfort her. Please go on. I feel. Master, your way of speaking seems a little different from last time? Jinxie, in the passenger seat, was stunned for a moment when she heard Ziyuan's words. Is it really that strange? If he keeps talking like that, I won't be able to go down the mountain to work. Don't worry. Unexpectedly, this monk was quite interesting. Ziyuan had felt a little uneasy before coming to see him, but now that unease had completely dissipated. In the afternoon, Ziyuan drove Jingxi to the complex where Shakia lived. She had intended to call before going upstairs to let her know, but, unsurprisingly, Shakia didn't respond. Hey. What's wrong with her? Disappointed, Ziyuan hung up the phone and took Jingxi straight upstairs. In the elevator, Jingxi leaned against the wall, her hands folded over her chest, silent. This is the place the director has arranged for Shakia. Ziyuan arrived at the corresponding floor and, exiting the elevator with Jingxi, introduced the place as they walked. Oh. Although it lacks some of the charm of the temple where I live, it's still a place with a strong sense of community. Arriving at Shakia's apartment, Ziyuan rang the doorbell. Still no response. Could Shakia have gone out? Shakia? It's Ziyuan. If you're here, please open the door. No response. The two waited at the door for a while. Ziyuan began to feel anxious. Was Shakia in trouble? There's a smell. Jingxi approached the door, examined it, and suddenly blurted out. Ziyuan was stunned. I don't smell anything. Suddenly, a series of ominous premonitions flashed through her mind. What? Shakia. Chapter 47. Donor Ziyuan? Jingxi saw Ziyuan rummaging through her bag. She pulled out a key, which looked like a spare key. Swagger must have made some arrangements for Shakia's safety. But she wouldn't normally use it, and now was a critical moment. Ziyuan opened the door with the spare key. Shakia? Shakia? Ziyuan called out anxiously. There was indeed a smell upon entering the room, but it wasn't what she imagined. Donor Ziyuan. I mean, the smell of alcohol. Jingxi said slowly as Ziyuan entered the room. Hey! It's not gas. Ziyuan had thought it was gas, which had frightened her. If she hadn't had the spare key, she would have called the police. Here's Jingxi's words. Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them entered the living room, and found the coffee table in front of the TV cabinet piled high with beer cans. There was even a little bit of white wine left. What's wrong with this kid? Xiuan sighed, stepped over some of the empty cans that had rolled onto the floor, and looked around. She should be in the room. My ripples can sense it. Master Jinx's ripple technique seemed more skillful than Mr. Sher's, and its applications were more extensive. Is that so? Then. Well, if I had known this would happen, I should have asked Master Jingxi to detect it earlier. Xiuan began to pick up the fallen cans, and tossed them into the trash can. Then she opened all the windows in the room, to let in some fresh air. Over there. Jingxi pointed toward the bedroom. Ziyuan listened carefully, and indeed heard some movement from the bedroom. It was a faint snoring. Ziyuan opened the bedroom door, and noticed a stronger smell of alcohol. Shakia was snoring soundly on the bed. The heater was on, uncovered, wearing only a thin layer of underwear, sprawled out on the bed. Next to her were some cans spilled on the floor, their contents spilling onto the ground. Have you found her? Master Jingxi followed Ziyuan into the room. Wait, wait! Master, don't come in yet. Ziyuan quickly blocked Shakia's bedroom door with her body. Alas, it seemed she was still a step too late. But he was a high monk, not Tang Sanzang. Amitabha, my sins, my sins. Jingxi glanced at the white patch on the bed, and realized what had happened. He quickly retreated. Ziyuan nodded apologetically to Jingxi, then went inside and closed the door. She found pajamas for Shakia to wear, tucked her in, and turned off the heater. Then she opened the bedroom window. Falling drunk and stuffy on the bed, like that could make you sick. Shakia snored and burped during this time. Ziyuan felt a pang of distress at the dark circles under Shakia's eyes. She could see that Shakia had been experiencing physical exhaustion and internal torment during this time. Perhaps getting drunk was the only way to finally sleep peacefully. Ziyuan had experienced this herself. It's all taken care of. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Master Jingxi. After letting Shakia sleep soundly in bed, Ziyuan left. Well, it's okay. I clean up the outside too. Master Jingxi held a mop and removed his hat. Shakia's messy living room was now spruced up. The scattered empty beer cans had been discarded, and the spilled beer on the floor had been swept up. Oh, thank you for your hard work, Master. I hadn't expected this master to be so diligent and down to earth, and his character was so good, truly worthy of a monk. How's Shakia? Jingxi's expression remained calm, but he still cared deeply for her. She's drunk. I wonder how long she'll sleep. This child has suffered so much recently. I never thought she'd be so injured. Ziyuan sighed. Can I come in now? As Jingxi spoke, Ziyuan felt the master simply wanted to check on Shakia. Of course, I already put her in pajamas. Jingxi and Ziyuan approached Shakia, and Jingxi placed a hand on her forehead. Suddenly, a golden arc of light flashed from Jingxi's palm, instantly transmitting throughout Shakia's body. Okay, let's go out and wait for her to wake up. Jinxie stood up and made to leave the bedroom. Can I ask what happened? Ziyuan smiled awkwardly and waved to Master Jinxie. Jinxie invited Ziyuan to the living room, where they sat on the sofa and began to chat. I just regulated the ripples flowing within her body. This energy operates according to the user's inner will. Jinxie saw Ziyuan's serious expression, as if expecting her to continue. I'm sorry, I bear some responsibility for her current state. If the vast amount of energy used on someone with insufficient cultivation, and whose will is on the verge of collapse, it can have negative effects on both body and mind. In other words, Shakia used the power you lent her, and she couldn't control it properly. Ziyuan concluded thoughtfully. That's it in short. Fortunately, there was another young man acting as the ripple conductor, otherwise Shakia would have been in even greater danger. Jinxie sighed. This was my own inconsideration. To overcome the predicament, I had no choice but to resort to such a risky method. The ripples of life are an energy that can both heal and destroy. If I had known Shakia's situation at the time, I wouldn't have dared to lend her such a large amount. Oh, Ziyuan replied with a blink. The ripples within the human body flow according to a certain resonant frequency, and the breathing techniques we practice are designed to strengthen this resonance, and then require the corresponding willpower. Ziyuan initially listened attentively to Master Jinxie's explanation. Gradually, Ziyuan felt a little lost in the master's train of thought. After a while, Ziyuan realized she could no longer grasp the theory being presented. Ziyuan thought she knew every word, but when Master Jinxie linked them together, she was completely lost. Well, I can't understand the details, but I understand the general situation. Seeing this seemingly long and arduous topic, Ziyuan interrupted Master Jinxie with a wry smile. Would you like some tea? That's fine. Since you're not a practitioner, understanding more wouldn't be helpful. Jinxie also felt herself getting more excited. Do you have green tea? I make some. Chapter 48. Green tea. Yes, of course. To ease the awkwardness, Ziyuan offered to make tea for Master Jinxie. She remembered that Shakia usually kept some tea leaves in the kitchen drawer, and she had tried them last time. Sorry, Shakia, let me get some. Ziyuan muttered to herself, found the tea leaves in the kitchen, boiled some water, and began brewing. Sorry for the wait, Master Jinxie. Thank you, benefactor. Ziyuan brought the tea to the coffee table, and the two of them sat down. By the way, how long will it take for Shakia to wake up? Master Jinxie quietly sipped his tea. When he heard Yuancher ask, he put down his cup and glanced toward the bedroom. It depends on how well she's recovering. I'm just trying to help her sleep better this time. Huh? Ziyuan was surprised, her face etched with hesitation. When someone is very tired, it's possible to sleep for 10 or so hours, but they couldn't wait that long today. Don't worry, she wake up in 3 hours at most. Jinxie continued to sip her tea. Donor Ziyuan's cooking is okay, but it would be better if the water temperature was around 70 degrees Celsius, not just boiling. Is that so? Hey, why is my tea always good? How can you say that about Sakia? Ziyuan leaned forward. The monk before her was truly puzzling. Well, the director himself was an eccentric, so his friends must be no different. She drank so much. Jinxie smiled meaningfully. The human bladder has a limit, right? Huh? Ziyuan gave a polite yet awkward smile. She realized this monk might not be as serious as she had imagined. Let's go! When Shakia wakes up, we make her a nice meal to nourish her. It's my way of giving her back. Jinxie stood up and called to Ziyuan. Ziyuan checked her phone. It was 4 p.m. Oh! Master, you thought of this? That's right. Let's make Shakia a delicious meal. To change her from her low point, let's start with a good meal. Once they buy the ingredients and finish cooking, it'd be around 6 or 7 p.m. at the latest. When Shakia wakes up, we give her a big surprise. It seems this monk named Jinxie is quite considerate. If he weren't a monk, such a considerate, gentle, and handsome man, After just a few hours of interaction, Ziyuan had already developed a good impression of Jinxie. Okay, I know a supermarket nearby. Let's buy groceries there. Please lead the way, Master Ziyuan. Ziyuan gently closed the door and left with Master Jinxie. The sky darkened slightly, and it was dusk. Sakia was awakened by a strange feeling. Her whole body felt incredibly relaxed, as if she had slept soundly for a long time. Of course, a pressing reason compelled her to open her eyes and get out of bed. Huh? When she got up, she found herself in her pajamas, covered with a blanket. The heat wasn't on, and the window was barely open. She remembered Ineen getting completely drunk at home, and she couldn't really remember what happened before that. She didn't know when the wine bottles in the room had disappeared. Because she'd been blacking out from drinking, she couldn't quite remember what the room looked like before that. Shakia simply felt a slight discomfort and got out of bed. Now there were more important things to do. That was to go to the bathroom. For the past few days, Shakia had been holed up at home, drinking alone. Because she couldn't sleep at night. Even though the director had told her to rest at home, she couldn't sleep due to the nightmares that kept her awake, and it hadn't helped at all. Shakia opened the bedroom door and found the living room dimly lit. Several dishes were already set on the table in the adjacent dining room. And Cheyenne was sitting in her living room. "Oh, you woke up at the time you said." Cheyenne smiled and waved at Shakia, then called out to someone in the kitchen. Sure enough, a man's voice sounded familiar to Shakia. Cheyenne, why are you here? And who's the other person?" Shakia was a little flustered. "For your safety, I have a spare key to your apartment." Cheyenne showed her the spare key. "As for the other one, it would be best if you go greet him in person." But I couldn't say much right now, as the swelling in my lower body was getting stronger. "I'd talk later." "Well, I need to go to the bathroom first." Shakia blushed, and she trotted towards the bathroom, her thighs tucked together. "Oh, clean up and get ready for dinner. It'd be ready soon." The bathroom was right next to the kitchen. When I reached the door, I saw a bald man busy in the kitchen. He was stirring a wok and frying something when he turned to greet Shakia. You, why are you here?" "Isn't that the monk who stood on Trum's shoulder earlier?" In the bathroom, Sakia gathered her thoughts. Perhaps Cheyenne couldn't reach her, so she had no choice but to use the spare key to get in, only to see her in her predicament after blacking out. But as luck would have it, that monk, someone called Master Jinxie, had come along too. Oh my, I only met Master Jinxie once, and we weren't very familiar with each other. And then, having someone see me in such a state of disgrace as soon as I arrived was truly terrifying. Aside from attending the memorial service for the victims, she barely left the house these past few days, just blasting the heater and wandering around in her underwear. Sakia had been practically sleepless for the past week, which was even more torturous than her previous exhaustion. After all, she felt so suffocated and uncomfortable, and she wanted to temporarily shed everything that enveloped her and indulge herself. The thought of blacking out in her underwear, and if Master Jinxie, whom she only met once, saw this scene. Sakia blushed deeply. Yesterday, I was a bit emotional and said some things I shouldn't have said to Longsheng. Since I got home, I've been feeling upset. Playing games, surfing the internet, watching TV, and so on haven't helped me relax. Today, I'm just going to get drunk. Calm down. After taking a few deep breaths and clearing the alcohol, Shakia felt better. I didn't expect Xion and Master Jinxie to come to my house and cook for me. This is embarrassing. I'd probably thank them when I get out. While Shakia was taking care of her urgent need, Jinxie prepared the last dish and set it on the table. It was now 7 o'clock, just in time for dinner, just as Jinxie had predicted. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Master Jinxie. At the dinner table, Shakia apologized for her outburst today. You look like you recovered well. Come on, let's eat first. Xion patted Shakia on the back. These are all nourishing meals that Master Jinxie prepared for you. Jinxie also smiled. I heard from old Qin that you're a child who values etiquette, so there's no need to be so formal. This isn't your fault. I bear some responsibility as well. Huh? Shakia felt a slight sense of relief at seeing her frankness. Moreover, Master Jinxie's tone seemed much more casual today. It seems everyone has another side. What do you mean, Master Jinxie? Let's eat first. Let's eat first. We discussed the explanation afterward. Ziyuan had already experienced Jinxie's long speeches. Such conversations at the dinner table were a real letdown. So she quickly changed the subject. That's true, Shakia. Allow me to express my gratitude with this meal. Chapter 49. Since Master Jinxie said so, Shakia respectfully obeyed. Looking at the table full of dishes, the perfect balance of meat and vegetables, she didn't know where to start. Ziyuan also started to pick up her chopsticks, picking up a piece of stewed meat and plunging it into her mouth. Wow! Delicious. This wasn't flattery. Ziyuan was simply astonished. Ineen was a monk, but she hadn't expected him to be so adept at cooking meat dishes. Could he have been a chef before? Master Jinxie, your meat is excellent. Ineen could be a chef too. I join you. This was the first time Shakia had seen Ziyuan react so strongly to a meal. She had dined with Ziyuan at restaurants in the city before, and she hadn't made a fuss. This was the first time Shakia had ever tasted meat so melt in your mouth. She couldn't believe it had only been simmered for an hour or two. Shakia cooked regularly, and logically, to achieve this level of flavor and texture, it would have taken the entire night to simmer. May I ask how the master did it? In such a short time. Don't be offended, ladies. I traveled the world with my disciples to cultivate, and often had to cook for myself. Jingxi maintained a nonchalant expression, choosing only vegetarian dishes to eat. Sometimes, begging alone might not even earn you a meal or a place to stay. I also worked in local restaurants. It seems so-called cultivation isn't easy. At least it sounds much more difficult than Swager's training. When we're traversing the wilderness, we sometimes catch small animals to eat. Jingxi spoke casually, but Shakia and Ziyuan were quite amused. To go this far. And monks eat meat? No, I don't mind, but the disciples are different. Some of them aren't Buddhists. It seems the training Jingxi and his disciples' conduct isn't entirely the kind of wandering monks do. It's more like training them in some kind of magical skill. Ah. Shakia and Ziyuan devoured their food, as they listened to Master Jingxi's explanation. Shakia, in particular, seemed to realize that delicious food can, to some extent, dispel a bad mood. For the past 4 or 5 days, she'd been so depressed she'd barely eaten, and felt no hunger at all. Rather than not being hungry, she couldn't even smell food, and she occasionally experienced stomach aches. This is how a person's body behaves under extreme emotions. She stayed home every day, unwilling to go out. Only when she was truly starving would she go downstairs to buy some buns or something. Previously, due to her extremely troubled mood, her body hadn't felt hungry. But today, after waking up from a deep sleep, Shakia felt as if she had been freed. Her appetite had returned to normal. Seeing Shakia eating so heartily, Xian was delighted. Her previous state had been so worrying. Xian gave Jingxi a grateful smile. But Jingxi seemed lost in her explanation again, seemingly oblivious to Xian's gaze. Since Shakia has recovered, it's something worth celebrating. So I decided. Xian decided to do something to make sure the meal wasn't spent in the midst of Master Jingxi's nagging. Oh! Jingxi paused his engrossed explanation, as he watched Ziyuan rise to grab something from the coffee table. He seemed to realize he'd begun to ramble again, so he quietly took 2 bites of his food. Ziyuan pulled a can of cocktail from her supermarket shopping bag and placed it on the table with a grin. Wow! Jingxi had watched Ziyuan by this. He previously thought she'd forgotten to drink. A fine meal should definitely be paired with good wine, haha. Ziyuan waved the flavored cocktail in front of Shakia. Shakia waved her hands repeatedly. She already had enough to drink these past few days. I'm afraid she won't touch alcohol for a while. So you're the one who's corrupted Shakia? Jingxi narrowed her eyes and looked at Ziyuan. Since you guys aren't drinking anyway, I just drink it myself. Ziyuan seemed to have relaxed in front of Jingxi, even though Shakia was still. A long-lost laugh echoed from Shakia's room. That evening, Ziyuan finished her meal and had to return to the bureau to handle some matters, so she left first. Just then, Shakia's condition was confirmed. Despite the hardship she endured, she wasn't completely broken. This was good news, and Ziyuan also needed to report to the director. Jingxi planned to stay at Shakia's place tonight. He wanted to tell her something. I didn't expect you to actually agree. I was wondering if this request was too abrupt. After dinner and seeing Ziyuan off, Shakia and Jingxi took a stroll down the street to digest their food. No, Master Jingxi, what you specifically wanted to tell me must be very important. Shakia, now well-fed, felt a little more energetic. The negative thoughts in his mind had faded. While I couldn't say my mood had suddenly brightened, at least I could think straight. Thank you and Miss Ziyuan for visiting me today. The two of them walked to the small river in Shakia's neighborhood. This quiet riverside area had a walking path for residents. Shakia. This feeling must be hard to bear. But situations like this might become more frequent in the future. What are you going to do? Jingxi broached this heavy topic. I don't know. At least not right now. At this point, Shakia lowered her head. Shakia leaned against the railing of the riverside path, gazing at the overcast moon hanging in the sky. Jingxi had heard Director Qin talk about her. Perhaps she was just an ordinary girl, easily lost in confusion, rather than the warrior Shakia once was, a true life-or-death warrior. He decided to talk about something else first. Your master, Mr. Shi, has already told me about your confusion. Huh? Jingxi also walked over to Shakia. Shi Sailang is my disciple. Looking at you now reminds me of him in his youth. Shakia turned to look at Jinxie in surprise. Wait, Mr. Sure is your disciple? So, doesn't that mean you're mine? You look so young. Jinxie smiled. Young? If it's just appearance, then it's true. The familiar golden lightning rose in Jinxie's hand. Practice the life ripple technique. You can do it too. Shakia was a little confused. I know that. Mr. Sure said it's a kind of life energy that can heal or destroy depending on how it's used. Could it also prolong life? Yes. Do you know how old Mr. Sure is? It seems rude to ask an elder's age. Shakia is really a good child now, Jinxie smiled. Guess? He looks like he's almost 70. Shakia wasn't entirely sure. After all, Mr. Sure had youthful white hair and a healthy body. Although his face had a few wrinkles, he didn't look old. Compared to Director Qin, he was perhaps a dozen years older. This year, my disciple, Sure Silang will be celebrating his 100th birthday. Huh? Shakia couldn't believe her ears. 100 years. This master, who just recently was doing one-handed push-ups in front of her, was already 100 years old. Chapter 50. Monks don't lie. Jinxie focused the golden light on her hand, drawing a streak of light across the night sky. I also used the wave technique on today's meal. The meat was perfectly tender, wasn't it? So it can be used while cooking? What a convenient ability. Interesting. Sakia decided to give it a try herself next time. You can do it too. Furthermore, think back to when you destroyed the clan that created the alternate dimension from within. You're definitely stronger than you think, and you must become even stronger. From now on, I train you alongside Mr. Sure. Sakia nodded. Just when she and Longsheng were at their wits' end, the origin cube appeared before them, along with Master Jinxie's voice. Thank you very much. But before that, I have a question I've been harboring for a long time. Please tell me. Master Jinxie, who are you? Sakia took a deep breath and finally got to the point. It seemed this person was very familiar with the director and took good care of me. Plus, I've seen him suddenly stand on Trum's shoulder and perform a miraculous wave technique before. Good question. It's time to formally introduce myself. Under the moonlight, Jinxie's face, staring into the distance, seemed to be recollecting something. My real name is Mun Lil, and I'm one of the executors of Project Flashpoint. Sakia, we're partners. Sakia was so shocked she didn't know how to respond. I heard the director mention a few fragments about Project Flashpoint before, and that his ability to activate Trum was a testament to his role as an executor. But Shakia wasn't told the details. The reason was that they would gradually reveal the details as Shakia's abilities and memories returned. Otherwise, too much information wouldn't be of much use to Shakia. Now, another executor had appeared before her. It's okay. I know you've been plagued by doubts. Master Jinxie continued. Like you, we were thrown into this era, separated from our companions, and all suffered varying degrees of memory loss. You were the first companion I found, and unlike me, who only has partial memory loss, you completely lost yours. Is that, so that's it? Shakia knew this was the key point. It seemed everyone had their own struggles. But the good news is that you, your root cube, and your powers are all still there. I, on the other hand, have lost them all. Therefore, I infer that everyone's situation is different. Jinx's tone was calm, but his deep gaze, gazing at the water, couldn't conceal the depths of his reminiscence. My power. Is it Trum? Wait, Master Jinxie, don't you have that ripple technique? How can someone as powerful as Enin say she's lost it? Shakia was puzzled. Jinxie had lent her a portion of her power that day, yet Trum and herself had unleashed such formidable combat power. The ripple technique is just a replacement technique I cultivated using the little bit of energy I have left. Do you remember the spirit I mentioned earlier? Master Jinxie turned around, hands in his pockets, leaning against the riverside railing, and looked at Shakia. Indeed, I seem to have heard of this name. Even in my lost memories, I remember that as executors, we all possess our own unique spirits. These spirits are the manifestation of our special abilities and our own specialized organs. These abilities are only wielded by heroes chosen by the root cube to become executors. My current wave technique is merely a substitute for my spirit. As for the root cube, Swagger is one, right? Why don't you use it? Sakia was also curious about the incredible power of Jinxie at her peak. There are so many questions to ask, so I just pick a simple one. You are the owner of that root cube, and you successfully awakened it in the last battle. I cannot use it. So, the root cube I saw last time in the alternate dimension actually appeared right before my eyes. It seems this is the manifestation of its awakening. Even if Director Chin and other scientists are utilizing the energy it normally emits, that's just child's play. What do you mean? Are there multiple root cubes? The director hadn't mentioned anything like this before. Was he waiting until Shakia regained more of her memories? Exactly. Every executor has their own root cube. Of course, there are those like me who have lost their connection. It seems the so-called executors are all formidable beings. But why did she seem so unremarkable? Shakia found it strange. There must be some secret hidden within her. Then, Master Jinxie, where is your root cube? I'm ashamed to say it was taken away. Huh? Shakia was shocked. It turned out the root cube could be taken away. Wait, what's going on? Isn't this thing bound to the executor? Can't I just summon it like I did last time? Master Jinxie helplessly spread his hands and shook his head. That's a long story. Basically, it's been sealed away somewhere inaccessible. Of course, that doesn't mean I've given up on retrieving it. Who could be so powerful as to render a master like Master Jinxie so helpless? Shakia found the situation she faced increasingly complex. As you can see, I'm unable to fight that kind of clan right now. At best, I can only support you in your battle. Jinxie gestured for the two to continue forward. At least you become stronger, which increases our chances of reclaiming my origin cube. We both win. Shakia nodded. Jinxie was right. If she didn't become stronger, or if she didn't regain her memories and abilities, events like the last time would still overwhelm her. Although you're still fighting alone, as an ordinary human girl, you're by no means alone. Jinxie extended her hand, offering to shake Shakia's. We need to recover more executors. If I regain my strength, we can fight alongside you. It's wonderful to have companions. The pressure of fighting alone can be crushing. Shakia and Jinxie clasped hands. Then, Master Jinxie, I leave my cultivation in your hands. I don't know the true nature of the Shakia, you know. I only know that I'm truly weak right now. Jinxie nodded gratifiedly, saying, It's good that you come to this realization. You surely face even greater challenges in the future. The two of them set off again, Jinxie resting her chin on her hand as they walked, pondering something. Actually, as for Shakia, I don't really have much of an impression of her. Perhaps it's in those lost memories. It seems Shakia's quest to understand her past isn't so easy. Never mind, let's just go for a walk and enjoy the evening breeze, even if it's a bit chilly. Anyway, thank you very much for today. Passing a small shop, Jinxie paid for some hot drinks for Shakia. Don't be so polite all the time. Old Chin seems to have shaped you into a rather serious persona. That has its drawbacks too. I talk to him later. Shakia took the hot juice Jinxie offered her. Perhaps, looking at Bruce, she might have a similar problem. You take everything so personally, and try to shoulder everything on your own. You collapse in no time. It seems I need to explain the scriptures to you. Jinxie also opened her bottle and drank. Forget it. Shakia smiled wryly. Wouldn't she be a nun who wasn't a nun now? After all this talk tonight, I'm feeling thirsty. Jinxie's explanation was indeed detailed and thoughtful, though a bit exhausting. After a stroll back home, Shakia closed the windows and turned on the air conditioning and heater because it was a bit chilly today. Then I sleep on the sofa. You don't have to worry about me. This is really disrespectful to you, Master. I really need to talk to the director about giving you a wooden head. Well, it's not a bad thing. Jinxie took off her coat and got up to pour herself a cup of hot water. From now on, we're both companions and master and disciple. No need to be so polite. When you go out to practice, I make sure you suffer. Sakia smiled helplessly. Jinxie seemed more relaxed. Today, I use your living room for a bit. Okay. Master. Father? Sakia couldn't remember ever becoming a disciple. What a casual monk. You go and have fun. I'm going to meditate. Chapter 51. Last night, Shakia watched a few videos and played a few games in her room before going to sleep. Master Jinxie found a cushion in a corner of the living room, sat on the floor, and meditated. When Shakia went out to wash up, he sat there motionless, as if his soul had left his body. Seeing this, Shakia felt from the bottom of her heart that this was the way a monk should be. Perhaps because of the healthy meal Master Jinxie had specially prepared yesterday, Shakia slept soundly. When she woke up this morning, Jinxie had already left. Gone? Shakia usually had nothing else to do, and always woke up after 8 a.m. Early to bed, early to rise, and then to exercise. I wonder if this was Shakia's own habit, or if it was shaped by the director, who was forcing himself to be her father. In any case, she didn't dislike this pace of life. Jinxie left quite early, but it seemed she had left a small gift for Shakia. There was breakfast in a plastic container on the table. It looked like Jinxie had definitely prepared it. When she lived alone, Shakia would always buy milk, bread, and the like in advance and store them in the refrigerator. She would just heat them up in the morning and eat them right away, or with a fried egg or something. Having someone prepare breakfast wasn't bad. Looking closely, she saw a small note tucked under the box. Shakia walked over curiously and picked it up to read. "Master, I have something to attend to. I will take my leave now. We will discuss training details later. Take care, Jinxie." The note said this, and below it were small words containing some recipes that would be helpful for cultivation. So responsible. Although Sakia thought Master Jinxie was a bit casual, he was truly responsible for his disciples. That's right, she was still one of the executors after all. There weren't many other executors as clueless as herself. After all, she had the bad luck to lose her memory. Sakia sighed and opened the plastic container. Inside was a very unique breakfast. I guess people in New Spring and Autumn City don't usually eat breakfast this way. A small amount of rice, a bunch of vegetables, a large piece of fish, and a few pickles. But in terms of health, it was impeccable. If he opens a restaurant, I'd definitely join him. Sakia smiled wryly. Jinxie was such an interesting person. She sat down and began to enjoy the healthy breakfast Jinxie had left for her. After a few days of dejection, Sakia decided to take a proper rest. It had been a long time since she reviewed the skills that old Master Sure had taught her. To be honest, I relied on them when I fought the Iksha King. After breakfast, Shakia felt brimming with strength. It went without saying that Jinxie must have used her wave technique while cooking. After my workout, I have to apologize to Longsheng. A phone call or a message on social media would work, but it feels less sincere. After figuring out what she'd do for the day, Shakia put on her workout clothes and left the room. Today in Zinchunkia City, the autumn sunshine was exceptionally gloomy. But Director Qin wouldn't be able to enjoy it today. He had to attend the meeting at the United Nations. The director's office was surrounded by 5 holographic images, depicting leaders of the world's major powers. The last battle, both the military and civilians suffered considerable losses. One of the blonde, broad-faced middle-aged men commented, "Well, this has also had a significant impact on our people, and has affected national stability. The death toll from that incident soared last time caused a furor in international public opinion. As the leader of the country where New Spring and Autumn City is located, this kind of thing must be extremely troubling. This is a crisis that all of humanity should unite to face. On the ever-changing battlefield, we can only minimize the losses." The director gloomily wondered what the other leaders were about to say. But the UN forces have also engaged in the battle, achieving almost no results. "Director, we'd like to discuss something with you today." Another bald leader smoothed things over. "You say. Even if the Swabian army possesses super robots like Trum, its combat power is still far too limited." The director nodded. He gloomily realized that relying on Sakia alone would sometimes be insufficient. There are always limits to fighting alone. To this end, Schwager had been conducting research analyzing the machine shortly after discovering Trum. To this end, we, the permanent members of the UN Security Council, have unanimously passed a resolution to develop humanoid mobile weapons. The UN's intentions were also quite sinister. They urgently needed to improve their military's combat effectiveness, and relying solely on the Schwager system was sometimes too inadequate. Of course, the director had been contacting the international community, seeking cooperation and assistance, which was also his goal. Personally, I think it would be better to develop a conventional vehicle equipped with energy weapons. The director, familiar with the current state of mainstream robotics technology, suddenly mentioned developing humanoid mobile weapons. Or had some superpower already made some progress? That's fine. What we need is the coordinated operations of multiple humanoid weapons. Everything depends on your robots, and we've seen the results. Since the president of a superpower had said so, the director didn't elaborate further. I'm shocked. We also signed a technology sharing agreement. Our expert team will arrive in New Spring and Autumn City next week. The director certainly welcomed the current human military's strengthening of its combat capabilities, but before that, he had a concern. Humanity today is rife with intrigue and internal strife. Handing them the technology of the ancient Wen before they truly unite could be counterproductive. This wasn't just the director's concern. His friends, including Master Jinxie, shared the same sentiment. It was indeed a difficult decision. On the one hand, humanity wanted to wield the sword to defy fate, but on the other, humanity wasn't yet mature enough to properly utilize such power. While the Flashpoint project documents passed down by Director Chen's ancestors don't accurately record the specific circumstances of the super-ancient civilization that formulated it, at least one thing is certain. A disunited civilization, rife with internecine warfare and intrigue, could not have devised a plan that spanned hundreds of thousands of years and united countless people. The United Nations has now proactively made this request, and they must have given it careful consideration. Then why not share some of it with the UN expert group? Even now, thanks to Sakia's arrival, our analysis of Trum has made substantial progress. But for the time being, let's provide the UN expert group with the data from Cheyenne's time as a pilot. In that case, we handle the reception. But I have a precondition. Please go ahead. The leaders had already guessed 8/10 of the answer. The director's premise was that this technology would only be used against the familiar and invested in the fight for the survival of the Winine. At least for now, the leaders nodded in agreement. Well, because your Shiva pattern will undoubtedly become increasingly important in the fight to protect humanity's Winine, this force is humanity's hope. I admit that past presidents did ignore your advice, Director Chen, but I hope we can work together in the future. Our country will provide substantial funding for this project, so rest assured. A middle-aged female leader, seemingly of white ethnicity, said this. The humanoid mobile weapon project will be developed within the borders of the world's only superpower, Gale Nation, while the other permanent members will contribute talent, funding, and various supporting services. The director seems to have a lot of work ahead of him. As director of Swagger, he will likely be making frequent trips to Gale Nation. Also, allowing modern humanity's military strength to grow within a relatively safe range can also reduce some of the burden on Sakia. Chapter 52. Sakia left a message for Longsheng on the messaging app. They agreed on a time and place to meet. Now, with the destruction of East City, residents have been relocated to vacant housing in other districts. The government has provided basic utilities, including water, electricity, and furniture, to those who lost their homes. Even though Longsheng's home wasn't damaged by the fighting, the nearby roads, water, electricity, and electrical lines were damaged. Even if Longsheng returned home, he wouldn't be able to live there. Furthermore, the neighborhood was located in a blockade, making it impossible to return. Don't worry, I found better accommodations, Longsheng replied in the message. Of course, he didn't go to the vacant housing provided by the government. Who could blame him for having a friend like Bruce? With the permission of his parents and Bruce's family, Longsheng moved into the mansion Bruce had defended. And Sakia was on her way to Bruce's house. It had been a while since she visited, so Sakia had come specifically to apologize to Longsheng. Since she was going to apologize, she couldn't go empty-handed. After exiting the subway, Sakia bought some snacks and groceries, determined to show off her skills to Longsheng and Bruce. After leaving the supermarket, Sakia used her phone to scan a shared bike and placed the groceries in the front bag. Then she headed straight for Bruce's complex. Hello. The security guard seemed to remember Sakia. If it weren't for Sakia and Bruce's warning last time, he would have likely become one of those zombies. Seeing Sakia approaching on her bike, he offered to open the electric gate for her and greeted her. Thank you, master. Shared bikes aren't normally allowed into this complex, but since Sakia was his savior, and seeing how many vegetables were being transported, the security guard let them in. The last time he came here, he'd been on the run at night, so this time he got a good look at the surrounding terrain. This complex is well landscaped, like living in a park. Many residents drive, so the roads are wide. Of course, the scars of the previous attack still remain. Swept streetlights lay piled on the roadside, along with smashed railings, decorative statues, and the lawn itself. Who knows what happened outside after Sakia and Bruce rushed back to the mansion. Ding dong. Sakia rang Bruce's doorbell. There seemed to be no response, so Sakia rang it twice. Ding dong. Ding dong. Still no response. Sakia sighed. What a child. You promised to open the door when you heard the doorbell, but you forgot. Putting the food on the floor, Sakia pulled out her phone and called Longsheng. Hello? It's me, I'm at the door. So the two guys were having a blast playing games on the second floor, wearing headphones. Well, whatever. Today, Sakia is here to serve them. With a flurry of hurried footsteps, the door opened. Wow. You really bought so much food. It was Longsheng who opened the door, followed by Bruce. I'm so sorry about the day before yesterday, so at least let me make everyone a good meal today. Sakia smiled sheepishly at Longsheng. Okay, come inside and tell me if you have anything. Bruce had also heard Longsheng talk about what happened. He had been quite worried, but now that Sakia had recovered quickly, he was happy. The front door has been replaced. Shakia touched Bruce's new front door. It was similar to the old one, except for the color. Ah, there are still some things we haven't had time to repair. Bruce smiled wryly and pointed toward the hallway. Many of the first-floor residents' homes were damaged to varying degrees last time. If it weren't for you, I would have died there. Thank you, Chin, Shakia. Bruce was wearing casual clothes, and it looked like his injuries had been well treated, so there was no need to worry. You saved both of us last time, and we're all very grateful. So seeing you in that state before, we were both very sad. Longsheng said, taking the initiative to carry a large bag of food into the house. As expected, two boys living together, no matter how luxurious the house, always leave traces of their mess. The sofa in the first-floor living room was where Shakia had rested with Bruce. Perhaps to hide the bloodstains Bruce had left, the sofa was now covered with a dark sheet. And scattered on top of the sheet were the clothes, backpack, and other belongings Longsheng needed for his stay. It seemed Longsheng had simply dragged his belongings to Bruce's house, piled them on the sofa and in the corner, and then went off to play with Bruce. It's great to be young, it's great. Shakia didn't bother to help them clean up. It would be back to normal after a while anyway. Let's all have fun today. Shakia needs to shake things up, after all, or she'd be consumed by depression and never get up again. I can't collapse yet. Then you guys go play first. I start cooking. Shakia carried the ingredients she bought into the kitchen and prepared to get busy. It's okay. You come so far. Take a break. We're so embarrassed. Bruce greeted her. It's only a little after 11 o'clock. We usually don't have lunch until 1:30. Longsheng scratched his nose and chuckled. Oh! Shakia put down the plastic bag. It seemed these boys had completely different schedules than hers. So, what game are you playing? Let me see. Have these two guys just been staying home playing games these days? If they could easily forget their worries by immersing themselves in a game, Shakia would envy them. What's so fun? Shakia was curious. Yeah, I have a lot of fun stuff in my room. Bruce also smiled. The three of them arrived at Bruce's room on the second floor. As Shakia entered, her brows knitted together. Regardless of what you guys were playing with. What's with all this crap? When Shakia had been here before, it had been just a normal boy's room. It contained nothing but Bruce's hobbies. But now there was a table, used for Longsheng's computer, and the room was littered with empty instant noodles and takeout containers. The air was filled with the sour smell of leftovers. And empty drink bottles were scattered everywhere. We've been playing too hard these past few days. Hee. Longsheng laughed awkwardly. Bruce wasn't embarrassed at all. He didn't seem to mind anything. It's okay. I clean up my room every few days. What's there to worry about? It'd be clean and tidy again. Okay, maybe that's just Bruce's habit. If it were anything like what Shakia had seen before, she'd have admired Bruce's cleaning skills. Oh, I see. It's up to you then. Shakia had no right to criticize anyone else. Yesterday, she asked Ziyuan and Jingxi to help her clean the house, and their disgrace had been exposed. Thankfully, Ziyuan and Jingxi weren't outsiders. They were people who genuinely cared about her. Chapter 53. Shakia could practically imagine the daily lives of the two boys. In a way, she was a little envious of them. Thinking back, Shakia didn't seem to have much to keep her occupied except for shopping and cooking. If things continued like this, the lack of stress relief would be a problem. What game are you guys playing? It seems interesting. Can you teach me? Oh, seriously? Bruce smiled curiously, chin in hand, and exchanged glances with Longsheng. Our hero, Shakia, wants us to teach you a game? What's so strange about that? Shakia replied awkwardly. Besides, I'm not up to the idea of a hero. No, at least we both know you have another identity besides being a student. And you saved us, didn't you? Bruce was still the one with the best words, while Longsheng just watched, dumbfounded. Okay, are you going to teach me or not? Seeing you guys playing like you're completely engrossed in it, I'm curious. Being a hero is incredibly stressful, Shakia said impatiently, hands on her hips. Come on, let's play around before dinner. Longsheng said nothing more, sitting down and opening the game interface. He noticed that Shakia didn't have many leisure activities. When she was in school, she often left early after class, probably to participate in tactical training. It would be good for her to have some entertainment. It's a shooting game. Bruce gave Shakia his computer and stood behind them, starting to instruct them. This game. I remember seeing a streamer playing it online. Shakia, Following Longsheng and Bruce's instructions, joined Longsheng's team. It was a tactical gunfight survival game that seemed to be all the rage online lately. Isn't this? Do something Sheng? Shakia didn't usually pay much attention to these things, though she did play the occasional video game. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Longsheng added. Yeah, that one. It said that the rules of this game are adapted from military training methods, though Shakia didn't know whether that was true or not. The two of them went to the game map together, and Longsheng and Shakia collected nearby weapons and equipment. Although Shakia wasn't familiar with the map, she seemed to have no trouble manipulating it. As she followed Longsheng, she kept asking him what equipment would be best for her. Longsheng and Bruce were also veterans of the game, so they naturally offered suggestions quickly. That's quite good. For a female player, you picked it up really quickly. Bruce was a little surprised. Logically, Shakia had never played this game before. She wasn't at all like the cutesy, whimpering monsters you see on streamers with female characters. I'm a robot driver. Driving a robot is much more complicated than using a keyboard and mouse, right? Longsheng was always so honest, always spouting the truth. This is quite interesting. Shakia commented on the game. Meanwhile, she stared intently at the screen, headphones on, wiggling the mouse to change perspective, constantly scanning her surroundings. When encountering low walls or other areas where someone might appear, Shakia would crouch down and pass by, effectively avoiding many well-equipped players and avoiding pointless firefights. Wow, such awareness. Worthy of someone who's actually been on the battlefield. Bruce, observing them closely from behind, couldn't help but exclaim. Playing this game truly felt like being on the battlefield, facing potential dangers on all sides. Admittedly, some aspects of it were very similar to the tactical training that Swager had given her, which also felt very familiar to Shakia. Compared to Shakia's cautiousness, Longsheng had a bad habit of playing the game. He was too reckless. Longsheng, there's so much stuff over there, Bruce warned. Really? A level 3 helmet. Longsheng excitedly ran to a terrace. In a very conspicuous place was a top-tier helmet, commonly known as a level 3 helmet by players. In addition to the level 3 helmet, there was also some ammunition and a 98K sniper rifle. Huh? There's armor there? Shakia was using Bruce's account, her character behind Longsheng. She found it odd. On this battlefield, fraught with danger, this high-level armor was placed so prominently. Wasn't it too conspicuous? Just as she was thinking this, Longsheng, crouching by the supplies to choose what to take, was shot in the head. Oh my gosh! Longsheng screamed, shaking all over. He seemed to be startled by the sudden headshot. Oh my gosh! There's a sniper on the other side. Bruce shouted with a sly grin. Who knows if he knew there was an ambush all along. I knew it. I'm here to save you. Shakia hurriedly tried to rush upstairs, but she only had a submachine gun, and she had no idea where her opponent was. In this situation, Shakia didn't dare show her face. Bruce, Longsheng, what should we do? After a player is killed, teammates have one chance to rescue them, but Longsheng's character is still lying there, and it will take a while for him to be truly eliminated. Damn, the enemy is fishing. Don't leave yet. Bruce was quite good at analyzing the situation. By the way, Shakia. Qin Yun, hey Shakia. Do you have any smoke bombs? Longsheng wasn't used to calling Qin Yun Shakia yet. Yes, I just picked up 2. Luckily, smoke bombs come in handy at this moment. Using the smoke bombs, Shakia finally pulled Longsheng up. Using the stairs as cover, the two of them quickly packed up, recovered some HP, and fled the building. That was a close call just now. Thank goodness you were so careful. The two found a car, and were now racing through the poisonous circle, which was part of the fun and fast-paced aspect of this game. It wasn't that Shakia was naturally cautious. It was all part of what she learned in her agent training with Schwager. Wow. Not bad, you two, almost reaching the finals. Shakia, you made it this far in your first time playing this game. You're really impressive. Bruce took 3 cans of Coke, opened one for himself, and placed the other 2 on the table for the two of them. This game seemed to be more than just simple entertainment. It was also a great simulation software for training tactical thinking. Shakia smiled slightly. It seemed like she had to show Longsheng and the others how powerful players with tactical skills could be. This game was fun. Shakia also planned to register an account. Looks like she finally have another entertainment activity from now on. The final circle is the final shrinking circle on the map, gathering the surviving players into a small circle for a final showdown. The last team standing is declared the champion, commonly known as Chicken Dinner. Ahead of Longsheng and Shakia's teams, The two remaining teams were exchanging fire in the final circle. Shakia heard the gunfire from a distance. Get out of the car and crawl through the bushes, Longsheng suggested. No need, just watch me charge. Shakia calculated the distance, maintained maximum speed, and charged directly towards the 4 players engaged in the firefight ahead. So reckless. Chapter 54. Bruce was also stunned. Generally speaking, in the finals, everyone tried their best to stay hidden, and the more despicable the tactics, the more likely they were to win. At least, that was the tactic he and Longsheng had always employed. Besides, the success rate of driving into people wasn't very high, and if they failed, the entire team would be doomed. That was usually the case, but Shakia's next move made Longsheng exclaim in ingenuity. A car hurtled straight towards the 2 opposing teams. The average person's reaction would have been to retreat, but Shakia took advantage of this. Her goal wasn't to kill all the enemy players, but to target one, anticipating their retreat. Prior to this, 1 player on the opposing team had been killed, and Shakia was targeting the team with 2 more players. The team that had killed 1 player didn't even have time to savor the joy of victory before they were knocked out. Awesome! Longsheng and Bruce cheered. Get out! Following Shakia's command, Longsheng jumped out as well. There's still 1 enemy player left, and victory is within reach. In this game, even 1 more player is a guarantee of victory. Using the vehicle as cover, the 2 surrounded the remaining enemy player from both sides. We're the ones to win. Longsheng's weapons are sophisticated and ammunition is plentiful. Sakia also has plenty of medicine, as well as submachine guns and rifles that are superior at close and medium range. Victory is practically guaranteed. Bang! With a loud bang, the screen faded to black and white. The words "Keep up the good work" appeared on the screen. Huh? Shakia discovered that she and Longsheng had suddenly died. Oh my god! What happened? Longsheng stood up in frustration, clutching his head and yelling. Look at the death replay? Bruce fiddled with Shakia's computer. It turned out that the remaining player had thrown a grenade towards the parked car when Shakia had killed the opposing team. He's a seasoned driver. Bruce patted their shoulders, soothing them. Well, that's how the game works. The battlefield is over in an instant. Well, Qin Yun, let's just say your performance has far exceeded our expectations. Longsheng wasn't the least bit upset. He picked up the Coke Bruce had placed on the table and started drinking. Wait, why does that person's account look familiar? Bruce was pondering this when a request to join the team popped up on the main game screen. The applicant was none other than the recent champion. Shakia was still in shock, but Longsheng had already clicked to allow the person to join the team. Hey, you guys are playing too. I was just lucky just now. Sorry. A familiar female voice chimed in on the chat. I knew it was you. It seemed Longsheng had already figured out who it was. Li Jiai, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be online today. The player who just threw the grenade was actually Li Jiai. Bruce also came over to greet Li Jiai, explaining that it was Qin Yun who was playing on his account. Since Li Jiai still didn't know about Shakia's situation, the 3 of them agreed to continue calling her Qin Yun. Oh. You 3 playing in an internet cafe? I'm joining in too. That way, we have 4 people in the group. Li Jiai was also delighted. Li Jiai. How are you doing lately? Shakia had been feeling down lately, and hadn't contacted anyone. Hearing Li Jiai's voice, she realized she'd been using her phone for almost a week. Oh, I'm fine. I'm relieved to know you 3 are safe. After all, there were so many casualties this time. While playing games, Li Jiai's usual reserved demeanor shifted, becoming talkative and confident. Yes. As long as you and Longsheng are safe. The mention of the thousands of deaths still left Shakia feeling uneasy. She felt a little awkward and began to hesitate. Longsheng noticed the awkwardness, but Li Jiai certainly didn't. He decided to join the conversation immediately, turning on the free mic and saying, Hey Jiai, how's it going over there? Has everything been smooth sailing? Yeah, it's been smooth sailing. We arrived at the shelter in the southern part of the city, and have been assigned to a nearby vacant house. Li Jiai also briefly reported on her situation. It seemed Longsheng had successfully diverted the conversation. Sakia and Longsheng exchanged a glance. Then she sighed in relief and leaned back in her chair. By the way, Longsheng, how's it going back home? I heard East City was destroyed. My dad and I are worried about you. Besides, we haven't heard from you guys in ages. Hey Jiai, the cables and other things outside were affected by the fighting. Everything's broken. They're working on repairs right now. Bruce came over to explain that since he'd been hospitalized and dealing with the Swagger situation with Longsheng, He had no choice but to offer a different story to Li Jiai. Longqing staying at my house now. Our power just returned to normal these past few days. Oh! He didn't take the vacant apartment he was assigned? It's nice to have rich friends. Li Jiai sighed enviously. If you like, come stay here too. Bruce continued his flirting. Shakia simply let Bruce sit down. Are you pushing me here? I'm disabled. Oh, sorry. Bruce smiled apologetically. Of course, we could all get together tonight, provided it's near my current place. Li Jiai hadn't seen everyone in a while, and this suggestion was met with universal approval. It's rare that everyone has free time these days, and Shakia is on vacation. If you want to have fun, have fun. In between saving the world, you should also enjoy some downtime. Perhaps that's why the director gave Shakia a day off this time. Next, Li Jiai would send everyone her current address, and Bruce would discuss specific nearby destinations and how to play. Shakia, meanwhile, was about to go make lunch. Playing games with the two boys in a room filled with their garbage would have delayed the main purpose of coming here. You can play one more round. I almost have dinner ready. Shakia waved at the two, indicating they didn't need to follow her downstairs to the kitchen. That's so embarrassing. At least let us help. Long Sheng felt it was inappropriate to assign all the work to Shakia, who had just recovered from her low, but Shakia declined his offer. No, I'm here to apologize. Let me finish the apology. Shakia had already donned her apron and was ready to get to work. Bruce patted Long Sheng on the shoulder. Just let her do it. I understand how she feels. Shakia nodded at Bruce. She felt that her sometimes single-minded dedication was somewhat similar to Bruce's. This time, Shakia would practice the wave ripple cooking technique taught by Master Jingxi. While she didn't know the exact effects, after eating it, Shakia felt her fatigue completely dissipate. It must be all energy. A vacation is wonderful. And it's a vacation with friends. It seems that those working on the front lines of Swagger, like Cheyenne, rarely get a break like this. This also applies to Ryucei and Bruce's parents. They really worked hard. There are still 3 days left in the week-long vacation. Shakia has already wasted the first few days. She should use the remaining time meaningfully. Thinking this way, Shakia carried the ingredients and walked into the kitchen. Chapter 55. Sakia was truly enjoying her vacation, but the officers at Swagger were having a hard time. The UN's demands were already quite obvious, and the director had no reason to refuse. However, some matters still needed to be discussed among the senior officers within the agency. Director Qin, their attitude is too aggressive. They're simply trying to steal our technology. Ziyuan was the first to express concern. Several key members of Swagger sat at Director Qin's round table. This was an internal meeting, so the UN liaison wasn't present, nor was they notified. I've been concerned about this, so we discussed measures next. Director Qin gestured for the next speaker. Among those present were Bruce's parents. Director, I have a question too. Bruce's father spoke. Please go ahead, Mr. Chen. The UN military rejected your request to establish a humanoid mobile weapon tactical unit many years ago. Why are they so proactive this time? Well, I guess they want to take control of the project themselves. It's a long story, so let me start from the past. Director Qin took off his glasses and wiped them with a cloth. The UN, having just reorganized after the Great War, hadn't witnessed the attack of the families we'd long predicted, and they didn't fully trust Swagger. Taking off his glasses, the director's facial scar became more visible. It looked more like a strange tattoo than a scar. In the eyes of the 5 UN powers, I was a fraud, a sorcerer who believed in the prophecies of an ancient tribe. Prophecies and ancient texts left by our ancestors alone could not convince a human government immersed in rapid technological advancement. The director's eyes focused on wiping his glasses as he began to recount some past events. Some of those present had joined the Swagger organization later, and he hoped they would also learn about it. Until 20 years ago, I had Master Jingxi. After learning about Trum according to the prophecy, we worked even harder to establish Swagger. And then you met my husband and me. Bruce's father nodded and smiled. Oh, by the way, about that Master Jingxi. Xiuan raised her hand to ask. Everyone, including Xiuan, was hearing about this person for the first time. Although they had visited Sakia with him, they were still not very familiar with his background. Master Jingxi, I believe many of you are meeting him for the first time. Although he's not here today, I'd like to introduce him. The director glanced at the officers present and smiled a little apologetically. He was my mentor, the one who made me realize the truth of the Flashpoint project and the truth about the ancient family. It can be said that he was the true architect of the Swagger structure. Cheyenne was stunned. Could that amusing monk, who couldn't stop explaining, actually be such a formidable figure? The director continued. Also, he's the first executor I ever met. He's the same as Sakia. But for some reason, he can't fight like Sakia. I see. No wonder that monk was able to slip onto Trum's shoulders without anyone noticing, and even unleash Sakia's power, performing miraculous martial arts. More importantly, almost all the information about the familiar was provided by Master Jinxi. This is also his way of silently supporting us. So that's how it is. After hearing the director's words, some of Cheyenne questions seemed to be answered. No wonder the code names of the families are all Buddhist names for ghosts. It turns out a monk came up with them. After introducing Jinxi, let's talk about Swager itself. Until the first families attacked, we were considered a civilian organization. Our greatest advantage was our possession of Trum, a product of the ancient Een. Of course, its name was also given by us later. We don't yet know Trum's original name. The director continued the conversation. We've been working tirelessly to analyze this thing's technology, but we found that controlling it with current technology is simply impossible. An uncontrollable Trum is no different from scrap metal. I realize that prophecies don't always spell out every detail, and we must fill in the gaps ourselves. Cheyenne also recalled the days many years ago when she was chosen as a test driver. That's right. So, fearing that the Trum wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the families, we applied to the United Nations for a plan to build a simplified version of the Trum. Using our current human technology, we could create a maneuverable weapon. Cheyenne added. The director continued, but our cooperation requests were repeatedly rejected, even after we provided all the analysis data to the UN expert team. Looking back now, it seemed like wishful thinking. I think there's only one possibility. Bruce's father, Mr. Chen, frowned and spoke. Actually, the UN had already been developing it privately, but they didn't want Swager to wield it. Now, they hit a bottleneck, and we successfully utilized the Trum. Everyone at the conference table nodded. Indeed, as a private organization, possessing armed forces is inherently sensitive. If a humanoid mobile weapon unit were to be created under our name, it would truly be seen as an uncontrollable force in the eyes of the United Nations. The director sighed and put his glasses back on. So, we could have continued to expand privately, but after careful consideration, we haven't dared to cross the line. I hope everyone can understand. Everyone was gloomy. The swaggle was only in its infancy. Even with all the advanced technology they employed, the talent they secretly recruited around the world, and the secret channels and facilities they established, without global recognition, they would eventually become a stumbling block to the United Nations. And with the arrival of the first familiar, the Swaggle's predictions began to come true one after another. In particular, a week before the attack, the return of Trum's original pilot, Sakia, one of his executors, finally put the Swaggle people's minds at ease. The first crisis from the families was finally successfully resolved thanks to Trum's smooth initiation. Because of this incident, Swager's standing with the United Nations was greatly enhanced. Even during the second family's attack, Swager's combat capabilities were allowed to cooperate with the combined fleet. It seemed as if Swager had become a trusted organization within the United Nations overnight. If it had been so smoothly incorporated into a UN organization, it would have been much easier, but Jinxi repeatedly told Director Qin that this decision needed to be made with caution. Humanity is still too immature. If we rashly give them technology and weapons they don't possess, they might destroy the civilization before the families do. Jinxi has always been firm in this view. Looking back on the past few hundred years, the director had to admit that Jinxi was right. This is a risky transaction. We must have safeguards. Bruce's father pondered for a moment before stating his proposal. Safeguards. The director exhaled deeply. We joined the technical team in receiving the UN expert group. Bruce's mother also chimed in. Anyway, our next stop is Gale country. We negotiate terms for us to stay with them and oversee the development of mobile tactical weapons. This plan is a perfect compromise. It all depends on whether it can be implemented as planned. Chapter 56. The top brass of the Swaziland Council are discussing how to deal with the UN expert group. Why are the permanent members taking such an unusual initiative this time? But Shakia is currently unaware of this. This is her first time hanging out with friends, enjoying a feast, singing and having fun. Yes, even in Qin Yun's past memories, this was something she had never experienced before. Enjoying life was still relatively unfamiliar to Shakia. Although the lunch she prepared for Bruce and Longsheng wasn't very generous, the two boys ate with great joy and satisfaction. It seems that the Ripple cuisine is truly extraordinary. I definitely bring Master Jinxie and his apprentice together to open a restaurant. It's sure to become an internet sensation. Shakia's cooking principles are healthy and nutritious, so she rarely eats late-night snacks or large meals. This is probably because Director Qin, as father, incorporated many of his own lifestyle habits into the creation of Qin Yun. At the very least, this makes Shakia's new identity more like someone from a military family. So, when Bruce suggested treating everyone to a barbecue that evening, Shakia was somewhat reluctant. The reason was simple. Eating too much at night wasn't healthy. Oh, it's okay once in a while. Let's have some fun today, Bruce happily decided. This meal was a celebration for Shakia's renewed spirit. Everyone agreed. In Li Jiai's company, they would still address Shakia as Qin Yun. Everyone had a premonition that sooner or later, they would have the opportunity to tell Li Jiai something shady. In the evening, they all met at a shopping complex near Li Jiai's house, where they could find food and entertainment. This time, Shakia had a shady past. It wasn't a bad thing to get out and have some fun once in a while. Sometimes she'd have a barbecue dinner, enjoying the delicious food and the stimulating taste buds. Sometimes she'd go to KTV with friends and sing, even though she couldn't sing a single song, so she could only watch Li Jiai, Longsheng, Bruce, and the others. Occasionally, just having fun together, she felt her inner boredom fade away a little. She didn't seem as depressed as before, and this strange feeling resurfaced within Shakia. Perhaps the Shakia of the past had her friends. What had she and her friends experienced? Shakia watched the three people singing together in front of her, sitting in a corner, silently sipping her iced tea. What were those chaotic, blurry scenes she seen in that alien dimension within her clan, that space that seemed to be swallowing up her consciousness, facing the boundless, overwhelming, gigantic black shadow? The sight of countless steel bodies and massive flying objects like aerial battleships, falling one after another in the flames of the explosion. This scene was exactly like a dream he had before. Could it be a fragment of Shakia's past? Along with those tragic scenes came a deep-seated feeling of powerlessness, a heartache that undoubtedly comes from experience. Shakia, what exactly have you been through? This was the question posed by the Qin Yun personality to unfamiliar memories. Qin Yun, it's okay if you can't sing. We teach you. Li Jiai seemed much more cheerful after not seeing her for a long time. Shakia hesitated, but the microphone was already passed to her. Remember our previous agreement? You taught me so much, it's my turn to teach you. Seeing Li Jiai shove the microphone into her hand, Longsheng and Bruce looked at her expectantly. It seemed the only thing she had to do was learn to sing. Sing. This was Shakia's first time trying this. Come on, just follow the subtitles on the screen. To be honest, asking Shakia to sing was even more nerve-wracking than when she first approached Trum. Back in Schwager, the high-level meeting had concluded. Director Qin had already discussed the next steps with the cadres, and had also sent notices to branches around the world. Next, it was time to respond to the UN expert group. This response wasn't a yes or no, but rather a discussion of the specific details of the reception and cooperation. The UN contact. The director sat quietly in his office, staring at the monitor showing the personal information and email address provided by the other party. Dr. Street Clark. Looking at the monitor, the profile of the expert team leader revealed that this was the person the director needed to contact and collaborate with next. The man had silver hair, but he didn't seem any older than the director. His slightly long hair was parted in the middle, but it was well-groomed, so it didn't look old-fashioned at all. His eyes had a hint of laziness, and his face was still stubbled, but his scientific prowess was still evident. In the photo, Dr. Clark sat next to a machine that looked like a fighter jet engine, apparently working on some kind of weapons development. The director hesitated at his desk. It was already past 10 o'clock. Of course, across the ocean in Gale country, work might just be underway. Perhaps this doctor is drinking coffee in his office right now. Hopefully, Dr. Clark is a less difficult person to communicate with. We've been through a lot of trouble with those old academics and experts before, and it always ended in a bad way. It seems the UN has realized this problem and set a new leader. The director gave a wry smile and shut down his computer. He'd deal with it later if the weather gets cloudy. Once the expert team arrives, we have to allocate some personnel to support them. Then things will get busy. The people of the Swabian community always work late. Under the clear night sky, the neon lights of New Spring and Autumn City's commercial center still radiate vitality. However, Bruce, Longsheng, and Li Jiai are still high school students after all, so it's not good to go home too late. Even if Bruce can pay for Shakia and Longsheng's taxi fare, Li Jiai can't play for too long. She usually spends time with her family. It's been a while since I played like this. I'm a little tired. Li Jiayi also had a blast today. Everyone decided to take Li Jiayi home first, and as usual, Shakia would push the wheelchair. Hey, but I won't force Qin Yun to sing again next time. Shakia felt a burning sensation on her face at Li Jiayi's rant. So that's why you insisted on me singing. I don't mind. Longshan gave an awkward, wry smile. It's okay, just practice. Bruce, as always, was so positive, flashing his teeth and giving a thumbs up. Along the way, the four of them exuded a cheerful air. The late autumn night was already quite chilly, and the streets were sparse. It was indeed inappropriate to ask Li Jiayi, with her mobility issues, to return home under such circumstances. Thankfully, the walk from the commercial street to Li Jiayi's temporary housing complex was only a 15-minute walk, and with the three of them accompanying her, Li Jiayi made it home without a hitch. Next, they split up and headed home. Longshan and Bruce went one way, while Shakia went the other. They decided to take a taxi near Li Jiayi's home. The three of them left the temporary housing complex, and prepared to hail a taxi from the main road. The evening wind picked up, and the few pedestrians on the street, including the three of them, all wrapped up as best they could. As they reached the intersection, they were met by a figure wearing a knee-length white cloak, one hand resting on the white hood. However, the three of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice each other. The sidewalk itself was quite narrow, and Shakia, walking on the roadside, bumped shoulders with someone approaching. Oh! Sorry. Shakia was about to apologize for her carelessness when she noticed the person's hood had been loosened by the impact, blowing open in the cold wind. The person approaching was a woman, her long white hair blowing in the wind. She brushed past Shakia and quickly pulled her hood back up and continued walking. Longshan and Bruce didn't seem to see clearly, so they didn't pay much attention. But Shakia, being closest, could clearly see a familiar face beneath the hood. Huh? It was her own face, and the person was staring intently at her. It was a face she had seen countless times in the mirror, except for the different hair color. Chapter 57. The woman in the white hooded cloak quickly disappeared into the night. Let's go, Qin Yun. What are you looking at? Longshan noticed Sakia standing blankly behind them, looking back at the retreating woman. That woman. Her hair is quite pretty. What's wrong? Bruce vaguely remembered the woman's hair showing earlier, a rare shade of silver. Sakia patted her cheek. She might have been in the karaoke too long tonight, and was a little dazed. She must have seen it wrong. No, it's okay. Let's get a taxi. Sakia was already feeling sleepy, and didn't want to dwell on it. It was a rare vacation, so she needed to rest up. At the intersection where the community connected to the main road, Sakia and the other two quickly found a taxi. She said goodbye to Bruce and Longshan, got in, and set off on her way home. The three of them didn't realize that behind them, in a dimly lit corner of an alley on the road they had just come from, a pair of red eyes were watching them as they parted. Those red eyes belonged to that silver-haired, hooded woman. Already observing the target closely, the hooded woman raised her wrist, seemingly communicating with someone through a device on it. Yeah, I see. She seems so relaxed right now, it seems she hasn't remembered anything. Hidden in the dimly lit alley, the hooded woman, half her face exposed, spoke in a low voice, even though no one was around. I see. I meet Dr. Clark in this city and serve as his assistant. The communication device on her wrist flickered. The dim, old light at the alley's entrance flickered occasionally. Worried about me? Thanks. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing and what we're doing. Tonight, New Spring and Autumn City seemed as peaceful as ever, the lights gradually dimming as the night deepened. After returning home, Sakia took a long bath, and then flung herself into bed. After all, the weather was getting colder, and she didn't have the energy to stay up late to watch anything. The remaining 3 days of vacation quickly passed, and it was time for Sakia to return to Swager headquarters. A call from Cheyenne summoned Sakia to Swager's base. Long time no see, Cheyenne. The automatic doors opened, and Sakia entered the lobby of Swager headquarters. Now familiar with Swager's secret passages, Sakia could travel from home to the base at any time. It seems your vacation was worth it. You look much better. Cheyenne was already waiting in the lobby. She looked particularly energetic today, even applying her makeup with great care. Why do you look a little different today? Is it a good day? Well, rather than a good day, it's more of a troublesome one. Cheyenne briefly explained the situation to her. Shakia didn't have anything major to deal with this time. As Trum's pilot, she simply had to go to the airport with everyone to welcome the UN expert team. UN expert team? When did it happen? Shakia had been completely relaxed and resting for the past few days, and Cheyenne hadn't let her know about any work. Cheyenne asked Shakia to change into Swager's operator uniform first, and explained the details as they walked. This time, Cheyenne, along with Shakia, the director, and several other senior officials, set off in a special car. Their destination was the military airfield they had visited before, where large transport planes bound for the open sea were parked. It was a place exclusively for Swager. So what technologies do we have to give them? Swager also found this UN action rather unusual. The driver wasn't driving very fast, so Cheyenne and the director had plenty of time to explain what had happened. I don't know much about politics. If they could really create an army of mechas, I have a much easier time. Swager also understood that she couldn't effectively handle certain situations alone, and having teammates would be a plus. The question is, can they truly be our teammates? The director also explained to Shakia how Swager was currently handling the situation. They definitely let you personally ride the Trum and test the system with first-hand data. You can confidently follow their instructions. According to the director's instructions, Sakia nodded. But don't demonstrate your spirit power in front of them. That's Jinxie's opinion too. Okay. Over a decade ago, the United Nations already had access to a relatively preliminary analysis report on the Trum. While they kept it a secret, they were almost certainly developing it behind the scenes. But just as Cheyenne had done when he was a test pilot, a modern, man-made control system could never quite match the ancient supertextual equipment. Presumably, they were facing the same problem. The Trum weapon has always been the Swager Group's greatest asset. It's not just a humanoid mobile weapon, but also an amplifier capable of fully unleashing the pilot's potential. This secret should not be shared with the UN for the time being. Swager's technical department hasn't compiled a report on the Trum's potential explosion. As for its operating principle, even the current Swager Group remains unclear. Perhaps it has something to do with the Trum's materials, or perhaps its drive mechanism. However, even if we knew how it would work, many of the advanced technologies within this machine would be impossible to replicate with current human technology. On the other hand, if Swager and UN experts could work together to analyze the legacy of ancient Wanyin, it would be a positive development for the development of human Wanyin. It's just that the current executors don't fully trust the human Wanyin, so they maintain some reservations. It's like giving a child a real gun. You never know what they might do. Master Jinxie, one of the executors, supposedly understood the principles behind this, but like Shakia, his memory was damaged, and he couldn't clearly articulate the key points, which was quite embarrassing. If only we executors weren't mentally ill, right? Shakia felt this matter could have been easily resolved, but unfortunately, this happened. So we're hoping to find more executors. If we could find someone with intact memories, that would be even better. The director and the others shared the same opinion. At least from what they saw, Shakia and Jinxie's memory damage was different. So there must be an executor with intact memories. The road ahead is long and arduous. Shakia sighed. Alright, I go along this time, just in time to see what these experts are up to. In short, just let me play along. All you have to do is hide your Jipo power. Leave the rest to us. Cheyenne smiled. Shakia just had to keep her mouth shut. They were quite experienced in dealing with these experts and foreign military figures. The special car drove along the highway, getting closer and closer to the airport. In the distance, an E-4B command aircraft bearing the insignia of the Gale Nation military was slowly descending. Chapter 58. The fleet of vehicles sent by Swager to pick up the expert team, along with the lead vehicle carrying the director, Cheyenne, Sakia, and others, arrived at the airport. Had previously assumed it was just Swager personnel picking up the plane, Sakia discovered upon arrival that representatives from her country's government and military were also present. It was quite a grand occasion. Wow! Sakia was attending such a formal event for the first time, and she felt a little nervous. Like Cheyenne, she was wearing a uniform and white gloves, standing at attention. Slowly taxiing in front of them was a military command aircraft, which was being slowly parked by a ground crew guide vehicle. This E-4B command aircraft was no ordinary military aircraft. Watching the aircraft dock, Sakia noticed that even the ground crew approaching it were in Gale Nation military uniforms. The security measures for this aircraft were so tight that even Swager's local ground crew couldn't approach. Why are they being so secretive? Aren't they just here to get the technical information? Sakia grumbled internally. On the way, Ziyuan seemed to have some information about this type of aircraft in the documents she'd given me. While I can't quite remember the details, I have a general idea. The documents seem to state that the E-4B was the Gale Nation's most secure air command center for the Armageddon War. In the event of a large-scale nuclear war, this aircraft would serve as the Gale Nation's Air Force Command Center. Even after the destruction of the Gale Nation's Northern Air Defense Command in Xiaoyanshan, the surviving U.S. military leaders and generals would transfer to the E-4B to continue commanding the operation. With the help of aerial refueling tankers, this aircraft can remain airborne for a full week without landing. Nuclear war is arguably the most devastating weapon of mass destruction in human history. It also represents a hurdle facing Earth civilization. While it certainly doesn't rival the hyper-civilization era from which Trum emerged, facing the current threat from the families, nuclear weapons may be humanity's last resort. Humanity itself recognizes the devastating consequences of using such power for internal strife. Therefore, nuclear weapons have, in fact, preserved the delicate peace of today's world. Sakia is diligent and studious, and history is also her favorite subject. Perhaps, subconsciously, this is also a desire to regain her memories. Let's return to this mysterious Gale Nation command aircraft. To withstand the massive shockwave of a nuclear explosion, the E-4B has undergone special reinforcement and modifications. It is equipped with nuclear shockwave-resistant armor, so even the electromagnetic pulse generated by a nuclear explosion will not disrupt the normal operation of the E-4B's electronic equipment. In addition, this aircraft houses the U.S. military's highest-level command and control system. From this aircraft, decision-makers can issue orders to U.S. forces around the world, even directing nuclear strikes to strategic nuclear submarines, strategic bombers, and land-based intercontinental missile forces. As the most powerful global police force of our time, the Gale Nation maintains military presence in most regions of the world. This includes the previous high seas encounter by the UN fleet against the familiar, codenamed Water Ghost, which was also overseen by the Gale Nation commander. However, the Swagelok cleaned up their mess last time, doing them a great favor. No wonder the Gale Nation military is so wary of this aircraft, but the nuclear defense technology Swagelok requested is of little use. Well, it's easy to guess they also want to outmaneuver the Swagers, so they can wring more benefits during the negotiations. Salute. The plane door opened, and the officers leading the way emerged. The Swager personnel in charge of reception stood in 2 lines in front of the plane and saluted. After the high-ranking military officials, the technical team of scientists arrived. The first scientist to emerge from the cabin was the man we met earlier, Street Clark. He was also the Swager representative who had been in contact with the director. He spotted the director and his entourage upon arrival and raised his hand in their direction. Next, the diplomatic formalities began. Shakia couldn't remember exactly what happened. She simply followed the director, Cheyenne, and the others. Making a polite smile the entire time was exhausting. Shakia felt her face nearly freeze. After completing the diplomatic formalities at the airport, the participating officials and scientists followed Schwager's motorcade to the base. Oh! This is my first time visiting your base. I'm really a little excited. Dr. Clark smiled brightly and chatted with everyone in a familiar manner. It's worth noting that his Chinese was quite good. At Dr. Clark's request, he and Director Chin of Schwager boarded the same car. The car was an 8-seater official vehicle, and it wasn't already full, so one more person wouldn't be a big deal. Dr. Clark, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Please let me visit Area 51 next time. The director was still a little uncomfortable. This doctor didn't seem like a pedantic old scholar, but rather a more relaxed young man. Oh my god! I haven't introduced you properly yet. You're Sakia, Trum's pilot. Nice to meet you. Just call me Stray. Sakia sat in the back row, but Dr. Clark enthusiastically grasped her hand and shook it. Nice to meet you. I seen your combat videos. Absolutely stunning. I was wondering who was behind the wheel, but it was such a beautiful woman. Yes, really. Thank you. Sakia hadn't noticed at the airport earlier, but now she suddenly found this doctor quite amusing. This guy wouldn't let go once he grasped her hand. Sakia looked at Cheyenne, who was sitting next to Clark, for help. Cheyenne shrugged. She'd just have to wait until Dr. Clark's excitement wore off. After a long while, Clark finally let go, looking like a fan meeting his idol. This left Sakia in a dilemma. Clark told Shakia bluntly, unfazed by the ridicule, that he had been a fan of robot anime since childhood, and that he had earned a doctorate in mechanical engineering precisely because he wanted to one day build his own super robot. However, despite his robotics degree and his military work, which had exposed him to similar projects, they had all failed. Dr. Clark had, of course, also seen the old Trum report that the United Nations had obtained from the fledgling Schwager decades earlier. Unfortunately, with the technology available at the time, the dream of a fully controllable, combat-ready mecha could not be fully realized. At best, they had built something resembling a tank with multiple legs, a poor match for today's military vehicles. This thing has no tactical value. Perhaps it has some strategic value, but it's useless. Until the family predicted by Schwager actually arrived, Trum, piloted by Sakia, launched his first attack. I never thought I'd actually see the scene I dreamed of, a massive enemy approaching, and a beautiful girl piloting a giant robot to confront them. From that moment on, Dr. Clark's heart was completely ignited, and he resolved to meet this organization. So that's how it is. When I was a student, I heard that giant robots were a boy's dream. I thought it was a sentiment exclusive to my country. I didn't expect you Westerners have it too. Cheyenne took over. That's right. It knows no borders. Dr. Clark laughed. Haha, Dr. Clark, you're such a straightforward person. Then, once we get to Schwager Base, enjoy it. The director's heart was finally at peace. This Street Clark was both a renowned doctor of robotics and an avid robot fan. And since he was so frank and forthright with everyone right from the start, he didn't seem like the type to harbor ulterior motives. At least this time, the director felt the UN had finally sent someone who could actually get things done. But that didn't mean the director wouldn't be wary. Thank you, Director. I follow your instructions. Dr. Clark turned around. He had unknowingly pulled out a signature pad and asked Shakia to sign it. It seemed like he was truly a fan of Shakia's. Chapter 59. Shakia was a bit flattered to suddenly have a new fan, a doctor specializing in military development. Thank you, Dr. Clark. Though Shakia felt a bit embarrassed by Dr. Clark's annoyance, she wasn't unhappy. Just call me Stryker. Calling me Clark is a bit awkward, isn't it? The doctor was overjoyed to receive his idol's thanks. He quickly put away the small cardboard with Shakia's signature and placed it in the inside pocket of his jacket. Oh. Okay. Shakia wasn't good at dealing with such enthusiastic people, so she could only offer an awkward yet polite smile. Okay, Dr. Stryker, we be there soon. We accompany you on the tour of the base. We talk later. Cheyenne, seeing Shakia stunned by the doctor's endless admiration, intervened and helped her out. Regardless of whether this person truly admires Shakia, is a robot enthusiast, or something else entirely, it's best to be cautious in situations like this. Perhaps the UN has learned from their previous mistakes, and sent a seemingly harmless young scientist this time. Once they become acquainted with the Trum pilot, obtaining confidential intelligence will be a piece of cake. Cheyenne and the director exchanged glances. It seemed they shared the same idea. The reception was quite large, with military representatives from Gale Nation and our own country, along with government representatives and a technical team, forming a massive convoy. After exiting the highway, the convoy headed towards the mountains. Clark saw from afar that the road in front of them extended to a mountain wall before ending. But he didn't find it unusual, as many of Gale Nation's military facilities were concealed in this way. Especially, there were still sentry posts along this mountain path, marking military territory. Sure enough, a mountain wall opened up before the convoy, and through a secret passage in the mountains, the convoy drove underground. Haha, it seems like you're not surprised by working at Area 51, Doctor. The director laughed. Given Dr. Clark's personality, if he didn't exclaim at this scene, it was almost certain he's seen it all before. That's perfectly normal, isn't it? It looks like you've been there too? The director nodded. He had visited Area 51 several times in his early years, and some of the design of the Schwager underground headquarters could be said to have been inspired by Gale Nation's Area 51. The convoy stopped in front of the lobby of the Schwager underground base. Led by Schwager senior management, the representatives entered the base lobby one after another. Along the way, the representatives were also stunned. Although Schwager's headquarters was located beneath New Spring and Autumn City, it had been rationally divided into several areas, with appropriate lighting and ecosystems. After the convoy passed through the long tunnel, it truly was a new world beyond the shadows. Is this really underground? There were trees, waterfalls, vegetation, lakes, and even birds and other small animals. Dr. Clark, who had previously been accustomed to this, even smirked. Are we on the surface? But the rock face and steel structure above told him they were still underground. The rock walls were covered in reflective, mirror-like materials, creating a vivid simulation of the sky. This underground cavity boasted an environment no less reminiscent of the wild. After passing through the woods, Dr. Clark discovered that the convoy had arrived in front of a towering pyramid. And this pyramid wasn't made of stone. The flickering lights atop it confirmed that it was a facility incorporating cutting-edge technology. Most amazingly, the light emanating from this underground cavity, seemingly from nowhere, illuminated the area containing the underground facility. This simulated sky was indistinguishable from the sky above. This is simply breathtaking. Scientists from various countries exclaimed in amazement. The director and several basic operators who had emerged from the base gave the guests a preliminary overview of the base's structure. They activated a large holographic display behind the reception counter in the lobby, which displayed the general layout of the base. Everyone's here, I hope. I give you a brief introduction to our situation. Then, take a short break and head to the restaurant for lunch. I later show you around the areas you can visit. After the representatives gathered in the hall, the director spoke to them. Some areas involving technical secrets are only accessible to members of the expert group who have signed the sharing agreement. Military and government representatives can visit elsewhere. Hearing this, some military representatives expressed regret. Many of them were high-ranking U.S. military officials. Unfortunately, this was how the UN agreement was written. While their curiosity was understandable, rules were still rules. Unlike the underground spaces hollowed out beneath entire cities seen in many sci-fi films, Swager's underground headquarters doesn't involve a large cavity. Diverse functional areas are scattered throughout New Spring and Autumn City, preventing any impact on the city's foundation. At the center is a pyramid-shaped command building, while scattered around are several other areas, including the technical center, logistics, intelligence, weapons development, operator living quarters, and training grounds. These areas are connected to the surface city through numerous secret passages, though their exact locations are known only to Swager personnel. Swager's underground base isn't illuminated by electric lights. Instead, it uses a clever method of refraction, channeling sunlight from above into the base. This allows for daytime and nighttime. Of course, backup lighting is provided underground for unusual weather conditions. Even the rainwater above ground is collected by specialized systems, allowing it to irrigate the plants within. The underground lake normally serves as the base's reservoir. This underground base was built with the minimum requirement of being able to defend against nuclear attacks. The ventilation system to the outside world can be shut down when necessary, and air purification facilities are installed inside to ensure air circulation within the underground city. It's truly an environmentally friendly, green ecological simulation system. Oh! Except for Clark and the military representatives from Gale Nation, the scientists from other countries all expressed astonishment and exclaimed in amazement. And now, everyone was inside the pyramid-shaped command building. Although Sakia knew the general layout of the underground base, she hadn't studied it in detail. Travel between areas usually involved either taking Cheyenne's car or using the public cable car. The director gave the guests a brief introduction to the base, and then began the meal. Guests could form their own groups, no more than 4 people each, and each group would be led and introduced by an operator. First, the operators would take everyone to the base cafeteria. Among the operators who had come to greet the guests, Shakia spotted her old friends, K and J. Hey, long time no see. I heard you collapsed, and everyone was worried. We tried to contact you, but you didn't respond. Operator J ran over to greet her. Oh, I was definitely exhausted that time. Don't worry, I'm back now, aren't I? Shakia breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that no one besides Cheyenne and Jinxie knew about her drunken streak at home. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly embarrassing. Chapter 60. Miss Shakia, I heard the director asked you to rest for a week. Are you feeling well now? Operator K, seeing Shakia, came over to greet her. Don't worry, K. My last fall made me realize I still have many shortcomings. I keep working hard in the next training. Seeing that Shakia had recovered, K and J left ahead of them because they had to attend to guests. Okay, you guys go ahead. See you later. Shakia waved to K and J as they left, smiling as they departed. Thinking back, I felt a bit embarrassed that I hadn't replied to their messages of concern all week. But I was definitely not in good shape back then, looking half dead. Miss Shakia, are they your friends? They seem very reliable. Yes, they're special operators from the Swarovski region, responsible for various on-site situations. Before Shakia could reply, Cheyenne jumped in. It seems Dr. Clark really enjoys getting cozy with Shakia. Cheyenne feels like she needs to keep a close eye on him. As the leader of the expert team, Dr. Clark should have been accompanied by the director and the head of Schwager's technical department, but he insisted that Shakia join them for lunch. I don't mind. Shakia blinked, understanding Dr. Clark's hospitality. Besides, It's only natural to feel a little secretly pleased that someone has expressed such admiration for her. Originally, Shakia had planned to dine with Cheyenne. Since they weren't operators, and didn't have any hosting duties, they would simply accompany them during the afternoon tour. In that case, the director, Cheyenne, Clark, and Shakia will go to dinner first, and then proceed directly to the technical department for a tour. Swager's cafeteria is located on the first floor of the command building. To accommodate our international staff, it serves both Eastern and Western cuisine, and is open 24/7. Of course, the menu varies depending on the time of day. Today, to accommodate the visiting guests and leaders, a special banquet has been prepared. How was it? Did you enjoy the food? At the table, the director and the leaders finished their formalities and returned to their seats. Dr. Clark asked. Delicious. Delicious. It seems Dr. Clark isn't that picky. He tried every dish. Everyone gathered around the table, eating as is customary in Swager's home country, rather than sharing meals. Shakia rarely ate at Swager's. Occasionally, after training, she would eat in the cafeteria before returning home. But her usual dinner consisted of a vegetable salad, fish, and some bread. A healthy meal specially prepared to reinforce her training results. Today, Shakia was truly enlightened. I hadn't realized the Swager cafeteria was truly impressive. However, at such an important occasion, no matter how delicious the food was, one had to hold back and eat slowly. One couldn't lose composure. If you think it's okay, Doctor, I'm relieved. After all, you're the star of the show today. Shakia raised her glass to Dr. Clark. Cheers to our cooperation. The director also raised his glass. Cheers. Cheyenne followed suit. This time, however, Cheyenne didn't pour Shakia's glass. Shakia advised her not to drink. Similarly, Dr. Clark also explicitly stated that he didn't drink, that he was the type to get drunk easily. Yo! Shakia-chan, you didn't drink because you were looking out for me? When Clark saw that the glass Shakia was holding up was also filled with Coke, he beamed. Yeah, is that so? Somehow, even though Dr. Clark was incredibly approachable, Shakia didn't mind it. Perhaps it was because she'd never been around someone with a similar personality. Watching the doctor and Shakia chattering away, Cheyenne silently took a sip of beer. How suspicious. Cheyenne thought to herself. After the meal, the guests began their tour. The order of the tour varied depending on their status. For example, government representatives began their tour of the command center building, led by Director Chin. The UN expert group, led by Dr. Clark, was led by the head of Schwager's technical department and Cheyenne. They would reunite with the director and his team when they visited other locations. This process naturally necessitated a visit to the hangar where Trum was docked. Sakia was Dr. Clark's designated escort. The expert team consisted of a small but elite group, with one expert from each of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, plus an assistant for each expert, totaling less than 10 people. This small team of less than 10 would conduct in-depth discussions with Schwager over the next month, taking home a complete analysis of Trum in order to establish modern humanity's own mobile tactical force. The other dignitaries and representatives would return on the 3rd day. After a short rest after lunch, Cheyenne and Sakia took the expert team on the subway shuttle to the technical department's area. The districts within Swager are quite far from each other. Besides the roads, this underground city is also connected by subway. Although the subway car only has one, it can easily accommodate a dozen people. Shakia. Cheyenne whispered in the train car, surreptitiously waving at Shakia. Shakia, for once unbothered by Dr. Clark, took a step forward and approached Cheyenne. What? Seeing Cheyenne's mysterious tone, Shakia realized she might have something to say. Cheyenne, taking advantage of the noise inside the subway, leaned in close to Shakia's ear. Shakia, be careful of Dr. Clark. Shakia nodded gently. I know. I'm just cooperating with him. Shakia leaned in close to Cheyenne's ear and replied. Cheyenne had watched Shakia become increasingly talkative after being flattered by Dr. Clark, and she couldn't help but feel worried. Besides, who wouldn't be happy to pick up a fan? Dr. Clark's appearance and actions don't reveal any other intentions. On the contrary, his seemingly clumsy frankness and familiarity make it difficult to imagine him as a sophisticated person. The childlike smile he displayed upon meeting his idol, Shakia, was hard to believe was fake. Cheyenne and the director could see this. His joy was genuine. Just so you know, don't forget what we talked about in the car. Cheyenne thought it would be best to remind him again. Although Shakia has lost her memory and doesn't possess any special superpowers, Cheyenne has noticed her sharpness and intuition. If Clark had any malicious intentions, Shakia wouldn't have spoken to him so readily. However, it's always better to be safe than sorry. Even if Clark himself is innocent, those around him and his superiors need to be on the lookout. But my intuition tells me that Doctor is truly a simple person. Shakia's intuition was quite accurate. Actually, I don't mind chatting with him. After saying this, Shakia glanced back at Dr. Clark, who was conversing with other experts. As he discussed matters with the other experts, his attitude became serious and earnest. They were probably still discussing where to investigate Trum. At least he wasn't looking at Cheyenne and Shakia right now. Ah, Shakia. You're already taking the first step towards your downfall. Cheyenne shook her head helplessly. Chapter 61. Don't joke. I usually hang out with those kids. Shakia blushed slightly, knowing Cheyenne had a hidden agenda. It's so rare to chat with some adults, like you and Jinxie. Cheyenne smirked. Isn't it nice to be with kids? I love it. Hey, I didn't expect you'd be so into that. Shakia, not to be outdone, whispered back. But joking aside, Cheyenne still warned Shakia that Clark and her weren't as familiar with each other as she and Jinxie were, so it was better to be cautious in some areas. This world is very complicated. Shakia knew this too. She had her own judgment. In less than 10 minutes, the subway arrived at the platform. Led by Cheyenne, the group exited the station and headed for the technical department's platform. This was where the secrets about Trum lay buried. At the exit of the shuttle, the head of the technical department had already arrived with all their staff to greet the expert team. I'm Dr. Strike Clark from the UN expert group. Hello. Dr. Clark, who had been chatting with other experts on the subway, stepped forward and shook hands with the head of Schwager's technical department. The childish air he displayed around Shakia and the others was now completely gone. It seemed the atmosphere here had ignited his inner scientist. Hello, I'm Zhang Xiaozhong, director of Schwager's weapons technology department. Although Shakia knew the director's name, they rarely met in person. This was their first formal meeting. After shaking hands with Dr. Clark, Director Zhang nodded to Shakia and Cheyenne. Xiuan couldn't say much right now. She knew it was time for this group of leading scientists to communicate. This group, arguably Earth's top minds in weapons development and robotics, had gathered in this underground research facility. At this point, Shakia and Xiuan were really only responsible for serving them tea and water. The responsibility of leading the expert team had temporarily shifted to the head of the technical department. Shakia and Xiuan only needed to follow them. Shakia and Xiuan, following behind, couldn't understand a word of their discussion. The department head handed over some of Trum's analysis reports to the expert team led by Dr. Clark. Of course, these reports had been reviewed by the director and other high-level officials. While there wasn't any deliberate concealment, the information regarding mechanical spirit fusion had been omitted. Some sections were omitted, while others were marked not in. I didn't know there was such a thing. Sakia and Cheyenne were whispering in the back, glancing over the report just delivered to the expert team. Although Sakia had always been driving the Trum, she wasn't fully familiar with its technical specifications and data. Just like a driver, most people only know how to drive, and sometimes do some basic repairs. To improve a car's overall performance or technical specifications, the automaker still has to do it. Let me ask you a question first. How exactly does your Trum power itself? Dr. Clark and the expert team arrived at the technical department's research lab, where they were shown schematics of the Trum. The blueprints were projected onto a holographic projection platform suspended in midair. It's a long story. Director Zhang of the technical department stepped forward and reached out to grab the holographic image. Surprisingly, he could zoom in, zoom out, and rotate the contents at will. Scientists from other countries sat nearby, freely chatting with other technical staff and looking around the institute. After all, Clark, as their leader, had priority in speaking with the minister. The equipment within the Schwager Institute was quite novel to these world-leading scientists. Even this type of holographic display was rarely seen elsewhere, save for a few research centers in Gale Country and the Europa Alliance. I always been curious. To be honest, we've been developing similar humanoid mobile weapons, but their energy source has always been a serious problem. Dr. Clark rested his chin on his hand, pacing around the contents of the holographic display. Indeed, with current technology, electricity is far from sufficient to provide combat effectiveness. A small nuclear reactor is necessary to power a robot the size of Trum. Director Zhang confirmed Dr. Clark's statement. So, what's the principle behind Trum? How can it move so flexibly? And from what I observed, its flight time is quite long, and it doesn't have any cables or anything like that trailing behind it. Dr. Clark had seen Trum's combat records, and the duration of battles ranged from 5 minutes to over 10 minutes, or even half an hour. Based on our previous tests at Area 51, the operational costs of such a giant robot are incredibly high. Have you already miniaturized the nuclear reactor? Shakia and Cheyenne stood aside, also listening attentively. Although some things weren't fully understood, it didn't hurt to understand a little more. What is combat cost? Shakia whispered to Cheyenne again. Oh, it's the amount of manpower and material resources required to operate a certain weapon per unit of time, simplified into economic data. Cheyenne was a former fighter pilot, so she understood these terms. As expected of a former pilot. Give me an example? Shakia's strength now is her eagerness to learn. Let me organize my words. Cheyenne hadn't flown in years, so for an example, she'd better start with the fighter jets she was most familiar with. When Cheyenne served in the UN forces, the fighter jets back then weren't as advanced as they are today. Perhaps today's fighter jets are a bit more energy efficient, but the difference shouldn't be that big. Fighter jets not only have high research and development costs and construction costs, but each flight also incurs a significant financial expenditure. This includes aircraft takeoff and landing sites, ground logistics, fighter maintenance, fuel, and so on. These costs are also closely related to the fighter's performance, flight speed, and payload. Then let's calculate how much it costs to fly a fighter for 1 hour. Cheyenne gestured for Shakia to sit on a small sofa nearby so they could chat. The scientists were already chatting happily, and standing around waiting for them would be tiring. The fighter jets Cheyenne served with typically had a full tank capacity of 6 to 9 tons of aviation fuel. Assuming the fighter maintains a normal cruising speed of Mach 0.8 with a full load, it can travel approximately 3,000 kilometers. According to a simple calculation, a fighter jet typically consumes approximately 2 to 3 tons of aviation fuel for every 60 minutes of flight. Add to that the fact that typical military aviation fuel is significantly more expensive than civilian fuel, so a typical fighter jet will spend nearly 100,000 yuan per hour in flight costs. In the currency of the country, where the Swabian headquarters is located, 100,000 yuan per hour. Sakia was shocked. However, this isn't the most expensive aspect of fighter jet operations. As a powerful weapon in the military, their maintenance costs are also incredibly high. Cheyenne smiled and continued. The engine oil, lubricants, and even simple spare parts used in the fuselage alone contribute significantly to the fighter jet's high cost. So, a typical fighter jet's roughly 60-minute flight costs nearly 200,000 yuan. If you add in the missiles and other weapons and equipment the fighter jet carries, the cost becomes even more incalculable. I see. Sakia recalled the fighter jets that were shot down during the battle against the families. Money is falling from the sky. Back then, fighter jets were mainly 4th generation, but now they're 6th generation. Do you know what generation means? Cheyenne asked. Shakia shook her head. It seemed like she should take some time to brush up on her knowledge of weapons. Since the last World War in this world, aircraft have undergone numerous improvements since they were officially deployed on the battlefield. Since I have plenty of time now, I might as well give Shakia some basic knowledge. Chapter 62. Shakia also looked as if she was listening intently. As for airplanes, Shakia knew there were 3 types, those with electric fans, jets, and helicopters. This was quite a perceptual understanding. The first-generation fighters were jet-powered and barely achieved supersonic flight, but their speed was a notch higher than that of propeller-powered aircraft. Now it was the Yuan's time for science, and she now somewhat understood Jingxi's feelings. The second-generation fighters took speed to a new level, introducing the concept of high altitude and high speed for bombing enemy aircraft. The third generation, on the other hand, focused on energy, emphasizing close-range combat and aerial combat. By prioritizing energy or power during air combat, third-generation fighters can be considered upgraded versions of the propeller-powered aircraft of World War II, boasting significant speed improvements and maneuverability. The fourth-generation fighters excelled in concealment, possessing excellent maneuverability and agility, and possess supersonic patrol capabilities, known as the 4S. The fifth and fourth generations share a legacy, increasing the aircraft's survivability and diversifying its capabilities through continuous experience. Thus, each generation of fighter aircraft is a successor, constantly improving to meet the needs of the times. As for the cutting-edge sixth-generation aircraft, only a few major countries currently have them. Of course, the countries you're visiting are almost all equipped with them. Cheyenne looked up and purred, gesturing towards the group of scientists chatting animatedly. So, the so-called sixth-generation aircraft uses the sixth-generation aircraft engine. Compared to fifth-generation fighters, 6th-generation fighters, through the maneuverability of 6th-generation engines, combined with a fully integrated wing body design and a high lift-to-drag ratio, achieve a perfect balance of maneuverability and stealth at all altitudes and in all configurations. If 5th-generation aircraft are based on information systems, then 6th-generation aircraft are based on the internet. They achieve true integration of land, sea, air, space, electricity, and the internet, achieving interconnection and interoperability based on the Internet of Things. Operation is simplified, and AI-assisted operation frees the pilot's hands, allowing them to focus more on the overall battle situation. Unfortunately, the 6th-generation aircraft were not widely deployed until after Cheyenne retired, so she didn't get to experience it. Perhaps she had the chance in the future. I see. Cheyenne, you really know a lot. Sakia blinked at Cheyenne, looking at her with a touch of admiration. Of course, I'm a Trum test pilot. Cheyenne shifted her gaze from Sakia's face to Dr. Clark, who was chatting happily with the head of the technical department. When it comes to creating combat-capable humanoid mobile weapons, this operating system is undoubtedly the most suitable for today's human soldiers. The operating system they had attempted to forcibly crack and install on Trum was also based on the operating methods of 6th-generation aircraft. Unfortunately, due to hardware incompatibility, they didn't achieve any good results. Cheyenne was also tormented to death at the time. This thing was completely different from piloting a fighter jet. The technical department at the time was also puzzled. Why did the ancient Wanine, who was supposed to be able to create such a huge robotic weapon, have such awkward operating methods? After connecting to the Trum through an external operating system, they discovered the sheer number of interfaces requiring control was overwhelming. Employing the most advanced computers of the time to assist with control, they were barely able to get the Trum moving. This extreme focus on human-machine integration placed extremely high demands on the individual pilot, and the cost of training a single pilot would be staggering. Such an approach was unthinkable for warfare. After all, during World War II, the Allied forces laid the foundation for their victory by training their Iron Torrent, which could be deployed in just 2 or 3 days. However, the moment Sakia boarded the Trum, Ziyuan and the technical staff realized that their previous analysis of this ultra-ancient Wanine weapon had been flawed. They had been viewing it from the perspective of modern humans, modern Wanine. Especially after witnessing the battle in which Jinxie brought out the potential of Sakia and Trum, her heart was in turmoil. This ancient Wanine weapon was simply not meant to be piloted by a human like Ziyuan. No wonder the current human tech tree doesn't allow for humanoid mobile weapons. At best, they're just fantasy artifacts from science fiction, meant for everyone's amusement. Those are the weapons of those incredibly powerful superhumans from ancient times. Those strange sensor interfaces in Trum are presumably designed for these superhumans. Although Sakia may appear silly at times, she's a kind and responsible child. She's simply lost her memory and been temporarily forcibly indoctrinated into modern social norms, which makes her appear like a normal human. She was essentially the same kind of superhuman being as Jinxie. Mr. Sure, having cultivated the life ripple technique for a lifetime, was indeed able to achieve things that Ziyuan and others couldn't, but this was a realm he had spent his entire life to reach. And Shakia, when pushed into a corner, would use it, and it was said that she was becoming increasingly adept at it. If Shakia's memories and abilities could ever be restored, it would be quite exciting. Ziyuan had a nagging feeling. It felt like people like Jinxie and Shakia, who had come from that Wanine, already possessed this incredible energy. They just needed to find the right way to harness it. And the humans of this Wanine now had to undergo arduous training and cultivation to even tap into some of that energy. It was like a fully charged battery and an ordinary conductor. Conductors can absorb and store some electrical energy, but they can't generate it themselves. Are they truly the same species? Perhaps in the Wanine where Trum was born, people like Jinxie were everywhere. He could take off from the spot, catch explosions in his face, leap from skyscrapers with impunity, and even fire comic book-like energy waves from his hands. Thinking of the heroes recorded in ancient mythology, each of them soaring into the heavens and descending into the earth, it seems they aren't completely fabricated. As an ordinary modern person, Cheyenne felt that some things, too, had their limits. Piloting something like the Trum was probably not something this Wanine should have considered. All she could do was take good care of Shakia, assist her in battle, and keep her safe. Because she was everyone's hope. Besides, now she had Jinxie, this amazing person, to help her, which made Cheyenne feel a little more at ease. It seemed that Jinxie hadn't lost as much memory as Shakia, so Cheyenne felt she needed to spend more time with Jinxie. She also wanted to learn more about that superhuman Wanine. After all, Jinxie had probably provided most of the director's knowledge. I wonder if these world-class minds can come up with something more adaptable to current human needs and manageable. You're saying that Trum's energy source isn't electricity or a nuclear reactor? Dr. Clark was even more surprised after hearing the minister's explanation. Hey, you're not saying Trum runs on oil, are you? Minister Zhang's expression was a little ambiguous, but he didn't seem to deny it. Dr. Clark raised his eyebrows, scratched his nose, and said, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Minister, stop keeping me in suspense. Chapter 63. Minister Zhang Zhaozhong laughed heartily. He swiped his hand across the hologram, narrowing the display to the center of Trum's body. As expected of a master of Gale Nation weapons science, Dr. Clark. You almost got it right. Clark's eyes widened in disbelief. Sakya, who was standing nearby, also looked surprised. No way, such a mysterious-looking robot actually runs on oil? I don't even see any exhaust pipes or anything like that. Dr. Clark also had a look of bewilderment on his face as he looked back and forth at the hologram, occasionally clicking on the descriptions of each part. When Sakya attacked, she only saw what looked like cables plugged into Trum's back. She didn't see any oil pipelines. In fact, Cheyenne didn't know much about this part. She and Sakya exchanged glances, and both nodded. They stood up from the small sofa and walked over to the minister. Impossible, I don't believe it. How can this kind of power be used for mass production? Even if Trum has some kind of advanced technology that allows it to move, the robots we developed simply can't move. Dr. Clark also reached out and spun Trum's holographic model, trying to figure out the mystery with his own eyes. Although the liquid inside isn't gasoline or diesel, it's certainly powered by some kind of liquid. The minister saw the surprised faces and smiled with a masterful eye. Liquid? I always thought it was powered by electricity. I always see cables plugged into it. Sakya couldn't help but ask. The cables are normal. Trum currently has a lot of monitoring equipment installed, and that's powered by electricity. Minister Zhang glanced at the people before him. You know about the root cube, right? Shakia and Ziyuan were no exception. Dr. Clark paused upon hearing this. I read the report on Schwager. Initially, you requested cooperation with the United Nations to address the disaster foretold in your ancient prophecy. Naturally, no one would believe such a sleazy argument. Dr. Clark strolled past Shakia and Ziyuan until he was behind Minister Zhang. He turned and continued. Until your director showed the root cube to the UN scientists at the time. Dr. Clark seemed to grow excited as he spoke of this. Indeed, if the root cube hadn't existed, the director's words would have been considered madness. Ziyuan nodded. To be honest, I haven't actually seen it. But my teacher told me about this. He was one of the few scientists who had seen the root cube. Dr. Clark folded his hands over his chest, seemingly expressing his pride. I remember conducting a series of tests on the root cube back then, right? I had just joined the Swarovski Institute at that time. I think I worked with your teacher. Minister Zhang smiled and nodded. I see. My apologies. Dr. Clark quickly bowed to Minister Zhang. Okay, let's get back to the point. The root cube possesses immense energy, which we all know, but it has a very fatal flaw for humans. Minister Zhang glanced at Clark. Since the next topic would be related to his teacher, he opened his mouth but hesitated. I know what you're going to say, Minister, but it's okay. My teacher has been dead for many years. Dr. Clark gazed at the minister's face and nodded, signaling him to speak. Well, the root cube contains such immense energy that contact with ordinary humans would cause irreversible damage. The minister lowered his head and blinked, as if something was still on his mind. But the scientists at the time didn't know this, and the equipment was rudimentary, unable to detect it without isolating this massive energy source. Dr. Clark shifted his gaze from Minister Zhang to Shakia and Cheyenne standing nearby. He took up the topic. My teacher died of physical exhaustion several years after participating in that research. I hadn't expected the root cube to be so dangerous. No wonder Shakia had remembered it being sealed deep underground within the Swager base, sealed with layers of equipment. And no staff were allowed near it. It was all automated testing and maintenance. Wait, wasn't Shakia this close last time? I'm done. Am I going to die? Last time. Shakia suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She told everyone what happened in the alien dimension within her family's body. This? Even Cheyenne was shocked. Could this be related to Shakia's collapse after the last battle? But logically speaking, Longsheng? He's still alive and kicking. This is a different matter. Minister Zhang smiled and patted Shakia's shoulder. First, you are the executor. As the director said, your body is perfectly adapted to the immense energy of the origin cube. Remember the physical examination we performed on you? There's indeed something inside you that's different from us modern humans. We're also curious about what that ancient civilization was like. Sakia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Second, the origin cube appeared outside the aircraft, not inside the cockpit, so the young man who was traveling with you wasn't affected. You can rest assured. The minister's words reassured everyone. Ah, I didn't expect you to be able to bask in that immense power. You truly are my idol. Dr. Clark's eyes began to light up again as he looked at Sakia. All right. No amount of admiration will change anything. Minister, please continue. Cheyenne interrupted Dr. Clark just in time, before the minister could finish his words. The minister nodded, and he displayed the holographic image for everyone to see. The progress is that after finding Trum, we discovered some residual energy within it. We can conclude that it was thrown to this time in a normal operating state. The minister's finger widened again. At the time, the technical department also wanted to determine the source of the power driving this robot. After repeated attempts and research, they discovered structures within Trum that resembled the human meridian. These meridians also contained a certain liquid. After sampling and investigation, this liquid, emitting a shimmering green glow, was found to be the energy source of this ancient weapon. So that's it. You got a great deal. Clark looked unconvinced. What's so special about this liquid? Indeed, it's unlike any other liquid fuel we know of. It's non-flammable and doesn't produce radiation. It also maintains a constant temperature, the same as human body temperature. An energy source that's not fuel. Dr. Clark rested his chin on his hand, thinking. It reminds me of human blood. Sakia whispered to Cheyenne. Now that you mention it, it really is. Thinking of this, Ziyuan felt uneasy. After Director Zhang's words, he decided to let Dr. Clark see something for himself. Seeing is believing. Please follow me. It's nearby. Okay, you guys come too? Clark called to Shakia and Ziyuan. After leaving the technical department office, they took an elevator down the hallway. We call this energy source Qinglin water for now, the director said in the elevator. Next, Clark would see where this substance was refined. Chapter 64. Qinglin water? What a random name. Sakia arrived at the refinery and shrugged after seeing the liquid in the container. This liquid, as its name suggests, is water that emits a shimmering green hue. The factory didn't look very large, at least compared to the fuel-producing plant Sakia had in mind. This thing is Trum's energy. Dr. Clark stared blankly at the miraculous liquid flowing through the pipes and containers. He seemed to be completely drawn in by this faintly luminous liquid. This glow seemed to have an inexplicable attraction. Although we don't know how this thing works, we have discovered that it shares similarities with the energy of the root cube, Minister Zhang explained. We combined water with the energy of the root cube and successfully recreated this water, and Trum has successfully used it. This proves our hypothesis is feasible. Upon hearing that it was the energy of the root cube, Dr. Clark quickly recoiled in fear. He had been crouching over the container containing the water, peering inside. The root cube's energy possessed a destructive power not unlike nuclear radiation, and he didn't want to follow in his teacher's footsteps. Haha, don't worry. This water doesn't contain any harmful substances. You can even bathe in it, just don't drink it. Minister Zhang laughed heartily at Dr. Clark's frightened expression. However, we paid a considerable price to safely extract this substance. Price? Dr. Clark asked curiously. Ziyuan seemed to recall something and took over the conversation, saying, Are you talking about the deputy director? Yes, to master the extraction method, the deputy director sacrificed his own health and had close contact with the origin cube. I remember the deputy director retired 3 years ago. To thank him for his contributions, the Swarovski Foundation allowed him to retire and recuperate, while ensuring his income. He was still quite young, around 43 or 44, in the prime of life. What a shame. Ziyuan remembered personally handling the paperwork for the deputy director, so she had some memory of him. Hey, he's also an expert in network security. He lives in New Spring and Autumn City anyway, so it's time to visit him. Seeing the two of them chatting more and more enthusiastically, Dr. Clark felt it was time to bring the topic back, and he took the initiative. This is the source of Trum's power. Minister Zhang, how often does it need to be recharged? Sakia also expressed her curiosity. Speaking of which, after so many fierce battles with the Trum, there's never been a power failure, demonstrating the reliability of this energy source. Good question. This thing is incredibly energy efficient. It's a form of energy beyond our current technology's comprehension. Perhaps, the method of energy generation is beyond our comprehension. Minister Zhang explained that the energy consumption of this energy source doesn't appear to be constant. When Sakia fought the first 3 families, she was still using the energy she had added before her initial flight. It was only when facing the mixed family codenamed Yiksha King that significant energy consumption became apparent. Of course, Minister Zhang stopped talking at this point, and Ziyuan, standing behind him, was also giving him a look. What's certain is that this energy consumption is definitely related to the special abilities of Jingxi, Shikia, and the others, as executors. Ziyuan and Minister Zhang had previously discussed privately, and speculated that this energy source essentially increases power output by resonating with the pilot's abilities. This concept of energy currently doesn't exist in Earth civilization. They would keep Shikia and Jingxi's extraordinary abilities secret from the expert group for the time being. It's simply unbelievable. Dr. Clark, after hearing the description, was at a loss for words. The prototype we built earlier wasn't as powerful as the Trum, but it still consumed a considerable amount of electricity. You already built the prototype? Minister Zhang smiled in mock surprise. Well, my teacher was researching it before he passed away, using the analytical data you provided back then. Dr. Clark spread his hands. Our prototype generates enough power for just 10 minutes of operation to power a small or medium-sized city for a week. Sakia and Cheyenne were also shocked by this figure. Judging from Trum's power, this amount of power is only enough for it to function for a minute. Dr. Clark, hands tucked into his pockets, helplessly paced back and forth in front of the equipment used to refine Qinglin water. Senior Zhang, I have a request. Please go ahead, Dr. Clark. I also like to analyze the secrets of this energy source. If we can figure it out, our plans will be able to move forward quickly. According to Dr. Clark, the UN expert group, after decades of covert research, has overcome most of the problems in robotics engineering and has already created a prototype of a mobile weapon. But the biggest problem is power. Without enough energy to power the steel bodies, even the most magnificent robots are nothing but scrap metal. I see. You mean, no matter what your expert team is investigating, energy is the most important thing, right? Minister Zhang, hands behind his back, walked up to Clark. With his back to Cheyenne and Shikia, he spoke thoughtfully to Clark. Yes. Dr. Clark looked expectantly at the swaggers before him. If our robots can function, Miss Shikia will have a lot less stress. That was the truth. Shikia felt Dr. Clark was a real talker. He must be genuinely working to save humanity. However, Shikia knew she wasn't strong enough to ask others to share these burdens. After witnessing Jingxi's godlike abilities, Shikia felt her own awareness and abilities were still insufficient. She looked forward to the training Jingxi and Mr. Shi would give her in the future. Shikia half longed for the day when she could soar from the sky, just like a superhero in a movie. Besides, it wasn't just a matter of flaunting her superpowers. The current situation forced her, as the executor, to become so powerful. Even Jingxi, who Shikia considered incredibly powerful, had her moments of failure. Even someone as powerful as Jingxi had her origin cube stolen by someone or some other force. What would she face in the future? Shikia took a deep breath and started working steadily. Of course, the more companions, the better. I understand. Cheyenne. Minister Zhang pondered for a moment, then called Cheyenne. Yes. Let's submit a request to the director to see if we can provide samples to Dr. Clark. That's up to the director himself. Minister Zhang agreed to let Clark take the sample for analysis. After all, this was a student of a colleague he had worked with. Besides, regarding Trum's energy source, Schwager had only discovered the method for producing it. He couldn't explain the underlying principles. The root cube holds many secrets. If we could analyze it, perhaps we could finally explain what Qinglin water is. Clark, ultimately, we only know where Qinglin water comes from. We Schwager haven't figured out the underlying principles either. Listening to the conversation between Minister Zhang and Dr. Clark, Sakia pursed her lips. Trum's secrets are truly complex. Luckily, I'm only responsible for driving. It's truly hard on the technical staff. Minister Zhang held a several-meter-tall tank used to extract Qinglin water with one hand, looking apologetically at Dr. Clark, who stood before him lost in thought. Chapter 65. He kindly reminded me. We don't know what other machines this fuel can be used for, besides Trum's meridian-type structure. Think carefully. Do you think this can help you? The minister looked at Dr. Clark's excited expression. Although he didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm, he still had to say something up front. All right. At least in my opinion, this is a breakthrough. It's better than constantly draining a city's electricity. Judging from Clark's tone, he was probably desperate. In short, his attitude was, whatever, just give me some first, and then we go back and study it and see how it goes. Of course, The final decision would be left to the director. Okay, let's go back. The other experts' free discussion time should be almost over. Clark felt that he had already explored the most valuable information today. Let's go! There's no need to bring them here specifically. You, the leader, just need to take a look. The minister still sought Dr. Clark's opinion, and Dr. Clark had no reason to object. The team at Area 51 in Gale Nation, Dr. Clark's team, faced the real challenges of developing mobile weapons. They finally understood the most pressing issue. The four of them returned the same way. The other scientists in the technical department had received their briefings and were now gathering in the technical department lobby, preparing to proceed to their next destination. The next destination the expert team would visit was the Trum hangar that Clark had long awaited. The corridors within the technical research department are interconnected, and without Director Zhang and her staff to guide them, it's easy to get lost. Not to mention these newly arrived experts. Even Shakia discovered today that she had never walked this route before. I know you've been waiting for this for a long time. Please enjoy the tour. Director Zhang leaned over, extended one hand, and gestured for them to explore. Dr. Clark led the experts from various countries out of the elevator, and a vast, empty space appeared before them. A metal floor stretched out before them, illuminated only by small, space lights, while the surroundings were pitch black. Is this the hangar? What are we going to see? A young, bespectacled scientist beside Dr. Clark looked around, puzzled. Everyone, please proceed. Since Director Zhang had said so, everyone obeyed respectfully. Looking at the scene, Shakia recalled the first time Cheyenne brought her to Swagger. She would probably never forget the shock she felt when all the lights in the hangar switched on. Today, these experts can finally experience it. I remember when I brought you here. Xiuan and Shakia stood at the back of the group, watching with interest as the experts carefully followed the light extending from the ground and moved forward. Xiuan seemed to be thinking the same thing. The two exchanged a smile. Clark and the dozen or so other experts had only taken a few steps when they suddenly heard a series of bang, bang, bang sounds all around them. The lights on the hangar roof, under Director Zhang's command, were turned on. A massive black shadow appeared before the experts. This is... Clark, a fan of super robots, was naturally stunned, and even the ordinary scientists were stunned by the sight. Trum's upper body quietly appeared before the scientists. Though they had seen Trum's appearance in shared combat footage, this was a close-up encounter. This beautiful body with slightly human curves, this majestic face like an ancient colossus, though it lacked facial features. Add to that the classic blue, white, and red color scheme. Compared to the iron and blood aura of weapons, Trum exuded a more sacred aura, like an unearthed statue. Clark excitedly ran to the railing and stroked Trum's armor. What a work of art! Danger, danger! Minister Zhang exclaimed, as he saw Clark about to climb over the railing. Hey, this guy finally can't hold it anymore. Seeing Dr. Clark, so excited he looked like he was about to throw himself on top, Sakia rushed forward. Let go, let me go! Dr. Clark tried to struggle. Sakia grabbed Dr. Clark by the waist as he tried to climb over the railing onto Trum, and dragged him back. Danger? Dr. Clark. What if he falls? Although Clark was a tall Westerner, Sakia had practiced life wave technique with Mr. Sher Enjingsi, so she was quite strong. Ouch! Clark was grabbed by the waist with such force that he was lifted up. There was no room for struggle, so he just stood obediently behind the railing. No, as expected of Shakia. You're incredibly strong. This combination of strength and beauty, you and Trum are both works of art created by God. Saying this in public was truly embarrassing for Shakia. This guy needed to be reined in. Flattering me is useless. Please stop doing dangerous things. Shakia spoke to Dr. Clark with a serious face this time, lowering her voice even further. Otherwise, I'd be even stronger next time. Dr. Clark suddenly felt a sense of pressure from Shakia before him, and he could only smile and wave his hand. I won't dare, I won't dare. You know. Well, don't make us embarrassed. Shakia leaned in closer, emphasizing the words. Advice from my idol, I take it to heart. Dr. Clark stuck out his tongue, seeming somewhat amused. Ah. Shakia was truly indifferent to this guy. She retreated to Minister Zhang's side. Cheyenne also stepped forward to smooth things over for Dr. Clark, reassuring him, Doctor, for your own safety, please follow the instructions of the Swagger personnel. There will be a photo session later, and you can take commemorative photos here. Yeah. Dr. Clark cheered quietly, like a child being allowed to touch a favorite toy. Under Cheyenne's guidance, the expert team, led by Dr. Clark, proceeded smoothly through the hangar tour. Good judgment. As they passed by Shakia, Cheyenne patted her shoulder, commending her for her actions. It's okay, Cheyenne. Shakia now felt that Clark was just a child. She needed to keep a close eye on him. Thankfully, Dr. Clark didn't behave in a way that would bother anyone else during the following session. No one else on the expert team was as worrying as him, and strangely, Shakia didn't dislike Dr. Clark's playful side. However, letting loose should be considered appropriate. Seeing the tour go smoothly, Shakia could finally breathe a sigh of relief. So, while Dr. Clark was taking commemorative photos, Shakia allowed him to invite her to take a photo in front of Trum. Okay, I'm making a car model. Looking at the excited Dr. Clark, Shakia sighed silently. At least, this session was over. There was still a lot of sights to see this afternoon, and she was starting to feel a little tired. Looking up, Shakia saw Cheyenne pouting, looking helplessly at the experts, who were taking turns taking photos in front of Trum. What's wrong? Shakia rarely saw Cheyenne with such an expression, so she asked with a hint of amusement. Nothing, Eneen. There are two ladies here, and they didn't even ask me to take a picture with them. So Cheyenne was mad about this again. Shakia's lips curled up slightly. She hadn't expected Cheyenne to have. How should I put it? Call it a cute side? Ahem. Okay, Shakia. Let's take them to visit another area. We have plenty to do this afternoon. Noticing Shakia looking at her, Cheyenne instinctively avoided her gaze. She feigned a cough, then turned and opened the elevator next to the hangar. Okay, sir. Shakia followed. Chapter 66. Under the guidance of Minister Zhang, Shakia and Ziyuan finally completed their tour of the technical area with the expert team. The group was about to depart on the subway shuttle to other locations. Thank you very much. We gained a lot today. Shaking hands with Minister Zhang, Clark smiled with satisfaction. The other experts around him also looked satisfied. Hey, we still have a month to work together. You need to come here often. Minister Zhang shook Clark's hand with his right hand and patted his shoulder with his left. It seemed that these scientists still had a mutual understanding. Go explore the other areas first. We're having a huge sale at Schwager this time. You have seen everything. Minister Zhang saw Dr. Clark not only as the leader of the UN expert team, but also as a student of his late friend. Naturally, he cared for his younger generation. Ziyuan and Shakia stood by the subway entrance, waiting for everyone to board before the train started. Seeing Minister Zhang's concern for Clark, Ziyuan silently hoped that Dr. Clark would live up to his care. Everyone, there are other areas to visit next. Please board the bus in order and watch your step. Ziyuan greeted the expert team members using the small microphone at her collar. She parted ways with the technical department and boarded the subway to continue her journey to the other areas of the Schwager underground base. Of course, for the expert team, they had already visited the most important areas. They still had a month to slowly collaborate with the technical department, and their main task was already completed. All that remained was to go through the formalities, treat the whole of the Schwager base as a tour with the military and dignitaries, and complete the reception for the day. To Shakia's relief, everything went smoothly until dinner time. Dr. Clark had become less flamboyant after leaving the technical department's research institute. In the operator's quarters, Cheyenne and the expert team led by Shakia met up with the dignitaries led by the director, and then they set out together. With the director in control, Shakia and Cheyenne felt more at ease. It was also clear that Clark wasn't used to being around those officials. He had become much more reserved, not daring to speak or move. Although Shakia wasn't quite used to it, she still did her best to maintain the superficial reception. The dinner was not held at the Schwager base, but at a top-tier hotel in New Spring and Autumn City. After all, the UN expert team and military and dignitaries had come all this way, and it wouldn't be appropriate to constantly be scurrying around underground with them. The dinner was arranged with the participation of officials from New Spring and Autumn City, something the director had discussed with them in advance. In principle, this visit was primarily a matter between the UN expert group and Schwager. Wow! This is the hotel? On the way to the dinner venue, Sakia was a little surprised. It seemed Bruce's family had invested in the hotel they were visiting. I heard Bruce talk about this guy before. He's quite the hidden talent. The reception operators drove their respective guests from the extensive underground passages of Schwager's base, using their familiar secret passages to reach the surface, the city. This was a truly novel experience for the guests. It was also a carefully orchestrated demonstration by the director. Although this underground fortress is still under construction and expansion, it serves as a bridgehead for humanity to confront its destiny. We also hope to gain greater international support by showcasing Schwager's capabilities. Only if all of humanity can unite to face the ancient prophecy of the apocalypse can humanity have a glimmer of hope. Even though the world is not yet fully prepared, and has not truly felt the oppression of the apocalypse, this is precisely the significance of Swager's establishment. The people of the ancient Wanine worked tirelessly to delay extinction for hundreds of thousands of years. As their descendants, humanity must inherit the will of their ancestors. The director was meticulously determined to accomplish this great task. Riding in a car with Sakia, Cheyenne, and Dr. Clark, the director kept his gaze fixed out the window. At first, even the director himself was skeptical of the Flashpoint project mentioned in the ancient texts of his ancestors. This was something passed down from generation to generation by their ancestors, something many of them had defended with their lives. They might not be recorded in human history, but that didn't mean they didn't exist. Through the passage of time, perhaps this generation of humanity has forgotten the events of this planet's past, all records lost to the wind. Even the faint traces that remain are relegated to myth and legend. Does humanity truly have a chance of victory? When the young director Cheen was handed the ancient text containing the Flashpoint project by his family elders, he was deeply apprehensive. To outsiders, Director Cheen's family and their allies seemed little more than a small, underground religious organization. Like a group of eccentrics clinging to ancient creeds, they were oblivious to the progress of Wanine society. Until Jingxi appeared before him. Jingxi was also an ally of this ancient family. We must unite the world, only then can a path forward emerge. Jingxi told him that an organization was needed to unite the world and welcome the prophesied arrival of the families. It was the aftermath of World War II, a time when the world was in ruins and humanity was reflecting on the practice of war. Even as the new superpowers were still engaged in the Cold War, attempting to carve up hegemony in the post-war world, peace-loving people continued to strive. During this time, the director and Jingxi forged many trusted allies. The embryonic form of the Swager organization also quietly began to take shape during the Cold War. Sitting in the passenger seat, the director glanced through the rearview mirror at Sakia, Clark, Cheyenne, and the others, who seemed to be chatting casually. He felt a sense of emotion as the Swager organization gradually grew in number over the years. The most gratifying news was the arrival of Sakia, the master of Trum and the executor of the root cube sealed deep within the underground base. Things were finally getting better. On the way to the hotel, Director Cheen couldn't help but reminisce. Years ago, under Jinx's guidance, the discovery of Sakia's transferred plane and the root cube within it in the jungle had drawn the attention of the United Nations to the prophecies of Director Cheen's ancient family and organization. Gradually, the discovery of Sakia's existence led to a direct confrontation and victory against the initial attacking clan. All of this took place over nearly the first half of Director Cheen's life. Though he and Sakia were not related by blood, caring for her, despite her amnesia, reminded Director Cheen of his former family. Although Sakia was a member of the ancient Wanine, she looked largely like an ordinary modern human. He also had a daughter. Sadly, Director Cheen's daughter died young from illness. If she were still alive, she would probably be around the same age as Sakia, in appearance, of course. The Swager organization currently includes most of her family's former allies, and is an evolution of that once organization, adhering to ancient principles. This organization's members transcend national boundaries, and are spread across the globe. Currently, these allies manage and operate the Swager branches elsewhere. Perhaps Sakia will visit other branches when she has time. Chapter 67. The dinner at the New Spring and Autumn City Hotel was a success. The mayor took the lead, ensuring a pleasant evening for the military representatives, dignitaries, and expert groups from various countries. Sakia yawned loudly. The dinner was over. Today had been quite tiring. Sakia, not particularly adept at such situations, had been on edge all day. Finally, it's done. It seemed the officials still had some social engagements to attend, and Sakia had finished her reception duties for the day and was ready to go home. Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job today. As the director's assistant, Ziyuan had to accompany her on some formal matters. When she learned that Sakia was leaving first, she decided to give her a ride. No, thank you, Miss Ziyuan. It's not far from my home. I can go back on my own. The two reached the hotel entrance. Sakia declined Ziyuan's offer of a ride, preferring a short evening stroll to help digestion. After all, with all the good food and drinks to enjoy, it wouldn't be a bad idea to consider it a free meal. Sakia also had a hearty meal tonight. Although she usually ate less at night, tonight was fine. Really? A girl so late at night? Xiuan said halfway through her sentence, then thought, something seemed off. Don't worry, what else can I do? Sakia was amused by Xiuan. With her current fighting ability, she could easily deal with any small-time hooligans she encountered on the road. Although New Spring Autumn City had been repeatedly attacked, the security was still acceptable. But she appreciated Xiuan's concern. That's right. What can you do? Then go back and get some rest. Xiuan smiled self-deprecatingly, waved to Shakia, and watched her leave. Back at the conference venue, Xiuan didn't see Clark. Of course, it would have been a bit strange for this slightly off-kilter doctor to attend such an event with such a serious expression. The expert group had no involvement in the upcoming events, and some of them had already left early. The expert group was accommodated in a high-end hotel in New Spring and Autumn City, but Dr. Clark reportedly found the hotel too boring and prevented him from experiencing the local customs and culture, so he had already contacted a local B&B before arriving. When Xiuan asked the expert group scientists still at the conference venue about Dr. Clark's whereabouts, she received this answer. Well, if it were Xiuan, she might have done the same thing. This Clark, he really knows how to enjoy life. As Shakia walked along the street, she realized that the late autumn night was indeed quite chilly. Of course, New Spring and Autumn City is closer to the south, so even if it gets cold, it won't be that cold, and it doesn't snow in winter. Shakia certainly wouldn't be walking down the street wearing a Schwager coat. She already changed into her regular clothes at the conference. Hey! Wait! Having finally relaxed, Shakia heard the familiar, enthusiastic greeting again. No way. Shakia hadn't strayed far from the hotel, just across the street. She turned back to find Dr. Clark jogging out from behind. This guy had actually slipped out. What are you doing? Watching Dr. Clark catch up with her with a relaxed look on his face, Shakia had no idea what he was up to. It's not too late yet. I think I can make it. Dr. Clark pulled out his phone to check the time. What was he rushing for? I want to try the food in New Spring and Autumn City. That food court, isn't it still open? Shakia knew what Dr. Clark was talking about. Sure, you did a lot of preparation before coming. Haha, that's right. I even booked a B&B nearby. It's such a rare trip, so why not enjoy the local culture? Dr. Clark smiled mischievously. He said staying in a hotel with everyone else was just too boring. When you have the opportunity to travel the world, you should seize it. You really know how to enjoy life. But didn't we just have dinner? I'm full. Oh, that's a shame. I'm saving some food. Clark suggested taking a taxi. He wanted to treat Shakia to a late-night snack, but she was already full. I'm the guest, you're the host. Can you lead the way? Dr. Clark still wanted to invite Shakia to go shopping with him. It didn't matter if she was full. It would be nice to have a local to accompany her. After all, it wasn't often that you could get a chance to go shopping with your idol. Forget the meal. Shopping is fine. Although Shakia thought Clark's way of asking her out was a bit old-fashioned, she had nothing to do that evening, so a stroll with him wouldn't be a problem. Like Clark, Shakia disliked formal gatherings with large crowds. Wow, this is exactly why I came to this country. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the nightlife in New Spring and Autumn City was just beginning. Night markets and delicious food were set up, a rare sight in Gale country. Especially for a scientist like Clark, who worked at Area 51 for years, any chance to escape and unwind like this would be a sure thing. Doctor, what's Area 51 like where you work? Seeing Dr. Clark arrive at the food market, eyes alight, clutching a slew of snacks, Shakia was curious about his previous surroundings. Ah. Dr. Clark, devouring his meal, turned back and motioned for Shakia to wait while he finished his first bite. Wow! So delicious! Clark exclaimed happily. Seeing Clark's delicious food, Shakia began to regret having eaten her fill at the dinner party. You mean Area 51. It's actually similar to Swager Base, but with one drawback. It's built in the middle of the wilderness. It's nowhere near as delicious as the food you have here. Is that so? In that case, the people working at Area 51 are truly pitiful. Eating only work meals all day is like living in hell. Clark complained, stuffing another skewer into his mouth. Wow! A little spicy. But so refreshing. Take it easy. Shakia handed him a Coke. After gulping down 2 mouthfuls, Clark finally recovered. Thank you, I'm saved. Clark had heard that the cuisine in New Spring and Autumn City was heavily spicy, and this time he experienced its full potential firsthand. Clark's trip to the night market was very satisfying. He bought a bunch of snacks, and then, seeing that he was struggling to carry them, Shakia took him to a small shop at the end of the food court. The shop offered hot rice wine and stir-fried dishes for late-night snacks. Now Clark could eat his food hands-free. Thank you so much for today, Miss Shakia. Dr. Clark bowed deeply to Shakia. Oh, forget it, forget it. Our country doesn't do that. You treated Cheyenne just fine. Is that so? Clark scratched his head awkwardly. Working at Area 51 was incredibly arduous and lonely. Clark knew he might have gone a little too far today. He'd gone out alone with Shakia this time, hoping she'd forgive him by treating her to dinner. That's basically it. It's true that long periods of inactivity can cause some abnormalities. Hearing this, Shakia expressed her understanding. After spending time with Clark at the night market and enjoying a late-night snack, it was time for Shakia to return. Since it wasn't far, Shakia chose to ride back. Dr. Clark had booked accommodations near the food court, so he continued to explore. In the small shop, Dr. Clark was about to check out when the phone rang. Chapter 68. Oh, it's you. I'm grabbing a bite to eat at the food court. Okay, I'm relieved you booked me a room. It seemed like the person on the other end of the line had booked him a room. Want to come to the night market? It's quite nice. Okay, I wait for you. Clark invited the person on the other end to the food court, and they must have agreed. Because he had to wait for someone, Clark ordered another portion of braised duck leg. After a short wait, before Clark had even finished his duck leg, the person he was waiting for appeared. Is it delicious? A young woman's voice called from behind Clark. Oh! Long time no see. Come sit down. The woman in the white cloak and hood appeared before Clark. It seems you had a lot of fun with your idol today. The white-robed woman spoke to Clark in a relaxed tone. Perhaps they were old acquaintances. Yes, she even accompanied me to the night market. She just left. Dr. Clark brought the woman a chair. The last time we met was at Area 51. It's been a while. The woman sat down in front of Clark and lifted her hood, revealing her silver hair. A closer look revealed that her beautiful silver hair had some red highlights at the ends, adding a touch of heroism. The shop owner glanced up at the new customer. After all, wearing a white robe so late at night was a bit conspicuous. This food court is a popular spot in New Spring and Autumn City, often visited by young ladies wearing all kinds of beautiful clothes to take photos. The shop owner has seen it all. But the two people sitting in the shop now seem to be foreigners. The owner heard them communicating in English. Of course, there were quite a few foreigners visiting here, so it wasn't surprising. The blonde foreign man seemed to understand the local language. He hadn't spoken English to the other woman before. So the owner took the initiative and asked the customer what he wanted. What would you like to eat, Tessa? Dr. Clark smiled at the woman in the white robe and pointed to the menu posted on the wall of the shop. Anything is fine. Recommend something. The woman in the white robe, known as Tessa, didn't seem particularly interested in the food. I like a plate of grass noodles. Is it fried rice noodles? Okay. Although Clark's accent was a bit strange, the owner understood. He began to stir his wok again. Thank you for coming to this city early. Clark poured Tessa a Coke and placed it in front of her. That's fine. We hope you can get the information you need this time in the Shivaji region. You're welcome. Well, cheers to our successful collaboration again. Clark raised his glass to Tessa, using a cola instead of wine. It was thanks to your company's help that we were able to complete the core framework of the mobile weapon. From the tone of her voice, it seemed that Tessa and her organization had some connection to Area 51 in Gale Country and the mobile weapon program. Okay, I'll be your assistant for this month. I hope we both gain a lot. The woman in the white robe, we should call her Tessa now. She also smiled with a determined smile and raised her glass. Cheers. It seemed Clark and the silver-haired woman called Tessa had known each other for some time, and their organization seemed to have some kind of collaboration. What exactly were they trying to gain from Schwager's data? Although I've been assigned as your assistant, I can't accompany you in and out of the Schwager base. After all, it's not convenient for us to step out in public and work for the government, you know? Tessa took a sip of her Coke, tilted her head, and reminded Clark. Well, after all, only my team of experts has access. And we also signed some confidentiality agreements. Clark actually had his concerns. She knew what the company behind Tessa wanted. Don't worry, the company won't ask you to steal Schwager's confidential data. That would be disadvantageous to us. Tessa saw through his concerns. While that was indeed their goal, simply stealing Schwager's research data was meaningless. The company had its own plans, and to achieve that goal, helping Clark and the United Nations complete the mobile weapon program was essential. Then, I should. Just think about your mobile weapon plan. Get whatever you think is useful from Schwager. We're doing everything in accordance with the law. This is also for your dream, isn't it? It seems there are some interests involved between major powers and corporations behind this. The corporations Tessa and Clark mentioned seem to be a key component of Gale Nation's weapons development plan. I see. Speaking of which, I met with Schwager's head of technology today. He's a friend of my teacher, and he's been quite supportive. Clark recounted his experiences in the technology department. Look, the intelligence on the Trum energy system was obtained quite smoothly, wasn't it? Tessa leaned back in the restaurant chair, eyes slightly closed. Scientists as innocent and enthusiastic as Clark are rare these days. Don't worry. Both Schwager and we support you in achieving your dreams. Clark pursed his lips and blinked. Then the shopkeeper brought over the fried rice noodles and placed them in front of Tessa. Clark tactfully handed Tessa the chopsticks. Thank you so much. Well, keep up the good work. Share any good news as soon as you have it. Tessa took the chopsticks and began to savor the night market delicacies. The way she ate gave Clark a familiar feeling, something he had never experienced before. When she held the chopsticks, her right pinky finger always rested on top of her ring finger. Clark had rarely seen anyone hold chopsticks this way, either in movies or television series, during his visits to Eastern countries, or at Schwager's banquets. It must be a strong personal habit. But why did Clark care so much about this detail? Today's visit had been with Shakia and the others. While eating, the operators around them, including Cheyenne, used the usual chopstick-holding gesture. Only Shakia was different. Shakia and Tessa had the same chopstick-holding habit. Why are you staring at me? Tessa, perhaps noticing Clark's strange gaze, raised her head and asked unhappily. No, nothing. Clark was startled, realizing he was so absorbed in his thoughts that he hadn't noticed he'd been staring at the woman before him. This was indeed quite rude. It's just, I think you look a bit like Shakia. Tessa continued eating silently. The more I look at you, the more similar. Clark simply didn't know when to quit. Are you done yet? Are you so excited after meeting your idol? This topic seemed to irritate Tessa. While she didn't slam her chopsticks on the table, she kept her head down while eating, her eyes darting up at Clark with a strange look. Tessa's look startled Clark. Although they hadn't worked together long, Clark still remembered how intimidating Tessa could be when she was angry. Shut up, shut up. Clark waved his hand awkwardly. Chapter 69. A month-long technical exchange officially began. The Schwager Technical Department was to collaborate with the expert team members within this month, assisting them in analyzing the Trum's functions to the greatest extent possible. The dignitaries and military representatives stayed in New Spring and Autumn City for 3 days before returning to their respective countries. While the UN expert team was in Schwager, Sakia, the Trum's pilot, had no time to spare. Now, we conduct the startup process test. Just follow the usual procedures, Ms. Sakia, the technical department engineer directed. The Trum was now being moved to the underground training ground, where the UN experts wanted to review the actual operational data. Unlike normal tactical exercises, the Trum was now equipped with various instruments brought by the UN expert team. Although the test items were similar to those tested by the technical department when Sakia first arrived in Schwager, it seemed the UN expert team needed to conduct the test data themselves. Okay, I started now, Sakia's confident reply came over the communication. It's just a repeat of a previous project, no big deal. Sakia expertly reached into the hand guards on the dashboard and gripped the inner hemispheres. Then she pressed her head firmly against the backrest, and the neural connection system sensors pressed against her temples. With the familiar system prompt tone, Trum officially activated. Neural connection initiated. Indeed, even with the analytical data from Schwager alone, the team scientists still struggled to build a practical data model. The mobile weapon development team led by Clark had a profound understanding of this. They had obtained the data early on, but the analysis of the Trum's forced activation at the time seemed completely unusable for actual development. Oh! Look, at that instant of activation, the energy flowing through the azure water is immense. Clark observed the various data flashing on the device as he watched the steel giant before him slowly rise from his half-crouch. The other scientists were also amazed at Trum's operation. This seemed slightly different from the activation principle of Clark's prototype. All human vehicles and weapons continue to consume energy after activation, the rate of consumption varying under different conditions. Clark's prototype was no different. But the data Trum left behind showed that at the moment Sakia officially activated the neural connection, a certain energy emanated from the cockpit, triggering and activating the azure water. The activated azure water began to flow, like blood, carrying this energy throughout Trum's body. Then, in an instant, all the functions within Trum's body were activated. After the shimmering water began to flow, Trum ceased to generate significant energy, quickly entering a power-saving state. Clark quickly saved the data. This discovery was a revelation. If they could replicate this energy flow, then their vision of deploying their mobile weapons in combat would become much more realistic. How's it going? Did you get anything out of it? You seem excited? Sakia turned her head, lowered, and gazed at the test bench at waist height. The expert team members above looked incredibly excited. Through Trum's eyes, Clark and the experts could clearly see the excitement on their faces. Clark waved to Sakia, who had transformed into Trum. All's well. Let's move on to the next step. Trum was incredibly beautiful in Clark's eyes, and now this machine perfectly replicated Sakia's movements. To him, it was as if Sakia had been enlarged and donned a suit of armor, captivating. The fusion of a giant robot and a beautiful woman must have appealed to someone like Clark. Okay. Sakia began to move around the training grounds. Next, they would test Trum's athletic performance. For the UN expert team scientists, it was the first time they had witnessed such a massive steel body moving with such ease and coordination. Unlike anything human robotics had created to date, Trum's movements felt almost as nimble as a human in armor. Although they had seen combat footage long ago, and some scientists had doubted its authenticity, they were now forced to accept it. Clark was no exception. Besides being excited, he was also completely impressed by the technological prowess of the ultra-ancient Wanine. Oh my goodness! Such flexibility! A nearby scientist from another country exclaimed in amazement, and Clark understood his astonishment. Because current Earth technology is barely capable of such flexibility. According to data from years ago, the mobile suits they had built were still vehicles, no different from airplanes, tanks, or ships. Of course, many people's concept of mecha is essentially just that. A well-built mecha is a good vehicle, a highly flexible small-scale combat platform. This is based on current human warfare experience and weapons development thinking. He began to wonder why they always encountered bottlenecks when using outdated data. Years ago, before Sakia appeared, Trum was simply treated as this kind of vehicle. True, treated as a vehicle, the results of experiments on Trum were naturally disastrous. This combination of power and beauty. Can we really achieve it? Dr. Clark glanced around at his colleagues, who were likely pondering the same question. Minister Zhang, standing behind the expert team members, had a calm expression. He understood what the scientists were probably thinking. Indeed, Trum was incredibly unique, given current human technology. It wasn't a vehicle at all. It was a kind of reinforced exoskeleton, embodying extremely complex and mysterious bionic technology. To put it bluntly, it's a giant suit of armor, its combat effectiveness determined by the wearer. Reverse engineering the technology of the ultra-ancient Wanine, while a good idea, would undoubtedly be extremely time-consuming. To cope with the constant onslaught of the familiar, developing a humanoid mecha suitable for soldiers, based on a vehicle approach, is a more reliable approach. Clark once completed a prototype of a mobile weapon with the help of the Mysterious Enterprise, the organization behind the mysterious woman Tessa. However, replicating something as high-tech as the Trum is likely impossible. Next. Okay. Trum then began to pick up his pace, sprinting across the training ground. Every stride of its massive body caused a noticeable vibration, yet Clark, watching from the experimental platform, was still filled with excitement. Though Trum was running quickly, each step was steady and composed, as precisely coordinated as the movement of a human body. Clark was fully aware that what lay before him was the super robot he had dreamed of since childhood. He and his team probably couldn't create such a thing anytime soon. Not only his team, but current technology on Earth probably couldn't do it. Next. The test continued, with the technical department engineer directing Sakia, demonstrating each of Trum's functions to the expert team. The engine in Trum's back roared, propelling its entire body off the ground. This is the flying ability we demonstrated during the Battle of Da Nang. Clark watched Trum circling low over the training ground, checking the instruments. As expected, the consumption of Qinglin water increased slightly during flight. Rather, it's in flight mode that the Qinglin water truly begins to be consumed. I'm landing. I can't maintain this flight for much longer. Sakia reported, lowering her altitude and speed. Roger, please land before the jets overheat. Clark checked the time. It seemed Trum couldn't stay airborne for more than 5 minutes. It seemed that a super robot like Trum wasn't without its weaknesses. Perhaps the mobile tactical weapons developed later could enhance its airborne capabilities, Clark pondered. Chapter 70. On the training grounds, Trum's testing continued. The previous exercise had essentially given the UN expert team, led by Clark, a basic understanding of its power output and performance. The development concept behind Trum's type of mobile weapon seemed completely different from current human weapons. The most advanced technology was its energy source, which resembled biological blood. This energy source seemed closely connected to the pilot. In addition to walking, running, hovering, and jumping, Sakia, at the request of the technical department, also demonstrated tactical maneuvers and difficult somersaults for the expert team. This super robot possessed exceptional stability and flexibility, perfectly synchronizing with human movements. Clark could only gaze in awe at Sakia performing a leap and backflip before him. It seemed Area 51's mobile weapon development plan would have to abandon this approach of completely synchronizing with human movements for the time being. A vehicle should look like a vehicle. Performance testing concluded, moving on to the next phase. You can take a short break. The mobility test concluded here. After allowing Shakia a short rest, the next phase would be the weapon's performance test. Thank you for your hard work, Shakia. Have some water. Clark gave Shakia a thumbs up as she docked at the platform. Shakia also opened the cockpit, switched back to interior mode, and took a few sips of energy drink from the straw at her side. Okay, let me know when we start. Clark couldn't take his eyes off Shakia's tight-fitting cockpit suit. Although he had seen it before the experiment began, the suit, which perfectly accentuated her figure, was truly captivating. Sakia wasn't unaware of Clark's blunt gaze. Even the Trum cockpit, where Sakia was still a fair distance from Clark's platform. Why are you staring at me? Previously, it had always been Cheyenne, and a few others, who had noticed his cockpit suit. That incident with Long Shun was a matter of life and death, so he didn't have time to dwell on it. Sakia still felt a little uncomfortable being constantly scrutinized. No, it's okay. I was being rude. Clark smiled awkwardly, and quickly looked away. He could see Sakia's expression on the cockpit's communication camera. Sakia's slightly disdainful expression reminded him of Tessa. These two had exactly the same little habits. After a 10-minute break, the next round of testing began. The Trum's ability to effectively deal with the family was due not only to its human-like mobility, but also to its energy weapon system. Unlike the current human world, which primarily relies on gunpowder weapons, Trum's energy weapons have an extremely powerful output. Although their numbers are limited, they are highly effective in close to medium-range combat. Photon missiles and tracking lasers are both powerful weapons that balance power and accuracy. While their range isn't as good as the long-range missiles currently developed for beyond visual range strikes, it's almost as good as conventional weapons. Crucially, once locked on, their accuracy is extremely high. Trum's fire control system is also unique, allowing Sakia, who isn't particularly skilled in shooting, to operate it with ease. To use Sakia's description to Clark, it means you can point and shoot, even while running. Once fired, forget it. This fire control system is worth considering. Entering the moving target shooting test, various drones, used as targets in the distance from where Shakia stood, began to take off from both land and air. Dummy buildings simulating urban warfare also rose from the ground on the training ground. Soon, the training ground had become a simulated city block. You're actually using a physical training ground, Clark said to the operator in the technical department, a little surprised. Generally speaking, weapons testing exercises nowadays are conducted virtually. It's understandable, after all, at Area 51, Clark and his team had only built a prototype, and the weapon system hadn't yet been finalized. Before deploying actual weapons, repeated virtual exercises are the most cost-effective approach. Ah, that's generally true. We also arranged virtual exercises for Miss Shakia, the technical department staff replied to Clark. On the one hand, the Trum is already a fielded weapon, but more importantly, the weapons it carries haven't been fully analyzed. In other words, Miss Sakia's combat exercises will all be conducted with live ammunition. We're not currently able to conduct virtual exercises, the technical staff told Clark. Clark found this information quite interesting. Since even Swagger hasn't been able to fully analyze its energy weapon system, if we could develop and utilize comparable weaponry, this would significantly increase the combat effectiveness of even ordinary military vehicles. Furthermore, humanity's current high-powered weapons are not incapable of effectively striking the families, such as the railgun that Trum had once used. Its only drawbacks were its immense energy consumption and heft. As long as they could achieve breakthroughs in miniaturization and energy efficiency for energy weapons, their mobile tactical unit would already meet the requirements. Dr. Clark, please come inside. All personnel will evacuate indoors for the remainder of the combat exercise. Swagger's staff began to retreat to the control tower with the expert team, leaving only the Trum and the target drone in the field training area. With the personnel evacuated, Sakia began its operation. I'm on board. Sakia typically conducted such combat exercises every 2 weeks. While not frequent, they were familiar with the process. Maintaining the feel for piloting the Trum was crucial, just as a good driver needs to drive frequently. Besides, this time, the main purpose was to demonstrate various functions to the UN expert team, so the intensity of the exercise was set to a basic level. Sakia's previous training had always been 2 levels higher in difficulty. The exercise began. The drone formations attacked Sakia from both the air and the ground. They were truly loaded with live ammunition. Dr. Clark broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed the technician's words were true. However, it was clear that conventional gunpowder ammunition had no effect on Trum's armor. It simply bounced off. This was just training, simulating extreme situations. So Sakia would be considered a failure if she was hit a certain number of times. So, she had to dodge and defend. First, use the tracking laser. Before using the weapons, Sakia briefed them, making it easier for them to record data. Using the building as cover, Sakia leaned out, her sight sweeping across the drone formations flying between the buildings in front of her. Then, extending both palms, she fired a series of laser beams in the direction of the enemy formation. The laser beams actually curved on their own, weaving through the gaps between the buildings, accurately destroying each target. What the hell is this weapon? This truly bizarre method of targeting made Clark's mouth curl into an O shape. I seen Sakia use this weapon in combat footage before, but it was always when there were few obstacles between them and the target, and the distance was relatively short. So, its tracking ability wasn't immediately apparent. In fact, for Sakia, when fighting against a large familiar, she generally didn't need to aim carefully. She could just blast them away first. Even if the enemy had a small vulnerability, Trum's weapons could still deliver a precise strike. There's a proverb that goes, using a cannon to kill a mosquito, implying a waste of resources, and making a fuss over nothing. But Trum's cannons, whether targeting an elephant or a mosquito, could deliver a precise strike. The ground force's unmanned tanks also began to close in on Sakia, lurking in the blocks surrounding Trum Square, ready to fire at any moment. Are you coming? Sakia was well prepared. Chapter 71. In the simulated block of the training ground, Sakia was surrounded by drone ground forces. Interesting. Let's try this kind of exercise someday. Clark rested his chin on his hand as he, along with the experts from the 5 major nations, admired Trum's crushing of the imaginary enemy forces. Sakia, you're surrounded now. How do you fight? Sakia smiled faintly at Clark's question. She didn't even want to answer such a silly question. Clark and the others didn't know that during the usual difficult mode training, imaginary enemy forces and imaginary families were used together. Every time a new family was encountered, their data was created as training imaginary enemies. In addition, some imaginary enemy humanoid mobile weapons were created based on Trum's old data for combat training. It's just that there's no need to demonstrate them today. That was the director's intention. You call this encirclement? Today's training ground was experiencing a rare easy difficulty level. Thinking back to the technical department's frequent improvisations and added challenges during training, which often wore Sakia down, this exercise was truly a spectacle. Let's do it as spectacularly as possible. Sakia leaped high, and Trum's ventilator on her back activated its auxiliary function, allowing her to instantly reach a height that afforded a bird's-eye view of the entire area. This gave her a clear view of the ground drones lurking in every block and corner. Excellent skill. The other scientists around Dr. Clark were stunned. Hovering in the air, Trum clearly saw all the unmanned ground combat vehicles in the area from the air, then locked onto them all with the fire control system. This time, use photon missiles. Sakia shouted. The missile pod behind Trum ejected from his back, releasing a stream of tiny, flashing light particles. This was Trum's second long-range weapon, with a longer range than the tracking laser and the ability to strike multiple targets at once. It was arguably Trum's most powerful long-range weapon yet, capable of both dispersed attacks over a wide area and combined with the tracking laser for precise sniping. Sakia had previously used a full-scale missile launch against the mysterious fusion-type Yaksha King. And yet, the Swagers hadn't yet fully understood what these strange energy particles were, or how they caused their lethality. As you can see, we're also curious about the principles of this weapon. A laser beam that can bend is already amazing enough. The tester from the technical department explained this to the team of experts watching intently at the test site, telling them that there were many mysteries within this weapon system. Trum's weapons should also be transformed from the substances contained in the emerald water. Clark was constantly monitoring the energy system, thinking to himself. He noticed that when the weapon system was in use, the energy consumption would be slightly accelerated. The small points of light released by Trum while hovering seemed to have their own thoughts, each with its own set target. Once released, they swooped down on their targeted prey. From a distance, it looked like a beautiful scene of dandelion seeds blown away by the wind. But these were deadly seeds, seeds that brought destruction. As Trum landed steadily, the drone fleet on the ground was completely destroyed by photon missiles. The simulated battle ended. So swift, so magnificent, so powerful. Truly worthy of a super robot and its beautiful pilot. Clark's expression was one of supreme satisfaction. Although the other members of the expert group weren't as overjoyed as Dr. Clark, they also applauded. It was the first time for them to witness a humanoid mobile weapon in such close combat. For these weapons and robotics experts, such a smooth, gorgeous, and precise combat exercise made the trip well worthwhile. This at least gave them a mental framework for building their own mobile suits. Of course, perfectly replicating Trum's performance was nearly impossible. Haha, did you see the UN experts' expressions? In the technical department office building near the training ground, Minister Zhang seemed to be communicating with someone. On his monitor, Minister Zhang could see everything happening on the scene through the head-mounted camera goggles of the Schwager technology testers at the training ground. He sent these live broadcasts to the person he was contacting. Hey Lao Zhang, those UN guys are here again? Aren't they just ignoring us? The other person's voice was a bit lazy. Loudly, this time they really need our help. After all, their families are running wild on us. Hee, I knew it. Look, they looked so confused when they saw Trum's weapon system. The man called Oldly chuckled. He must have noticed the expressions of the UN experts, as he let out a cheerful sound. Don't talk about them. We're not much better off ourselves. Minister Zhang and this man called Oldly seemed quite close, and they spoke quite casually. Well, if it weren't for my health issues, perhaps the analysis results would have been out. That's right. We're all looking forward to your return. You were the backbone of our technical department back then. From building Schwager's network security to analyzing the structure of ancient weapons, you were the driving force. It seems this Oldly is no ordinary person. Ah. Oldly on the other end of the line was silent for a long time after hearing Minister Zhang's praise, and finally sighed. That's why. I'm retiring. Now I just want to take good care of my daughter, that's all. Minister Zhang was stunned for a moment, realizing he had brought up bad memories. My bad? I shouldn't have mentioned that. It's okay. Lao Zhang, no, I just call you Director Zhang. Oldly seemed accustomed to this situation. That was my duty at the time, as the Deputy Director of Technology. So this Lao Li was the Deputy Director of Technology at the time. Brotherly, I'm so sorry. Well, it's okay, it was my choice. Lao Zhang, since you're still struggling with this, I cover all the drinks for next month. Oldly, in turn, comforted Director Zhang, seeming quite generous. While he didn't know what happened between them back then, it seemed to be connected to Trum's secret. Okay. All covered, all covered. Hey brother, I'm encouraged by you again. Director Zhang knew the temperament of this old acquaintance. He seemed lazy, but in reality, he was very reliable. Unfortunately, the accident many years ago had torn his family apart, and he himself had survived the brink of death. But misfortunes never come singly for Oldly. Just recently misfortune struck his daughter again. By the way, how's your daughter doing? Oh, she's been pretty energetic lately. She even went karaoke with friends a few days ago. Of course, her friends pushed her wheelchair back home. Chapter 72. Oldly, watching the Trum test video that Minister Zhang had live-streamed for him, replied in his lazy voice. Is that so? It seems she has a good group of friends. Yeah, they're all good kids. One of them, Longsheng, even helped us evacuate early during the last attack. We should really thank him. Haha, so it was him. Speaking of which, Shakia, she's becoming more and more reliable. She was very energetic during today's exercise. Yeah, hey Oldly, have you met her? Minister Zhang had chatted with Oldly about Shakia. A few times. She even came to visit my daughter when she was in the hospital. Is that so? Minister Zhang wasn't really familiar with Shakia's daily life. That was left to Ziyuan and the director. After all, my daughter is in the same class as her. Director Qin couldn't have arranged this on purpose, was he? When Oldly first met Shakia, he only knew that this seemingly mature and steady child was Qin Yun. It was only later, After learning from Minister Zhang that Trum's pilot had returned, that I realized the person I met was Sakia. After leaving my frontline work at Swagger, information sometimes wasn't always readily available. Oh! Your daughter, Li Jiayi, is actually her classmate. What a coincidence. In an ordinary house, a man sat at his computer chatting. He was old Li Jiayi's father. Dad, who are you chatting with? You look so happy. Li Jiayi pushed her wheelchair to her father's desk. We have a UN expert group visiting the bureau, and the director is showing me a live broadcast. Old Li explained to his daughter. It seemed as if Li Jiayi also knew about the Swarovski situation. Oh, I see. You look busy as usual. Li Jiayi slowly pushed her wheelchair and walked behind her father. Oh, I hear Jiayi's voice. She's next to me? Minister Zhang said with surprise on the other end of the line. Is it Grandpa Zhang? Li Jiayi recognized the voice on the other end of the line. Minister Zhang had watched Li Jiayi grow up and often brought her to his home to play. Li Jiayi and Minister Zhang's daughter had been close friends since childhood, and Li Jiayi treated her like her own sister. No, I'm not a grandfather. I'm not that old. Minister Zhang was only 5 or 6 years older than Li Jiayi's father, in his 50s. He was indeed still a long way from being called a grandfather. Old Li, you should teach your daughter a lesson. Minister Zhang's tone was a bit amusing. Okay, I got it. Old Li replied nonchalantly. Jiayi, call me uncle next time. Okay. But it seemed uncle still thought he was too old. Minister Zhang added anxiously, just call me uncle. Father and daughter smiled at each other. By the way, Dad, I came to tell you the pot in the kitchen is boiling. Why don't you go check it out? Li Jiayi almost forgot what she was doing. Oh, old Zhang was just chatting with you. I forgot the kitchen stove was still on. Old Li jumped up with a start. It seemed like this father and daughter couldn't live without Li Jiayi. Go quickly. Director Zhang Zhaozhong of Schwager's technical department was not present for today's test. For routine performance tests like these, the maintenance and testing team will accompany the team's scientists. Regarding energy utilization, it would be worth discussing it if Dr. Clark were to come see him. One more thing. The request for the Qinglin water sample from the director has been approved, so I handed over to Clark today. Director Zhang headed to the training ground as the functional tests were nearing completion. At the training ground, the performance tests on the Trum were nearing completion. Sakia was docking the Trum on the restraint frame, while several maintenance personnel were busy on the ground and on the frame, finishing up the work. Next to the restraint frame was the test bench, where the expert team had placed their equipment. Dr. Clark was reviewing the results of today's tests on the bench when he looked up and saw Director Zhang approaching. Hello. Clark stood up straight, removed his gloves, and waved to Director Zhang. You look so beaming. It seems today's test went well. Minister Zhang walked over to Clark, who was standing in front of the equipment, and slapped a stack of documents against his chest. Minister Zhang, what's this? The Qinglin water sample I requested for you has been approved. Clark happily accepted the documents and bowed excitedly to Minister Zhang. Alas, we don't do that here. Minister Zhang smiled and helped Dr. Clark to his feet. Take this list and go see the Energy Development Team staff. They give you a sample. Thank you. Dr. Clark was naturally overjoyed to have obtained so much useful information today. Regarding Trum, after watching the test today, what are your thoughts? Minister Zhang finished his work and planned to chat with Clark, his junior. Of course I'm excited. A childhood dream has come true. As a Super Robot fan, Clark had finally fulfilled a childhood dream today. For a moment, he didn't know what words to use to describe it. Of course, this wasn't the place for him to express his excitement. Someday, he might invite Sakia to join him at the Gale Nation Comic Convention. It would be great if this data could help you with your development. Well, can you be honest? Faced with Minister Zhang's concern, Clark felt a little embarrassed. This wasn't because of Swagger, but rather the current limitations of human technology. It's okay, go ahead. Minister Zhang nodded. Trum's weapon system is the most valuable reference. But its design and functional capabilities are probably beyond the reach of current Earth's military technology. Clark leaned closer to Minister Zhang and spoke in a low voice. This was indeed the truth. Minister Zhang, as one of the first scientists to analyze Trum, naturally knew it all. I didn't expect that after 20 years. It's still the same. But even now, 20 years later, the same conclusion was still reached, which made Minister Zhang somewhat emotional. I wasn't entirely clear about the situation 20 years ago, but today's tests have given me a clearer picture. Dr. Clark had already copied all the test records from today onto the external hard drive plugged into his computer. While chatting with Minister Zhang, he unplugged the completed external hard drive and put it in his pocket. What did you know? Trum isn't a vehicle at all. Clark's words made Minister Zhang ponder, his mouth half open, as if he was about to say something. Interestingly, Clark's words seemed to bring back memories of Minister Zhang and his team's testing of this super robot many years ago. Chapter 73. From that moment on, a sense of disharmony lingered in Minister Zhang's heart. Years later, a young man finally articulated what this disharmony was. You're quite right. Minister Zhang blinked, his hands clasped behind his back, and paced around Clark. This machine is completely tailor-made for Shakia. Minister Zhang pondered, forming his words. Armor. Clark and Minister Zhang uttered the word together. They paused for a moment, then smiled at each other. Hey, what are you grinning at? Wow. You scared me. Clark jumped in shock and turned to see that it was Shakia. Shakia was wearing a Schwager uniform coat, still in her pilot's uniform underneath, and looked like she had just emerged from Trum. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Shakia. Minister Zhang shook hands with Shakia. It's not bad. The scientists are the ones who've been working hard today. Shakia's words weren't meant to be polite. After all, judging by the expressions of the expert panel members, they'd be busy for quite a while. Anyway, Clark, go get the samples as soon as possible. I'm here mainly to inform you about this matter. Minister Zhang was also preparing to return home. Okay. Clark smiled and shook Minister Zhang's hand. The afternoon tests were over, and Shakia had no other plans. She was about to go home, but Clark stopped her before she left. What? You want me to have dinner with you again? Sorry, I have plans tonight. Shakia had to go back that evening to practice the Ripple method course that Mr. Shi and Jingxi had set for her. Of course, she couldn't tell Clark and the others about this just yet. Not really. I just wanted to interview you a little more. I want to get some real-world insights into driving Trum. This will help me with my research. Clark seems genuinely passionate about his own research. Well, this is also Shakia's main job this month as a driver. Okay, I hope it won't take too long. Shakia found a place nearby and sat down. No, then I get started. Clark, holding a small notebook, also sat down across from Shakia. In the evening, New Spring and Autumn City still seemed somewhat desolate in the winter weather. This was understandable. After all, facing the attacks of the families, a significant population exodus was inevitable. Aside from a few streets in the core area of the main city, which remained bustling, the surrounding neighborhoods were rarely seen alive. Not to mention the devastated East City. Ziyuan was busy with other things today, so, unusually, she didn't come to see Shakia off. Sakia took the subway shuttle alone, passed through a secret underground passage, and emerged from the subway station 2 stops away from her home. Some areas of the Schwager underground base were connected to specific subway lines, and only Schwager staff members with passes could ride these dedicated lines. In fact, once you're familiar with these areas, getting to the base is quite convenient. Sakia strolled through the streets on a winter night, deciding to find something to eat. She preferred the traditional dishes of New Spring and Autumn City to the food in the Schwager cafeteria. Passing by the pedestrian street where Sakia and her friends often frequented, the streets were already decorated with lights and colorful lanterns. The streets were bustling with people, men and women walking together. Oh, by the way, it seems like some festival is coming soon. Shakia pulled out her phone and checked the date. Oh, so New Year's is almost here. About 10 days left. She's been so busy lately that she's lost track of time. That's so unlike her. I wonder if Schwager will have any New Year's events? Maybe not. Shouldn't New Year's be spent with family? Shakia pondered, curling her lips helplessly. Will she be stuck at the Schwager base with the director? After all, he's her nominal father. Although she has memories of living with him and her mother, they're all false. This is what Director Qin told Shakia himself. Well, it would be nice to wander around by myself then. Maybe Bruce, Longsheng, and Li Jiai would invite me along. I wonder how Ziyuan, Jingxi, and Mr. Shi will celebrate New Year's Day. The UN expert group will be busy in Schwager for another month, which means they spend the new year in this country. I bet Dr. Clark will be clamoring to travel around by then too, right? Thinking of that, Sakia is a little excited. This afternoon, Clark's interview with me wasn't particularly impressive. He mainly asked about Sakia's experience with the Trum, and whether she feel fatigued during intense exercise with the Trum. It seems Clark has realized that the Trum is a device that operates entirely around its driver. Even though she lost her memories, judging by how familiar her body was with the system, Shakia must have been very familiar with it. What technology had Winnie used to create Trum? If only I still had some memories. Oh, if I did, wouldn't Master Jinxie be the one? Maybe I go talk to him sometime. While thinking about this, Shakia searched for restaurants along the pedestrian street. She noticed that many restaurants had new menus for the new year. This was truly a dilemma for Shakia, who suffers from decision-making difficulties. Never mind, let's have noodles. A heavy meal at night isn't a good idea. However, most noodles in New Spring Autumn Market are heavily oily and spicy, which wasn't the best choice for Shakia, who usually focused on her figure and exercise. Thinking this way, she finally chose a Japanese ramen restaurant. The flavors here evoked those of Cheyenne's country. Cheyenne had taken her there several times, and she was deeply impressed. Welcome. The ramen shop staff greeted customers with their usual warmth. A bowl of tonkatsu ramen, soft noodles. Okay. Shakia already knew the ordering process at a Japanese ramen restaurant. Although it was a bit more expensive than the traditional noodle shops in New Spring Autumn City, the mild, fragrant, and rich broth made Shakia feel quite comfortable on a winter night. It's you, Qin-yun. This noodle shop is pretty good, isn't it? While waiting for her noodles to arrive, someone behind her spoke to her. Shakia was startled and turned around. You? The person in front of her was Li Jiao's father. He lazily leaned against a chair at the dining table against the wall, smiling and waving at Shakia. Ah, it's you, uncle. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. It turned out that Li Jiao's father would occasionally come to this pedestrian street to eat, and bring something back for Li Jiao. I'm embarrassed to call you uncle. You're my daughter's friend, so just call me Old Li. Old Li scratched his head. His hair looked a bit long, having been neglected for a while, but thankfully, he washed it regularly, so there wasn't any odor. Okay, Uncle Li. Sakia still felt uncomfortable calling him Old Li, so she blurted out the word uncle. Old Li was speechless. Chapter 74. At Old Li's table, the bowl of ramen was almost halfway finished. As they chatted, the aroma kept reaching Shakia's nose. This must be the specialty of this noodle shop. Even with other customers in the restaurant, the aroma of each bowl of noodles could be clearly distinguished, without any mingling of flavors. This was the best proof that each flavor of noodles had its own unique aroma. Jiai loves this miso ramen. When I go back later, I bring her a bowl. It was so much more convenient when I lived in Dongcheng District. Old Li described it to Shakia with a smile. His daughter's happiness seemed to be Old Li's greatest source of happiness right now. About Jiai. I'm so sorry. Shakia watched Li Jiai's father, Old Li, run all alone to the city center for dinner, while Li Jiai, due to her mobility issues, had to wait for her father to bring her a portion. Today was filled with a festive atmosphere, yet Li Jiai couldn't even go shopping with her father. Seeing Shakia's sadness return, Old Li stopped her. Jiai's choice to save you was hers. I'm proud of her, that's all. Old Li walked over to Shakia's counter near the kitchen, poured some hot tea, and began to drink. Shakia still harbored a knot about Li Jiai's loss of her legs, even though 6 months had passed. To be honest, every time she faced Li Jiai and her daughter, she felt a little nervous. She wasn't sure how to face them. When Old Li took a sip of tea beside her, Shakia subconsciously averted her gaze from his face. Okay, you're usually pretty tired. If you take everything to heart, you collapse quickly. On the other hand, Old Li and his daughter had already moved on from the incident. Old Li took a cup of tea and offered it to Shakia, saying so. Shakia seemed to have heard this a while ago. It was Jinxie who told her not to take on everything. That being said, Shakia wasn't a careless person. She always had empathy for others. Mr. Sher, who had taught her the wave technique, actually liked that about her, but everything has its limits. Thank you, Uncle Li. Shakia took the tea Old Li offered her, and took a sip. Thinking carefully, if Shakia had been an elite soldier in the past, she would have certainly experienced many separations and deaths. If she had fully recovered her memory, perhaps she wouldn't have taken these things so seriously. But is this a good thing or a bad thing? Perhaps his awareness and mindset really need strengthening. Master Jinxie said he needed to train himself well. Then we see what he can do. Guest, the noodles are here. Shakia's noodles were ready, and the owner brought the tonkatsu ramen from the kitchen to Shakia, who was sitting at the bar. Eat it while it's hot. I finish this and go home. Jiai's portion is almost done. Old Li sat down again and devoured the remaining noodles. The noodles were still a little hot when they were served. Shakia picked up a little, blew on it, and then put it into her mouth. After the noodles were served, Old Li didn't bother Shakia again. He just quietly finished his own bowl. "Customer, your takeout is ready." "Oh, here it is." It seemed that the ramen that Oldley had packed for his daughter was already ready. Oldley had just finished eating, and stood up to pick it up from the counter. "I be leaving now. We talk again sometime." Oldley was in a hurry to go back home to spend the holiday with his daughter. "Okay, Uncle Lee." Sakia turned and waved goodbye to Oldley. "You should go home and rest early too. You still have a busy month, right?" Before leaving, Oldley patted Sakia's shoulder, speaking lazily and giving her a mysterious smile. People with heavy responsibilities should pay more attention to balancing work and rest. "Okay." Oldley's words as he left gave Sakia a shudder. This Oldley spoke as if he knew all about her relationship with Schwager. Sakia froze in her tracks, staring at the door. Oldley? Is he also related to Schwager? Thinking of Longsheng and Bruce's parents, Shakia raised an eyebrow, but decided to just eat. The festive atmosphere grew stronger. Zinchunkia City had experienced tremendous hardship this year, and many had chosen to leave, but the remaining citizens remained steadfast in their homes. The massive festive sculptures erected on the downtown pedestrian street, and the colorful lights being installed by workers were a testament to this resolve. Although each district's independent pedestrian street used to be bustling during the holiday season, this year's one, located in the central district, was considerably more desolate. Under the neon lights of a winter night, Dr. Clark finished his work for the day and made his way back to his residence. The guest house he was staying in was right across from the food court, and he couldn't resist the temptation and bought a bunch of food. "This is the energy sample you got." Beside Clark, the silver-haired woman named Tessa was fiddling with a sealed bottle the size of a thermos. This sealed bottle contained Trum's energy source, Qinglin water. There was a small hole in the bottle, sealed with multiple layers of reinforced glass, allowing for easy identification of the contents while ensuring safety. Today, Tessa wasn't wearing her white robe, which seemed so out of place in the crowd. She had changed into a less conspicuous black coat, and a fleece-lined winter coat underneath. It seemed she had realized that the best way to be visible was to blend in. "Is there anything your company can do?" "Ah, same as before." Clark was eating a bowl of hot and sour noodles, with a plastic bag of snacks hanging from his wrist. "Can you swallow that before you talk?" Tessa squinted at him with disdain. When Clark was developing mobile weapons in Gale Nation, he received considerable support from Tessa and the company behind her. That company always managed to produce many cutting-edge technologies, considered cutting-edge by mainstream science today, in a short period of time. A scientist like Clark, logically speaking, was already among the nation's top scientists. He was well informed about the current state of the art, and the company seemed to have a team of even better scientists. When Clark and his team encountered a problem that had eluded them for years, they simply provided the company with the basic plan, and a solution was always found. "I know you're currently facing an energy bottleneck. If this thing could be mass-produced, it could." Tessa pondered, looking at the sealed bottle. "What could you say? It seems you're onto something." "Wow. I need some water." Clark finally finished his mouthful of hot and sour noodles, which had left him feeling nauseous from the spiciness. It was the same before. Enterprises seemed omnipotent, but no matter the technical challenge, building something from scratch was the most difficult. Creating something out of nothing was infeasible for enterprises. Drink. Tessa had no choice but to buy a bottle of Coke and give it to the doctor, who was fanning himself with his tongue. "Ah." Gulp. "Seriously, this guy can't handle spicy food, yet he insists on trying all these spicy delicacies. He deserves it." Tessa took the can, looked at it, and said nothing, simply walking slowly forward. "Tessa. Wait for me." Dr. Clark came to his senses and realized he had fallen behind. He hurried to catch up. Chapter 75. What's wrong? You suddenly gone silent. Clark followed and noticed Tessa seemed particularly interested in this thing. She'd been playing with it all the way. Tessa seemed oblivious to Clark's call. She held the jar in one hand and continued walking forward. But her steps seemed a bit unsteady. Clark approached Tessa, trying to get her attention. But when he was in front of Tessa, Clark saw something strange. Tessa's hand, which was holding the sealed jar, seemed to be drawing something from the jar. A shimmering, green, vapor-like substance overflowed from the surface and flowed into Tessa's arm. "What's going on?" Clark rubbed his eyes in surprise, then looked again. Everything was normal. "Street. What are you doing?" At this moment, Tessa seemed to notice Clark and rolled her eyes at the surprised doctor in front of her. I just called you, and you didn't seem to hear me. Then I ran up to you." And I saw green steam coming out of your hand holding this? Dr. Clark himself was skeptical, and he hesitantly described it. In front of Tessa, Clark always got the cold shoulder. Seeing Tessa looking at him like he was a fool, Clark sighed helplessly and closed his mouth. Tessa's eyes seemed to say, "This fool looks so pitiful." During this time, Tessa served as Clark's liaison and assistant to the Enterprise, living with Clark in this guest house. Of course, they had separate rooms. However, to better exchange information with the Enterprise and assist with research, Tessa would come to Dr. Clark's room to use the equipment while Clark was busy at Swagger. Clark looked at Tessa with a hint of grievance. Okay. Stop looking at me like that. Here, take it." She seemed to have had enough of the sample, and after a short walk to the entrance of the guest house, Tessa returned the sealed bottle to Dr. Clark. "I analyze it later on a cloudy day. Everyone, get some rest tonight. Well, I leave this thing to you." Upstairs, Tessa, a rare urge for Dr. Clark to rest, went into her own room first. Dr. Clark returned to his room, where his portable research equipment was kept, and sat on the sofa, perplexed. He thought Tessa's reaction on the way there was a little strange. Oh, was I overthinking it? Perhaps Dr. Clark was too excited today, his mind preoccupied with super robots. He tucked himself into the sofa, then grabbed the air conditioner remote next to him, and turned on the heat. It might be helpful to rest for a while before thinking. Next door, Tessa wasn't just teasing Clark. She actually had a reaction to the can. Ha. Back in the room, Tessa fell onto the bed. Tessa hadn't heard Clark's calls earlier. It wasn't like Tessa hadn't seen the can before, but when Clark gave it to her to play with, she felt something strange. The first experience of this drunken feeling surprised Tessa. She had only managed to hold herself together and not fall down in front of Clark. Now Tessa felt her head spinning. No, this is bad. What's going on? That thing isn't like anything I ever seen? Tessa felt her body slipping out of control, and she struggled to crawl towards her bag on the sofa by the window. Damn. What the hell? With trembling hands, Tessa dug a small syringe from her bag. She finally took it and unscrewed the cap. The liquid inside was exactly the same as the emerald water Clark had gotten. Ugh! Tessa trembled as she aimed the syringe at her neck, thrust the needle in, and pressed the injection button. Ah! As the emerald water-like liquid poured into her body, Tessa gritted her teeth and tensed, as if enduring immense pain. After injecting the medicine, Tessa pulled out the syringe and collapsed on the bed, dropping the medicine in her hand to the floor. Tessa fell into a deep sleep. How could this Chinlan water have such a profound effect on Tessa? Elsewhere, on a winter night in Zinchunkia City, some people prefer the quiet of the mountains to the bustle of the city. Master, the new year is almost here. In 3 days, I will return home to reunite with my family. I agree. You have already completed your apprenticeship, and I am deeply grateful for your help in managing the temple. Being reunited with my family is naturally a joy. Jinxie gathered a golden glow in her hand and pressed it against the charcoal on the hearth before her, igniting a fire. Mr. Sher then opened the surrounding windows, keeping them ajar. After all, using fire indoors requires careful attention to safety. In a temple on a hill outside the city, Jinxie and his disciples had finished their evening meditation and were lighting a fire in their meditation room to keep warm. They chatted casually by the hearth in the room. Jinxie's room had a somewhat Japanese style, the hearth being a specialty of that country. But a closer look revealed that this modest room seemed to incorporate a blend of cultural influences from various countries. From Western decor to Japanese-style decor, almost everything was included. This seemed to reflect the gains and memories Jinxie had made during her years traveling the world with her disciples. This small temple in the mountains, without even a formal name, held considerable significance. During the new year, this small temple was bustling with activity. Pilgrims flocked to this temple endlessly. Perhaps it's because, compared to other famous temples built as tourist attractions, this one has a more ancient charm, and the monks aren't overweight or overweight. This gives the locals the impression that this is a truly sacred place. This temple doesn't even have an official name, but that's understandable. The abbot is Jinxie, who built this place herself many years ago. This is Jinxie's home, so it doesn't have an official name. It was only later, when pilgrims began to arrive and Jinxie decided to truly manage it, that she gave it a temporary name for the convenience of everyone. A hand-carved name can be seen on the plaque at the temple entrance. Jinxie Zen Temple. When Shiwa decided to build an underground in New Spring and Autumn City, Jinxie, in order to cooperate with the director, ended his wanderings and settled in this suburban mountain area. Although this place is not very far from the city as a straight line, it is still a long way up the mountain. Getting water, electricity, and electricity installed during construction was a significant effort. Although the temple is small, it has all the necessary facilities. As it has grown, it has also taken on a number of other monks to meet its daily operations. Jingxi has also simplified the wave ripple technique into a fitness boxing style that ordinary citizens can learn, making it available to all who come to learn. Of course, this technique lacks any ability to emit light. As for income, Jingxi's temple is actually not low. However, Jingxi's own lifestyle is rather simple, so he doesn't use many modern amenities in his temple. Even the incense money cannot be paid online. Pilgrims are required to pay in cash. Mr. Shi's home is not in New Spring and Autumn City, and he always leaves early when he returns home for the new year. Of course, given his advanced age, Mr. Shi's children always drove to pick him up. Every year at this time, Mr. Shi's children and grandchildren would bring gifts to Master Jingxi. Jingxi donated these gifts to orphanages and nursing homes in the city. This new year, you can ask Sakia to come and visit us. Very good. That's exactly what I was thinking. She come here to practice regularly. Chapter 76. However, Jingxi's own lifestyle was rather simple, so he didn't use many modern amenities in the temple. Even the incense money didn't have online payment. Pilgrims were required to pay in cash. If this were done in other temples, tourists would probably criticize him. But at Jingxi's small temple, the pilgrims came solely for Master Jingxi's fame, and they loved it. Mr. Shi's home wasn't in Zinchunkia's city, so he always left early for New Year's. Of course, given his advanced age, Mr. Shi's children always drove to pick him up. Every year at this time, Mr. Shi's children and grandchildren would bring gifts to Master Jingxi. Jingxi donated these gifts to orphanages or nursing homes in the city. This new year, you can ask Sakia to come here and visit. That's what I was thinking. She come here often to practice in the future. There was an iron hook on the hearth fire, and Mr. Shi hung an iron kettle on it. Master, I make some barley tea. It's okay to drink it tonight. Master, how do you plan to train Shakia? Is my program suitable for her? Mr. Shi decided to resume Shakia's training after the new year. He would first consult his master. Shakia's boxing skills and physical fitness will follow your methods. Jingxi seemed to be looking up something on a bookshelf in the corner of the room. Her spiritual level also needs strengthening, otherwise future battles will overwhelm her. Looking at the ancient tome Jingxi found, he must be selecting the right book to help strengthen Shakia. It's clear. Sakia and Master are both executors. There are some things I can't teach you, so I leave it to you. Mr. Shi poured Jingxi and himself a cup of barley tea. Drinking something hot on a winter evening is naturally refreshing. Actually, I have some concerns, but time is running out, so I have no choice but to give it a try. Jingxi's fingers traced the rows of books on the bookshelf, but at this point, he paused. What are you thinking about, Master? What are her abilities? I'm very interested. Abilities? Mr. Shi asked with interest. He knew very little about executors. Since Sakia's return, Master Jingxi seemed to have revealed many new things. From my fragmented memories, I remember that each executor who possessed a root cube possessed a corresponding superpower and the resulting spirit. However, Sakia hasn't yet revealed what her abilities are. I only be training her in the wave technique. I see. So Master's ability is an enhanced version of the wave technique? Jingxi was silent for a moment when asked this question. No. The wave technique is something I learned and applied later. It's simply that my exposure to the root cube made it easier for me to store various energies. Anyone with a modicum of talent can learn the wave technique, as you know. But Sakia and I arrived faster. Master's root cube, I think, was taken away. Exactly. After his memory was damaged, Master forgot how to activate his spirit. Jingxi placed the few ancient books she had found on the desk, took the cup of barley tea, blew on the steam, and took a sip. Such a past? This was the first time Mr. Shi had heard his master talk about it. It must have been a long time ago, probably before Jingxi had even encountered Ripple. I understand Sakia's current situation. We were both confused back then. We were both tasked with completing the Flashpoint project, but we never expected such a blunder would occur. Mr. Shi was also willing to listen to his master's stories tonight. Like Sakia now, Master Jingxi had been wandering in the era he had arrived. But even worse than Sakia, he had no organization to help him. His abilities remained, but he had forgotten how to use them. In desperation, he hid his identity and worked undercover as a monk, collecting information from the era and searching for those who knew about the Flashpoint project. But for many years, he found nothing. The situation was once extremely hopeless. I thought, since my mission was no longer achievable, I might as well end my life as a monk. Jinxie spoke for a while, then poured herself a cup of tea to moisten her throat. But many years later, after one of my lectures, a man approached me. He told me he was looking for the executor. Is he Director Qin's ancestor? Mr. Sher asked. No, but it was thanks to that man that I was able to know old Qin's ancestors. I see. However, my root cube was later taken away by this man. Of course, that's a story for another time. Mr. Sher was somewhat shocked, his eyes wide as he stared at Jinxie. Master, worked with the person who stole the treasure? I, Master, also let my guard down at the time. The joy of having a companion prevented me from giving it much thought. And so, I was harmed by the treacherous person. Jinxie sighed, as she recalled this past event. Master, even Master, has been deceived sometimes. Mr. Sher smiled and poured his master some more tea. No one is perfect. Jinxie had never told her disciples this before. There was no need. However, Sher Silang had trained Sakya with her, and was her most accomplished disciple, one who had long supported her. Since Mr. Sher's departure, Jinxie had been busy establishing Swagger, and had not accepted any more disciples. It seemed that after many years, Sakya would soon become her newest disciple. When Sakya grows up, my chances of reclaiming the Origin Cube will greatly increase. Our mission cannot be ruined by treacherous hands. It seemed Jinxie also had high hopes for Sakya. Jinxie, teacup in hand, walked to the window of the meditation room and silently gazed out at the night. The temple was located in a valley, offering a perfect view of the city below. The end of the year was approaching, and even under the shadow of the clan's attack, New Spring and Autumn City was vibrant with festive energy. At least, the current world order hadn't collapsed, and humanity still had room to fight back. Even with amnesia, Jinxie was often awakened from her dreams by the sinister shadows that filled her vision. The executors still had time. Gathering the 8 executors once again seemed like the next task that needed to be completed quickly. The winter night in New Spring and Autumn City seemed so tranquil, it was hard to imagine it was a city engaged in a war against the families. At the center of the fight against the families' attacks was Shakia. At this moment, Shakia had no real understanding of her own importance. After a day's work, she needed evening entertainment to unwind. Qin Yun. Someone's heading your way. Li Jia's voice echoed throughout the team chat. Okay. Shakia's character set up their rifle in the corner, waiting for their opponent to break in. Longsheng. Give me 2 sets of 7.62mm ammunition. Coming. A bullet bag immediately appeared at Longsheng's character's feet. Master, take us flying. Bruce's voice was cheerful. Stop talking nonsense. Join me in defending this point. Hey. Okay. Bruce's character set up his sniper rifle, aiming at the corner across the street from the rooftop, waiting. Li Jia had become a reliable captain, leading Shakia, Longsheng, and Bruce to victory in the game. Li Jia had always been reliable in the game, a strength she hadn't had the opportunity to demonstrate at school. Tonight, after Shakia finished studying the wave technique, Longsheng and the others roped her into a team game. That's good, a balance between work and rest, Shakia thought. Chapter 77. Great. I taken care of the enemy at the intersection. With a click of the mouse, Bruce's sniper rifle accurately dispatched the enemy team member who attempted to flank him. I also taken care of that guy behind the wall. Li Jia hurled a grenade from upstairs, blasting away an enemy player who had been trying to sneak behind the wall. The remaining 2 enemy players, having finally managed to sneak to the door, were instantly blasted into a hornet's nest by Shakia's machine gun as soon as they opened it. After emptying a magazine, Shakia breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? We taken care of the downstairs too. It seemed the 4 of them were coordinating well. Under Li Jia's command, they advanced steadily, advancing in the rankings. Shakia also noticed Li Jia's talent and experience in gaming. It's true that heroes emerge young from the depths of time. At first, Shakia thought she was just a shy otaku, but after getting to know her, she occasionally showed some of her hobbies. If I played games with her earlier, I might have been impressed. Li Jia strategically planned the team's ammunition and supplies, ensuring that the 4 of them had an advantage in both energy and supplies for every battle. She also avoided engaging in battles she wasn't sure of, and when encountering enemy players with better equipment than her team, she urged everyone to avoid them if possible. Great. Victory is within reach at this rate. Keep going, everyone. Ali Gu. Longsheng shouted happily. Longsheng was the supply and logistics officer for the 4-person team, carrying a large amount of ammunition and medical supplies. If a fight broke out, he would follow instructions and hide in the safest place, so the other three could fight without worry. In a sense, Li Jiayi was truly a genius. Li Jiayi, you're such a skilled commander. Shakia couldn't help but praise him. It seems you don't know, but Li Jiayi is. Bruce came downstairs and began looking for Long Sheng to resupply ammunition. Know what? Shakia asked curiously. She's a member of this professional gaming team. I've seen her compete several times. Yes, even though she doesn't travel around the country to compete anymore after losing her leg, she still participates in live streams. She's considered the youngest female professional gamer, Long Sheng added. How come you all know each other so well? And Li Jiayi, you never told me you're such a great gamer. Shakia felt like she couldn't keep up with her friend's train of thought. There were so many talented people around her. That's enough, you two. I'm just pursuing my hobby, playing tournaments to earn money and help my dad support the family. No problem. I pay for it later, and we can form our own team. As expected of a landowner's son, Bruce had the confidence to say this. Stop it. You should get back to practicing more. Besides, Qin Yun has only just started playing. Are you trying to dissuade her? Team training is exhausting. Li Jiayi flatly refused. Sakia was grateful that Li Jiayi had considered her. After all, she had all sorts of training with Swagger, so she had no time to devote herself to gaming. The four of them had already made it into the top 10. Next came the final round. Qin Yun, do you want to drive? Crash into the enemy like last time? Long Sheng suggested. Huh? Shakia hesitated. Forget it this time. This is a 4-player team battle. Li Jiayi bluntly rejected Long Sheng's reckless behavior. Listen to Li Jiayi. If we win this time, we just play a game for fun. You can do whatever you want. Bruce agreed with Li Jiayi. Since everyone agreed, the four of them kept their distance and entered the final round one by one. The final round narrowed to an abandoned factory building. It seems nobody's inside. Are we the first to arrive? Long Sheng crouched behind the low wall surrounding the factory building. He adjusted his camera to avoid looking out of the way and observing what was happening behind the wall. Wait, don't be reckless. Shakia hid behind a large tree on the other side of the low wall, at the corner of the factory. She aimed her rifle at the rear of the team, ensuring she could react immediately to any incoming incidents. Want to leave? Bruce asked Li Jiayi. Li Jiayi's character twisted twice, and threw the frying pan she was carrying toward the factory's back door. As the frying pan landed, footsteps suddenly rang out. It seemed like players hiding inside were coming to investigate. They're coming! Watch out for the gate. At Li Jiayi's warning, Bruce and Shakia aimed at the main entrance. One player accidentally leaned too close to the wall, revealing their character model through it. Instantly, he was reduced to a box by the crossfire. His teammates must be nearby. Long Sheng, throw grenades together. Li Jiayi judged his teammate was halfway to rescuing their comrade, but just as they reached him, they were already decimated. Now they were practically caught in a dilemma. 2 grenades were thrown in quick succession. Long Sheng's landed at the main entrance, but Li Jiayi, more skilled, hurled it through the middle window. With 2 explosions, this team of players was finished. Let's go, we go in through the back door. The constant need to ensure the safety of the environment was a key part of the fun of the finals. This time, everyone didn't split up. Instead, they formed a single column, protecting Long Sheng in the middle, and moved toward the back of the factory. Safe. Let's quickly find our defensive positions. The 4 of them filed in, each preparing to defend according to Li Jiayi's instructions. Just as Shakia took her position, the sound of approaching vehicles could be heard from outside the factory. Through her rifle's scope, Shakia spotted the final group of people foolishly approaching. Here we go! In the direction of South 156. There are 4 people in the car, the last team. Alright. After learning that the enemy was all in one car, Li Jiayi decisively ordered everyone to fire with all their might once they were within range. Destroying the enemy vehicle would secure victory. I expected the last team to have some impressive skills, but they seemed like a bunch of idiots. With this, winning this round was a piece of cake. Just a little closer, don't panic. Leave it to Li Jiayi to judge the distance. The 4 men kept their guns at a distance from the window, otherwise it would be embarrassing if they were shot through. Fire! At Li Jiayi's command, the rifles in the hands of the 4 men erupted in flames. Bullets struck the enemy vehicles, sending sparks flying. At this distance, the enemy should have been able to see them, but the first player to strike was the victor, but the expected good luck, chicken dinner tonight message didn't appear. What's going on? Sakia yelled in frustration, only to find the chat channel was silent. She looked down and saw she'd been disconnected. The server had gone haywire at this very moment. The game character on the screen remained frozen in place, still firing. This was truly unfortunate. Sakia reluctantly reached for the cup next to the monitor and took a sip of hot water. As expected, after the lag, when they reconnected, Sakia and her teammates had been transformed into boxes. Hello? Hello? At the same time, everyone's voices echoed through the chat channel again. Did the server just crash? From Bruce's tone, it seemed they were in the same situation. Oh my! Why are we so unlucky? We were so close. Longqing's frustrated sigh echoed. The two boys seemed far more excited. Amid the shouts of Longqing and Bruce, Sakia heard Li Jiayi muttering to herself. Wait, the other side should be stuck too. Chapter 78. The server crashed at this very moment. The game character on the screen remained frozen in place, still firing. What bad luck. Sakia helplessly took the cup next to the monitor and took a sip of hot water. As expected, after the lag, when they reconnected, Sakia and her teammates had become boxes. Hello? Hello? At the same time, everyone's voices echoed through the voice chat again. Did the server just crash? From Bruce's tone, it seemed they were in the same situation. Oh my! Why are we so unlucky? We were just so close. Longqing's frustrated sigh echoed. The two boys seemed much more excited. Amid the shouts of Longqing and Bruce, Sakia heard Li Jiayi muttering to herself. Wait, the other side should be down too. Yes, yes. This sentence woke Sakia up. If the server is down, everyone should be offline. Even those unlucky people in the car should have crashed into the low wall and died first. At this moment, Li Jiayi's voice chatted with her father, loudly, over the phone. Jiayi, was there a lag on your end? I just failed to upload something. What's wrong with the home network? Huh? Dad, you're offline too. My friends and I are offline. Everyone heard the conversation, and the three of them were puzzled. It seems it wasn't a server issue. It seemed the network fluctuation had affected a certain area, because within the Swagger base, Ziyuan's connection was also temporarily disconnected. Hey! That's strange. This is the first time I had a network problem in the base's dorms. This network operator is so bold. Ziyuan finally found some time to watch some drama or something for entertainment in the dorm that evening, but just as she was getting to the exciting part, she got stuck. A military organization like the Shiva Group should have its network built in-house, independent of civilian operators. However, for the convenience of the staff, the living quarters are equipped with network cables provided by the national network operator. The technical department and some core areas have their own independent systems, but they don't account for much of the overall problem. After all, the Shiva Group isn't currently as wealthy as a nation. As the civilian organization grows, it can only maximize its resources. She checked the network connection status and saw that the hardware wasn't properly connected. She leaned over to check the computer, but the network cable was plugged in perfectly. It's so disturbing that even entertainment is impossible. With the end of the year approaching, who could stand this? Ziyuan helplessly collapsed onto the bed, rolled over, and hugged her pillow. It seems fate has prevented me from enjoying myself. It's cloudy, so I need to ask the technical department to come check it out. Just as I was thinking this, the sound of the TV series suddenly rang through the speakers again. It's working again! Cheyenne sat up in bed with joy. The internet is really messing with me today. Thankfully, it worked again in about a minute, saving Cheyenne's rare rest time. The next day, everyone went about their business as usual. The daily routine of the Swagger operators was just so dull and ordinary. Hello, good morning, Miss Cheyenne. In the corridor of the Swagger underground base, Dr. Clark, who had just arrived from outside, happened to run into Cheyenne, who was heading to the technical department for some work. Hello, Dr. Clark, you're here. Good day. Cheyenne, clutching a stack of documents, couldn't quite bring herself to greet Clark, so she simply gave him a businesslike smile. You all started working. Clark, who was also headed to Director Zhang's office, joined Cheyenne and the others. It's already past 10 o'clock. Not even morning, Cheyenne replied. Oh my! I can't compare to you, of course. I heard Miss Cheyenne lives at the base. Clark scratched his nose and sighed. He had to walk a long way to the base, then use a secret passage through the subway station and call a special shuttle. The journey took about 40 minutes. So, generally speaking, the members of the expert team didn't start their work until the afternoon. They had come from so far away, and it wouldn't be right to burden these scientists with too much hardship every day. Clark wasn't particularly good with women, especially those like Cheyenne, who appeared capable and decisive. Tessa, from the Enterprise, also had this temperament. Although Sakia and Tessa looked alike, their personalities were completely different. He could talk endlessly in front of Sakia because she was his idol. Once Sakia accepted that he was her fan, she naturally became more aware of her image. Furthermore, Sakia seemed quite gentle and could tolerate his mischievous behavior. Although, earlier in the hangar, Sakia had also taken steps to stop Clark's overexcited and dangerous behavior. Still some distance from Director Zhang's office, Clark felt he needed to find a topic to ease the awkward atmosphere. Although Cheyenne appeared nonchalant. Well, it seems the entire city's internet experienced a disruption last night. Miss Cheyenne, did you know about this? Clark searched his mind for a long time before finally finding a topic to discuss. Cheyenne's reaction was greater than Clark had expected. Cheyenne, who had been walking briskly, suddenly stopped. What? The entire city? When did this happen? Dr. Clark instinctively took a step back. Cheyenne's eyes widened, and she even leaned closer. Could something have happened here too? Around 10:30 last night. I heard wailing from upstairs and downstairs. I asked and found out the internet was down. Clark recalled last night's events. It seemed Tessa had gone to bed early in the next room, while Clark himself was finishing up a research report on his own laptop in the guest room. Suddenly, the young people upstairs and downstairs erupted in shouting. Thinking it was some kind of attack or earthquake, Clark rushed out of his room in panic and approached the B&B owner to inquire about the situation. A large crowd had gathered in front of the owner. I see. I understand. These days, these people can't survive without the internet. Sigh. After hearing Clark's description and reflecting on her own state of mind the previous night, Cheyenne sighed silently. What? Miss Cheyenne, is she also? Clark also found this a bit strange. Well, Swager's network security won't be affected by these things. Cheyenne pondered for a moment, deciding not to reveal that the operator's quarters had been affected last night. There are always those bad guys in this country who like to dig up cables and sell them for profit. Maybe some foolish person tore up one of the city's fiber optic cables last night. Clark was also stunned. Is there such a thing? Zion's reason seemed both novel and easily believable to Clark. Combining Dr. Clark's account of the events, Zion felt it necessary to inform the director. She had a strange premonition. There was still a lot of work to be done over the next month. If there were any problems with the system or network, the losses would be significant. Chapter 79. Ziyuan and Clark arrived at Minister Zhang's office together. I delivered the information to you. Minister Zhang, please stamp it. Okay. Minister Zhang stamped and signed the list Ziyuan handed over, and Ziyuan's work was done. Take your time to chat. I take my leave now. After handing over some information, Ziyuan left. Clark stayed to discuss the project to be tested today. Finally, we're going to test that today. I'm so excited. While Dr. Clark wasn't exactly beaming, he couldn't hide his excitement. Minister Zhang stood up, looked at Dr. Clark, who looked excited, and poured him a cup of tea. Young people with drive are great. This is a project we haven't tackled before. Let's hope we can make sufficient progress this time. Regarding the Trum control system, if we can obtain useful data, we'd be able to upgrade all the vehicle operating systems. As Dr. Clark had said, today's test was on the Trum operating system, the part that most interested the expert group. That's the neural link system. We wanted to conduct in-depth testing before, but we were concerned about unexpected effects on the pilot. Minister Zhang said, pacing in front of his desk, his hands behind his back. Human military technology has already achieved brainwave control, a significant advancement in its development. Brainwave technology can further liberate the human body, making operating equipment more user-friendly. I understand, Minister. This time, we're only conducting some basic tests, hoping to understand how the Trum operating system works. Dr. Clark must have understood the risks involved. After all, this was a black box from a super-ancient civilization. He also didn't want his idol to get hurt. We must ensure the test is conducted under the conditions that guarantee the pilot's safety. But in other words, our gains might be limited. It was truly a dilemma. Clark understood what Minister Zhang was saying. For someone as technologically advanced as Area 51, even Swarovski wouldn't dare touch something. There must be a reason for not doing so. That's for sure. We prioritize Miss Saki's safety. Clark and his team were determined, and asking them to cancel was certainly out of the question. Minister Zhang himself wasn't uninterested in that magical operating system. It was a common curiosity among scientists. That's good. Let's proceed with the experiment as agreed. Sakia will arrive at the site this afternoon, and we prepare the equipment. Minister Zhang made the experimental arrangements, and Clark and his team would test the neural link system as planned. After all, before Sakia's return, no one knew how to activate it, let alone research it. Only Shakia herself could activate this operating system. It was far more advanced than any other brainwave-based control method, surpassing everyone's imagination. As Clark had previously imagined, Trum could not simply be categorized as a humanoid mobile weapon. It was a suit of armor, and for both comfort and practicality, this armor must be integrated with the pilot. Perhaps this device couldn't be fully applied to existing human weapons, such as airplanes and tanks, as they were vastly different from the human body. But increasing reaction speed and other issues shouldn't be a problem. Especially for Clark's team of experts, who want to build a mobile suit. The two major obstacles currently standing in their way are the power source and the control system. Solving just one of them would be a significant achievement. Solving both would essentially mean the UN's mobile weapon program is a success. And they were lucky to find a breakthrough in both of these areas with Trum and Sakia. Clark went to the Schwager base to continue his experiments, while in his temporary guest house, his collaborator, Tessa, also began her work. That Qinglin water, how could it have caused that reaction in me? You don't know anything, do you? Tessa was in Clark's room, sorting out today's intelligence. She was on the phone with someone, and she had kept the sealed bottle of liquid a little distance away. After last night's experience, she didn't dare touch it again. It was hard to make out what was being said on the other end of the line. But Tessa seemed to have gotten the information she was looking for. She glanced at the sealed bottle. I see. It actually repulses the energy within me. Tessa was referring to the injection she found in her bag. That's what I should have accepted. The root cube. This. She seemed to be discussing a profound topic. The call seemed almost over. Well, leave it to me. Dr. Clark is going well. As for the pilot, it's probably not time to contact him yet. Tessa said this at the end of the conversation. The pilot she was referring to must be Sakia. Just how much does the Enterprise know about Schwager and Sakia? In the afternoon, Trum's neural link experiments officially began in the underground maintenance facility next to the hangar. To understand the precise workings of Trum's operating system, Sakia was wired with various sensors. These sensors and wires, covering her head and toes, made her quite uncomfortable. Thankfully, no probes penetrated her body. Sakia was wearing her pilot suit properly. After all, it was said that this suit was the one she was wearing when she was discovered, and it was probably essential for controlling Trum. For this reason, the scientists on the expert team attached the sensors to the outside of the tight-fitting suit. Of course, judging by the attitude of these scientists, if they wanted to, they could strip Sakia naked, plug her body with strange wires, and throw her into the cockpit. Shakia swallowed nervously, goosebumps rising all over her body just thinking about it. That should be all right. Clark, you guys have to keep an eye on Shakia, Minister Zhang instructed. After all, the Schwager authorities had never conducted such an experiment before, out of concern for the pilot's safety. This was a first, so it was quite worrying. For this reason, Cheyenne and the director were also present. Wow, what a lineup today. Everyone's here. Clark felt a bit stressed with so many people watching. Shakia, if anything unusual happens, don't push yourself too hard. Cheyenne held Shakia's shoulders, earnestly advising her. It's okay, don't worry, Shakia. If necessary, the experiment can be put on hold, Director Chin added. Everyone seems a little off today. Cheyenne and the director's repeated concern and instructions only made Shakia even more nervous than before. It felt like she had become a guinea pig in the hands of a scientist, shivering in her cage. Looking at the scientists busy at work, Shakia forced herself to take a deep breath. Come on, are you going to chop me into pieces? Chapter 80. The experiment officially began, and Sakia entered the cockpit as usual. Outside, scientists huddled around their equipment, nervously beginning the various procedures. Dr. Clark gave the orders, and the scientists around him activated the various devices in front of them one by one. Biological testing set 1, completed. Indicator measurement set 2, completed. Data recording set 3, completed. With all the measuring equipment ready, Dr. Clark issued the final command. Prepare to activate Trum. Sakia responded, grabbing the two hemispherical devices on the driver's seat with both hands. Although she had never thought about the specific principles behind them, the activation process was as follows. Neural link activated. The familiar system prompt sounded in Sakia's ears. Soon, a familiar sense of diffusion enveloped Sakia. How's it going, everyone? Sakia, or Trum, as she was called at this point, turned and looked at the people busy on the ground. The monitoring device screen displayed the neural link synchronization rate, 100%. As expected, this machine could only be powered by Shakia's DNA. In the cockpit, Shakia herself remained in the driver's seat with her eyes closed, as if asleep. Oh! The data is moving. Record it quickly. Dr. Clark and Minister Zhang were both thrilled. They had never seen such a massive flow of data before. The subject's pulse and heart rate are normal. The biometrics team sent in a report. Shakia appeared to be in good condition. Cheyenne and the director breathed a sigh of relief. Trum, all drive units have normal voltage and power. The synchronization rate remains at 100%. The measurement team also reported good news. To project every subtle movement of a person in real time, this kind of computing power is practically impossible for computers of this era. To achieve 100% synchronization, how truly impressive is this machine's advanced technology? Can I use the main body to move? Minister Zhang needed to confirm the data flow during the state change. Yes, it's easy. Switch to in-cabin mode. Shakia, leaning back in the driver's seat, suddenly seemed to wake up and wave to everyone. Look, switching to the main body was almost instantaneous. And the machine is still undergoing a certain degree of synchronization. Dr. Clark, delighted by the flow of data on the numerous screens before him, spoke to the other expert team members. When Shakia switched to the cockpit view, the machine itself would also perform a certain degree of automated assisted driving, a truly user-friendly operating system. And it seemed to be able to switch at any time. In-cabin mode allows the pilot to prepare for various emergencies. Full neural link projection mode allows the pilot to fully focus on combat. This operating system is simply a hack. Clark recalled his team's continuous efforts over the past few years to achieve a simple operating system. At that time, they were using the analysis data from Schwager, which had been available for a long time. All design concepts were based on conventional vehicle design methods. Like most artists and scientists, the vision of a manned mobile suit is this. The pilot would operate the suit like a gamer, selecting various options and handling basic operations, with the computer providing assistance. Unfortunately, reality dampened Clark's team's expectations. The result was that even making a mobile suit walk and run normally like a human would require the assistance of an extremely sophisticated supercomputer. This was because it was simply impossible for a pilot to distract themselves from fully controlling the suit's movements during combat. For humans, walking and running are instinctive, requiring no deliberate thought. Pushing a mobile suit that required effort for basic movements into the battlefield was like throwing a disabled person into the fray. Not to mention the need for assistance with other movements. Such a supercomputer wouldn't even fit on the vehicle. Furthermore, a vehicle equipped with such a sophisticated computer was unsuitable for use as a weapon. So how did Clark develop his prototype? Thankfully, with the assistance of the Enterprise, the prototype was able to achieve miniaturized motion control. Clark gazed at this miraculous neural link system, recalling the excitement he felt when his own prototype successfully walked. Enterprise was indeed quite impressive. It was an organization the Gale Nation government had introduced to Clark and his team when development was stalled. It was unknown where this organization had managed to acquire so much advanced technology. After Clark presented his proposal, they quickly optimized it and implemented it. The prototype Clark and his team had now developed was precisely because of the auxiliary mobility unit provided by Enterprise, allowing it to move smoothly and become a truly usable weapon. However, this thing is still far inferior to Trum's neural connection operating system. This thing, if they try it out, maybe they can come up with something. Clark is currently collecting as much data as possible, hoping to get the Enterprise to build something similar. Even if it can't be perfectly replicated, at least this technology can greatly improve the current, outdated operating system and can also be used for training. Sakia, we almost finished collecting the data after the startup. Now we're moving to the second phase. Understood. Sakia tore off some of the wires connecting her to the sensors. The remaining ones were remote sensing devices. The second phase is to test the operation of the neural connection device when the machine is in motion. So far, Sakia hasn't felt any abnormalities or discomfort. It seems that simply recording some data shouldn't be a problem. She closed the cockpit, and the staff retracted the external wires. Now Sakia needs to use Trum to perform a certain amount of activity. This will determine how the system connects to the brain's commands during certain activities. So, at this moment, Shakia not only had the sensor patch on her head from her pilot's suit, but also had sensors on her forehead that sent signals from external equipment. Next to the factory was the training ground, where Shakia would conduct her tests. I'm starting. Shakia followed the instructions and performed the movements one by one. For example, standing on one leg, hopping on tiptoes, and other movements that required balance. The remote sensor sent back the results, confirming that the neural link system was functioning properly. Amazing! It's like another spinal cord. Clark had previously learned that Trum's energy system was distributed throughout his body, like meridians in the human body. And this neural connection system seemed to run along these meridians as well. After activation, Shakia's brain could command the body's nerves, artificial spine. It seemed as if an idea had struck Clark. As expected, this experiment had yielded many results. Originally, Clark had also considered conducting an experiment to externally intervene in Shakia's connection, attempting to test the reliability of the neural connection system. But this proposal was rejected by Director Zhang. The risk was too great for Shakia, and after careful evaluation, Clark himself gave up. It seemed Clark would put this part of the experiment aside for the time being. This experiment was just a taster's play, and it would be over in a short while. Just as they were about to begin the final steps, the entire expert team's equipment suddenly experienced a rare outage. What's wrong? Clark operated the equipment, puzzled, but nothing happened. Not only the expert team's equipment, but the entire factory's computer suddenly crashed. This is the technical department's territory. How could? Cheyenne was also greatly surprised. All she saw on the down computer monitor was a message indicating that the network connection was disconnected. Chapter 81. Team 1, Equipment Anomaly. Team 2, Signal Interruption. The expert team's equipment also malfunctioned. The Swagger staff present, including the director and Cheyenne, all pulled out their Swagger terminals. As expected, they were all disconnected. Trum, which had been active just moments ago, now half-crouched, inactive. If these devices had malfunctions, they could still be debugged. But since Trum was directly controlled by Sakia, and it had also ceased function, it was a sinister situation. Report. Signs of a breach in the Swagger system firewall. A technician hurriedly connected to Minister Zhang's line. What? Fully investigate. What on earth could have infiltrated the Swagger system? Minister Zhang was also anxious upon hearing this. This was practically impossible. Is this a cyber attack? Cheyenne could only think so now, though it was unbelievable. Swagger's internal network was not connected to the outside world, and the external network used by the operators for daily life was not connected to the internal system. This design was originally intended to prevent cyber attacks from hypothetical adversaries. Clark, is there something wrong with your equipment? The director was also puzzled. Logically, the physically isolated Swagger system network shouldn't be vulnerable to external attacks. The only outsiders currently able to access Swagger's internal systems were members of the expert team. How is this possible? We wouldn't do such a thing. Clark panicked. He hadn't anticipated this situation. Huh? Cheyenne noticed the terminal in her hand was connected to the internet again. Just as everyone was panicking, suddenly, the network connection was restored. The members of the expert team noticed that all the equipment readings were normal again. This should have been a relief, but they realized that Sakia hadn't resumed operation. The synchronization rate is constantly decreasing. Cheyenne gasped. Sakia must have been affected. Something had happened. Since Trum's successful launch, nothing like this had ever happened. It wasn't even clear whether they should forcefully open the cockpit and get Sakia out. No one knew the consequences of physically disconnecting the connection while in connected mode. Oh no! Everyone, retreat! Several maintenance personnel screamed and ran towards the expert team, waving their arms as if trying to avoid something. The expert team members had barely recovered from their shock when they saw several drones, all armed with guns, following behind the maintenance personnel. Swagger's security robots. How could they be here? Before Cheyenne finished her words, the security robots opened fire. The gunfire caught the unprepared expert team members off guard and sent them reeling to the ground. The maintenance personnel, struck by the bullets, immediately collapsed to the ground. Evacuate. Quick! The director remained calm. No matter what was happening, the most important thing was to ensure everyone's safety. Technical personnel. Escort the expert team. Minister Zhang led the charge, rushing with his men to the UN experts, using their bodies to shield them as they fled towards the factory. Director, I cover your evacuation. Cheyenne also drew his gun and opened another gate. The director and several other Swagger members were standing on the upper platform, where the expert team was working. There was a shortcut from there to the Swagger command center. Minister Zhang, what about Sakia? Are we going to abandon her? Clark was being dragged back toward the factory's inner corridor by the Swagger technical staff. Outside, the drones that had just killed the maintenance worker were still closing in on them. "Focus on yourselves first," Minister Jean shouted to Dr. Clark. But Dr. Clark was about to say something else when he was grabbed by the staff and thrown to the ground. Bang! Then, the gate to the passage Clark and his team had retreated to closed instantly, leaving only the sound of machine gun fire from the drones outside. "If we were any slower, we'd all be dead." Minister Jean finally came over, sweating over the situation. "Sakia, at least she's in Trum, so she'd be fine for now." "That's true, but what about that synchronization rate dropping to single digits? What will happen to her?" Clark was still worried. After all, Sakia was his idol, so he had some admiration for her. Besides, this sudden accident was completely puzzling. If it was really caused by the equipment Clark and his team brought, it would be terrible. The alarm went off, triggered by the emergency at Swagger base. It looked like all Swagger personnel were mobilized by now. "Let's go to the technical department lab first. It should be safer there. These out-of-control drones are dangerous, but I know where they're deployed." "Then I leave it to you." At this point, it would be best to follow the instructions of the technical department director. Director Chin, Ziyuan, and several accompanying operators successfully reached the command room via a shortcut. Although they had a few close calls along the way, the operators were no problem facing the security drones within the Swagger base, and Ziyuan was also quite skilled in combat. Equipped with weapons like compound guns, dealing with a few out-of-control drones was no big deal. I didn't expect these things to see their first real-world combat against one of our own." Looking at the drones that had been blown to pieces and fell to the ground, smoking, Ziyuan sighed helplessly. In the command room, the operational commander's screen was a sea of red. "Director, the red portion currently represents the system under attack and control. The remaining green portion represents the firewalls barely holding up. But it's still being cracked. It's estimated to only hold out for 5 minutes." The intelligence from the battle report analyst confirmed the grim situation. On the combat command screen, small green squares repeatedly turned red. Swagger had indeed been attacked by a cyber attack, and it wasn't a friendly one. The technicians in the command room were desperately trying to resist, while the cybersecurity officers in the technical department were also working together to identify the source of the attack through programmatic analysis. Currently, nearly 50% of the system has been taken over, and it's all controlled by the internal security weapons. Director Chin folded his hands over his chest, frowning as he looked at the data on the large screen. How outrageous. Swagger is now practically wide open. Ziyuan clenched her fists. Could it be the work of this expert team? Sakia was left at the training ground. All that equipment was left running. Be patient, Ziyuan. The director sensed something was amiss. Yes. Based on the current system takeover, the final breach was the root cube's containment device. The analyst delivered his final conclusion. This made Cheyenne head buzz. The target of this attack was the root cube. Everyone, attention. Level 1 alert. The enemy is likely a familiar. Chapter 82. Is this the familiar? Please give the director a secret message. Could this cyber attack actually be caused by the familiar? Everyone present was stunned. No. The erosion rate continues to climb. The systems in the surrounding areas are constantly going offline. The combat operator's report made Cheyenne dizzy. On the combat screen, even the transportation systems to other areas had been shut down. The control tower system could now control security gates to block various passages, confining those mad drones to certain sections of the road. If even control of the control tower was compromised, these killing machines would surely pour out, roaming and harming the lives of the personnel at Swagger base. Even if the combat-capable operators tried their best to protect the other personnel, it would undoubtedly come at a heavy price. The worst-case scenario is that Swagger would never recover. But in such a dire situation, Cheyenne and the others had less than 5 minutes. Swagger's technical and intelligence departments were desperately trying to combat the cyber attack, but this attack was truly unprecedented, and their methods were largely ineffective. If even Swagger's technicians couldn't resolve the cyber attack, it seemed unlikely anyone else would be able to. Cut off the power to the isolated area and physically shut it down. Cheyenne shouted anxiously. We already done it. But it's no use. The technician operating the system replied with equal anxiety. This situation was truly beyond comprehension. Even cutting the power couldn't stop the intrusion of this strange program. Now, with the exception of a few shelters, almost every other area had gone red. Those out-of-control drones were lingering in these areas. Entering them rashly would be fatal. The director remained silent as he stared at the growing red light before him. Has the director given up? The personnel within the base were now concentrated in several locations for shelter: the command center, the technical development laboratory, and the operators' living quarters. Cheyenne, the director, and some of the operators were in the command center. Dr. Clark's team of experts and Director Zhang's technical department personnel were in the laboratory, while most of the operators, including J and K, were in the living quarters. Everywhere else was securely sealed off by security gates controlled by the command center. Furthermore, deep beneath the command center was where the origin cube was stored. If, as the director claimed, the families were attacking, then after completely taking over the system, they would undoubtedly reach this location and seize the origin cube. By then, everything would be irreversible, and the Flashpoint plan would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Report: the erosion rate has suddenly slowed. The reason is not shady. This statement was like timely help, and Cheyenne felt as if she had been suddenly pardoned. Even if the crisis wasn't over. I'm saying, you guys, after all these years, without me, you haven't made any progress at all. It's really worrying. Old Sheen, I brought you the electronic warfare master. I finally caught up. Suddenly, the electronic doors to the operations command room opened from both sides, and a middle-aged man's voice rang out. That voice. Ziyuan turned sharply, and saw two long-missed faces. One was Li Jifei, the former deputy director of the technology department, and the other was Master Jingxi. Old Li. Jingxi. You're here. The director also turned and shook hands with Old Li and Master Jingxi. Director. Have you been prepared for this? Ziyuan's heart rekindled with hope. Such a reliable director was the reason why Ziyuan and everyone else followed him. Long time no see, Deputy Director Li. Should I still call you Old Li? Ziyuan hurriedly greeted Old Li. Let's finish the small talk first. Let me explain the current situation. Old Li knew the situation was urgent, and didn't have time for extraneous words. I already set a program to slow down the invasion of this clan. We now have 40 minutes to resolve it. From 5 minutes to 40 minutes, Old Li was truly remarkable. Yesterday, when the city's internet was down, the director contacted me. Jingxi also came over and added. Late last night, the director and Jingxi had taken this incident seriously and taken action, so when Ziyuan mentioned it to the director today, he didn't react much. Ziyuan assumed the director's lack of reaction was a minor concern. As Jingxi had predicted, the texts of the ancient organization revealed a clan capable of this very feat, the Mage-Eating Ghosts. This clan could infiltrate electronic systems through the physical environment, rendering conventional antivirus methods ineffective. This is why, despite being physically isolated from the outside world, the internal systems of the Swagger were also attacked. Is it really a clan? Xiwan frowned. It seemed that Sakya and Trum were useless against this clan. Instead, it was everyone's turn to rescue her. I need some support here too. We need to create an environment to eliminate this clan. Old Li will be in charge of commanding this operation. The support Old Li mentioned refers to Swagger's technical department and the network security operators, who will do their utmost to maintain Swagger's firewall. Old Li will also personally participate in other operations. Then, the basic combat operators will dispatch teams to guard the key traffic routes leading to the command tower and prevent any uncontrolled drone attacks. Old Li's antivirus team, responsible for encircling and suppressing the families, will be assigned to a separate group. Antivirus team? Xiwan was a little surprised. She hadn't expected even this to be prepared. Antivirus team? Old Li, when did you train such a reserve force? It seemed Old Li hadn't been sitting around doing nothing these past few years. A message came through on Old Li's Swagger terminal, and Old Li checked it immediately. After all, deep underground, ordinary cell phones had no signal. It's the antivirus team. They're ready. Where are they? Do we need to bring them to base? Xiwan demanded. No need. We used the dedicated emergency line. It was set up when Old Li was in office specifically for this situation. Old Li's team is on the ground. The director's answer resolved Ziyuan's concerns. I'm already working here. Old Li walked to the control panel in the command room. A technician in charge of network security stood up and handed him an empty terminal. Wait a moment, I activate the emergency line. Old Li's hands moved rapidly across the keyboard, and the interface on the control panel constantly changed. Communications connected, lines connected, antivirus team information connected to the server. All of this was accomplished in less than 3 minutes. Old Li was truly amazing. Ziyuan, command of the combatants is now in your hands. We must coordinate internal and external forces in this operation. The director knew that the battle against the familiar in the network could only be left to Old Lee and the technical department. The rest of us must work hard to create a safe fighting environment for these people. Everyone, take your positions. The battle begins? Director Chin waved his hand. The fate of Schwager depended on your performance. Dad, we're ready here, ready to go. A girl's voice rang through Old Lee's microphone. It was Li Jiai. Chapter 83. Jiai. For this operation, just do it as you normally would. Leave the rest to the adults. After a few words of encouragement, the father and daughter began their work. In New Spring and Autumn City, at her home, Li Jiai sat at her computer, operating it. In front of her was what appeared to be a game interface. You're all here. Several notifications popped up on Li Jiai's interface, inviting her to join the game. Li Jiai sorted the new players into teams. We're all here, and I didn't expect this to happen. Someone was chatting with Li Jiai in the chat room. These people were members of the professional team Li Jiai had once been a member of. Li Jiai had urgently contacted them early this morning for this operation. Why didn't these members suspect anything? Because Schwager's intelligence department had done its job, explaining the situation to these people, and providing rewards afterward. Currently, they could muster 12 people. Li Jiai, you're teamed with 2 new faces. The team members noticed that Li Jiai's team consisted of 3 people, 2 of them newcomers. It's okay, they're my new friends, Li Jiai typed into the chat. Li Jiai switched to the team chat. Why are we here too? And Jiai, your father is? The voices of Longsheng and Bruce came over the team chat. They were both incredibly surprised. They hadn't expected Li Jiai to be the child of a Schwager executive. She'd been hiding it so well. When Li Jiai called them early this morning, they refused. But when Li Jiai revealed that this was a Schwager operation, the 2 practically jumped out of bed. Since the situation was urgent, Li Jiai simply revealed everything to them. Li Jiai had long known that their families were also affiliated with the Schwager organization, but she had kept it to herself. My father had retired, but this time the situation was so unique. So, the 3 of US insiders of Schwager should act together. Okay. Bruce and Longsheng, who were sitting next to him, exchanged glances and sighed. Li Jiai seemed even more capable than expected. Besides, I heard from Dad that Qin Yun. Shakia is also trapped, so even if we have to save her, we must succeed. Yeah. Longsheng and Bruce swallowed. This time, it was their turn to save Shakia. But they hadn't expected the antivirus program developed by Li Jiai's father to be like the game they often played. They needed to eliminate the viruses within it. However, unlike the usual approach, this time, Li Jiai and her teammates faced the familia. Is everyone here? Li Jiai switched to the team voice chat and initiated a communication with all the teams. In the team preparation box on the interface, green ticks lit up one after another, signaling that preparations were complete. Okay. Let's go! As Li Jiai clicked the battle start button on the interface, everyone's screens were bathed in white light. The battle against the familia mage-eating ghosts, the cyber attack, officially began. Near the test factory, dotted with out-of-control drones, Trum knelt alone on one knee, in complete silence at the factory gate leading to the training ground. The control tower had also cut off power to the entire technical department, except for the research facility where the personnel had taken refuge. However, aside from the lights going out, the other equipment seemed to have long since lost control and was operating independently. On the test equipment that the scientists on the expert team had hastily discarded, Sakia's synchronization rate, which had dropped to single digits, suddenly fluctuated slightly. In the cockpit, Sakia seemed unconscious, completely motionless. Only her faint breathing indicated that she was still alive. But unfortunately, it was only her body that was here. Sakia was still awake, but she found herself thrown into a strange place. Am I not in the Trum cockpit? How? Sakia's last memory was that she was about to head to the outdoor training ground when her vision suddenly went black, and she felt as if she had received an electric shock and passed out. When she woke up again, she found herself in an abandoned house. The room was littered with broken furniture and dust. Only the dim light from the window allowed her to barely see inside. His limbs were unaffected, and he was still wearing his pilot's suit. Stumbling open the door of the dilapidated house, Sakia discovered a vast expanse of ruins. In the distance, thick smoke still rose from burning places. The air was thick with the acrid odor of burning. This seemed to be a land ravaged by war. From the gray sky, a hint of golden sunlight shone, as if trying to bring a touch of care to the ruins. In the distance, shrouded in thick smoke and haze, a huge black shadow loomed, seemingly a towering tower. What the hell is going on? Holding her nose, Shakia struggled through the ruins, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow, sometimes even needing to use both hands and feet to climb. As she surveyed the scene, a sense of familiarity washed over her. This land, permeated with the aura of death, was unmistakable. These things must be from Shakia's own memories, for these ruined buildings clearly did not resemble the style of New Spring and Autumn City or modern civilization. The writing on them was nothing she had seen recently. Although Shakia couldn't recognize it, it didn't feel unfamiliar. She walked through the ruined streets, dusty and dusty, seeing the roads littered with dead bodies and the remains of weapons. Shakia gazed in the distance toward the tower. There was a square, and she wondered if she might learn something there. At least it would be easier on her feet, without having to scramble through the ruins. What kind of war was this? Shakia couldn't help but wonder. But when Sakia looked up again, her answer seemed to be revealed. Above the thick gray clouds, something enormous seemed to be swimming. It resembled a gigantic whale, but with incredibly long fins that resembled wings, and an incredibly long tail. Even above the clouds, its outline was faintly discernible. This wasn't an illusion, it was enormous. This thing. Judging by its height, it must be several thousand meters long. Sakia felt a chill run down her spine, choosing to risk passing through the ruins. Huh? The giant creature outside might not notice her, but the sight of it gave Sakia a chill. They entered a hall resembling a shopping mall. With luck, it would lead directly to the square they were heading for. That being said, the light here was incredibly dim. If only they had a flashlight. Looking at the dark abyss that seemed to be sucking her in, Sakia hesitated. Suddenly, a few low growls echoed through the darkness. Chapter 84. Shakia was startled, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She completely abandoned the idea of exploring further inside. Suddenly, numerous points of light appeared in the darkness. Who? Is there anything there? She summoned her courage and shouted, realizing something was amiss. She quickly used her breathing technique, and golden ripples of light emerged from her palms. Although she was prepared for battle, the best strategy now was to flee. She slowly stepped back, retreating step by step toward the point of entry. In the ruins, bursts of flashes and crashing sounds cut through the thick smoke and roar of flames. What the hell are these things? Long Sheng controlled his character, raised his gun, and fired continuously at the four-legged monsters that were charging towards him. These monsters looked like wolves, but were several times larger, and their entire bodies seemed to be twisted from a disgusting mass of tentacles and slime. It's hard to describe this. If anything, the closest description is probably blasphemous. Damn, there are too many. Behind him, Bruce also held a heavy machine gun to provide cover. Be careful, both of you. This is the true form of those viruses. Their families. Li Jiao's character, armed with 2 small submachine guns, maneuvered between the surrounding monsters, eliminating any that slipped through their fire. The antivirus team was greeted with a rapturous welcome upon entering the system. Grenade throw. Li Jiao loved to prepare a large number of grenades when playing games, and her throwing skills were exceptional. Her character had numerous grenades strapped to her waist. With a flick of her hands, she swapped her submachine gun for a grenade. She threw 2 grenades toward the nearby tunnel exit, where monsters were constantly pouring out. The grenades exploded with a muffled thud, instantly eliminating the source of the monsters. The tunnel exit was also blown down, completely sealing the entrance. It looked like this area was safe. Temporarily, Li Jiai, Long Sheng, Bruce, and the other 2 teams were teleported to different areas of the area. The characters they controlled were each their own image, but the difference was that they were wearing high-tech gear. The firearms they had just used were far more powerful than those in the previous games. This delighted Bruce and Long Sheng. This was the ultimate antivirus program her father had created. Li Jiai would definitely not let him down, and would not let Swagger down. Before the familiar actually attacked, her father had already prepared for this type of attack. As it turned out, this foresight paid off. Beep, beep, beep. While everyone was still on alert, Li Jiai's communication rang. She reached out and pressed the accept button on her headset. It was a victory report from the other 2 teams. Okay, the other teams have also successfully dealt with the welcoming families. Li Jiai and her team had less than 40 minutes. They had to quickly locate the family's true form, and then kill them within this program. Next, Li Jiai selected a drone from the inventory, and clicked to use it. Although this environment was a projection of the online world, my father's antivirus program hadn't preset the specific topography. The environment here is constantly changing based on different network environments and other factors. To effectively conduct the next operation, We needed to survey the terrain using a drone. The drone took off, and Longsheng and Bruce also saw the direction of the other two teams' drones in the distance. The three teams maintained a certain distance and operated separately, which maximized their efficiency. If support was needed, the three teams could quickly reunite. If a search was necessary, the distance also facilitated expansion. One of the teams consisted of 5 people. Li Jiai discovered that one of the team members was a new member, hired only 2 months ago. For safety reasons, she asked him to stay with the seniors. This place has an indescribable desolation. Longsheng and Bruce also came over to look at the holographic projection in Li Jiai's hand. The projection showed aerial footage captured by the drone. This doesn't seem like an ordinary city. Look at the architectural style and the words on the signs. Longsheng also noticed these inconsistencies. Oh, really? Bruce stood up and looked around. He picked up a sign. The words on it were indeed new to him. This is a virtual online world created under the influence of the familiar. Nothing is surprising, right? Li Jiai chatted with the two while operating a drone for reconnaissance. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky stirred, and a huge figure passed overhead, followed by a low humming sound. It came from the giant figure in the clouds above. Oh my god! Longsheng and the others looked up, their legs nearly buckling in fear. Hide. Li Jiai reacted quickly getting the 3 of them to hide beneath the ruins. Although this thing might not be able to see people on the ground from high above, Yin Xian was no pushover. Thankfully, the drone seemed to have escaped unnoticed. During the search, Li Jiai gained 2 insights. First, she discovered a small, intact building area in this area. If this entire map represented Swager's network architecture, then that small building area was undoubtedly the central area of the command tower, which was currently intact. That area was also surrounded by an energy shield, presumably Li Jiai's father's super firewall. As expected, this strange space was the battlefield of their antivirus team. That massive black shadow above the clouds might be the clan they needed to defeat. And behind that small area blocked by the firewall, amidst the thick smoke and fog, stood a towering tower, seemingly sealed within. It seemed as if the giant aerial beast was seeking to seize the contents of the tower. Perhaps that corresponded to the underground vault where the origin cube was sealed. This looked like a fierce battle. Another discovery. There seemed to be someone else on the battlefield. Jiai, are you saying Sakia might be here too? Yes, the drone just captured footage of someone being chased by several small familiars near a square. Oldley, in the command room, was closely monitoring the antivirus team situation and keeping in touch with his daughter. But that person was able to kill the enemy with his bare hands. It must be Sakia. Please allow us to rescue her. Li Jiai made the decision to rescue Sakia. Okay, your team will go and hurry. Understood. The director was surprised to hear that Sakia had appeared in cyberspace. It seemed something unexpected had occurred within Trum. This operation couldn't fail. On Shakia's side, she had to face the pursuit of a horde of black, tentacled, 4-legged monsters. She had already considered retreating, but the monsters that burst out from the darkness of the building seemed determined to keep her at bay. 4 legs, of course, are faster than 2. Even though Shakia nervously channeled ripples into her legs to increase her speed, before she could escape the abandoned building, a monster had already rushed in front of her. Its twisted tentacled head suddenly split open, transforming into a massive maw. Chapter 85. In Shakia's vision, a maw, powerful enough to bite off her upper body, loomed over her. Ah! Enin's heart had been pounding with fear, prompting her to instinctively flee. But now, everything was calm. From the moment the maw opened and pressed down on Shakia to the moment she raised her arm, only a fraction of a second passed. But to Shakia, it felt like an eternity. The fear, anger, and lament in her heart were now completely gone. Shakia simply threw a punch. As for why she did this, her mind was completely blank. Perhaps, in life or death situations, potential truly finds its true value. The punch she threw was ordinary, almost thoughtless, a simple reflex. When this ordinary punch made contact with the 4-legged clan's bloody maw, something unexpected happened. With a muffled thud, the monster, its bloody maw gaping at Shakia, burst like a balloon pricked by a needle. Twisted tentacles and slime sprayed onto the monsters behind it. They seemed stunned, halting for a moment. Shakia, as if waking from a dream, glanced at her hands in confusion. Her fists shone with a dazzling golden light. Her entire body was surging with the ripples of life force. This feeling was similar to when Jinxie borrowed her power to strengthen her. I shouldn't have reached this level myself. How? I haven't done much special training recently, Yet I can unleash such a powerful force. What on earth was going on? Shakia took advantage of the enemy's moment of stunned silence and ran out of the building. She tried her breathing technique again, this time summoning this powerful life force. This feeling was different from before. Could it be due to this strange place? Thanks to this place, Shakia's strength seemed to have been significantly enhanced. She didn't know the reason, but it didn't matter now. She had to fight her way out. This was what Shakia had to do. In the darkness, those four-legged monsters roared again as they charged towards her. It seemed she had to finish off these damn monsters to reach the square. Since she just destroyed one with one punch, these few would be a matter of a few more. Shakia kept thinking back to the feeling she had when she killed the Iksha King, and the instructions Jinxie had given her when she lent her strength. Scanning the surrounding monsters, Shakia took a deep breath, her left hand raised in front of her, her right fist clenched at her waist. Her entire body radiated golden energy. Soul Fusion Sprint. The monster swarmed toward Shakia, and she unleashed her own energy. Li Jiai watched what happened next from the drone in the sky. Shakia's fist, wrapped in a storm of ripple energy, pierced the monster before her, causing it to explode like a balloon. After the explosion, the energy it had injected hadn't yet dissipated, and the impact of the blast swept the two monsters beside it into the ripples. Shakia destroyed 3 monsters with a single blow. But one, seeing the situation was dire, tried to get behind Shakia, but it was ineffective. The ripple energy wrapped around Shakia's hand swung out as she turned, transforming into a golden streak of light. Shakia twisted her feet on the spot and extended her right hand. The ripple energy ball wrapped around her hand suddenly transformed into a beam of energy and shot out, blasting the monster to pieces. Wow! In this space, Shakia felt like she had become Superman. If that's the case, why bother climbing these rubble piles? Wouldn't it be better to just fly over them? Looking at the shattered remains of the monster before her, Shakia turned and looked toward the square. Let's try it first, focusing the ripple energy on her legs. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, and Shakia felt her entire body lighten. Seeing monsters like the one before begin to crawl out of the rubble in the distance, Shakia didn't want to waste time with them. She suddenly leaped forward, just like she long jumped in school. Shakia found herself leaping dozens of meters. Ouch! She always flown inside her mobile suit before, so it felt a bit strange to be doing it herself. But with this leap, leaping over the ruins blocking her path was no problem. And even after landing several dozen meters, she landed steadily, without feeling any significant impact. While still a bit short of flying, it was still impressive. She could just jump all the way to the square. Thinking this way, Shakia leaped again. In this cyberspace, not just Shakia, but everyone else had been significantly strengthened. In front of a ruined cliff, Li Jiai and the other two leaped from a height and landed safely. Without any tools. Wow! I didn't expect it to work. Longxing's chest was still heaving after landing. I didn't expect the character to remain unscathed after jumping from such a height. This is completely different from PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Bruce exclaimed. Even in virtual reality, falling from a certain height in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds can kill you. Of course. This is an antivirus program Dad developed specially. How can we complete the mission if our combat effectiveness is low? Li Jiai seemed accustomed to this. Perhaps she had a hand in developing this software. Don't worry, you two can go all out. This space is designed to weaken the virus and strengthen our targets. It seemed that a mere 12 of them could be used to deal with the families. The level of enhancement was quite high. They all knew how badly the army had suffered in the previous battle against the families. Longxing and Bruce exchanged a glance and nodded. At least for now, it seemed that those small, miscellaneous families wouldn't be able to do anything to the group. They had more than enough combat effectiveness to deal with them. The problem is that big guy. Let's go! Let's find Qinyun first. I mean Sakia. Li Jiai led the two towards the square. Outside, inside the Swager underground base, Xian and the others didn't seem to be having such a smooth journey. Xian led the basic operators, weapons ready, to provide support and check on those in the evacuation area. Since the command center was crucial to the success of this operation, the security forces were largely concentrated there. The security drones surrounding the command tower had been powered down, as they hadn't yet lost control. Currently, due to the suspension of the ferry service, the out-of-control drones couldn't reach the area. Some security forces boarded vehicles and conducted separate reconnaissance missions with Xian and the others. As for the operator living quarters, of course, most of the operators of various types were concentrated there, but they couldn't be mobilized. They could just fend for themselves. The problem lay in the technical department's research institute. Not only were all the members of the UN expert group taking refuge there, but the scientists in the technical department, a core production unit for Schwager, were also there. If there were even a single misstep, Schwager would be completely undone, and they would have no way of explaining themselves to the world. Cheyenne, along with a team of operators led by old K and J, rushed to the Technical Research Institute by car. Chapter 86. The moment they drove into the technical department's research area, Cheyenne and the others felt a chill in their hearts. The technical department itself was where these drones were developed. The number of drones already in operation, combined with those stored in the warehouse, was staggering. As the vehicle carrying Cheyenne and her companions emerged from the underground tunnel and caught sight of the technical department building in the distance, they were met with a barrage of drone fire. So many! Cheyenne piloted Schwager's combat vehicle, demonstrating her exceptional driving skills to dodge aerial attacks. The other operators also saw, through the car window, numerous patrol drones in the sky outside. This familiar was quite clever, having deployed drones to patrol the area. On the one hand, this proved that the defense robots Schwager had originally developed were indeed combat-capable, encompassing both land, sea, and air drones. On the other hand, rescuing these scientists would likely prove much more difficult than anticipated. Thankfully, the hull and glass of the Schwager combat transport vehicle were bulletproof, and the firepower of the aerial reconnaissance drones was insufficient to destroy the vehicle. The clang of bullets hitting the ground echoed in the car. Damn it! We can't die here on the way! Operator K frowned. But Cheyenne needed to get the operators there as quickly as possible, or as close to the research facility as possible. With the reconnaissance drones having spotted the group, more combat robots should be approaching. Even if it meant taking some damage, we had to get as close to the research facility as possible. Hold on tight. As Cheyenne shouted, K and J had already secured themselves securely to their seats with their seatbelts. The combat transport vehicle could accommodate 10 people. Besides the standard 4 seats, the back had 2 rows of seats facing each other, similar to a small troop carrier. K and J had experienced Cheyenne's driving skills before, but the newer operators had no idea what Cheyenne meant by that. Before they could react, they felt a huge thrust, throwing them backwards. Wow! H and F, operators from Team K, clutched the nearby railings tightly to avoid being thrown to the ground. Female drivers are so amazing. J sighed inwardly. But even though Cheyenne was a female driver and the operators teased her, her driving skills were truly impressive. After all, she used to fly fighter jets. Now, Cheyenne floored the accelerator, and the combat vehicle rushed through the crossfire of drones, sprinting along the road in front of the tunnel toward the research institute. Cheyenne! Watch out! Kay suddenly shouted. In fact, even without Kay shouting, Cheyenne could see that a dozen land-based drones had arrived to greet them from the road ahead. These land-based drones resembled small tanks, each a little over a meter tall, and looked very sturdy. But it looked like Cheyenne had no intention of slowing down. Behind these small tanks was the wall that separated the technical department. And the drones were right there at the entrance to the wall. Cheyenne! These drones are very sturdy. Don't just ram into them. Jay was also panicking. You know, these small land-based tanks were incredibly solid, like lumps of iron. No matter how sturdy the Schwager's combat vehicles were, they were still hollow. And they weren't in a Schwager armored personnel carrier. While this vehicle could currently withstand rifle fire, it didn't mean it could withstand the Vulcan cannons and smoothbore guns on the land-based drones. But Cheyenne stared fixedly ahead, ignoring K and J's exclamations. She had her own plans. The land-based drones all zeroed in on the oncoming combat vehicle, their guns trained on it. So you're trying to lock onto me? Cheyenne turned the steering wheel slightly, and the vehicle began to sway from side to side. While the shaking wasn't dramatic, it was enough to extend the drone's lock-on time by a few seconds. Those few seconds were enough for Cheyenne to reach her desired position. She was familiar with the terrain. The distance was rapidly closing, and Cheyenne gradually began to veer off the road, heading towards a small hill beside it. At the same time, the drones locked onto the vehicle and unleashed a barrage of fire. 100 meters, 50 meters. The shells exploded nearby and veered off the road, causing the car to jolt violently, but Cheyenne didn't slow down at all. Could it be? I understand. K.E. by Cheyenne's tactics were already understood, and he could only lean back as hard as he could against the seat back. A barrage of artillery fire followed the car's trajectory, scattering fragments. Cheyenne wasn't frightened by the oncoming hail of bullets and shells, because she had successfully made the car fly. This small mound became Cheyenne's springboard for her and her group to fly over the wall. Everyone suddenly felt weightless, followed by a violent impact upon landing. Thankfully, everyone was holding on tightly to their seats, otherwise the impact would have been life-threatening. The car luckily didn't flip over after landing, but it did crush several small tanks within the wall. A shower of sparks flew, and a puff of smoke billowed from the car. "We're in." The car seemed to have reached its limit after landing and stalled. "Wow. Finally made it in alive." Operator Jay still felt dizzy. "No time to rest. We have to walk the rest of the way." Cheyenne seemed unaffected. Pilot seemed different. The other operators in the car, however, had no special G-force training and groaned. Using the momentum of the landing, Cheyenne finally maneuvered the car behind the wall of a warehouse. The black smoke from the car would also attract the attention of patrol drones. "Let's go! Get your gear." Although they had broken through the drone blockade outside the technical department, the battle had only just begun. Cheyenne and the other operators weren't seriously injured, though they were dazed from the shock. Everyone jumped out of the car from the nearest exit and began heading towards the research institute, where the scientists were taking refuge. The research institute was part of the technical area, and Cheyenne and the others were still some distance from their destination. The situation inside the institute was even worse than expected. Although Director Zhang had initially suggested retreating to the relative safety of the institute, everyone had overlooked one thing. The institute housed many prototype defense robots. These drones had previously been stored there because they hadn't been put to actual use. But this familiar attack had activated all of them. This was an unexpected situation. Even though these prototypes weren't fully armed, they were still far more dangerous than those reconnaissance drones. When Director Zhang and the technical staff, along with the expert team, entered the institute for shelter, the appearance of these prototypes caught everyone off guard. The evacuation group was separated. The out-of-control prototype drones blocked the main approach to the Research Institute's main control room. Minister Zhang had originally intended for everyone to gather there for shelter, but it seemed they now had to find another solution. To avoid unnecessary casualties, Minister Zhang had no choice but to separate everyone. The technical department staff were more familiar with the terrain, and they formed small groups with the expert team members to guide them to a relatively safe location. Chapter 87. Ordinarily, Minister Zhang should have brought Dr. Clark with him, but they were separated by drones. They communicated across a corridor, using their Swagger terminals. Ultimately, they had no choice but to separate and seek refuge. For now, it seems the drones aren't actively searching for the hidden individuals, which is a blessing in disguise. So, Dr. Clark was taken to a break room by Swagger's technical staff. 2 other people were in the break room, that staff member and another member of the expert team. But this situation made all 3 people there quite uneasy. The technical department's power supply wasn't cut off because it housed many important facilities, such as the Qinglin water production plant. A power outage would forcibly halt many of Swagger's research projects, resulting in significant losses. But even that wouldn't stop the massive drone production. In other words, it was too late to cut the power now. The control circuits were already under the control of the families. In other words, some facilities that couldn't be powered off could lose control at any time. This place wasn't as safe as one might imagine. Dr. Clark and 2 others hid in the lounge, fearing the drones outside might spot them through their lights, so they simply turned on a few dim lights. This wasn't going to work. Clark remembered he had a powerful outsider. This might violate Schwager's agreement, but the situation was urgent, so there was no need to worry about that. Clark pulled a button-sized device from his trouser pocket. It was a locator, and also an emergency communication device. This was something Tessa had given him when they were working with the Enterprise. As a key VIP at the Enterprise, they would ensure his safety, and this device was designed for that purpose. "Tessa, I can only count on you now." Clark sent an emergency distress signal through the device, and all that remained was to wait. The wait was excruciating. The 3 of them sat in silence under the dim light, while the intermittent sounds of nearby drones drifted in from outside, approaching and then receding. It was truly terrifying. Suddenly, the 3 Swagger terminals inside the room began vibrating simultaneously. They pulled them out and discovered an emergency message from Minister Zhang. "They're coming! Run!" From Minister Zhang's side came the sounds of gunfire and screams. "Manually close the gate. Stop them." It seemed Minister Zhang had been attacked by a rogue drone. They must have attempted to close a gate and send a warning to the other personnel scattered throughout the facility. Then, there was a chaotic cacophony of voices, and the communication was severed. What happened? Clark looked up at the other 2 people in front of him. They all shared the same expression of shock and fear. Like Clark, cold sweat probably broke out on everyone's forehead. Suddenly, The sound of a large number of prototype drones in action could be heard outside. The three of them instinctively leaned against the wall away from the door, not daring to breathe. Everyone instinctively grabbed something in their hands, ready for anything. Nervously, Clark's eyes searched every corner of the room. Suddenly, he spotted a vent next to the bed in the lounge. It was just wide enough for an adult to fit through. The drones suddenly stopped their aimless patrols and went into search mode. It seemed they had been provoked. If it was an outsider intrusion, Clark hoped it was coming to rescue them. Perhaps Tessa, perhaps someone from Swager's group. But now they needed to do something, because the lounge door was already being pounded on. Hurry, hurry! Clark and two others were frantically unscrewing the vent screws. Luckily, the screwdriver was on its owner's desk in the lounge. It seemed the drones had already located someone in the room, and after discovering the door was locked, they began to break it down. Thankfully, some of the doors in the technical department's lounges were very sturdy, not ordinary household doors, but more like ship hatches. They could even withstand machine gun fire. The prototype drones here weren't equipped with heavy weaponry, so breaking in would probably take some effort. Zizizi! The door lock suddenly turned red, as if the guys outside were using intense heat to melt it. Damn! These things have so many functions. Why did you design them so well? Clark frantically removed the vent mesh, crying to the technical staff. Thankfully, with everyone working together, the safety net was removed in less than 2 minutes, and everyone, one by one, entered the vent. Just as Clark was the last one to enter, he heard the sharp crack of metal from the lounge door. The three climbed at breakneck speed, fueled by adrenaline. The sound of the hatch opening could be heard behind them. If they had been even a minute or two slower, they would all have been dead. Run! That was the only thought on the three's minds. Led by a Schwager technical staff member familiar with the facility's terrain, they crawled as far away from their previous position as possible. After advancing through the ventilation duct for a while, they finally came upon an exit that opened downwards. This seemed to be the end. The Schwager staff member in the lead looked down. The height seemed suitable, and there were no drones operating nearby. He gestured to the two behind them to exit through this point. After using their pliers to break the mesh, the three of them effortlessly leaped to the ground below. This seemed to be an exit relatively close to the outdoors, and they could see the light outside not far away. And as the clumsy trio slowly descended, no drones appeared to search for them. They probably felt safe after all. The three of them quietly walked to the window overlooking the training grounds. Trum remained kneeling on one knee. Around it, a swarm of drones seemed to be gathering. God knows what they were up to. This was the first floor. The three of them hid by the window, only their eyes peeked out. Strange, those prototypes don't seem to be participating in the assembly. The Schwager researcher knew which were prototypes, and which were production units. What are they gathering for? Another member of the expert team wondered. I have a bad feeling. Clark gritted his teeth. After being reprogrammed, these drones assembled like an army. There's a high chance they're going to attack the Schwager control tower. It's said that the former deputy director of Schwager's technology department arrived to provide support and mitigate the cyber attack. Since the cyber attack isn't working, it seems they're going to resort to real weapons. If this is all the work of the Familia, their intelligence is evident. They're not just monsters. This isn't good. Judging by the current situation, escaping might be even worse. Suddenly, a fleet of drones passed outside the room where the three were hiding. As if they had spotted an intruder, they ignored them and rushed straight ahead. This place probably won't be safe for long. The three of them need to find another hiding place. Caracla. Suddenly, the sound of machinery whirred from behind them. It was a prototype. Chapter 88. Run! It's this thing. Looking back, the researcher cried out, this quadrupedal model is the successor to the small tank. Even as a prototype, unarmed, it packs a powerful punch. This model was originally designed to defend against invasions by the families. The researcher quickly explained to Clark and the others. Before the three of them, the machine unleashed its glowing orange-red high-heat blade. Forget explaining? Where are we going? Clark and another expert panicked as they watched the approaching prototype drone. Unfortunately, this thing didn't give Clark and the others time to discuss their plans. The four legs suddenly sprang forward, and the high-heat blade slashed down at the three of them. Even scientists who rarely exercise can unleash incredible strength in life-or-death situations. In desperation, Clark and the other two rolled to the side, leaving a deep scratch on the ground. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Clark stood up and looked at the superheated blade embedded in the ground. Clark and the other two rolled to either side of the robot. The robot's single, glowing red electronic eye darted left and right, as if trying to determine which side to attack first. Finally, the robot chose the two men. Because the expert scientist was the older of the two, he would be a more effective target. It quickly raised its blade again. Wow! The two men, who had just stood up, were too late to dodge the incoming superheated blade. With a loud clang, the out-of-control robot was knocked sideways by the blow, forced to plunge its raised, heated blade into the ground to support itself. It was Clark. He was panting with sweat, holding a fire extinguisher. Just now, Clark had taken the fire extinguisher from the room and smashed it against the out-of-control robot, saving the researcher and another expert. Dr. Clark. You? The two men on the other side were stunned, not expecting Clark, a seemingly powerless scientist, to act like this. Don't underestimate scientists. Clark, holding the fire extinguisher, spoke forcefully, but he was slowly backing away. Behind Clark, a half-open window led outside. What are you standing there for? Run! Find the main force. The robot stood up, seemingly ignoring Clark, and continued to advance on the other two. Dang, another bang. Clark, who didn't know where he got the courage from today, was serious about saving the two. Run! I'm the leader of the expert team, after all. I'm here to protect the lives of my team. Clark shouted, pounding the robot several times, causing it to temporarily stop moving. Dr. Clark. Take care of yourself. Without further delay, the researcher understood Clark's resolve. He pulled the terrified expert up and ran towards the door the drone had opened earlier. The drone's single eye flashed red. Due to Clark's obstruction, the kill mission had failed. Now Clark was the top priority. With a clang, the fire extinguisher Clark had raised high and was about to bring down was sliced in half. Ouch! The split gas cylinder exploded with a bang, sending Clark reeling and tumbling against the window. The powder from the dry powder extinguisher exploded, sending dust everywhere in the room. The robot was probably about to pounce, its high-heat blade raised, but Clark's lips curled slightly. He quickly scrambled to his feet, rolled over, and leaped out the window, out the door. This is my escape route. Who would have thought? Clark used the momentum to escape through the window, secretly delighted. While the powder was still floating, it should be able to temporarily obstruct the robot's observation equipment. That way, he could escape safely. Unfortunately, this was the dry powder from the fire extinguisher, an inert substance. Otherwise, with the help of this guy's high-heat blade, he could have given it a taste of its power with a dust explosion. As the saying goes, knowledge is power. Clark took off running, but after only a few steps, his legs gave out. Oh my god! I was so nervous just now, I used too much energy in one go. Thinking to himself, Clark felt like he was almost out of breath. He secretly resolved that as long as he could survive, he would start working out tomorrow. What a timely move. With a loud clang, the unmanned prototype, its single eye flashing red, crashed through the window and burst out. Not a savior, huh? Clark, whose legs had slowed him down, was struggling to evade this guy's pursuit. And he had nothing in his hands. The nearest building entrance was still dozens of meters away. Perhaps there was a chance of survival if he could get there, but he didn't have the strength right now. It's cold. Clark sighed. Though he was still struggling to drag his weak legs toward the nearest door, his speed wasn't much faster than a normal walk. It seemed the pursuing robot wasn't about to pounce and kill Clark immediately. It slowed down and followed him. What was going on? But there was no time to worry about that now. No matter how slim the chance of survival was, Clark had to seize it. Who told him to just desperately protect the others? 10 meters to go, 5 meters, Clark gasped desperately, stepping closer to the door. With a click, the door in front of Clark opened. Another identical robot emerged. Clark froze in his tracks. Could it be that the robot behind him had already known its prey was doomed? It was all over. Clark knelt helplessly. The two robots in front and behind Clark simultaneously unveiled their high-heat blades. Clark knelt on the ground with his head bowed, his eyes closed, wishing only for a quick death. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle approached at breakneck speed. With his eyes closed, he could only hear the crescendo of the noise, followed by a loud clang of metal clashing behind him. He instinctively opened his eyes and looked back in confusion. It was Tessa. Tessa, armed with a long sword at her waist and wearing a formidable black coat, rode a special motorcycle and slammed head-on into the robot behind Clark. The immense force of the impact instantly snapped the murderous drone in two. Tessa's motorcycle, however, remained unscathed, a clear sign of its unique character. Bang! Snap! The inertia of the collision sent the two robot fragments crashing into the wall of a nearby building, sending debris and sparks flying. Tessa supported herself on one foot, applied the brakes, and spun the motorcycle around on the ground, stopping. "Get down!" Before Dr. Clark could react, Tessa shouted and leaped from her motorcycle. She leaped over the crouching Clark and drew the long sword from her waist. Using gravity's acceleration, she landed, slicing the robot in front of Clark in two. Tessa remained on one knee, the long sword in her hand emitting a strange glow, seemingly similar to the high-vibration dagger equipped by Trum. The robot, split in half, left a few red-hot marks on its edges, sparking with electric sparks. Then the two halves fell to the ground. Chapter 89. Tessa. You? Clark gasped for air as he watched the woman make her dramatic entrance. This was partly due to the nervousness of having narrowly escaped death, and partly due to surprise at Tessa's current attire. She wore a black windbreaker, and beneath it, a tight-fitting gray and black combat uniform. The uniform also featured a tactical belt, magazine well, and pistol holster. It was a stark contrast to the hooded robes and casual attire she usually wore. It was a close call. Tessa sheathed her high-vibration longsword and strolled toward Clark, blade in hand. Behind her was a robot, sparking and reduced to scrap metal. "That's unexpected. Hee hee. I didn't know you were such a skilled fighter." Clark smiled wryly and tried to stand. He'd been so nervous just now that his muscles hadn't responded. Tessa came over and helped him up, finally standing fully. Clark gradually relaxed, a smile breaking through his lips. "I didn't expect you actually be the one to personally lead the fight. I was wondering how Enterprise would guarantee my safety." Tessa wasn't surprised by Clark's surprise, as this was the first time she stepped in to protect this VIP. "I'm sorry, but hiring a whole army is too expensive. I'd be your assistant, and I also be your bodyguard. Enterprise has anticipated that you might be caught up in a familiar attack." Tessa smiled, but she didn't let her guard down. She glanced at the drones gathering in the distance, seemingly unaware of the battle. "Family? This familiar attack was just announced to us by Director Schwagshin." "How did you know that?" Clark was puzzled. "Did the Enterprise really know everything? And how did you get in?" Clark peppered him with questions, prompting Tessa to roll her eyes. She pulled Clark against the wall and peered outside to confirm there were no pursuers. "It's a complete mess here. Even the security devices are down. That's why I was able to get in unimpeded. Don't think your tracker was in vain." Tessa was referring to the little device Clark had used to contact her. "And?" Tessa pressed Clark's sheath against his chest and pushed him against the wall. "Knowing too much about the Enterprise isn't good for you. All I can say is, it knows more than you think." Her expression was unusually serious. "Uh-huh. Okay, I get it." Dr. Clark chuckled and raised his hands. "Anyway, if anything happens to you, this VIP, our business won't work, and I'd be deeply troubled. So you must escape with me now." "Back the way we came?" Clark pointed at the reconnaissance drone circling overhead. "These little critters can't stop me. My priority is your safety." Tessa wasn't afraid of them. She had fought her way through a wave of drones on her way in. "I understand. I can leave, but given the current situation, what about the control tower? And Sakia and the others are still trapped." Clark sighed and pointed his thumb in the direction of the tunnel leading to the control tower. "This familiar is using cyber attacks. Trum is completely useless. It seems like a cyber confrontation is going on in the control tower right now. My expert team members are trapped. If you let me go alone, I won't be able to explain this to the UN." Tessa also realized this was a problem. It seemed that this time, Clark couldn't just be recovered alone. Sheathing her knife, Tessa hung it back on her waist. "Besides, Director Cheen said the familiar are going after the root cube. It's sealed deep beneath the control tower. We have to do something, Tessa. Otherwise, it's all over." Smack! Clark was struck on the head by Tessa's scabbard. "Stop adding to my workload." Although Tessa was Clark's bodyguard, she was still as tough as ever when it came to her VIPs. "Is there ever a client you treat like that?" Clark covered his head with his hands, unable to laugh or cry. "Additional services will cost extra. I have to use my own salary to supplement them." "Well, I just pay for it." Clark was a kind-hearted man. He genuinely wanted to help Swagger out of this crisis. Tessa also had a look of confusion. This was far more troublesome than she imagined. What are these Swaggers doing? They were nearly wiped out, and now they're working on cybersecurity? Sighing, her chin resting on her hand, Tessa seemed to be contemplating a solution to this situation. She subconsciously glanced at Trum, who was kneeling on one knee in the distance, his computer down. Her red eyes darted left and right, Then she began pacing in front of Clark. Before leaving, she had received a communication from her superior. Tessa had also been affected by the citywide internet outage last night. Like Clark, she hadn't taken it seriously at first, not realizing it was a citywide issue. Until this morning, she saw citizens of New Spring and Autumn City discussing the incident on social media in her country. Feeling suspicious, she mentioned this seemingly mundane incident in her routine report to her superiors. The response from her superiors was unexpected. This incident could be a sign of the appearance of a familiar. Furthermore, Tessa had been given information on the familiar that could cause this situation. Is this really unrelated to the Enterprise? Seeing the information, Tessa couldn't help but interject. But her superiors replied that it was impossible. This was a native familiar. Given this situation, Tessa had no choice but to act. If anything happened to the VIP, the Enterprise's plan would be ruined. Just as Tessa was contemplating how to contact Clark, she received his SOS. Clark's tracker was tracking his location in real time, so Tessa knew the closest route he usually took to enter the Swagger structure. The equipment Tessa brought from the Enterprise finally came in handy, though not being able to use it was the best outcome. She even had her motorcycle ready in the basement parking lot, covered with a seemingly ordinary tarpaulin. Exiting through the main entrance fully equipped would be too conspicuous, so Tessa, after ensuring no one was watching, jumped out of the second-floor window. That was also the closest point to the parking lot. She removed the cover, mounted her motorcycle, and sped off towards Clark's location. Arriving at the secret underground entrance to Swagger's location, Tessa, expecting it would take some time to decrypt the security system, discovered that the security alarms were completely inoperative. It looked like the worst-case scenario she anticipated had already occurred. Her superior's orders prioritized rescuing Clark, but there was one exception. If the families had any chance of seizing the Origin Cube, they must be stopped first. The Origin Cube was a higher priority target than Clark. Furthermore, that object lay beneath Swagger's command tower. If Swagger's command tower were destroyed, and the Origin Cube were taken, it would be an unacceptable outcome for the Enterprise. Chapter 90. There's no other way. We have to go to the control tower. Isn't it safe there for now? I feel more at ease. But what if you get discovered? Clark was a little worried. After all, Tessa's plan was considered an intrusion into a military facility. I drop you off there, and you can run a bit on your own. I have other things to do. After hearing Tessa's plan, Clark nodded. It was indeed a more reliable approach. Why don't you just go back after you drop me off? Clark still had questions. But Tessa didn't seem ready to tell him everything. I told you, I have something else to do. A distant explosion interrupted their conversation. What? Shh. Maybe Swagger's men are coming. Tessa pulled Clark into a corner and half-peeked in the direction of the sound. She saw a column of black smoke rising in the distance, and then several people ran between buildings, seemingly hiding themselves as they approached the building where they were. It looked like someone else had arrived to rescue the scientists. The drones gathered in the square were also drawn to the explosion and moved in its direction. Tessa immediately mounted her motorcycle, started the engine, and nodded to Clark, signaling him to get on board. Let's go! If not now, when will we go? Okay. While the robots in this area were distracted, they quickly broke through the encirclement. The connecting tunnel is over there. I lead the way. Following Clark's pointed finger, Tessa hit the accelerator several times. Hold on tight. The motorcycle crashed through the Research Institute's fence and sped away. At the Swarovski Command Center, where the two were about to head, the battle against the virus-infected familiar mage-eating ghosts continued. The three-person team of Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce was steadily approaching the location just detected by the drone. There, they spotted someone who looked like Sakia. However, the journey wasn't smooth either. Swarms of four-legged familiar kept emerging from the cracks in the ruins. If Li Jiai hadn't had the awareness of a professional team and remained vigilant, Bruce and Longsheng would have been trapped. These guys are too formidable. How did they suddenly become so numerous? Longsheng had already finished a magazine. Fortunately, with the support of Li Jiai's father during this phase, they still had enough ammunition. Compared to before, there are obviously more. When did we stir up a hornet's nest? Bruce also felt that the speed of the newcomers had slowed down considerably. Li Jiai, dual-gunned, actively covered Bruce and Longsheng as they led the way, emptying magazine after magazine. This proves there's something up ahead worth attacking. Li Jiai's father, Old Li, spoke over the voice channel. Old Li, the director, and others were monitoring their battle situation from the command room and communicating with them. That's right, Dad. Something powerful enough to rally them in such large numbers. I contacted the other two teams. The pressure there seemed to have eased somewhat. Apparently, these creatures had gathered from elsewhere. These four-legged hordes, rampaging like an endless stream of soldiers, were probably the army carrying out this cyber attack. Eliminating these things would indeed slow the erosion of the Swagger system, but it wouldn't fundamentally defeat the enemy. That thing in the sky was probably the real thing. But for now, they were helpless against the giant in the sky. After a bloody battle, the three finally broke through the encirclement and reached the square they had seen earlier. This area was surrounded by the ruins of high-rise buildings, but traces of the former green belt could still be seen, and the remains of many large robots were still visible at the edge of the square. Finally, some peace and quiet. Bruce sighed, resting his machine gun on the ground and catching his breath. Don't let your guard down. These guys are elusive. Even though we're not in this space, if we lose our lives, the firewall will be severely damaged. Li Jiai, noticing Bruce's eagerness to sit down and rest, warned him. Hey, look, there are a lot of destroyed robots over there. Longsheng, as expected, had sharp eyes and spotted the wreckage at a glance. I see, what? Bruce looked up. Do you think it looks a bit like Trum? Longsheng, a science fiction fan since childhood, naturally had a deep impression of robots, not to mention the fact that he once ridden one. Bruce hadn't observed it closely. He and Li Jiai exchanged a glance. Maybe. In fact, Li Jiai hadn't observed the Trum closely either. It seemed that Longsheng was the only one of the three who had ever come into close contact with the machine. Longsheng unconsciously approached the wreckage, wanting to examine it more closely. Hey, don't run around alone. Li Jiai reached out to stop him. Well, I just go check it out. It's not far anyway. Longsheng ignored Jiai's words. I got it, it's worth checking out. Li Jiai's father, in fact, agreed with Longsheng. Since that was the case, Longsheng quickly approached the wreckage and began to examine it. These robots, similar to Trum, lay broken and sprawled at the edge of the square. It seemed as if they had used their bodies as shields before being destroyed. Their cockpits were open, suggesting the pilots had fled. A closer look revealed a variety of equipment. Some were equipped with guns, others with broadswords, others with lances, and still others with shields and one-handed swords. They must have belonged to a particular unit, as a crest resembling a team crest could be discerned on the shoulders of some of the wreckage. Thinking back to the Trum piloted by Sakia that Schwager had saved, he didn't see any primary weaponry. In his precious experience aboard, he only seen Sakia fight mostly with bare hands. But the strength Sakia displayed at the time wasn't necessarily any less powerful unarmed than with weapons, even if she was aided by an outsider. If a machine similar to the Trum appeared here, then what exactly was this space like? Longsheng couldn't help but ponder this. This was an intriguing phenomenon, to the point of ignoring the danger around him. Zhou Longsheng. Be careful. Li Jiai shouted from behind him, and a volley of bullets unleashed itself at Longsheng's head. Oh my god! Longsheng quickly crouched down, just as a slain four-legged kin fell from above him, landing right in front of him. Looking up, he backed away in terror. A bunch of enemies had suddenly appeared on top of the wreckage. Damn it! Get over here. Prepare to fight. Bruce also raised his machine gun, because now it wasn't just the wreckage in front of Longsheng that was swarming with enemies. They were gathering from nowhere around the square. The enemy numbers outnumbered all the others along the way, and they were still growing. Hold your formation. Stand back to back. Li Jiai watched the monsters closing in on her. She knew only by maintaining a calm command could she seize her chance. Before she finished speaking, the surrounding enemies lunged forward. The three men's guns unleashed a fierce fire, but could they hold their own against such a siege? Li Jiai was unsure. This ambush was a sure thing. She had been careless. Suddenly, a golden light shone from above them, illuminating their figures. Chapter 91. A massive golden ball of energy crashed down in front of Li Jiai's three-man team. Then, there was a resounding explosion. The blast sent the three men crashing to the ground, and the surrounding enemies were also stopped in their tracks. What the hell? The blast dissipated, and Li Jiai climbed to her feet, looking up at the source of the blast. As the smoke and dust from the explosion slowly dissipated, a familiar figure appeared before her. Her long hair, lifted by the blast, gradually fell back down. It was Shakia. Holy shit! What happened? Zhou Longsheng looked at Shakia in the distance, who landed on her right knee, her right fist planted on the ground, in a classic superhero landing stance. The impact had cracked a large area of the square beneath Shakia's feet. Cracks radiated in a circular pattern for dozens of meters, and the enemies in that direction were blasted to ash. It's really her. When did she become so powerful? Bruce excitedly jumped to his feet upon seeing this. According to Li Jiai, what the drone had observed was true. Shakia was truly fighting those four-legged wolf-like followers single-handedly. Shakia turned around, her expression no less surprised than the three others. I heard gunfire. I didn't expect it was you. Shakia was still completely bewildered. Suddenly waking up in the ruins, suddenly arriving on such a strange battlefield, suddenly experiencing a surge of strength, and finally, suddenly encountering her friends again. And, Li Jiai, how did you? Faced with Shakia's confusion, Li Jiai reached out to prevent a potentially lengthy speech. Qi Myun. No, I call you Shakia. Now's not the time to talk. What's going on? Li Jiai pulled out a grenade and hurled it toward Shakia. With a resounding explosion, a nearby monster, attempting a sneak attack from a crevice in the ruins, was blasted to death in the rubble. We talk later, once we're safe. Shakia tilted her head back, mouth unsure of how to respond. The situation seemed to be moving too fast. Calling out my name. Means you. Suddenly, a ball of golden energy erupted from Shakia's right arm, and she swung it towards the three of them. Shakia stretched her arm out, and the energy she flung out transformed into a beam of light, shooting out in the direction of her arm. Ah! Longxing instinctively lifted his head and crouched, but only then did he realize that Shakia's beam had reached above their heads. Bang! The several followers that pounced again from behind were incinerated. Bruce and Longsheng exchanged a glance, then turned back to look at the smoldering minions falling from the sky behind them. Amazing! When did she become Captain Marvel? Bruce exclaimed. Shakia now felt like a character from a superhero movie. However, now that they themselves had become super soldiers with guns in this program space, it didn't seem surprising that Shakia, who already had special abilities, had been enhanced to this degree. Li Jiai and Shakia exchanged a smile. It seemed like now was not the right time to talk. All we have to do now is break through. Let's go! There's a breach over there. Alright. Just like when they used to play games together, Li Jiai naturally became the team leader. The news that Li Jiai's team had reunited with Shakia also reached Old Li, Jingxi, and the others who were monitoring from outside. Shakia's power has been enhanced to this extent. Old Li, what on earth have you done? Jingxi saw that Shakia could actually emit rays, concentrating energy into explosions. Her combat power was countless times greater than when she had seen her before. Furthermore, this form felt familiar to Jingxi, reminding him of his own lost spirit. Master Jingxi, don't you see Jiai and the others have also been enhanced? This antivirus program will enhance its participants to the maximum value predicted by the program, so there's nothing surprising about that. Is that so? You're quite impressive. But I'm curious why Sakia is here. Didn't she say she was trapped in Trum? Well, I guess I just have to ask her directly. The director was also puzzled and could only speculate on what the scientists at the institute had done. With Sakia's powerful combat prowess leading the way, and Li Jiai's superb command, the four of them joined forces, and these minions were powerless to stop them. They broke through the encirclement in one fell swoop, moving towards the remaining intact area. Okay, at this distance, we're good enough to exchange intelligence. Li Jiai pulled up the mini-map, which showed no enemy activity. During the battle, they had been keeping drones aloft to observe the enemy's situation. The four of them now arrived at a small alley, their surroundings completely clear. Li Jiai also instructed the other two teams to rendezvous, telling them to wait there for a while. Let's cut to the chase. I just want to know why you're here. And where exactly is this place? Shakia leaned against the wall, her hands folded across her chest, and directly addressed her questions. She seemed genuinely clueless. Li Jiai pondered for a moment, formulating her words. Li Jiai described Swager's cyber attack by the virus-type families, as well as Lao Li's antivirus program, as briefly as possible to Shakia. Shakia's reunion with the antivirus team in cyberspace undoubtedly made the operation much smoother. Outside, the people were also making their own efforts. The team of operators led by Cheyenne and Lao K entered the Research Institute's area. Upon entering, they discovered that the out-of-control drones, controlled by the families, seemed to be gathering and plotting something in an organized manner. If nothing unexpected happened, their target was to storm the Swager Control Tower. A two-pronged attack, both cyber and physical, showed that this familiar had put a lot of thought into this. Cheyenne's team's mission prioritized rescuing the technical staff and the UN expert team. However, allowing such a large wave of drones to descend upon the control tower would be a disastrous situation. Even if they rescued the technical staff, they would have nowhere else to go. Desperately, Cheyenne and her team infiltrated the research building, observing from a hidden location while contacting the director for further instructions. "How's it going, Cheyenne?" "What did the director say?" Operator J frowned at Cheyenne, doubting he'd get any good news even if he asked. "That's not the problem." Cheyenne slapped the Swagger terminal in her hand in frustration. "I can't get through to the control tower." Cheyenne's expression was frozen, revealing she was deeply shaken. In this situation, either the control tower had already been compromised, or the communication channel had simply been blacked out. Under the current circumstances, Cheyenne preferred the latter. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Though she tried to calm herself and avoid showing her nervousness, the experienced K still noticed. "Miss Cheyenne." Old K walked up behind Cheyenne, who had her back to him, staring outside, and patted her shoulder. If the control tower had already been compromised, then the assembled drone army should have disbanded immediately. K's words made Cheyenne turn around. "Look, those robots are still assembling. Don't worry, the control tower will be fine." Old K was right. Hearing this, Cheyenne breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, K." Chapter 92. Shakia's only feeling now was a headache. In cyberspace, after Li Jiayi briefly explained the current situation, Shakia held her forehead and remained silent. The reason she was trapped was actually an attack by her families, and compared to the usual giant monsters that appeared at every turn, this type of attack, stealthily wreaking havoc through the internet, was even more terrifying. Not only that, while she was trapped in Trum, such a major incident had occurred outside. What surprises me most is, Li Jiayi, you're actually related to Schwager. Shakia felt that the fact that the timid little boy Zhou Longsheng and the hot-blooded Bruce were from Schwager families was enough to surprise her. As her first true friend in this world, Li Jiayi was also one of them. Is this fate, or was it the director's deliberate arrangement? This girl, who seemed a little shy in class, spoke a little fluently, and had a certain air of power, had stepped forward to save her in a dangerous moment. From that moment on, Shakia sensed a strength and courage beyond her outward appearance. Playing games with her, she felt even more strongly that she possessed a leadership quality she hadn't felt at school. Especially after learning she was a professional sports player. Thankfully, the legs she sacrificed saving others didn't hinder her from utilizing her strengths. And now, she appeared before Shakia as the captain of the team fighting against the families. "It's natural for you to be so surprised. I'm the one who should apologize." Li Jiayi apologized not only to Shakia, but also to the other two. "Hey, it's just the same." Bruce smiled heartily. "After all, there's that confidentiality agreement, right?" Li Jiayi nodded. "Because of that confidentiality agreement, I didn't know Bruce and Longsheng knew about Swagger. I apologize for keeping it a secret for so long. Actually, I ran into your father last time." Shakia recalled eating ramen that day in the shopping street. As expected, there was more to old Li's profound words. Shakia wasn't a pushover, of course she remembered. "Well, my dad told me when he got home." Shakia sighed. "It seems like your father has never kept anything from you. When did you find out about Swagger?" "From the very beginning." This was a surprising answer, and Shakia's eyes widened. But Longsheng and the other man beside them didn't seem to react. Perhaps he had already told them. "Since I was little, I watched my father and his team build Swagger. He taught me a lot. Of course, that didn't include how to interact with my classmates." Li Jiayi walked over to Shakia, intending to answer her questions as best she could while they had time. "So you sometimes seem strange." "I get it. Sometimes, geniuses often seem out of place to ordinary people," and Shakia understood. "One last question. Were you sent by Swagger to approach me from the beginning?" Li Jiayi knew Shakia would ask this question, even if it was a bit difficult to answer. It may seem a bit hindsight now. But our meeting was definitely not a plot orchestrated by Swagger. Li Jiayi was a little worried that Shakia would think she was being too scheming, or that she had misunderstood Shiva's situation. As she said this, her cheeks flushed, and she took a step back, seemingly summoning a great deal of courage. "It's okay, I just thought it was a coincidence." From her interactions with Li Jiayi, Shakia knew she wasn't the cunning type, and the three people before her were all so young, making it difficult for her to create any complications. "Actually, I had no idea at first that you were the executor dad, and the others were looking for. I saved you because I wanted to protect my friends." Li Jiayi continued hurriedly, her previous commanding captain demeanor seemingly gone. "I only heard about you later from Dad. So don't misunderstand." Okay, I get it. We focus on this operation now, Captain Li Jiayi." Shakia smiled faintly, and Li Jiayi across from her felt the same way. The trust and reliance that had blossomed between them in school hadn't wavered. Even with school closed for so long, they hadn't spent as much time together as they did. After explaining Li Jiayi's situation, the other two teams should be arriving soon. At this moment, Li Jiayi's communication line rang. It was Master Jinxi. Master Jinxi seems to have something to say to you. Li Jiayi had her character hand the communication device to Shakia, so that Shakia could contact the outside world. Master Jinxi? You mean? Shakia had heard Li Jiayi's account before, and also learned that Master Jinxi had sent her father to the Swagger command tower. Shakia, Jiayi has already told you everything. I won't elaborate. Jinx's speech was rare, but it didn't go into a long speech, which actually relieved Shakia. I just say one thing. You must have noticed your powers have been enhanced. Yes, yes. Do you know what this is? Jinxi told her about the online program space. Oh, I see. I was shocked at first. After understanding that this was the function of the program space, Shakia breathed a sigh of relief. On the one hand, she was nervous and surprised by this unexplained power, and on the other, she felt a little disappointed to learn that it was only a temporary enhancement. Take this opportunity to fully experience this power. The power you're using now is very close to the power of the Jeep that my master possessed back then. Is this the power of the Jeep? Shakia remembered how she could leap so high, crush an enemy with a single punch, and even radiate energy. Indeed, it felt almost as powerful as Jinxi had once before her. This was similar to the wave technique, but it was inherently a power of a completely different dimension. Although I'm a bit puzzled by the fact that, since you're the executor, why don't you have your own superpowers? Well, we discussed that later. Jinxi couldn't help but air this question. In short, this is the result of the system's ability to maximize your potential, proving you're quite talented. Make good use of it, and make it the key to victory in this battle. Shakia truly received Jinxi's encouragement. Awakening in this strange dimension, meeting companions is the best thing ever. Fighting alongside them, supporting each other, is incredibly reassuring. Okay, Master Jinxi. Shakia replied firmly. Be careful, and avoid arrogance and impatience. Jinxi completed her instructions, and told Shakia to return the communicator to Li Jiayi. At that moment, Long Sheng and Bruce, standing before Shakia, also waved in a certain direction. Looking in the direction they were facing, a group of people appeared on the ruined street outside the alley. They were wearing similar equipment to Li Jiayi and her group, so they must be the other two teams that came to join them. Chapter 93. In cyberspace, Li Jiayi's antivirus team has successfully reunited. They will head towards the area protected by a protective shield in the distance. That direction is the defense system of the Swagger control tower. Eliminating the enemies attacking the system there will buy everyone enough time. However, if the behemoth flying in the sky is the real body, it will be a bit tricky. If there are clues there that can kill the thing in the sky, it would be even better. A tough battle may still await them. At the Swagger Research Institute, Cheyenne decided to take action. Letting these drones continue to gather is too dangerous. The number of drones deployed in other areas is relatively small, and the security forces can still fight, but the number here is too large. If these guys get close to the control tower, it will be a disaster. First, find the experts, who have taken refuge in the technical department, and see if they can stop the drones. This is the priority determined after discussing with the operators. At this moment, Cheyenne and her operators were infiltrating the research facility previously reported. Dozens of out-of-control combat robot prototypes roamed the area. These robots, products of the latest technology, were significantly more powerful than those outside. They moved on two legs, moving like birds. Their bionic legs gave them agility and stealth unmatched by mass-produced drones. Thankfully, unlike the UN expert team that had fled in panic, Cheyenne and her operators were fully aware of the combat capabilities of these prototypes and had participated in collecting their combat data. Thus, they had already brought along the appropriate weapons when they set out. While a fully fired composite rifle could destroy a prototype robot with a single shot, they were expensive weapons, so they were best avoided if possible. So, when Ziyuan encountered two prototypes patrolling at an intersection, she rewarded them with an EMP grenade. EMP grenades are non-lethal weapons used by Swagger for electronic jamming. They disable electronic devices, such as drones and cameras, within the grenade's blast radius for a limited time. They are commonly carried by espionage operators, and other combat units, such as combat operators and basic operators, can also receive them as needed. Unexpectedly, this weapon would be used in their own homes. The Swagger terminals in the operator's hands can independently locate the location of their companions' terminals without relying on the internet. This allows them to operate with peace of mind even when disconnected from the Swagger system. Furthermore, since Director Zhang of the technical department and other logistics technicians each possess one of these terminals, the operator's search and rescue operations were significantly simplified. Quickly, Ziyuan and the operators determined the scattered locations of the rescue targets based on the display on the Swagger terminals. To save time, Cheyenne and her team decided to split up. As long as they could avoid or disable the robots, they'd be fine. The terrain here is at the terminal. Everyone, divide up according to your agreed-upon groups and rescue your targets. Remember, don't force yourself against these robots. Understood, Old K. Operator J gave his senior a trusting look. It's no big deal. This isn't the first time our team has dealt with something like this. The other operators nodded easily in response. The team of operators led by Old K was indeed highly efficient. They had already discussed their plan during the infiltration. Cheyenne couldn't match K, a veteran, in terms of on-site operational command. Cheyenne was aware of this, and although she could sometimes be swayed by her emotions, she intended to follow K's lead regarding her actions after the infiltration. The operators of Team K each headed their own way, and K and Cheyenne were assigned to the same group. Let's go! Aren't the captain and the others waiting for us? Thank you, K. Cheyenne had indeed felt a moment of despair, but Old K pulled her back from her hesitation. As the saying goes, Old Ginger is always the wisest. Old K's hair was already gray, but as a true veteran, Cheyenne still respected him greatly. You're welcome. We complete the mission perfectly, and everything will be fine. The words were blunt but true, and Cheyenne began to laugh at her own hesitation. K was right. A soldier's duty is to complete the mission. No matter how difficult the situation, that's all they need to focus on. Minister Zhang led several scientists from the expert team, along with the staff who had previously participated in the testing, into the central research lab for shelter. Most of the technical department staff also gathered here. This was also where Minister Zhang met the expert team members on their first day. This lab had the largest space and the strongest security measures. When the minister and his team arrived here, with the people evacuated from the experimental hangar, several staff members used themselves as bait to lure away the prototypes controlled by the familiar, to ensure a smooth entry for him and the majority of the group. Although the minister and his men were now saved, it was only at the expense of their own men. I wonder if the few who had previously distracted the drones managed to escape. Outside the heavy, isolated door of the laboratory, the cutting sounds of the robot's tools could still be heard, attempting to break them down. The piercing sound of cutting rattled everyone's nerves, and they stared at each other nervously, helpless. The cutting sounds echoed throughout the laboratory, but no one spoke, even though there were dozens of people there. Minister Zhang glanced at the dozens of people present, all of whom were in despair. Only the young man whom Minister Zhang had previously entrusted was operating the equipment. How's it going? What's the situation? Can you still connect to the drone's main control computer? Minister Zhang walked over and spoke to the researcher in a calm voice. Swagger's current drones are controlled by dedicated servers in each area, located in a dedicated computer room. Normally, these controls could be controlled from the laboratory's various devices, but that was no longer working. Hey, Director, 70% of the technical department systems are now in enemy hands. The drone control computers are no longer under our control. I can't shut them down no matter what. Oh, what should we do? The drones outside were threatening to kill the people inside, and it was impossible to send anyone out to manually shut them down. If the drone control computers in the technical area could be shut down, at least they could be forced to shut down, saving a major headache. After all, this is the factory where they are produced, and the largest number of them. At first, it was fine, but now communication with the outside world has been completely severed. It seems the families are gaining more and more control. Suddenly, the sound of robots cutting through the isolation door stopped. Not only that, but there was also a dull sound of someone falling to the ground. This made everyone, who had been driven to despair by the piercing sound and believed they were about to die, feel as if they had suddenly been freed. Everyone in the laboratory stood up at once. Everyone inside is all right? I'm K from the Swagger Basic Operator Team, here to rescue you. Someone operated the video communicator outside the door, and an excited voice and face came through. It's help. The technical staff and expert team members inside cheered. We destroyed the drone outside, requesting the gates be temporarily opened. You're finally here. Director Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. The gates opened, and Operator K and the entire team appeared before Director Zhang, along with Cheyenne and a few researchers and expert team members who had been rescued by the various operators and were scattered throughout the building. Seeing this, Director Zhang was overjoyed. Actually, everyone's here. You're amazing. Chapter 94. With the help of Team K, the technicians scattered throughout the building were rescued. Team K brought the rescued personnel into the laboratory, and the gates closed again. Now it was time to discuss their current situation. Cheyenne explained the situation to Director Zhang, telling him that they needed to forcibly stop the drones. We tried, but the system controlling this area has been taken over. It's completely uncontrollable. Director Zhang took Cheyenne to the control terminal and showed her the current situation. The only solution is to go directly to the computer room and shut down the power. However, we saw that it was heavily guarded, so we technicians are helpless. That's why we're here. For Cheyenne and the others, those few patrol drones weren't too formidable a challenge. By the way, did you see Clark? I didn't see him among the people we rescued. Dr. Clark, Team K hadn't noticed him among those rescuing the person holding the Swagger terminal. He wasn't from Swagger, so the lack of signal was normal. However, even those on the expert team were protected by at least one Swagger staff member. Cheyenne was startled when Minister Zhang said this. I always thought he was with you. Isn't he in the lab? The two of them locked eyes, knowing something bad was going to happen. Dr. Clark. At this moment, two people from the rescue group approached. One of them, an older doctor from the expert team, wanted to say something to Cheyenne and Minister Zhang. That Dr. Clark, to save us, distracted the robot. We don't know what happened after that. Hearing the old doctor's account, Cheyenne's heart skipped a beat. Dr. Clark seemed like a man of some courage, but leaving him to face those robots alone would surely be disastrous. But who had the time or manpower to search for him now? We understand. We find a way. Cheyenne shook hands with the old doctor. It seemed there was no time to waste. Some of the drones assembled in the square had already begun moving toward the tunnel, but Dr. Clark was nowhere to be found. It was a truly daunting situation. After discussing the situation with Kay, everyone quickly came to a conclusion. They had to rush to the control room and forcibly shut down the drone's control computers. This would be the most efficient way to save Dr. Clark. The operators had also received the location of the control room from Chief Zhang, so they could head straight there. Okay, we'll be back soon. Cheyenne and the operators from Team K were ready to go. Be careful. Director Zhang nodded at them. He knew they were the only ones who could break the deadlock. They had to complete their mission before more drones attacked. The K team operators and Cheyenne once again exited the gate and entered the research facility. Meanwhile, Tessa's motorcycle, carrying Clark, sped along, entering the tunnel connecting to the control tower area. The drones that had previously intercepted Cheyenne and the others were still there, and Tessa didn't want to engage them head-on. It would have been fine if she were alone, but now Clark was on board. She had to take a longer detour, avoiding areas where patrol drones were concentrated. They're already here. Clark saw drones patrolling near the tunnel and couldn't help but worry. Looks like we have to force our way through. These few are the only ones we can get away with. At this point, no other routes were known, so using the tunnel was a desperate move. Several drones patrolling near the tunnel entrance also spotted the motorcycles emerging from the wilderness. They immediately turned and flew over, their lights turning red, entering attack mode. Get down, Tessa said, pressing a mechanism on the motorcycle. A hidden compartment containing firearms popped out from the side of this special motorcycle. She pulled out a P-90 submachine gun and fired at the three small drones flying in from the sky. Although the P-90 submachine gun wasn't very powerful, its light weight allowed Tessa to fire one-handed while steering the motorcycle. Adding to its high rate of fire, it was more than enough to deal with these small creatures. Before they could even fire, Tessa had already dispatched them. The sparking drone fell, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. Tessa's motorcycle passed by the wreckage. Excellent marksmanship. In a split second, Tessa scored a triple kill, with Clark exclaiming behind him. Let's go! Tessa knew it was too early to celebrate. If she were discovered, she would be pursued endlessly. The only way to stay safe was to create as much distance as possible and escape the detection zone. Speeding into the tunnel, at this rate, she could reach her destination in about 10 minutes. That is, if everything went well. By the way, Clark, once we get to the control tower, I still need you to come with me. The noise in the tunnel was a bit loud, forcing Tessa to raise her voice. Didn't you tell me to go directly to the command center? Clark demanded back loudly. Come to think about it, your sudden appearance is incredibly suspicious. And I need someone to cover my movements. Tessa had been thinking about how to operate more covertly in the heart of Swagger. After all, if she were to be discovered, it would have a huge impact on the Enterprise business. But I don't have much combat power, do I? You don't need to fight. Just follow me. Okay. You have to protect me. The two of them had barely finished their conversation when the whistling sound of a shell suddenly rang out from behind them. Bang! Then a shell exploded diagonally in front of Tessa's motorcycle, shaking it slightly. Pursuers? Tessa caught a glimpse of a swarm of drones behind her in the rearview mirror, some flying and some on the ground. There's only two of us. Why would such a large group be needed to chase us? Clark looked back, his heart sank. What the hell was wrong with these guys? The indicators of the out-of-control drones behind them turned red, and it looked like they were determined to tear the target on the motorcycle to pieces. These stinkers. Clark. Hold on tight. Tessa mashed the throttle. It looked like they had to fight it out in this tunnel. The motorcycle picked up speed again, hurtling through the tunnel, and the hail of bullets began to pour down behind them. Tessa swayed her motorcycle from side to side, narrowly avoiding the incoming barrage. Clark, sitting in the back, was also sweating coldly. Several spherical smoke bombs rolled off Tessa's motorcycle, emitting clouds of smoke that obscured the drone's aiming lasers. Hold them? I hope so. Although Tessa didn't consider these guys a formidable foe, she didn't want to cause any major disturbance right now. But these drones wouldn't let her complete her mission properly. Two small tank drones burst out from the thick smoke, flanking her from behind. Chapter 95. Two tank-shaped drones burst out of the smoke and sped towards the motorcycle. This flanking situation, left and right, was a formidable threat in the narrow, two-lane tunnel. This is so annoying. Tessa's motorcycle was quite fast, but the two unmanned tanks were surprisingly able to keep up. It seemed that simply relying on speed to shake them off wasn't going to be easy. Here they come. They're coming. Clark watched the flanking drones approach from behind, their laser fire control beams grazing back and forth across Clark's body. Tessa observed the situation in the rearview mirror, and saw that the smoke bombs had indeed effectively slowed the pursuit, aside from the two small tanks. Since that was the case, let's do it thoroughly. Tessa suddenly slowed the motorcycle, and the two small tanks quickly overtook her and moved ahead. The fire control systems on their turrets suddenly lost their target, and went into a researching state for several seconds. Tessa was looking for that few seconds of time difference. She pulled a two-shot shotgun from the motorcycle's weapons compartment. At this close range, the power units behind the two small tanks were completely exposed to Tessa. You actually have this gun. You have good taste. The shotgun looked a bit old, and had undergone some modifications. Although not a small arms expert, Clark had studied weaponry, and was naturally familiar with firearms. It was a lever-action shotgun with a modified lever guard, a Winchester Model 1887. At close range, a shotgun shell blew out the power unit behind the small tank on the right. It erupted in black smoke and sparks, lost its balance, and slammed into the tunnel wall, overturning. There's one more. Tessa flipped her hand around the shotgun, swirling the barrel around in her hand and reloading it. This was the purpose of the modification, to allow for one-handed reloading. Awesome! Clark exclaimed in awe at Tessa's impressive maneuver. Bang! The second round went to the one on the left. Two small tanks were thus destroyed by the Winchester M1887 shotgun. The two destroyed unmanned tanks were placed in the middle of the road, which should delay the other drones for a while. Just in case, Tessa flipped the switch again, and this time, several round, pancake-shaped objects fell from the motorcycle. What are these? Clark was a little curious. He hadn't expected Tessa's motorcycle to have so many gadgets. It was beyond his imagination. He had thought Tessa was just a technician who talked business, but he hadn't expected her to be a capable agent. This motorcycle must also be a fancy thing made by corporate. There might be many more agents like Tessa in this enterprise, right? Landmines, self-reactive ones. Tessa had barely finished her words when a series of explosions echoed from the tunnel behind her. It seemed the mines she had just dropped had achieved their purpose. They shouldn't be chasing us anymore. Clark hugged Tessa's waist, looking back with lingering fear. The tunnel behind them was filled with smoke, and the smell of scorched metal and rubber from the explosion and combustion. This should hold us off for a while. Tessa rode away on her motorcycle without looking back. In cyberspace, Sakia reunited with the antivirus team and continued toward the defense zone. During their journey, they were fortunate not to be attacked by large numbers of smaller clans. The few that sporadically appeared were instantly dispatched by the professional players of the antivirus team, without Sakia having to intervene. Mage Jinxie, who was monitoring their battle from outside, looked thoughtful. What's wrong, Mage Jinxie? Director Qin approached and noticed something strange about Mage Jinxie. Are you worried about something? Oh, not really. Brother Qin, don't worry. Jinxie smiled, having been lost in thought. In my fragmented memories, I have some impression of the scenery in this dimension. This is no small matter. How do you put it? Director Qin was pleasantly surprised. If either Sakia or Jinxie could recall anything about their civilization, it would be extremely useful intelligence. Although I don't remember the specifics, the things in this dimension, the architecture, the writing, are undoubtedly artifacts of our civilization. When they passed those road signs and billboards, I tried to decipher the text. I could still vaguely make out the content. Of course, the content itself wasn't anything special. Just propaganda slogans, no different from today. However, there was a place name on the road sign. I've forgotten the pronunciation, but I understand the meaning. In today's terms, it means oasis. Director Qin nodded, motioning for him to continue. Oldley also turned, listening with interest. Is this oasis the name of this destroyed city? I'm not sure about that yet. I'm thinking that the formation of this cyberspace may have been influenced by Sakia. In other words, perhaps it was formed by the information still stored in her subconscious. Remember those numerous Trum models that Long Shengzhen discovered in the square? The director and Oldley both nodded. Perhaps all this has happened before. So many Trum model weapons couldn't prevent the destruction here. Jinxie swallowed the rest of her words after saying this. The director and Oldley exchanged a glance. They both knew what Jinxie meant. A destruction that even the Trum army couldn't stop. If this destructive force truly came upon modern human civilization, it would be practically doomed. How much time does humanity have left? Of course, we're all doing our best right now, so don't worry. We still have many opportunities, such as strengthening Earth's military and finding other executors. Jinxie's words gave the director some encouragement. He was right. This was the purpose of Swager's founding. And now, the first step is to win this cyberspace offensive and defensive battle. In cyberspace, the antivirus team and Sakia were about to reach their destination. Captain Li Jiai, is she the expert you mentioned, in dealing with the families? In response to the other team members' questions about Sakia, Li Jiai nodded confidently. Yes, that's her. You might not know, but she was the one who repelled the families earlier. Really? It was understandable that the other team members had so many questions. After all, they had previously been unaware of the families. Officials hadn't disclosed any information to these civilians. They didn't even know Trum existed. However, explaining everything to them now would be a very long process, and there simply wasn't time for that. So, Li Jiai and the others simply told the others that Sakia was an expert in dealing with the familiar. That area is just down there, but I'm afraid the situation isn't optimistic. The few people who had been scouting ahead returned and led everyone to a cliff formed by the collapse of a ruined building. This cliff offered a good commanding view of the surrounding area. Chapter 96. The antivirus team arrived at the cliff's edge and witnessed a scene both spectacular and bizarre. Is this the army carrying out a cyber attack? Li Jiai couldn't help but frown at the sight. Of course, she wasn't feeling despair. She was just a little overwhelmed. Compared to Li Jiai, the other teammates' expressions were a bit more serious. They were probably intimidated by the countless enemy forces. Beyond the tall energy barrier erected outside the intact area, a dense swarm of four-legged monsters attacked. And in the air, smaller monsters of the familiar, never seen before, attacked the firewall with body collisions or by spewing energy projectiles. Those monsters in the air and on the ground were all dropped by the giant familiar in the clouds. And as the massive enemy forces charged, the energy barrier, or firewall, slowly retreated at a speed visible to the naked eye, shrinking its defense range. What kind of chaotic scene is this? Sakia, beside Li Jiai, also rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Could they really handle this kind of numbers with just a few people? Looking at the situation, there must be at least tens of thousands of enemies. If they were to take on Trum, they might be able to do something. With so many, it seems like these few guns alone are a bit too much. Or should we deal with that giant in the sky first? The leader of another team stepped forward and said to Li Jiai, "Looks like it's time to use the big guns." Li Jiai tilted her head and looked down at the dark mass of ferocious monsters below, her fingers pressed to her ears. She was contacting her father outside, seemingly discussing some plan. "It's okay, we still have our own secret weapon. Don't forget, we're in cyberspace." After about a minute, Li Jiai hung up. She spoke confidently to everyone, clenching her left fist and touching it to the palm of her right. "Big guys? Shakia looked at Li Jiayi's confident expression, a hint of curiosity. Everyone, start downloading the plugin quickly. Our new equipment is coming. After hearing Li Jiayi's words, everyone in the antivirus team pressed the strange bracelet on their wrist. The bracelet had previously been used to switch their equipment, but now, as they operated it, a screen appeared in front of everyone, displaying the progress of the plugin download. Be careful. Watching everyone focused on downloading their equipment, Shakia looked up and saw a group of aerial monsters attacking from above. It seemed the antivirus team's actions were being fully observed by the giant creature in the sky. Ha! Shakia quickly gathered the energy within her, materializing it into a large, glowing energy disc, which she flung at the monsters like a discus. This was also a method she had devised, following Jinx's suggestion, to maximize the potential of her current state. This energy wheel flew at high speed toward the swooping monsters, carving a gap through them. Everywhere the disc passed, the monsters were cleaved in half and plummeted from the sky. After passing the monsters, the energy wheel flew back like a boomerang, once again slicing a bloody path through the enemy horde. Seeing Shakia's maneuver, the rest of the antivirus team exclaimed in amazement. Li Jiayi had mentioned before that she was an expert at repelling the families. Could this be the kind of combat power she was referring to? Although this was a virtual online space, and their operations were similar to those in a game, but they all carried weapons, wore high-tech armor, and attacked the enemy with grenades and guns. And Sakia, firing beams, punching, kicking, and even using energy attacks, seemed completely out of place. If the antivirus team resembled elite warriors from traditional sci-fi, then Sakia was like a warrior of light from another nebula. It seemed like everyone's combat power wasn't the same. Stop daydreaming. We can't lose. Alright. Take my bullets. The other members of the professional team also reacted, raising their guns and firing at the remaining escapees. Although there were still a large number of them, compared to the initial situation, they were now at a level that could be stopped with a barrage of fire. Until the plugin download is complete, hold on. 30%. It seems the familiar aren't going to let us off easy. No sooner had they eliminated one wave than another flew in from afar. This time, the bird-like familiar had learned their lesson. Instead of charging straight down, they flew at a certain distance and began firing energy bullets from their mouths, engaging in long-range attacks. It was clear that the barrage of energy from the people on the ground and the group in the sky was not on the same level. Not good. Looking like they were about to be overwhelmed by the hail of bullets, Li Jiayi took the lead and threw a small ball to the ground. Upon landing, the ball formed a protective shield large enough to hold 2 or 3 people, enveloping herself within it. The others followed suit, and a dozen or so shields formed on the ground, ready to take the hail of bullets. Come in! Li Jiayi turned and found Shakia still a few steps away. She waved and called out, urging her to hide in the shield as well. But the speed of the energy bullets wouldn't give Shakia time to escape. Before Li Jiayi could finish her words, the energy bullets whistled down like a rainstorm, crashing into the ground. Ah! The incoming light bullets obscured her vision. Li Jiayi didn't have time to worry about Shakia. Downloading to 50%. Hold on. She glanced at the panel in front of her, then at the shield generator beneath her feet. The shield's durability was steadily decreasing, from succumbing to the strain, sparking, to gradually emitting smoke. Everyone nervously watched the shield value on the battle panel. After this hail of bullets, the portable shield's durability was almost at its limit. It's finally over. They had managed to withstand the hail of bullets, and the shields were nearly broken. Cold sweat broke out on Li Jiayi's forehead. What happened to Shakia? Li Jiayi took advantage of the end of the attack to look in Shakia's direction. Shakia stretched her arms diagonally forward, forming a shield in front of her hands, generated by the energy she had been using. Jiayi, there's no need to worry. Shakia turned and nodded at Li Jiayi. It seemed like Shakia hadn't struggled to block the previous wave of attacks, and Li Jiayi breathed a sigh of relief. The other team members nearby also looked at Shakia in amazement. Even something like this can be achieved. This is the power of the mechanical spirit that Master Jinxie talked about. Shakia herself marveled at the miraculous energy of the mechanical spirit. Indeed, if Master Jinxie once possessed such energy, then the ripple technique would be nothing more than a normal form of physical fitness. While the activation method was somewhat similar, the power of the mechanical soul was noticeably more exaggerated. At this moment, Sakia seemed much more relaxed than the antivirus team, who had just barely managed to fend off this hail of bullets. She didn't notice the durability panel or other statistics the antivirus team saw. She only knew that she hadn't even taken a breath and still had plenty of stamina. The shield she had created with the mechanical soul was just an experiment. Perhaps it was enhanced by this virtual space, but Sakia was able to adapt and utilize this power so quickly. If that were the case, perhaps it could even open a breakthrough for everyone. Chapter 97. Again! Shield up. Li Jiayi nervously watched as flashes of light appeared in the sky again. She knew it was the enemy's second wave of bullets. Everyone launched another shield generator. In an instant, the glowing hail of energy bullets once again enveloped the area where they were standing. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. The second wave of attack had been taken. The antivirus team was well equipped, but at this rate, they would be overwhelmed, unable to fight back. Longshan opened his eyes slightly and glanced around. He noticed something ominous. Under the hail of energy bullets, the cliff they were standing on began to crumble. If this continued, Bruce noticed this too, and he cast a pleading look at Li Jiayi. Damn it. 60% has already been downloaded. We have to hold on. Li Jiayi bit her lip, pondering whether to relocate or adopt a roundabout tactic. Jiayi, tell everyone to prepare for a counterattack. Shakia, holding her energy shield with both hands, walked forward step by step, braving the hail of bullets. She passed Li Jiayi and gave her a resolute smile. What? Counterattack? Li Jiayi wondered if the sound of the rain of bullets was too loud and she had misheard. That's right. Watch for my signal. We're going to counterattack. Use your heavy weapons. What was Shakia planning to do? I understand. We just fire directly later, right? In response to Li Jiayi's question, Shakia nodded firmly, then, holding her energy shield, walked in front of the antivirus team members. Longshan, Bruce, and the other team members watched Shakia walk calmly ahead of them, directly in front of the rain of bullets from the sky. Shakia. What is she going to do? I don't know. I think she just said something to Li Jiayi. Longshan and Bruce sat close together, chatting and anticipating Shakia's next move. Shakia suddenly spread her hands out to the sides, and the energy shield suddenly expanded dozens of times, encompassing the area where everyone was standing. She raised her hands again, and the energy shield immediately grew dozens of times higher in response to her gesture, now completely covering the antivirus team. Prepare to attack, Shakia shouted. Bring out the heavy firepower. Li Jiayi immediately gave the order, and the team members, temporarily spared from the hail of bullets, unleashed their most powerful weapons. Some heavy machine guns, others rocket launchers. Fire! At Li Jiayi's command, the squad's artillery fire actually penetrated Shakia's deployed energy shield and blazed through the enemy's hail of bullets. The other team members, initially skeptical, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Shakia's energy shield could still unilaterally block our fire. The machine guns emptied magazine after magazine, and the rocket launchers emptied their supply in one go. Finally, the aerial bombardment became sporadic. How's it going over there? Li Jiayi asked Shakia, who had deployed her massive energy shield, as she reloaded the last round into her rocket launcher. Shakia simply turned and gave Li Jiayi a thumbs up. This time, she tried to utilize the large shield formed by the mechanical spirit's energy, and it actually worked. Sakia could shape this energy into any shape at will. While she didn't know if this was the mechanical spirit's original function, she would make good use of it, no matter what it was, as long as it could help everyone survive the current predicament. This massive light shield had protected the antivirus team behind her for 3 minutes. For 3 minutes, artillery fire from the inside of the light shield could be directed in one direction, hitting the enemies in the air while blocking the enemy's rain of bullets on the outside. This was truly a very practical skill. Their heavy weapons had run out of ammunition, and refilling would require a cooldown period. At this time, the few remaining bird-like families in the air began to dive. It looked like the enemy had suffered considerable losses. Everyone, prepare to fire, Li Jiayi commanded again. As the enemy swooped in closer, the antivirus team's light weapons could finally come into play. Unfortunately, the light weapons barrage was still too thin. Just then, Sakia had a new idea, perfect for testing during a time when everyone's firepower was running low. Sakia rapidly stretched the massive light shield longer and longer. Everyone was so mesmerized by the magic trick that they even forgot to replace their empty magazines. The light shield grew longer and longer, until it could no longer be called a shield. Looks like this is the maximum distance. Sakia exerted all her strength to reshape the ball of mechanical energy, taking this opportunity to test the limits of her current state. The light shield transformed into a trapezoidal light plate, wide at one end and narrow at the other. The narrow end fit in Shakia's hands, easily graspable. It was only about a meter wide. The wide end, however, was unclear in its exact width, perhaps closer to 100 meters. The trapeze extended outward for about 200 or 300 meters. What the heck is this? Longsheng, having forgotten to change his magazine, was stunned. Bruce and the other members, equally bewildered, stared at Shakia holding such a strange object, wondering what she was up to. Li Jiai observed Shakia's preparatory movements and seemed to understand her tactics. Isn't this a giant fly swatter? That's right. Shakia zeroed in on the direction where the remaining hundreds of bird foes were swooping down and swung her energy swatter fiercely. The swatter looked enormous, but Shakia couldn't even feel its weight. So, its swinging speed was incredibly fast. Before the antivirus team could fully grasp what had happened, the group of monsters that had been charging towards them with such momentum had vanished. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Of course, in a sense, they had vanished. Shakia's powerful blow had completely shattered them. Literally. It was just that it happened so quickly that no one could see clearly. Huh? Finally. At this moment, Shakia finally felt a little tired. She let out a long sigh, and the light board gradually disappeared. Exerting her current strength to the limit in one go was still a bit tiring. Shakia felt herself sweating profusely. Although she didn't know why, she could feel the real physiological phenomenon of sweating in this virtual cyberspace. Li Jiai and the others, however, had no normal physiological reactions at all. After all, they were using their own game characters. Shakia looked closely, and saw that the firewall barrier in the distance had begun to shrink into the intact area. Download 90% complete. It's finally almost done. Li Jiai also breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't seen the third wave of bird-like followers arrive. At least, they had some time to catch their breath. She looked up and saw Shakia's forehead beaded with sweat, a rare sign of fatigue. Are you okay? Li Jiai hurried forward to check on Shakia, but she didn't say much. She simply pointed at the firewall, signaling Li Jiai to focus on that area. Some buildings in the defense zone had been exposed to the family's attack. Those facilities were beginning to be damaged. TSK. We don't have time to waste. Li Jiai. It was Bruce's voice. Li Jiai turned and looked at the antivirus team. Everyone raised their hands to Li Jiai and shouted, Captain. The plugin download is 99% complete. It's ready to run. Okay. Li Jiai also opened her dashboard and checked the progress bar. Shakia. You should rest for a while. We protect you from now on. Chapter 98. On the large screen in the command room, the small red square representing the breach had entered the command tower's system area. Although it was much slower than before, the clan's encroachment had not ceased. Oldly, I trust Sakia and your daughter. But since the command tower systems have also begun to collapse, I must do something with the emergency security team. I excuse myself for a moment. The director personally took up his weapon and decided to join the security team in defending the combat command room to prevent the antivirus operation from being interrupted. Why not let me go with you? In terms of combat prowess, Jingxi was considered the pinnacle here. There are many locations to defend, and the mage might not be able to split his forces. I want you to stay in the command room and form the final line of defense here. The director's considerations were reasonable. Jingxi paused after hearing this, then agreed. After all, upon closer inspection, there was indeed no one more suited for this kind of task than Jingxi. Then old Qin, be careful. Don't worry. There aren't many security drones here on the ground. They're mainly deployed deep underground, where the root cube is stored. Even if they're controlled, they can't reach the surface. It was precisely because of this that the director felt confident in personally leading the emergency security forces to guard the key roads. Furthermore, these emergency security forces are specialized combat units, boasting the highest combat capabilities within the organization, specifically designed to respond to various emergencies. If the operators were compared to detectives and secret agents, these security forces would be pure military service. However, because Swager is currently a civilian organization, possessing weapons is a sensitive matter. Maintaining the current number of security forces is already the limit. The emergency security force was primarily stationed in the command tower, with only a limited presence in other areas. Jingxi and Laoli watched Director Qin turn and leave the command room. Now, they could only wait and see what the antivirus team and Shakia and the others would do in cyberspace. Next, let us protect you. Li Jiai nodded confidently at Shakia. Just now, to test the limits of her current mechanical power, Shakia had transformed all her energy into a massive paddle, instantly wiping out a swarm of aerial enemies. Now, she was finally feeling a bit tired. Strange, feeling tired in this space. Shouldn't a panel pop up indicating depleted energy or something? What are you going to do? Shakia knew the weapon plug-in Li Jiai and the others had just downloaded must be something powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so calm in the face of this overwhelming, insect-like swarm of enemies. Li Jiai felt that seeing was believing. Attention everyone! Prepare to activate the suit plugin. As she gave the command, she swiped her finger across the confirmation panel that appeared. The confirmation bar flashed twice, and the plugin began loading. Suit? Is it like in superhero movies? Before Long Sheng finished his words, a teleportation array appeared above Li Jiai, emitting a beam of light that enveloped her. She was also covered from head to toe in a layer of steel suit. A suit, streamlined and contoured to Li Jiai's figure, was now worn by her character. On the back of the suit were two what looked like small wings. Li Jiai opened her mask and waved her hand, sending several small floating turrets flying from the wings on her back. Wow, that's pretty cool. It even has floating turrets. Bruce also grew excited, and immediately loaded his suit's plug-in. What changes will the combat power experience? Eager to try it out, Bruce's suit transformed, as he had hoped, into a mighty, warrior-like model, equipped with heavy firepower and artillery. Oh my, this is fun! Seeing Bruce's delight, Longsheng wasn't to be outdone. Let me see what mine is. A flash of light revealed Longsheng's iron suit, revealing a logistics-oriented suit equipped with a toolbox and a medical kit. It seemed to suit Longsheng quite well, and everyone agreed it suited him well. That's all? But Longsheng secretly wished for a more powerful suit. Each team member has a clear division of labor. That's how we fight as a team. You're our team's healer. How long we can hold out depends on you. Li Jiai patted Longsheng's shoulder, telling him that he was indeed very important. Come on, I'm just a support by nature. In PUBG, I handle logistics, and here I am still. Longsheng couldn't help but sigh. We trust you. Every time you take a mech out of your bag, we feel reassured. Sakia also came over, looked at Longsheng's medic uniform, and nodded after sizing him up. Since you say so. Each team has a warrior type responsible for holding off the enemy and charging into battle, a ranged or melee firepower type responsible for damage, and a medic and repair type. Previously, the vacant spot on Li Jiai's team had been reserved for Shakia, but now, to give her some time to rest, a melee damage dealer was transferred from another team. The antivirus team, instead of 3 scattered 4-man teams, now operates as a team of 12. Great. It seems the enemy is back, but this time we won't be held down. Bruce rubbed his hands, ready for a decisive battle. The vents on the backs and soles of everyone's armor opened, levitating them into the air. Don't be so stubborn. Just rest for a while, Li Jiai instructed Shakia, hovering in the air. Got it. I'd be there later. Shakia understood the importance of companions, and gave Li Jiai a look of trust. Mission objective, wipe out the virus clan. Take off. Li Jiai took the lead, and the entire antivirus team, clad in their latest combat uniforms, soared into the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Sakia watched the antivirus team charge towards another wave of enemy airborne attacks. Both sides fired beam cannons in a fierce battle. Sorry, I catch up right away. Thinking to herself, Sakia stood still and began to use breathing techniques to restore her energy. In cyberspace, it seemed that the final phase of the attack and defense had begun. In the control tower system, the erosion had also begun. The antivirus team had no time to waste. At the exit of the tunnel connecting the central area, where the control tower was located, and the technical department, a motorcycle rushed out at a rapid speed. Then, thick smoke began to drift from the tunnel. Tessa and Clark finally arrived at the central area. That pyramid-like structure up ahead is the control tower. Clark pointed Tessa in the direction. There might be personnel stationed there. Even if Tessa was transporting Clark, considering she couldn't show up in Swagger, it wouldn't be a good idea if the command tower was manned by living soldiers. Let's hide nearby first. Is there any hidden spot near that building? Tessa had to ask Clark, who had been there several times. How about we go to the nearby water plant? Clark remembered there was a reservoir in the central area, and next to it was a small water plant that processed purified water for use at the Swagger base. Okay. Anyway, just get rid of those drones first. Those drones are going to attack the command tower. Should we blow up the tunnel exit? Clark was a little worried that the drones, taken over by the families, would come straight for the command tower after emerging from the tunnel. If that happened, Sakia and Swagger might be doomed. What's it to us? Tessa's words shocked Clark. Just the two of us can take down all the drones? You're dreaming. Besides, Swagger has his own security forces, right? Chapter 99. Clark had originally intended to mobilize Tessa to destroy as many out-of-control drones as possible, but Tessa gave him a lecture instead. Remember, if we're discovered, your expedition is doomed. I know you have no ill intentions toward Schwager. And neither do I. But reality is reality. Perhaps feeling she'd spoken too harshly, Tessa sighed and reiterated her point to Clark. I get it. Clark calmed down and realized his thoughts were a bit naive. Explosions began to emanate from the distant tunnel, especially distinct in this underground space. It seemed the trapped drones were attempting to blow up the remains of their companions and force their way through. Hurry! They're catching up. Tessa turned her motorcycle onto a side road and headed straight for the water plant Clark had mentioned. Taking advantage of the forest cover, Tessa and Clark arrived near the water plant in a few minutes, before the rampaging robots in the tunnel could emerge. Get off, quick! Arriving at the edge of the woods outside the water plant, Tessa urged Clark to dismount. What? Aren't you just going in? Clark was confused. You're stupid. I see if there are any guards inside first. Tessa sighed. After all, Clark wasn't a soldier, and didn't understand tactics. Taking him with her wasn't as easy as going alone. But there was no other way. Clark was now an essential part of Tessa's next mission. Stay where you are. Don't move. I go scout. I give you the signal if it's okay to come in. Okay. Clark followed Tessa's instructions, crouching in the brush in the woods as he watched Tessa crouch down and approach the water plant's back door. The back of the water plant was locked, but that didn't bother Tessa. From a distance, Dr. Clark watched as Tessa fiddled with a locked iron gate, and surprisingly, it swung open. She can even open a lock. Today, Clark had witnessed Tessa's professional abilities, or rather, her combat prowess. Since her combat prowess was so impressive, it seemed Tessa had received special agent training, so unlocking a lock shouldn't be a problem for her. Who exactly was in this enterprise? Or more accurately, what kind of organization was Enterprise? Thinking about this, Clark realized he knew very little about either Enterprise or Tessa. Through a gap in the bushes, he watched Tessa carefully open the iron gate without making a sound. Then she peered inside briefly, then slipped through. Hurry up, Tessa. Glancing back toward the tunnel exit, Clark began to tense, sweat dripping down his nose onto the ground. Tessa pulled a stun gun from her waist. If she encountered a reckless patrolman, she could knock him unconscious without bloodshed. In such situations, it was more effective than weapons like daggers. Also, she tried to be careful not to bump the long sword at her waist against anything, otherwise her infiltration would be meaningless. She held the blade upright and carefully navigated the waterworks. She reached the lake and saw the water purification pool, but didn't see anyone. It seemed this area was safe. But to be on the safe side, let's roughly scout the entire area before calling Clark in. After passing the water purification pool, Tessa walked through a pitch-black corridor. Just as she was about to reach the exit, she suddenly heard the faint sound of propellers outside. Alert, Tessa half-peeked outside, and saw several drones flying in the corridor, slowly patrolling. Several workers, shot dead, lay on the ground. Had the drones here been compromised too? It was obvious that the workers had been killed by the drones deployed at the water plant, not the ones that had just chased them. Tessa looked around and picked up a large empty cardboard box. After confirming it was usable, she turned the box over and covered herself with it. Tessa, covered with the box, tried to partially emerge from the door. As expected, the drone's identification equipment didn't detect her. After observing the drone's patrol routes, Tessa decided on a tactic. After the other drones flew around the corner of the corridor, only one drone remained in this corridor. Tessa, covered with a cardboard box, positioned the drone facing away from her, and crouched down to the open door of the room across the way. Just then, the drone patrolling the corridor turned around and slowly flew back. Tessa had already entered the room, waiting for the drone to pass. Snap! A burst of electricity, and the unfortunate drone short-circuited, falling to the ground in a shower of sparks. But Tessa quickly reached out and caught the drone, not wanting it to fall to the ground and make a noise. A closer look revealed that this room seemed to be a control room. 2 armed soldiers lay dead inside, and 2 damaged drones lay in the corner. They must have been ambushed. After several workers were killed, the others fled. The equipment inside was still functioning, and there were several monitors on the control console. The monitors in the water plant only showed the 5 drones seen earlier. 1 had already been destroyed. Then the next thing was easy. Since Tessa already knew the enemy's number, there was no need for her to be overly cautious. To ensure Clark's safe entry, she had to eliminate the threat here. After using the cardboard box to approach and slash one drone, The remaining 3 drones flew in at the sound. One of them flew straight towards the cardboard box, beginning to find it suspicious. Tessa simply opened the cardboard box she was hiding in, leaped up, and with a reverse Cossack slashed another drone. The approaching drone broke in two, sparking and falling to the ground. The other 2 drones stopped approaching and kept their distance, firing at Tessa with the small-caliber submachine guns mounted below. Humph! Tessa did a triangular jump off the wall, spinning in midair and landing behind the drones. Before the 2 drones could turn their guns, they were shot down by 2 swift swings of Tessa's sword. TSK, this pile of junk is trying to stop me. Sheathing her sword, Tessa scurried to the end of the corridor, where they led to the outdoors. In the distance, a swarm of aerial drones began to fly out from the tunnel, followed by a mighty procession of small tank-sized drones. Clark, watching the pursuers approach, lay flat on the ground in fear, not daring to move. At that moment, a figure emerged from the roof of the water plant. It seemed to be waving at him. It was Tessa. In a critical moment, Clark scrambled through the iron gate Tessa had just opened. As for the motorcycle, let's wait until this wave of drones has passed. Arriving at the water plant, Tessa met Clark, and the 2 of them observed from a hidden spot. The swarm of drones pouring out of the tunnel had indeed not noticed them, but instead headed straight for the Swager control tower. It looked like Swager's emergency defense forces would have to hold out this time. At the research institute, Cheyenne and her group bid farewell to the minister and the members of the expert team, preparing to forcibly shut down the server managing the drones in the area. As they moved through the institute, they discovered that it was once again filled with drones controlled by the Familiar. The rescue operation had been discovered, and the Familiar were no fools. I say, there seemed to be fewer drones outside. Operator J glanced outside as he passed by the window. Aren't there so many people inside? Operator H, a member of the same team, took over. I noticed that too. And the smaller number is clearly much larger than the ones we encountered. Cheyenne also looked out the window, her mind roughly understanding what had happened. Some must have already escaped. We need to expedite our actions. Operator K's firm command emboldened everyone. After all, everyone knew what needed to be done. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. The initiative hasn't been completely lost yet. Chapter 100. Tessa and Clark were in an office on the top floor of the water plant. They pulled back the curtains and peered out the window. A fleet of drones rumbled in from the tunnel, at least 30 or 40 of them. Led by a dozen aerial reconnaissance drones, they marched down the main road toward Swager's command center, the pyramid-like building. Are we just staying here? Clark felt a sense of relief as he looked at the quiet office. It was normal for non-combatants to hide in such a situation. What else? I can give you a weapon. Would you like to try it? Tessa was teasing Clark again. She was also rummaging around the office. This office appeared to be the water plant manager's room, containing his computer equipment. It was clear that the manager had just turned on his computer when he heard the news of the attack and quickly fled. His equipment was still on, but required a password. The equipment here wasn't just a single personal computer. It was a wall of monitors, displaying various data monitoring feeds, serial ports for various monitors, and connections to the command center system. As a technician, Clark knew what Tessa was up to. Need some help? You're quite clever this time. Tessa gave Clark an approving look. Having cracked the water plant manager's terminal, they could monitor the situation outside. Tessa's primary concern was the situation at the root cube. Her next steps would depend on the situation. If necessary, she might personally go to the underground vault. Recalling her previous rejection of the root cube's power, Tessa actually hoped this wouldn't happen. Outside the control tower, emergency security forces were already engaging the attacking drone force. Although the drones and servers deployed within the control tower had been powered down, since the intruders were from the Familiar, there was no guarantee they would be reactivated. Director Cheen personally led the security team to the drone server room and unplugged all necessary cables. Next, they could focus on dealing with the rogue drones escaping from the technical area. Xion's group should still be conducting their mission there. Although contact with them had been lost due to the previous line takeover, the director was confident that Xion still had the strength of Team K. Report. The drones attacking from the technical area have engaged the first line of defense. We're seeing signals of out-of-control drones from facilities surrounding this area. A soldier approached the door at the other end of the computer room corridor and reported to the director. There are 3 more lines of defense at the command tower. Hold them as long as possible and be prepared for a second wave of enemy attacks. Director Cheen decisively issued the order. Yes. The security guard saluted and quickly departed. Although the current situation is indeed fraught with uncertainty, only by trusting everyone can we overcome this difficult situation. Cheyenne, members of Team K, we're counting on you over there. We won't let these guys into the command tower. Director Chin also made up his mind. He and the soldiers cleaned up the control tower's machine room and strode toward the front line. The director, Cheyenne, and K's teams were each engaged in their own battles. Inside the research facility, the operators blew up a gate with a directional bomb, eliminating the drones that were ambushing behind it. Over there. There's still one that slipped through the net. Cheyenne J. Follow me. K commanded in an orderly manner, waving to the two behind him to follow. H, you three go to the left. The rest of you, keep an eye on the corridor. This was a T-shaped corridor. Cheyenne and operators K and J cleared the drones on the right, while operators H, I, and F cleared those on the left. The remaining 4 operators guarded the entrance. Because the road leading to the machine room was one way, it was safer to have 4 people defending and 6 people attacking. After clearing out the drones that had escaped the explosion, the 6 operators rushed forward toward the machine room further down the corridor. Unlike the machine rooms in the other areas, the one in the technical area was the largest and most complex, practically a building built next to the research facility. Cheyenne and K's team charged all the way up the building, encountering numerous drones and prototypes, likely deployed after noticing their movements. Luckily, these drones weren't equipped with composite rifles, otherwise, these 10 men wouldn't have been able to break through. While composite rifles had been readily issued to Sakia, that didn't mean they were widely available. Only basic operators in the combat department and a few management personnel within the Swaggers were equipped with them, while the rest of the firepower was still equipped with conventional weaponry. After all, this was a product of reverse engineering the Trum weapon system, a high-tech weapon that had only recently entered service, and its production was limited. So, when the operators unleashed their full firepower, they were equal to a force 10 times their size. While these operators were closer to agents and detectives than soldiers, that didn't mean their combat capabilities were inferior. Furthermore, the leader, Old K, was a veteran agent himself. The situation was urgent, and the operators stopped hiding. Initially, they tried to avoid combat to minimize damage to the drones. But now, all that was out of the question. If they were blocking the way, they just have to kill them. It only took 5 minutes to fight their way to the top floor. According to the map, they had breached the final security gate outside the computer room. All they had to do was cross this final corridor, and they reached the computer room. However, even at this last point in their journey, the 6 intruders slowed down. What's going on? Cheyenne, running in the lead, suddenly slowed down and raised her hand in a tactical halt signal. Be careful, everyone, be alert. Old K also raised his hand in a halt signal. Before everyone's eyes, this section of the passage was exposed, twisted into a bizarre space by various pipes and metal blocks. Buried pipes jutted out from the walls, cluttering the structure. And as if alive, they wriggled before them, like blood vessels, made of metal and rubber. It looks like this is the aura of the familiar, no doubt about it. Cheyenne looked at the wall, which resembled a biological structure, and instinctively felt a surge of disgust and nausea. At the center of this network of metal and pipes stood the door to the engine room. A cocoon-like structure had formed on the door, also apparently composed of metal, sealing it securely. Cheyenne tried to fire several rounds at the cocoon, but the ion energy rounds from the composite rifle didn't even leave a scorch mark. We're out of bombs. Old K, what should we do? Operator J stepped in front of Cheyenne. He frowned, his compound rifle pointed straight ahead, not daring to let his guard down. We're so close to the finish line. Don't give up so easily. Operator K also approached Operator J, compound rifle in hand, with a confident smile. Everyone, concentrate your firepower. Use your compound rifles to full power. Blast it.